He opened his eyes. All that he could see before him was black. There he was, in the dark darkness that spread like a shroud before his eyes, unable to distinguish any shape. He thought there was something wrong with his eyes, so he blinked. Even after closing and opening his eyes a few times, all he could still see was thick darkness. He tried to move his limbs, but it felt like they were tied with chains. His body didn't move the way he wanted it to. There was no strength in his hands or feet. His whole body felt helpless. The only thing he could move was his eyelids. The rest of his body refused to obey. There is nothing wrong with my eyes. He couldn't be sure since he couldn't even recognize his own limbs right away, but instinctively he realized his eyes were fine. That meant the problem wasn't with his vision, but with the space itself, an unusually dark place with no light entering. Underground, he thought of the possibility. He had never heard of a building that could block out light so perfectly. Why did this happen? He slowly searched his memories. Who was he, and why was he in this situation? His head throbbed when he tried to recall. It felt as if his brain had been struck. Bit by bit, fragments of memory returned. My name is Pyoel. I am 14 years old. A drifter who aimlessly wandered the world like an orphan without parents. Eventually, he fully recalled who he was. Now came the bigger question. Why was he here? Him, Pyoel recalled the man in his last memory. A middle-aged man with a plain face and eyes that were unnaturally sharp. The man he had stumbled upon while begging, who said, "You look good enough." That was the last thing Pyoel remembered. Right after those words, he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he was in this darkness. The man must be connected to why he was trapped here. There must be some kind of purpose, some goal. If his captor had wanted him dead, they would have killed him outright. There was no reason to keep him alive unless he had a use. His head pounded harder. Thinking in this condition drained him. Whether his eyes were open or shut, it made no difference. Still, keeping them closed hurt less. My name is Pyoel, 14 years old. My father's name is Pyo In-hak. My mother's name is Lee Sun-hong. Among the chaos of thoughts, he focused only on his identity. The only way to stay sane was to root himself in who he was. He didn't know how much time passed. It could have been a day. Or weeks. Time was meaningless here. His body remained paralyzed, his functions barely active. Even hunger didn't strike him at first. It was like dying alive, the most terrifying moment of his life. Little by little, sensations spread through his body. Power entered his fingertips. His sense of smell returned. The damp, moldy air confirmed this place was underground, as he had guessed. He had been close to breaking. If time had stretched further, he would have gone insane. Or maybe he already had. It didn't matter. What mattered was his body was waking. But with that came hunger. As his organs reawakened, he felt it gnaw at him. The twisting emptiness in his stomach was unbearable. His mouth was dry, his breath foul. Anger welled in his chest. Anger turned to hatred. What the hell did I do wrong? He had asked himself dozens of times. He had done nothing. He hadn't even begged from the man. He was just passing by. But the man had grabbed him and thrown him into this hell. He bit his lip, tearing flesh, tasting blood. The warmth of it reassured him. He was still alive. More time passed. Now his fingers obeyed. His ankles turned. He was still starving, still parched, but he wasn't without hope. His heightened hunger sharpened his senses. He smelled moisture, heard faint trickles of water. What he needed most now was a sip of it. He felt he could sell his soul just for water. He didn't want to starve anymore, didn't want to thirst anymore. So he tried to move. He gathered strength into his abdomen, then forced it into his limbs. His long, idle body felt like dry firewood. He had no time for careful recovery. If he didn't move soon, he would die. Power surged. Finally, with one last effort, he rolled over. With a scream, he collapsed, feeling the cold, damp floor against his chin and forehead. Shivering at the sensation, he began to crawl desperately toward the sound of running water. He writhed like a snake, dragging himself forward. His jaw tore open, blood smearing the floor, but he didn't stop. Time felt like eternity. At last, he reached the wall. He struck his forehead against it, blood splattering. He didn't care. He stuck out his tongue. Moisture, water, the taste filled his mouth. In the suffocating dark, the only sound was that of him desperately drinking water. Water drops trickled down the curved side of the wall. Though it was only a small amount, it was the water of life that allowed Pyoel to cling to existence. After drinking enough, Pyoel's rationality returned little by little. His eyes still hadn't adapted to the dark. Eventually, he gave up relying on sight and reached out to feel the wall. It was slippery, damp from flowing water. His fingers brushed over small protrusions. Moss. Moss thrived where water flowed, especially in such a humid place. He scraped some with his nail and tore it off. He couldn't see what kind it was. Some moss was edible, some poisonous. Without sight, all he had was touch. His hesitation didn't last long. Even if it was poison he had to eat, he shoved the moss into his mouth. Bitterness exploded across his tongue, a hellish taste that nearly made him gag. Tears and mucus streamed down his face. In all his years wandering after his parents' deaths, scavenging anything he could to survive, he had never tasted something so vile. But he didn't spit it out. Though it was torture, no other symptoms followed. His taste buds were numb, but his body felt no worse. That meant it was edible. He scraped the wall again, stuffing more moss into his mouth. Once his tongue was dulled, the taste no longer mattered. It was still horrible, but tolerable. Grinding the moss between his teeth, Pyo murmured silently to himself, "I can live. I can survive." His tongue was numb, his voice barely a whisper, but his determination remained sharp. He had to live for revenge, or at the very least to know why he was imprisoned. Pressing a hand against the wall, he began to explore. 10 steps, then a wall, another 10, another wall, a rectangular space about 3 square meters. As he traced the walls, his fingertips caught on something different. A long, thin line, a door. He knocked. The sound was dull but distinct, an iron gate. He searched for a latch or handle, but the surface was smooth. It could only be opened from the outside. There was no escape. He didn't know how much time had passed. He ate moss when hungry, licked water when thirsty. The silence was absolute, the darkness unending. Anyone else would have gone mad. He repeated his name to keep his mind intact, resisting the temptation of surrender. But sometimes, death called to him. One day, he sensed something strange. When he looked up, he saw a figure staring down at him, thin, hollow-eyed, himself, his own reflection, his inner self. "What?" he asked. The shadow answered, "Why are you enduring? Just give up, let go, and it will be easier. You have nothing, nothing to protect. Why struggle so hard? I refuse to die like this. I'll survive and kill the one who put me here. Only then can I rest." The inner self stared back. "So you'll live for revenge? Yes. You won't give up, never." The shadow smiled. So did Pyo. Then it vanished. He realized it was no dream. It had been his heart demon. If he hadn't overcome it, he would have gone insane. He had passed another trial. Suddenly, the small hatch at the bottom of the iron gate clanged open. A faint light pierced the darkness. Even that dim glow stabbed at his eyes like knives. A small plate slid through the opening. Then the hatch closed again. The smell reached him first. Food. Pyo hastily brought the plate to his face. An unfamiliar smell assaulted his nose. He couldn't tell what kind of food it was, but it was clear this was a mix of scraps, likely leftovers thrown together. Still, compared to moss, it was a feast. Pyo separated each odor one by one. He compared them against his memories. Rotten fish, tea leaves, pork bone scraps. There were at least 5 different foods mixed on that small plate. It was astonishing that he could even tell. More importantly, he detected no poison, only discarded scraps. To most, it would be rotting garbage. To Pyo, it was valuable proof that others existed outside this dungeon. If there were 5 different kinds of food, that meant at least 5 different people had eaten them. Judging by the varying states of spoilage, they hadn't eaten at the same time. Different meals, different people. And beneath it all, faint human sense lingered at least 5 different ones. So I'm not the only one. The space he was trapped in was far too elaborate to be made for a single prisoner. The cost, manpower, and secrecy required proved it was no act of an obsessed individual. At least 5 people are running this place, and there must be more prisoners like me. His thoughts spun endlessly. What is their purpose? Why build such a place? He couldn't yet answer. One plate of scraps wasn't enough to piece together their motives, but he didn't worry. Time was all he had. He would keep thinking, again and again, until the truth revealed itself. For now, there was no poison. Pyo carefully picked at the food. This too was a gamble, but he needed nutrition. Moss alone could not restore his body. He scooped it up with his hands and shoved it into his mouth. The noise of him eating echoed in the darkness. The taste was awful, but still better than moss. The food came once a day, though Pyo couldn't measure exact time. He only guessed based on instinct and the rhythm of his body. Each portion was just enough to barely survive. The contents changed daily, but 2 things were always present: pork and hot spices. That meant pork and spices were easy to acquire here. A place rich in pigs and chili, such places were rare. But Pyo had wandered since childhood. He knew one such land, Sichuan province. It was easy to go mad here, especially if he stayed idle, so he moved. He walked along the walls, over and over, until he collapsed from exhaustion. Like a hamster in a wheel, calluses formed on his feet, and muscles slowly returned to his legs. Movement made his hunger worse, but he endured by eating moss when scraps weren't enough. Then, when his legs grew stronger, he began push-ups. At first, even 10 left him breathless. But he persisted day after day, and the number grew. Months passed. Though he couldn't see, he felt his body changing. Skinny still, but beneath the skin, solid muscle grew. He fought not against an enemy, but against himself. The battle never stopped. His body also became his clock. He measured time by his hunger, by his waste, by the clarity of his mind. Then another change came. His eyes, slowly, painfully, they adapted to the dark. At first only vague shapes, then faint outlines. Enough to stop being completely blind. The cell was exactly as he imagined. Bare stone, square and desolate. A pile of his own filth reeked in a corner, swarming with insects. In the past, such a sight would have horrified him. Now, fear and disgust had long since withered away. One day, pain shot through his wrist like a needle stabbing him. Startled, he looked and saw a small snake, its eyes pale and degenerated like the insects, sinking its fangs into him. It coiled tightly, hissing. Pyo tried to fling it off, but heat exploded in his head. Poison! That was his last thought before he collapsed. The snake slithered away, back into the swarm of insects, leaving Pyo writhing. Fire raged through his veins, muscles seized, nerves burned, organs twisted in agony. His eyes went blood red, as if about to burst. Yet no scream left his lips. His body was too stiff, his jaw locked. He endured the torment fully conscious, perhaps the cruelest effect of the venom. 3 days passed like this. Each moment stretched like an eternity, worse than all the months he had endured before. At last, on the 3rd day, the paralysis broke. The fire subsided. He had survived, but at a cost. His body was battered, his organs and nerves shredded by poison. Recovery would take time. Barely alive, he dragged himself across the floor toward the iron gate. A plate of food lay waiting. His mouth was dry, his taste gone, but he shoved his face into the scraps. As he licked the plate clean, he whispered hoarsely, "I won't die, no matter what." In the darkness, his bloodshot eyes glowed. Pyo glanced at the snake passing near him. It was the one responsible for biting his wrist. He almost died because of the snake's venom. But he felt no animosity. The cold reptile was the first one to settle down in this underground space earlier than him. If anything, Pyo was the one intruding. Pyo did not particularly hate or fear the snake, since it did it out of survival. The snake had to bite for it to live. The snake slaughtered a large insect at the corner where Pyo usually deposited his feces. While his eyes had slowly adapted to the darkness, he had never seen so clearly as he does now. It seemed that some change had taken place inside his body when he fought against the poison that penetrated him. He had heard of stories of people becoming stronger from surviving after being poisoned before. Pyo thought that it would be the case for himself. The problem was that not only did he gain resistance to poison, some changes have also taken place in his body. It seemed that the poison had a synergistic effect and affected his eyesight. There was only one way to confirm his guess. Pyo caught the body of the snake that was eating an insect and returned to where he was prior. The captured snake immediately opened its mouth wide and dug its fangs at the back of Pyo's hand. The effect was immediate. He could feel the heat rising from the back of his hand. It was enough proof that the poison had started to penetrate his body. Pyo prepared for the pain by gritting his teeth. Having resistance to the poison did not diminish the pain at all. Like Pyo predicted, he could feel the excruciating pain at the sight of the snake's bite. Scorching heat rushed through his veins as if it was trying to burn his whole body. It was painful. He almost regretted his decision, but the pain was more bearable than he thought. The first bite had left him completely paralyzed, while the second time did not. Sure, it was still painful, but he could still endure it. When a day passed, the pain started to completely disappear. Pyo was soon convinced that he had finally developed poison tolerance. It may only be towards a certain type of poison, but it was clear that he had his own weapon that others didn't know about. His vision also seemed to have gotten a little clearer. For the first time, a smile graced Pyo's lips. It was the first smile he made after being locked up in an underground space. Snakes were exceptional hunters. It could approach the prey without making a sound and kill it at once. It stealthily concealed its presence so that even vigilant insects would not notice. Occasionally, there would be insects who noticed the appearance of a snake, and when that happened, it made a peculiar cry. Then, the movements of the worms hardened like a lie. It could incapacitate its prey using sound. But even so, the snake was not greedy. It didn't make the mistake of intimidating insects around it and chasing them away. The appearance of such a snake attracted Pyo's interest. So besides dedicating his time in training his stamina, Pyo would also come and observe the snake. For Pyo, watching the snake was his only means of entertainment. Pyo unknowingly fell in love with the snake's movements. To increase his strength, he tried to imitate the movement of a snake as he walked around the room. He practiced trying to navigate through the darkness without a sound or presence. Pyo opened his eyes to the sudden vibration. In an instant, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. It was because the iron door that had kept him locked up here for a long time was opening on its own. Pyeolwol stood up. Soon the iron door was wide open. There was no difference in scenery between the inside of his room and the outside. The pitch-black darkness that covered his eyes and the humid air that irritated his skin remained. Pyeolwol came out of the iron gate and looked around. Outside the door was a large hallway. On his left side were numerous rooms with doors all wide opened. Pyeolwol moved to the room adjacent to his room. He had to walk approximately 20 steps to reach the next room. Given the size of his room, which was only about 3 square meters or around 10 steps in each direction, there would be another 10 steps left that would serve as a barrier in between the rooms. So that's why I couldn't sense the presence of others. No matter how sensitive his senses were, they would not be able to overcome the thickness of the wall. Pyeolwol looked inside the room. An awful stench stirred his nose. It was the smell of rotting flesh. Someone's body had been left decaying in the darkness. The foul odor indicated that the decomposition had already progressed considerably. Pyeolwol went into the room and inspected the body, ignoring the foul smell. The deceased had its face collapsed, so he couldn't tell in much detail, but judging from the build of the skeleton, he could tell that it was a boy of the same age as him. Perhaps the boy was also imprisoned here at the same time as him. The situation in the other rooms was the same. Unlike Pyeolwol, they could not endure hunger and died of starvation. Their room was as humid as Pyeolwol's room, so it was full of moss. They probably did not seem to consider consuming the moss. In the darkness, Pyeolwol's eyes flashed red. He continued to walk straight down the hallway. 20 rooms passed, and 20 bodies were also found, 1 corpse per 1 room. Pyeolwol soon reached the end of the hallway. There was a large iron door blocking the hallway. The iron gate was much thicker and larger compared to the ones that blocked their rooms. The bolts of the gate were also taken out. Pyeolwol pushed the door hard and the towering iron gate opened slowly. Beyond the iron gate, the same hallway where Pyeolwol had been imprisoned continued, and again, 20 iron gates were lined up in a row. The only difference is that there was only 1 survivor in the area where Pyeolwol was, but in the new section, there were as many as 2 survivors here. It was a boy and a girl who seemed to be of the same age. They looked in the direction where Pyeolwol appeared with wary eyes. Judging by their actions, it seemed that their eyes were not perfectly adapted to the darkness like Pyeolwol. It was clear that they had noticed the appearance of a new character through the sound of Pyeolwol's footsteps. Their pricked-up ears were proof. Pyeolwol only looked at them without saying a word. Both the boy and girl were skinny, as if they had not eaten properly. But compared to Pyeolwol, they still seemed to be in better shape. Pyeolwol glanced at the next room. A body was seen through the door. He could see a food bowl next to the body. There's no doubt that there was a sufficient amount of food. So it was either that he died because he could not stand the loneliness and died of madness, or he could not overcome the disease he had acquired underground. One of the survivors spoke cautiously. "Who are you? Where did you come from? He and I are the only survivors in this section." Pyeolwol looked at the girl who asked the question. She was a girl who did not lose her beauty despite being locked in the basement for a long time. She was staring in the direction of the wall like a cat full of poison. However, it seemed that she could not recognize Pyeolwol's appearance since her eyes were not focused. The boy next to the girl also looked in the direction of Pyeolwol with a very wary look. If it was too late, he had the momentum to attack Pyeolwol. Their eyes weren't able to fully adapt to the darkness like Pyeolwol, but their sense of hearing and smell still developed by leaps and bounds. Pyeolwol opened his mouth. "My name is Pyeolwol. I was locked up in the adjacent area. Area next door. So, are you saying there are other places like this?" "It seems so." In response to Pyeolwol's answer, the girl bit her lip. The girl, like Pyeolwol, did not know why they ended up here but was captured and lived for several months. Even as everyone in each of the trapped rooms was dying, she clenched her teeth and endured it until she eventually survived. It was the same with the boy. He had outstanding mental strength, succeeding in overcoming the feelings of despair and loneliness day by day. Pyeolwol asked, "What are your names?" "I'm So Yawol, and he is Song Cheon-woo. Let's go." "Go where?" "I think there are more areas like this." Pyeolwol's gaze was on the other side of the hallway. There was also a huge iron gate similar to what Pyeolwol had passed through. It was proof that another section existed. So Yawol and Song Cheon-woo did not recognize the existence of the iron gate that divided the different sections because they did not have eyes that could see through the dark. So Yawol's voice trembled. "Oh my god, there's more places like this." Pyeolwol took the lead. So Yawol and Song Cheon-woo followed the sound of his footsteps. If they had held hands, they could walk faster, but Pyeolwol didn't. Giving up your hand meant that he would not be able to use it in an emergency. Even though no one had taught him that, Pyeolwol was aware that in order to survive, he must not let anything easily slip into his gap. "Hold my hand." Song Cheon-woo reached out to So Yawol. Pyeolwol thought that she would hesitate for a moment, but So Yawol immediately grabbed Song Qianwu's hand and followed behind Pyeolwol. As they moved on to the next area, they saw more survivors. This time, there were 5. Like Song Qianwu and So Yawol, they also gathered together and shared information. They were alarmed by the sudden appearance of Pyeolwol, So Yawol, and Song Qianwu. However, So Yawol came forward and explained it calmly, and soon the boundaries were softened. Pyeolwol glanced into the room as the others were having a conversation. Most of the rooms also had decomposing bodies. Unlike Pyeolwol's section, only a few people died of starvation. Instead, most of them showed signs of self-harm. Some had their heads broken, and others showed signs of strangulation. They must have been unable to endure despair, loneliness, and fear, so they chose to commit suicide. It was a harsh environment for children in their teenage years to endure. It only made sense for them to commit suicide. The next thing Pyeolwol looked at was at their food bowl. It was definitely bigger than the food bowl in the area where Pyeolwol was confined, and the amount of food was greater. At least in terms of food, it was clear that they received more rations than the area where Pyeolwol was confined. The survivors continued moving on to the next section. There were a few more survivors in the next area. Around 8 people survived. Whenever they moved to other sections, the number of survivors continued to increase. In the end, the number of those who survived reached a whopping 100, while the number of those who died was more than double. Pyeolwol opened the door to the next area. However, the scenery that appeared this time was different from what he had imagined. A vast underground cavern spread out before their eyes. It was so enormous that, without the torches mounted along the walls, no one could have guessed its size. After months of complete darkness, the sudden blaze of torchlight burned their eyes as though their eyeballs were about to burst. It was painful for Pyeolwol as well. Tears streamed down his cheeks, each stab of light piercing him like needles. He narrowed his eyes, forcing them to adjust. It took a long time before he grew accustomed to the brightness. His vision, honed for pitch darkness, resisted the change. While most of the others still squinted in agony, Pyeolwol ignored them and turned his attention to the cave. The cavern looked natural, with massive stalactites hanging from the ceiling like fangs. Its shape narrowed toward the top, like an overturned bowl. But what drew everyone's attention were the buildings scattered inside. They were crudely built of wood, resembling rough imitations of a manor. "What is this place?" The children gasped. The cavern itself was shocking enough, but the sight of human-made buildings deep underground made their unease grow sharper. Pyeolwol walked toward the nearest structure. So Yawol and Song Qianwu quickly followed, then Li Min and Go Shinnok trailed behind. "There's no one here," Pyeolwol said after peering inside. "Really?" So Yawol frowned with suspicion. They searched the other buildings as well. Every one of them was empty. The children grew unsettled. They had been braced to meet others, captors perhaps, but finding no one only deepened their confusion. While they hesitated, Pyeolwol continued his inspection. The buildings were not old. The wood was fresh, the grain visible, with only a thin layer of dust. They'd clearly been built recently, sometime during the children's imprisonment. Yet the interiors were shoddy and uninhabitable, far worse than their outward appearance. It was as if someone had built them deliberately to look like homes, without ever intending them to be used as such. "It's you, Pyeolwol." The soft voice belonged to Li Min, the girl from the 3rd district. It was her first time seeing him clearly. Unlike Pyeolwol, her eyes had not fully adapted to darkness. Li Min reached out and touched his face. Pyeolwol did not stop her. He was lost in thought. Red eyes. Could it be from the snake venom? Being different was never a blessing, especially in a place where survival meant blending in. Children instinctively rejected those unlike themselves. He had seen it many times while wandering. Fortunately, according to Li Min, his eyes were not always visibly red. Only near torchlight did they seem tinted, otherwise they appeared normal. That, at least, was a relief. "What are you thinking so hard about?" she asked. "Just this and that. You're not like the other children," she said softly. "How so?" "You just are. While we're all panicking, you're the only one thinking." Pyeolwol met her gaze in silence. "What are you two doing?" So Yewol and Song Qianwu approached. "Talking," Li Min replied casually. "Talking about this and that," she shrugged. So Yawol gave her a puzzled look, then turned to Pyeolwol. "Some kids are grouping together. What about you? You'll join us, right?" Her tone was matter-of-fact, as if his answer were obvious. Song Qianwu stood behind her, nodding in agreement. Pyeolwol paused, then said quietly, "We'll see." "What do you mean, we'll see? Are you saying you won't join us?" "I'll wait and watch first." So Yawol blinked, momentarily at a loss. Song Qianwu bristled with anger, ready to lash out, but So Yawol's calm presence restrained him. Pyeolwol had his reasons. So Yawol studied his distant expression, then smiled gently. "Come back if you change your mind. Our door will always be open." Hyowol only nodded. Turning to Li Min, So Yawol asked, "How about you?" "All right, I'll join you." Better to stay together than be alone. She stepped to So Yowl's side. The three returned together, leaving Pyeowol alone, watching their backs disappear. Within hours, factions began to form. The children naturally gravitated toward leaders, so Yowol and Song Cheonwoo, Kang Il, Yam Il-jung, and Go Young-san. Each had a commanding presence that drew others in. Pyeowol remained apart, observing. Whispers soon spread about him. You said there were no survivors in his section, right? Then how did he make it out? Did he kill them? The rumors were baseless. Everyone knew the children had been kept in solitary cells. Still, suspicion clung to him. Even among 100 survivors, the cruelty of the outside world had taken root. Like adults, the children feared what was different. They grew wary, envious, and pushed him aside. Pyeowol had endured worse while wandering. He paid them no mind. Survival demanded all of his focus. He explored the cavern, constantly searching for an escape and studying its origin. The crude wooden buildings were recent, but the underground structure itself was ancient. Moss on the walls suggested it had been abandoned for decades before being repurposed. Someone found this place and rebuilt it. Whoever they were, they had vast resources. Constructing such facilities underground was no small feat. Pyeowol was lost in thought when a dull sound rang from above. The children looked up as a beam of light cut through the ceiling. A rope descended, carrying a large basket. It's food. Let's eat. The children, famished since their release, lunged at it like starving beasts. Wait! So Yowol and Son Cheonwoo stepped forward, blocking them. What's your problem? Move. The others growled angrily, ready to attack. But So Yowol spoke firmly. Let's share it equally. She looked to the other faction leaders. Kang Il, Yom Il-jung, and Go Young-sun each nodded in agreement, stepping forward to divide the basket. That was when Pyeowol spoke. Wait! Yom Il-jung's eyes snapped to him, sharp and venomous. What do you want? The other leaders glared too, their gazes carrying the ferocity of beasts. Months in confinement had stripped away their innocence, leaving behind predators in children's skin. I'll take my share, he said simply, lifting some food. Put that down. Yom Il-jung seized his wrist, his face twisted with hostility. No one touches the basket without our permission. Everything here belongs to us. He glanced at So Yowol and the others. They nodded, confirming his claim. Control the food, and you control the people. Even as children, they understood this truth. Food was power, and power was not to be shared with outsiders, especially loners like Pyeowol. Then it happened. A scream tore from Yom Il-jung's throat. He stared in horror. Pyeowol's finger was buried in his left eye. What did you say? Pyeowol asked coldly, pressing deeper. In the glow of torchlight, his eyes gleamed blood red. Pyeowol grabbed Yom Il-jung's neck with his opposite hand and made it impossible to move. The index finger of his right hand was still inserted into Yom Il-jung's eye. From the perspective of Yom Il-jung, a mixture of liquid and red blood was flowing out. Many children shut their eyes at the terrible sight. Let go of him right now. Children following Yom Il-jung surrounded Pyeowol. At that moment, Pyeowol put his finger deeper into Yom Il-jung's eyes. The desperate screams of Yom Il-jung continued to echo in the underground cavity. The eyes of the children, who were about to run to the creepy sight, fell down. This behavior of Pyeowol was far beyond their imagination. They could never have imagined that there would be such a person in the same age group as them. They remember a viper from the figure of the Pyeowol. A small snake with a lot of poison that once bites it, it never lets go. No one dared to stop Pyeowol. They felt like they were going to get beaten up by Pyeowol if they dared to do something. So Yewol came out. She came in front of Pyeowol. He's not in a situation where he can answer, stop it. Why should I? He should have understood after you did that much. What about food? No one will touch your share. So Yowol's last words were directed towards the other children. No one opened their mouths to answer, but their intentions were conveyed to Pyeowol. At that time, Pyeowol pulled out the finger that had been stuck in Yom Il-jung's eye and released the hand that was holding his neck. Yom Il-jung sat down on the spot and covered his pierced eyes with the palm of his hand. He looked at Pyeowol, gritting his teeth. You bastard, what? Do you want me to do the same thing to your other eye? In his heart, he wanted to hit him to death, but the atmosphere in the hall was dominated by him. Pyeowol shrugged his shoulders and moved on. The children in front of him stepped aside. Pyeowol passed by them and climbed onto the roof of a nearby building. The roof of the building has the best place to monitor the area. With what he did to Yom Il-jung just now, Pyeowol made all the children in the underground cavity hostile. This is a test to filter out useful children. Throwing the children one by one in a space completely cut off from the outside was a clear process to filter out useful children. Such a process could not end immediately. This process would be repeated over and over again, and it was clear that many children would continue to die in the process. He could think of cooperating with other children to fight back, but Pyeolwol did not believe that things would turn out so smoothly. It was their intention to drive so many children into one place. It will certainly put the children at risk by testing them in one way or another. Until now, they still haven't appeared and were still forcing the children to survive on their own. If so, it was clear that the same method would be used this time as well, making children kill each other or making them suspicious of each other. If that happens, everyone will be each other's enemy. If they were going to be an enemy anyway, it doesn't matter if they become his enemy a little earlier. Food came down once a day, always at the same time. As the food came down, each group fought a nerve war to get even a little more food. So Yowel, who is a woman, secures the most food for her group. Then, after securing as much food as possible, she still only ate the smallest amount, and she took good care of the children who followed her. What's good staying in a dark place where you couldn't even see anything in front of you? Instead of staying by yourself like this, why not come and join our group? I believe I've already answered that question before. Shouldn't your answer change depending on the situation? Despite Pyeolwol's blunt words, So Yowel did not lose her smile. It was so pretty that it made his eyes dizzy when she smiled lightly. So Yowel's face gained some weight because she ate well and was comfortable. As her health improved, her dazzling beauty also came back. Her beauty was also a big factor in leading her group. In fact, many of So Yowel's followers are those smitten with her beauty. Now it was time for the food to come down. When the basket came down, the leaders such as So Yowol and Kang Il were already there. Aren't there going to be idiots like Gu Ji-pyong again? Gu Ji-pyong was the name of a child who died a while ago. He made a plan to escape outside by getting in the basket. When the children had all their food, he climbed into the empty basket. However, while the basket was being pulled up high in the air, the rope that tied the basket from above was suddenly cut off. In the end, Gu Ji-pyong fell to the floor and died horribly. The basket did not come down for 3 days after that. Why is there only this much? The amount of food has decreased. What? The smile disappeared from So Yowel's face, and the other leaders couldn't hide their bewildered expressions. Securing food was of paramount importance in this closed place. At first glance, food was reduced by almost a quarter. It could have been seen that there was not much difference, but the amount was so small that it reminded them of starvation for children who were barely satisfying their hunger. The evidence was that even the head children could not hide their bewildered expressions. In the darkness, a red tint lingered in Pyeolwol's eyes. Mak No Sam was a boy who survived the last section and joined the group led by So Yowel. Although he had the smallest build among So Yowel's group, he had pulled his weight through sheer tenacity, and that small boy was now lying dead on the floor. His appearance was truly miserable, as he had been brutally beaten to death. His face was mutilated to the point of being unrecognizable, and his body was full of black bruises. The sight of Mak No Sam's corpse was enough to ignite the fury of So Yewol and her followers. Who the hell did this? I won't let this go, you bastards. The children erupted in anger. It was difficult to believe their own eyes. There was only one reason for Mak No Sam's death. He was the weakest link in So Yowel's group, and it was said that he had a habit of sparingly eating his rationed food. There were still traces of food on his hands. It meant he was attacked before he even had the chance to eat. Song Cheon-woo frowned and asked the children, "Did anyone see who did this?" Everyone shook their heads. "Damn, we need to know who did this to get revenge. It doesn't matter who. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter who made Mak No Sam this way. The important thing is that someone who followed us died. If we decide to stay still, everyone will start to look down on us. We must take revenge now in the same manner." So Yowol did not say who the target would be, but Song Cheon-woo already knew who she meant. A weak and powerless child, the youngest among another group, they were So Yowol's targets. That night, the group led by So Yowol moved in secret, and the weakest child in Go Youngsun's group was killed. It was the beginning of the war. Pyeolwol scratched the wall with his fingernail. It had been a while since he last scraped moss from the wall. He brushed a considerable amount into his mouth at once. It still tasted disgusting, but it was better than starving. The children's war had also reached Pyeolwol. The brutality was so intense, it was hard to believe it was carried out by children in their early to mid-teens. It was difficult at first, but once blood had been spilled, hesitation disappeared. If they didn't find the courage to kill, they would be the ones to die. Food was scarce, and it was impossible for everyone to share equally. Every night, someone turned up dead. One night, it would be someone from So Yowol's group. Another night, someone from Yam Il-yongzing's. Distrust spread rapidly. Children began to leave their groups, convinced their leaders could not protect them. Many chose to survive on their own. The 4 large groups splintered into 8 smaller ones. The children no longer trusted each other. Food continued to decrease day by day, and their fighting grew fiercer. Fortunately, none had yet dared to enter the space where Pyowool stayed. Instinctively, they feared the deep darkness of the area where they were originally confined. Even with torches, they hesitated to step into that abyss. Thanks to that, Pyowool had lived more comfortably than the others. He could eat moss in peace, but that peace ended today. A faint rustle reached his ears, the sound of footsteps brushing the floor. It was so subtle that only someone with senses as sharp as Pyowool's could detect it. Not just one or two, at least four people were moving together. Since his residence was deep in the cavern, no one would arrive there by mistake. They had come for him deliberately, for a bad purpose. Are you sure this is the right place? Yeah, I'm certain. Why is it so dark? I can't even see anything in front of me. Their voices echoed in the chamber, even whispered. They carried far without anything to absorb the sound. One child finally lit his torch. He wanted to stay hidden, but with no visibility he had no choice. In the flickering light, their faces appeared. Yom Iljung and three boys who followed him. After losing one eye to Pyowool, Yom Iljung had longed for revenge, but the memory of that day still haunted him. If not for the lack of food, he might have continued to delay his revenge, but starvation and constant death had hardened him. He had killed 2 children himself. Now he thought he was ready to kill Pyowool. After killing him, he planned to take on So Yowel and Kang Il and rise as sole leader of the underground community. That was his end goal. He lifted his torch and scanned every corner, but Pyowool was nowhere in sight. Their expressions grew uneasy. Then, Yom Iljung snapped his head toward him. What's wrong? Something bit my foot. The boy collapsed, foam bubbling at his mouth, his face turning black. Something shifted in the darkness. Yom Iljung swung his torch toward the sound, but saw nothing. Another boy screamed. He too was suddenly down, and something black darted away in the shadows. It moved like lightning, appearing behind the last boy. You bastard! The boy swung his fist, sharp and well-aimed, but the shadow blurred and flickered like a candle flame. The shadow coiled around his neck like a snake. The black shadow was Pyowool. Let him go, Yom Iljung shouted, torchlight casting sharp shadows over Pyowool's face. Fear returned, flooding back stronger than ever. He had seen Pyowool crush 3 boys in an instant without even knowing how. The strangled boy was running out of breath. Pyowool knew this was the crossroads. If he killed the boy, he would become a murderer, exactly what their captors wanted. But in this world, hesitation was death. The red gleam in his eyes flared. But Pyowool tightened his grip. The boy's struggles weakened. His tongue lolled, and soon he lay lifeless. He had no vital signs. Pyowool had crossed the line. Yom Iljung stepped back, trembling. Though he himself had killed, Yom Iljung cursed Pyowool for the same. But Pyowool had grown stronger, sharpened by darkness and poison, stronger than Yom Iljung could ever be. The fear Pyowool had planted in him was unshakable. His trembling legs and sweat-drenched face proved it. Pyowool stepped closer. Spare me. I'll be your subordinate. You'll need me. I'm sure you'd be obedient at first. But in time, your fear of me would fade, and you'd try the same again. No, you're wrong. Before he could finish, Pyowool vanished from sight. Bam! Pain exploded in his chin, his vision blurred. Pyowool wrapped an arm around his neck and squeezed. Yom Iljung struggled, but Pyowool didn't let go. He whispered, the reason I'm killing you is because I'm still weak. The group that had followed Yom Iljung was disbanded. Both Yom Iljung and his henchmen were found dead. Their corpses shocked the children, who were already embroiled in quarrels in the underground cave. As food dwindled, murder became routine, but never had so many children died at once. Among the deceased was Yom Iljung himself, the leader of a group. Though he had once been humiliated by Pyowool, no one could ignore Yom Iljung. He had been one of the strongest figures in this underground community. It's Pyowool. He killed all of Yom Iljung's group. After the killings among the children, Yom Iljung had openly threatened to kill Pyowool. That's why the children knew he would one day seek revenge. Yom Iljung had gone to confront Pyowool and had lost his life in the process. How strong is he? To kill 4 people alone, that demon-like child, you can't fight someone like him. Fear of Pyowool had deeply rooted itself in the children's minds. Since then, the fight for food continued. Children continued to die day after day, but no one dared approach Pyowool's territory. He's clever and ruthless. He knows how to make people fear him, Go Youngsan murmured. He was also a group leader. To protect his own, he too had been forced to kill. Some children even suggested negotiation. Why don't we work with the other groups? If we reduce what we eat even slightly, we wouldn't have to kill each other. But the authorities who locked them here had already reduced food distribution to nearly 3/4. How much less it could become was unknown. To survive, the children had no choice but to kill. That's why he took Yom Iljung's eyes and didn't join any group, Go Youngsan thought. Everyone knew they were destined to become murderers. Pyeolwol killed one of the leaders at the perfect time, imprinting the truth of his absolute strength in their minds. Go Young-san trembled at Pyeolwol's scheme. He was older, experienced, and had met many people, but few had such a vicious heart at such a young age. Never approach Pyeolwol. He's different, he warned his members. But he's alone. That's what makes him terrifying. Nothing is scarier than someone with nothing to protect. Don't even try to touch him. Yes, okay. The children had no choice but to agree. Boss. A child came running from the other side, the one Go Young-san had sent to scout. Fast and sharp-witted, he reported, there are 2 kids at the red house in the north. I think they're from So Yowl's group. Are you sure? Yes, I checked several times. Go Young-san bit his lip. What about their food? They have potatoes. If we don't go now, they'll eat them. The children's eyes sharpened. Hunger could drive them to murder for a single potato. Go Young-san hesitated briefly, but had already decided. As the scout said, 2 children were peeling potatoes. At the sight of the potatoes, Go Young-san's children's eyes changed drastically. Kill them. Even before Go Young-san could order, they rushed. The potato holders screamed and ran, startled. Something felt wrong to Go Young-san. A scream pierced the air. A child ran from the front, his head shattered, collapsing. Behind the alley, someone had smashed him with a club. Hidden children emerged. So Yowl's trap had sprung. Damn it, everyone back! Go Young-san shouted, but it was too late. So Yowl's group had completely surrounded them. So Yowl and Son Cheonwoo appeared among the children. Ho ho, 1 potato, and we've caught a big fish. Fewer mouths to feed this time. So Yowl laughed coldly, victorious. How dare you? What can you do by glaring? Go. Young-san gritted his teeth. They were outnumbered. The terrain was against them. Panic ran through the group. Can't you end it with just me? He begged. The food situation won't allow that. Will you only be satisfied after killing them all? If you were in my place, you'd do the same. Stop pretending otherwise. So Yowl's face stayed cold. Food from outside was decreasing. If their numbers didn't reduce, everyone would starve. She had no time to pity others. Kill them all. Her group rushed forward. Children fought brutally. Clumsy in martial arts, their determination to kill rivaled seasoned fighters. Their attacks were savage fists, pounded faces, teeth tore flesh. Adults rarely kill with bare hands. These children did it easily, looking like wild beasts. Pyeolwol watched from a nearby pavilion. He observed every move, noting their skill in using terrain and deception. So that's how it is, he muttered. He realized the captor's intentions. The children were being molded into killers. This place is likely a miniature or replica of a larger, influential estate. It's designed to accustom us to killing on their terrain. Pyeolwol stood, red light in his eyes. They're turning us into assassins. So Yowl basked in the glow of her overwhelming victory, a small, triumphant smile on her lips. Her group shared the same intoxicated sense of elation. But not everyone felt triumphant. Some children trembled under the weight of a terrible guilt. Lee Min was one of them. Today she had killed another child. Blood stained her small white hands. She had washed them countless times, yet the smell lingered, clinging to her as if following her. Lee Min exhaled softly. Her eyes were red and bloodshot, strained from forcing herself to cry. Kike, did you see him? The guy I strangled. He looked like a crucian carp gasping for air. It was exhilarating. Our leader is truly the best. The children devoured the food they had stolen from the Go Young-san group, chatting casually about their exploits as if nothing were amiss. They had grown accustomed to blood. It had become natural to them. It was disgusting. No, the truly disgusting thing was being among them. Lee Min felt a deep revulsion she could not suppress. Clang. A dull noise echoed from the underground ceiling. The children looked up suspiciously. A massive basket was descending. Excitement surged. Surely it carried food. You have to secure as much as you can, so Yowl ordered. Yes, boss, will do. Her group responded with fierce enthusiasm. With the Go Young-san group gone, no rival remained to challenge them. Some groups survived, but none dared compete with So Yowl. Her sharp eyes scanned the crowd, seeking Pyeolwol. Among all the children, he alone unsettled her. At last, So Yowl's gaze found him. But Pyeolwol's expression was peculiar, stiff, wary. Her eyes flicked to the basket instead. Pyeolwol's gaze was fixed there. Then it happened. People emerged from the basket, adults. Masked adults wielding metal bats. The children screamed as violence erupted. What's happening? The masked men struck without mercy. Any child who resisted was quickly overpowered. No poison, no cunning, no experience of murder could save them from trained adult fighters. Flesh was struck and broken. Children, immature and fragile, were trampled. So Yowl bent like a shrimp under the blows. Pyeolwol did the same. He could have escaped into the darkness, but doing so risked drawing attention. He allowed the assault to continue, knowing survival depended on restraint. The baskets continued descending, each new wave carrying more masked adults. Then he saw them, three distinct figures with masks marked Tai, Hai, and Sai. They were different, terrifyingly so. They surveyed the hall. Every child was on the ground, broken and beaten. Not even So Yowl's leadership or their poison skills could withstand such overwhelming force. Pyoel shivered. They didn't see the children as human, only as tools, as consumables to be tamed. The masked man with Phi raised his hand, and the violence ceased immediately. The others stepped back. I am called First Sword E, Hai, she declared. From now on, this place and your lives belong to me. There are no exceptions. A small group leader tried to speak but was struck down instantly. His head rolled, a brutal warning. The children understood, and even harsher hell had opened. The survivors, 49 children, remained from over 300. 200 had perished from starvation or despair. 50 had died in the brutal food wars. Those who remained were poisonous to the core, hardened by suffering. They bowed and feigned fear, but their eyes betrayed their hatred. They are cursed poison, First Sword murmured. Like insects in a jar, the children had devoured each other in competition. The last ones standing were the most venomous, the most cunning tools of unparalleled potential. The real question, could they control these children? So Yowl was the most dangerous, leading the largest group. Others, like Song Qianwu and Kang Il, were also noteworthy for their martial talent. The masked adults observed through hidden cameras, fully aware of the underground facility's operations. Built long ago by mages, the facility was now repurposed for raising these cursed poison children. First Sword asked quietly, "How about that lone survivor? If it's Pyoel, he's still alive." He had endured the harshest conditions with minimal resources, a feat that even impressed the masked men. "Keep an eye on him, he's not normal." They had 6 years to complete their plan. Only the strongest would survive, and those who did would be weapons beyond measure. Alone, First Sword unfolded a note from his bosom, privy only to the Blood Phantom Group captain, requesting the assassination of duration 7 years. Reward 500,000 gold. Condition: leave no trace related to the Blood Phantom Group. The third sword threw a booklet in front of the children. Learn this starting today. On the cover of the booklet were 4 characters: thunder-splitting cultivation technique. The children looked at it with puzzled expressions, and the third sword continued. I'll give you 3 months. You must learn this within that time. The third sword made the children sit cross-legged and follow the breathing technique of the cultivation method. Masked men surrounded them to ensure compliance. Inner chi isn't generated in a day or two. The human body is at its purest right after birth, when properly utilizing the breathing method could generate a tremendous amount of internal energy. Prestigious clans use techniques like bone marrow cleansing to prepare children's bodies for cultivation, which made their progress far faster than ordinary children. Pyoel and the others couldn't undergo such treatments. They had to prepare their bodies gradually. Under their watchful eyes, the children practiced relentlessly. Mornings were spent on the thunder-splitting cultivation technique, afternoons on physical training. Those who lagged were harshly corrected. The final battle ahead is your goal. The first to arrive rests. The last will face hell, the third sword declared. Children ran with all their might. Custodians attacked from hidden positions, striking those who tried to cut corners. Pyoel understood the true purpose of the training, to detect hidden custodians and find a safe path. He deliberately passed near a hiding assassin and was struck, but endured and ran on. From the fortress's high point, first and second sword observed. Some children were beaten, others, like So Yowl, avoided attacks entirely. She excelled in judgment, courage, and execution, despite her physical disadvantage as a girl. Song Qianwu and others were also commended. What about Pyoel? He's mediocre. Not particularly outstanding, came the assessment. Disappointed, the swords held back judgment, waiting to see further progress. Exhausted, the children fell asleep. Pyoel maintained average performance, which suited his plan. He clutched the thunder-splitting cultivation technique booklet. Others had grown familiar with the method and stopped reading it, but Pyoel monopolized the original copy. He felt ki stirring in his dantian, something the other children couldn't sense. Even So Yowl hadn't felt it yet. Pyoel suspected he was either more sensitive to ki or had a special affinity with the technique. He needed to verify this by studying the original copy. Sitting cross-legged, he began to read, listening to only the sound of paper flipping in the darkness. They're growing faster than I thought. If this is the case, I think 5 years is enough instead of 6. In fact, the time period of 6 years was chosen not because the target is that strong, but to erase traces as much as possible and achieve perfection. You cannot underestimate the target. He possesses the most talent in all of Sichuan province. To deal with such a talent, perfect preparation is not enough. because if we make any sort of mistake, then entire Blood Phantom group may be annihilated. Isn't that why the captain recruits and trains these children who have nothing to do with the Blood Phantom Corps? Even if they fail, there will be no problem. That's also the reason why they never take off their masks. They cannot show their faces to children to hide their identity. The sword apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to underestimate the target. I know, still, you must be fully alert. Yes, sir, the second sword replied vigorously. Now, let's teach the children assassination techniques. All right. Push the children even more. A lot of them will die, but the ones to survive will become even stronger. The custodian formed the children into 2 pairs and threw them each a dagger. Pyeolwol is paired with a child named Gok Sucheng. The sound of children swinging daggers echoed in the underground cave. The custodians only gave them a sword but did not correct the posture nor give any detailed instructions. It was as if they had finished their work just by telling them about the swordsmanship. At that moment, the dagger of Gok Sucheng flew at a speed that could not be compared with before. His dagger was aimed precisely at Pyeolwol's throat. It wasn't just a faint stabs like before, but he was actually starting to attack with murderous intent. Pyeolwol's sword deflected Gok Sucheng's sword. The fight would normally have stopped at this point, but Gok Sucheng rushed at Pyeolwol like a demon. The murderous intent he harbored was real. He really wants to kill Pyeolwol. Even the custodian who was watching from nearby knew that fact. But the custodian did not stop the actions of Gok Sucheng. Rather, he looked at them with interest. With a smile full of madness, Gok Sucheng dug into Pyeolwol's arms. In a moment of crisis, Pyeolwol threw away his dagger. Because it felt clunky, Pyeolwol stretched out his legs and kicked Gok Sucheng's stomach. As Gok Sucheng was swept away due to the strong impact, Pyeolwol immediately went for Gok Sucheng's wrist and twisted it. As his wrists rotated, a hollow bone protruded through the flesh. The first sword approached after hearing Gok Sucheng scream. He looked at Gok Sucheng lying on the ground, holding his broken wrist with a cold, indifferent gaze. The first sword's eyes quickly shifted to Pyeolwol. Did you do this? Yes. Swing. In an instant, a sharp sound rang out. Pyeolwol saw a glint in front of his eyes, a sword imperceptibly drawn and aimed at his neck. Pyeolwol's shoulders trembled. Even with his trained eyesight, he couldn't perceive the exact moment the sword was drawn. It was a terrifyingly fast strike. It was Pyeolwol's first time seeing a human wield a sword with such speed after witnessing the first sword skills. It was mind-blowing. Am I going to die? For the first time, Pyeolwol confronted the concept of death. He had assumed wounding Gok Sucheng wouldn't lead to punishment because that's how things had always been. He thought the adults only valued useful tools, children's lives were insignificant. Pyeolwol forced himself to maintain a calm expression. Revealing fear could provoke disappointment, and the sword might swing again. The pressure on his neck intensified. At this rate, it would pierce through muscle and flesh. Then, suddenly, the pressure vanished. The first sword had withdrawn and sheathed his weapon. An assassin leaves no traces. Breaking a wrist and leaving marks is no different from revealing your strength and identity. Remember this, never leave a mark. Pyeolwol remained silent, knowing that sometimes silence was more effective than speaking. Perhaps satisfied with his reaction, the first sword turned and left without another word. Pyeolwol exhaled slowly, yet reminded himself, not yet, I must remain alert. He kept his nerves sharp. Gok Sucheng eventually died. Time passed, training became harsher. The instructors pushed the children to their limits. The children practiced the turtle breathing technique to hide their presence, slowing heart rates and vital functions to mimic death. Mastering it required deep knowledge of the body, and even then, discomfort and unnaturalness could give away the user. Jimpyeong stabbed the floor with his knife. A child hiding nearby screamed, revealing himself. Jimpyeong's blade lodged in the child's shoulder. If I were an enemy, you'd already be dead. The child could only grit his teeth, frustrated that his stealth was exposed despite his efforts. Jimpyeong continued, seeking the next child. One by one, he caught those hiding nearby. Only one remained. Jimpyeong concentrated, but couldn't find the last child. He widened his senses, checking the entire area. Nothing. Where is he? It was inconceivable that a child had broken the rules to escape. Jimpyeong searched repeatedly, but the child was nowhere to be found. Finally, he gave up. I can't find you. Come out now. Suddenly, the ground shook right beside him. He was hiding this close. Jimpyeong was astounded. The child had been right next to him all along. To think his skills are already good enough to deceive me. He felt the blood in his body chill. It was the first real sense of danger he had felt since retiring from the life of an assassin. Pyeolwol opened his mouth. Now that training is over, can I take a break? Why? Yes. Pyeolwol bowed slightly to Jimpyeong and turned around. He could feel Jimpyeong's burning gaze behind him, but he ignored it. He had been in hiding for 3 days, practicing the turtle breathing technique. Perfecting the technique had hardened his muscles and weakened his organs. To recover properly, he needed a quick breakfast. He headed to the largest hall. Secret gazes followed him. It was the eyes of the children. Who is this? Why did you bring your precious body here? A child appeared, tall with a long neck and sullen gaze. His name was So-Gyeok-san, nicknamed Soul Eater Wolf by the others. So-Gyeok-san came from an arts troupe and was a master of the sword. He could change faces instantly, layering silk over a face or using dead children's skins in a terrifyingly realistic way. Pyoewol asked, "Your face has changed again. Is it Yu Kwang'en's face?" He croaked recently, so I'm using his face. You might have forgotten your real face by now. Who cares? We can't get out anyway. If I didn't do this, I'd have gone crazy already. Pyoewol entered the hall. It was cozy, warm, and alive. The children were making a bonfire and grilling food. Pyoewol naturally sat among them. Even though they hadn't seen each other for a while, there was no hostility. Food quality has improved recently, said So Yeowol, adding wood to the fire. Her deep, clear eyes seemed to suck people in. Pyoewol realized, it seems a mission is about to be given. Even pigs get good food before being caught. He met So Yeowol's gaze. Her eyes mirrored his realization. We will be put on a mission soon, she said. The bonfire flared violently, dyeing the children's faces red. First Sword took off his mask with a heavy sigh. An expression of an elderly man appeared. In the middle of the old man's face, a deep black scar was carved diagonally. It was a wound he suffered when he was put on his first mission. The assassin, who people would tremble when they heard his name, was now an old man who's over 60 years old. The name of the First Sword was Lim Seol. However, his name was only known to him and the captain. He was usually just called the First Sword, so he had never heard his name through anyone else's mouth. His name seemed unfamiliar. I guess the time for me to die is nearing. For me to be so sentimental. For the past 6 years, he's been pushing the kids really hard. They didn't even care about sacrificing the children. He only cared about raising children successfully. As a result, 30 children passed all the tests and became assassins. From the 300 people who were first deployed, only a tenth of them survived. Compared to him who started from the bottom, the children here are more fortunate. They received systematic training to become an assassin. The door opened and the second sword and third sword entered. They were startled to see the first sword taking off his mask. It's the first time for them to see Lim Seol take off his mask since coming here. Why did you take off your mask? It's just stifling. Don't you think 6 years is enough? You're free to take it off as well. The second sword and third sword looked at each other. After quarreling for a while, they took off their masks. They simply had their mask removed, but the air coming into their lungs seemed different. For them, masks did not simply work to cover their faces. When they were wearing their masks, they felt no sense of ethics or guilt. To them, walking the path of assassins, the mask was an indulgence and another face. They don't feel any guilt while wearing the mask, but after taking it off like this, they seem to feel weak without realizing it. The name of the second sword was Gu Shinheng, and the name of the third sword was Sang Ilshin. The three of them took off their masks, revealing their true faces, and sat down at the table. Lim Seol said, "Alcohol is best drank at times like this. What a pity. We can drink as much as we want when we get out here, can't we?" There was a glimmer of anticipation on the faces of Gu Shinheng and Sang Ilshin. They spent 6 years here teaching the children. Their skills have improved beyond our expectations, so I'm quite hesitant. Why? Are you afraid you won't be able to control them? Yes. Some children have already gone beyond the level of the instructors. Jiam Pyong said that he did his best, but he couldn't find Pyoewol who practiced the turtle breathing technique. It's a waste. What do you mean? The fact is that we have to use them once and immediately throw them away. We can't help it. Because that was the original contract's request after all. Who the hell is the target of the assassination? Do we really have to do this? Now that the mission is almost over, don't we need to know too? I'm sorry, I can't tell you until the mission is over. Now we must begin the final step. Lim Seol's gaze turned to the desk. An anonymous booklet was placed on the desk. The children looked at Lim Seol with curious eyes. To be precise, they were looking at the booklet in Lim Seol's hand. There were no letters written on the yellow cover. It was literally an unknown booklet. Lim Seol said, throwing an unknown booklet among the children, "3 of you must learn this." The children frowned at Lim Seol's incomprehensible words. In this booklet, the martial arts technique of a certain faction is roughly arranged. 3 of you must master this technique, while the remaining 27 must attack those who have mastered this technique and succeed. This will be the last time. After this training, we won't do any training until we get out of here. Lim Seol's words shook the children's hearts. In the meantime, the children hadn't let down their guard. That's because the instructors severely pushed them hard. Thanks to that, the children's minds became as devastated as a desert, and they stopped trusting anyone. If there is one wish they have, it is that they want to rest in peace, even for a moment. But as if trying to pierce their hearts, Lim Seol came out with the sweet bait of rest. It was a proposal that is bound to shake the hearts of the children. With only 3 sacrifices, the remaining 27 people could rest comfortably. They just don't have to belong among the 3 people who would be learning the unknown martial art technique. Pyeolwol looked at the unknown booklet thrown on the floor. It was not known which swordsmanship was written on the anonymous booklet. However, it was clear that the result would be different from the martial arts they had learned so far. Pyeolwol was greedy for an unknown booklet. The problem is that once you learn the martial art technique, he would become a target for other children. If Pyeolwol would become the target of the children who learned how to kill to the extreme like So Yawol, Song Cheon-woo, and Kang Il, it would not be easy to handle. They threw the poison bait properly. The other children did not know, but the bait that Lim Seol threw was very tempting to Pyeolwol. There is a high probability that the martial arts in the booklet are the martial arts that our target of assassination is learning. Even if it is not exactly the same, he must be learning martial arts similar to it. Pyeolwol made his decision. When he picked up the booklet that had fallen on the floor, the attention of the children was focused. I'll learn this martial arts technique. The other 2 can decide for themselves. When he picked up the booklet that had fallen on the floor, the attention of the children was focused. Are you deciding to be a scapegoat of your own accord? So Yawol asked with an expression that showed she did not understand Pyeolwol's decision. Well, whether I will become a scapegoat or a wolf remains to be seen. You'd better be careful. Everyone in this room will be aiming for you. I'm looking forward to it. Pyeolwol waved to So Yawol, and the children then headed to the dark area where his room was. In the darkness, the children grew crueler, sharper. They learned to track breath and movement, and they devised countless ways to crush the flawed sword style. Now, one by one, its practitioners were falling. Go Shinho had died first. Yuk Pyong was the second. Only Pyeolwol remained. Song Cheonwoo looked at Yuk Pyong's fading eyes, discomfort tugging at what little humanity he had left. I'm sorry, he whispered, though the boy was already gone. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, one more. At a distance, he caught So Yewol's gaze. She signaled, and the children dispersed to hunt the last survivor. So Gyeoksan laughed darkly. He always laughed, no matter the situation. The sound grated on the others, but none spoke. Lee Min finally broke the silence. That just leaves Pyeolwol, doesn't it? No one answered. Faces darkened. Everyone knew. Go Shinho and Yuk Pyong combined still did not equal 1 Pyeolwol. After So Yawol's failed ambush, Pyeolwol had vanished. Despite the sealed underground chamber, not a trace of him could be found. Maybe he escaped outside. Lee Min asked nervously. No, he's still here, So Yawol replied firmly. Her certainty unsettled the others. Lee Min, especially, with her beauty sharpened by the years in darkness, looked troubled. Many had been ensnared by her allure, though she herself seemed unaware. Her loyalty, however, lay wholly with So Yawol. 6 years together, and still, no one could measure Pyeolwol's true depth. He adapted as though he had been born in this prison, always advancing faster than the rest. So Yawol felt a pang of regret. Perhaps her words earlier had driven him to grow even stronger. Pyeolwol had a way of turning the smallest hints into breakthroughs. So Gyeoksan cackled. Wouldn't it be easier to kill the instructors instead? Sung Cheon-woo gave a bitter nod, though all knew such thoughts were futile. The instructors and the 3 swords were not foes one could defy so easily. For now, So Yewol said, we focus on finding Pyeolwol. If we let him linger, he'll only grow stronger. Everyone agreed and departed, leaving only Yuk Pyong's corpse behind. Then the corpse stirred. Yuk Pyong's chest rose once, then shifted aside. From beneath his body, Pyeolwol emerged. He had hidden himself under the body, using the turtle breathing technique to suppress all signs of life. None of the children could have imagined he was lying just beneath their feet. He looked down at Yuk Pyong, whose fate had been sealed not by choice but by chance. Perhaps even in death he felt wronged. Gently, Pyeolwol closed the boy's eyes. It was a small comfort. Then he turned toward the direction the others had gone. With all attention fixed on hunting him, this was the moment he had been waiting for. Silent as a stalking cat, Pyeolwol vanished into the dark. His steps made no sound, not taught by any master but perfected on his own. His destination, the quarters of Lim Seol and the 3 swords. They were the true chains binding the children. For 6 years, fear and dependence had shackled their minds. Even now, Pyeolwol felt the weight of that taboo pressing down. But he would not be bound forever. The dwelling of Lim Seol and the instructors had been hollowed out of a natural cave. It sat on the opposite side of the cavern from where Pyeolwol stayed, its entrance ringed with iron defenses. Instructors took turns standing guard. Because of that vigilance, no one dared try to infiltrate the place. These same instructors had taught the children stealth and infiltration, so they also knew the best countermeasures. As the children's skills improved, the instructors grew more watchful. They believed no one would dare slip past their defenses, but they did not account for a person who could move beyond the limits of their perception. Pyowol crept in without a sound. He combined stealth with his turtle breathing technique. Ordinarily, that technique nearly halted bodily activity. Breathing would be reduced to the bare minimum, and movement was considered impossible. The instructors who taught it expected it to be used as taught, and the children used it that way, motionless, like a corpse. Pyowol questioned that rule. Lim Seol's quarters lay deepest in the cavern. Fortunately, Lim Seol was not in the room. Pyowol searched the study, hoping to find the instructor's affiliations, anything that might reveal who their master was and where to strike to break the restrictions binding the children. No dossiers were anywhere to be found. Instead, he found a single letter, privy only to the leader of the Blood Phantom Group. Duration, 7 years. Reward, 500,000 gold. Condition, leave no traces related to the Blood Phantom Group. How important must one person be for them to spend 7 years raising assassins, sending 270 of 300 to die in training just to kill him? A presence at the outer corridor startled him. He hurriedly returned the letter and slipped into the shadow. Lim Seol was approaching. Lim Seol's instincts sharpened. He could not shake the feeling that something was off. He entered the room and the feeling intensified. Someone came in, he said. No one else could enter the dwelling without his permission. Not the second sword, not the third, not even the instructors. And intruders entered my room. He might still be in the cave. Find them. The instructors exchanged shocked looks. The entrance was always guarded. For someone to slip through such tight security was nearly impossible, but none doubted Lim Seol's word. If he sensed an intruder, there had been an intruder. Lim Seol summoned Gu Shinheng, the second sword, and Sang Ilshin, the third sword. Their faces darkened as they considered the implication. If a child could already penetrate Lim Seol's room, the potential for rebellion was real. The children were growing clever and resentful. Left unchecked, they might rise before they ever reached the mission stage. They had to quash that danger now. Any clues who it could be? Gu Shinheng asked. Pyowol, Lim Seol answered. The certainty in his voice left no room for doubt. There's no child more skilled at infiltration. Gu Shinheng and Sang Ilshin swallowed. It was humiliating to admit, but Lim Seol's sense rarely erred. If a course of action was needed, it had to be immediate. They could not punish him without proof, and they feared the backlash. Lim Seol proposed a different plan. We'll redirect the children's opposition toward Pyowol, he said. Use the Hell Call. The Hell Call. It was a last resort restriction, a terrifying demonstration of authority. It will show the children who truly holds their lives. It will crush their spirit and make an example of what happens to those who defy us. The children's arrogance lately had been growing. This was an opportunity to break them. Bring it out, Lim Seol ordered. Gu Shinheng returned carrying a flute. He handed it to Lim Seol, who led them out to the large underground chamber. From the dark hollows, children watched and waited, hidden in every crevice. Lim Seol lifted the flute to his lips. I'll show you hell, he blew. An eldritch, inhuman tone, barely audible yet everywhere at once, rolled through the cavity. The sound sank into bones and breath alike. Where the hell are you hiding? So Yowl's expression was as cold as stone. She tried to suppress her emotions, but a flicker of irritation betrayed her eyes. She wasn't alone. Every child tracking Pyowol felt the same frustration. All of them had been mobilized for the hunt, yet no one had found a single trace of him. Each child prided themselves on their tracking skills, but against Pyowol, who vanished without a trace, they were powerless. Their annoyance boiled over. Just give me a little more time. I'll find him. That bastard. I never liked him. I'll definitely be the one to catch him. The children pushed themselves harder, scouring the grounds. Some even dared to search Pyowol's underground quarters, but not even his shadow was found. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound rang in their ears. At first, they thought it was an illusion, something only they could hear. But soon, everyone realized the sound was real. Then, one by one, the children collapsed, clutching their chests. It felt as if invisible hands were squeezing their hearts. Breathing became nearly impossible. So, Yowl curled up, trembling violently. She thought she had become numb to pain after years here, but this was different. The heart-wrenching agony soon spread, as if insects were gnawing their way through her body. No one was spared. Every child writhed on the ground in torment. Then, a figure appeared from the shadows. It was Pyowol. His beauty was strangely neutral, blending masculine and feminine features into an unsettling allure. The children were in such agony that they didn't even notice the boy they had been desperately hunting standing before them. He, too, had heard the piercing tone, but unlike the others, it hadn't affected him. At worst, it was just irritating. Yet the other children clutched their hearts, pale as death. They've activated the restriction. His eyes turned cold. This was the moment he had been waiting for. But there was one mystery. Why was he the only one unaffected? He knelt beside Li Min, whose condition seemed worst of all. Her lips were pale, her eyes rolling back. I need to find the cause. Taking a risk, Pyoul carefully channeled his inner chi into her body. Normally, forcing energy into someone else was reckless. Clashing energies could cripple or even kill. But because she practiced the same cultivation technique as him, he hoped the risk would be minimal. His gamble paid off. Her energy didn't resist his. Step by step, he probed deeper with his chi, searching her body, yet he found no foreign presence, no disturbance in her meridians. Her internal energy is fine, he pulled his hand back, frowning. So what's the difference between them and me? Same food, same training, same martial arts. The only difference he could think of, poison. Unlike the others, his body carried a natural resistance to toxins, born from years of surviving the venom of that strange snake. Could that be it? But something still didn't add up. If this was poison, how could all 27 collapse at the exact same moment? And why would an external sound trigger it? No, it's not poison, it's something alive. A memory flashed in his mind, a snake paralyzing an insect with a sound before devouring it. What if it's not poison, but poisonous insects, dormant inside our bodies? Everything clicked. It would have been simple to introduce the insects through food or water. The instructors must have used Hellcall to stimulate the dormant insects, forcing them to release toxins into the children's bodies. So that's how they keep control. Pyoul clenched his fists. The timing was no coincidence. They had triggered the curse because of him, because they suspected his infiltration. Just then, shouts echoed through the cavern. The instructors were coming. Pyoul hesitated. He could slip away, but that would expose his resistance to the poison. Making a quick decision, he collapsed among the children, clutching his chest and feigning agony. With a subtle use of chi, he paled his complexion and made his body convulse. Moments later, Lim Seol entered with the instructors. You were here, his sharp eyes fixed on Pyoul. A thought flickered in his mind. Should I kill him now? For years, he had felt something about this boy was unnatural. Even among the children, Pyoul's calm, unreadable demeanor set him apart. He was too patient, too calculating. A monster hiding in plain sight. Lim Seol's hand tightened on his sword. He drew it and drove the blade into Pyoul's shoulder. The pain was real. Even as he acted unconscious, Pyoul could feel his flesh tearing. Lim Seol leaned in, whispering coldly, "What did you see in my room?" His suspicion gnawed at him. Pyoul had always been different, stronger, smarter, hiding something. Now was the chance to eliminate him. He raised his sword again, but Gu Xinheng and Song Ilshan blocked him. You can't. Let go. His infiltration skills are invaluable for the mission. There are other children, not like him. Besides, we still have Hellcall. As long as it exists, we can control him. At the mention of Hellcall, Lim Seol faltered. The sound it emitted was what triggered the insects inside the children. Without the antidote, they would die in agony. With it, they were forced into dependence. It was the perfect leash. With a heavy breath, Lim Seol lowered his sword. Give them the antidote. The instructors rushed to administer pills to the children. One by one, their color returned. Though the relief was temporary, the insects remained, dormant but alive. Pyoul opened his eyes slowly, clutching his wound, feigning confusion. Then Song Ilshan raised his voice, cutting through their confusion. You all suffered because of Pyoul. If he hadn't invaded our quarters, none of this would have happened. Remember, if something like this happens again, you'll all feel that same pain. The children turned on Pyoul, their eyes filled with anger. Although Pyoul had become the children's public enemy, he didn't care. Even before Sang Ilshan's remarks, he had already been treated with hostility. He was used to being hated. Whether their resentment grew or not made no difference to him. So it really was the cursed poison. Fortunately, the Hellcall had no effect on him. I survived thanks to the snake venom. Pyoul felt oddly lucky. He hadn't endured that fateful snake bite in preparation for this moment, but in the end, it had given him a way to break free from their leash. Another weapon to secure his survival. It's so bleak to be alone in a place like this. He's really strange, rejecting everyone just to live in the dark. Their voices pierced the shadows. To ordinary ears, the whispers would have been faint. But to Pyoul, whose senses far surpassed human limits, each voice was distinct. The three entered cautiously, torches in hand. Where the hell is this kid hiding? So Gyeoksan muttered, sweeping his torchlight around. Why are you looking for me? His voice came from directly behind him, so Gyeoksan spun in shock. Pyoul stood there, silent as a ghost. When did you... Cold sweat trickled down, so Gyeoksan's back. If Pyoul had attacked, he would have died without even realizing. What's going on? Pyoul asked flatly. We wanted to talk, so Yoel answered for him, stepping forward. About what? The restriction, the one imposed on all of us. Do you know what it is? Her gaze locked on him, unwavering. Everyone collapsed at the same time, she continued. I collapsed too. That's the problem, she pressed on. When we fainted, you weren't there. But when we woke up, you were lying among us. That means you weren't affected, or at least not in the same way, sharp as ever. The other children hadn't pieced it together, but she had. I think you know exactly what it is. Am I wrong? Pyeolwol's eyes glinted. You're right, I know. Then tell us. Why should I? What? Why should I tell you? What do I gain from it? So Yaol bit her lip, momentarily speechless. So Gyeok-san snapped instead. You bastard. Is that how you treat your comrades? You might think your comrades, Pyeolwol said coldly. But you hunted me without hesitation, don't you? So Gyeok-san grimaced. He couldn't deny it. None of them had ever truly considered Pyeolwol one of them. He was an outsider, always. Only Yaol and Lee Min spoke to him. Fine. Then from now on, let's be friends. I swear it. I'll never abandon you, no matter what. I'll always treat you as a friend. And you expect me to believe that? Pyeolwol smirked. You've got a thick face. You need thick skin to master the face mask arts. Besides, what's the harm? Having someone as capable as me as a friend can only help. If we ever escape this hell, come find me at the Republic Arts Troupe. I'll help you. Sensing his guard drop slightly, Yaol and Lee Min seized their chance. Then I'll also consider you a friend, Yaol said. At the very least, those who follow me won't oppose you. And I, Lee Min lowered her eyes shyly, I'll consider you special. I'll never betray you. Her voice was soft, her expression enchanting under the torchlight. Pyeolwol studied them in silence, then finally spoke. It's cursed poison. The three stiffened. It's inside all of us, Pyeolwol continued. A living organism, dormant until they blow the flute. Then it awakens, releasing poison into our blood, attacking our organs. Then how did you survive? I've always been resistant to poison. That's why I could still move, even when you collapsed. Then, now that you know, the rest is up to you. Figure out how to remove it yourselves. He spoke not out of kindness, but calculation. The more variables in play, the better for him. Even if just one or two managed to overcome the curse, it would create chaos, and chaos favored him. He was their age, yet his thoughts, his methods, everything was alien. Where did someone like him even come from? She couldn't understand him, perhaps no one could. But she knew one thing, he was not ordinary. Their objective complete, Yaol nodded. Thank you. If you ever need anything, come to me. I'll help however I can. I will, Pyeolwol replied. She turned to leave, with Gyeoksan waving casually as he followed. Only Lee Min lingered. Lee So-min, that's my real name. I want you to remember it. She smiled, cheeks tinged with red. Under the torchlight, her lips gleamed vividly. The air felt different that day. No one told the children what was about to happen, but instinct warned them this day was unlike any other. The atmosphere in the morning was restless and chaotic. Children who normally kept to themselves drifted toward the center of the underground communal area. Among them was Pyeolwol. He had left Section 1 with a strange premonition and joined the gathering. Their masks were the same, but their attire was different, refined, formal, not the worn garments of training. None of the children had ever seen them dressed this way. The air grew heavier as the three approached. Lim Seol let his gaze pass over the group before he spoke. Today, we leave this cave. A ripple of shock ran through the children. They had expected this day would come, but hearing it aloud made their hearts pound. Lim Seol continued. The instructors will go first. After that, it will be your turn. So Yaol stepped forward, voice bright. You will lead the others out. Understood. Her liveliness was unmistakable, and it stirred anticipation in the others. Nearly 7 years had passed since they were cast into this underground prison. To leave meant missions awaited and danger, but even that couldn't dull their joy. Escaping this hell was enough. The instructors returned in new attire as well, masks in place but excitement flickering in their eyes. Trained as they were to hide emotion, none could contain the thrill of stepping outside after so long. Only Lim Seol remained cold. His eyes stayed sharp as he studied the children. How many will survive? They were strong, yes. Hardened by brutal survival and endless competition, they had become feral beasts more than children. Yet against Jonghu's true masters, they were still far from the best. Their target was not the strongest of the present, but a man destined to become one of the future's most dangerous. How many would last against him, Lim Seol would not guess. It doesn't matter. His mission was only to raise them to this level. What came after was not his responsibility. Soon he would retire, leaving this life behind. After a long wait, the basket returned, carrying away the rest of the instructors. Only the children remained, so Yeol approached Pyeolwol. Do you think we'll be put on missions soon? That's the only reason we were raised. Do you know who the target is? No. Pyeolwol shook his head. He knew the name Wu Gunsang, but chose not to share it. Fewer people knowing was safer. He changed the subject. What about the cursed poison? Some of us have been detoxified, so Yowell said with a faint smile. Pyoul's eyes widened. He knew how difficult it was to purge. Min is skilled with poison. Li Min, so Yowell nodded, offering nothing more. Li Seo Min, Pyoul thought. Like everyone else here, her past was sealed away. That she could neutralize the poison so quickly meant her ability was exceptional. He studied So Yowell's profile. Her beauty rivaled Li Min's. Pale skin untouched by sunlight for 7 years, sharp enough to steal hearts. She knew her worth and wielded it like a weapon. Sharing detoxification only with her followers was another form of power. So Yowell was born to use everything around her. The basket returned. Finally, we're going out. The children's excitement boiled over, so Yowell calmed them. The basket can't carry all of us at once. Half will go first, the rest will wait. Whole, she called names. Kaol Pyong, Jinsum, and Moxo. Those chosen rushed into the basket, faces lit with joy. The others showed no resentment, since Soyawol and her closest aides had chosen to remain behind. The basket lowered again. The last group prepared to leave, excitement barely contained. They boarded, so Yowol pulling the rope to signal. Pulwol crossed his arms and looked around the cavern. Darkness had swallowed most of it, but his eyes still traced every corner. This was where they had spent 7 years. He had no fond memories, but leaving still brought a strange sadness. Then his expression hardened. Sentiment. This place is hell. Here he had become a demon. He had killed, hidden his feelings, bled children's lives away. His humanity had died in the dark. What remained was a monster shaped for killing. Perhaps this cave suited him best. A white glow appeared above. Recognizing it as sunlight, Purewol tore his sleeve into a strip of cloth and bound his eyes. His ragged clothing didn't matter. What mattered was survival. So Yawol and Li Min understood instantly and followed. Why? What are you doing? The others stared in confusion. If you don't want to go blind, cover your eyes. Realization struck. 7 years in darkness had left their eyes fragile. Direct sunlight would destroy them. Hastily, the children ripped cloth and shielded their vision. Even through fabric and closed lids, the light stabbed their eyes like blades, drawing tears. Their skin, ghostly pale, reddened at once. The sun's warmth burned them. They had endured countless pains, but none had expected the sunlight they longed for to wound them so deeply. The basket broke through to the surface. A squad of black-clad warriors awaited them. Assassins of the Blood Phantom group. Among them stood a gaunt, middle-aged man with glassy, emotionless eyes. His presence alone made the children's skin crawl. At his waist hung a warped blade, its curve like a crimson moon, the Blood Moon knife. Countless had died beneath it. Its wielder was captain of the Blood Phantom group, Gu Juyang. He had not stepped into daylight for years. But today, the results of 7 years of training and vast sums of gold would be revealed. He would see with his own eyes. A faint smile touched his lips. We've made some useful ones. The client will be satisfied. The children writhed in sunlight, yet from their bodies seeped an aura, sharp, violent, unmistakably deadly. They were ready to be loosed upon the world. For the first time, Purewol realized the sunlight he once loved could be fatal. His whole body felt aflame. If he stayed beneath the sun any longer, he thought he might turn to ash. The pain left the other children writhing, but Purewol kept calm. Eyes shut, he endured and listened. A voice reached him. We seem to have created some useful ones. I'm sure the client will be satisfied. The sound was devoid of emotion, yet carried absolute confidence. At once, Purewol knew this was the captain of the Blood Phantom group. Only someone who commanded all others could speak like that while the rest stood silent. He memorized the man's voice. Another voice followed. Load them into the wagons. Take them to Clear Wind Manor. They'll adapt to the outside world there. Ah, yes, sir. Assassin stepped forward, pairing off to seize the children's arms. They dragged them to carriages shrouded in blackout curtains and shoved them inside without hesitation. The doors slammed shut. In darkness, the children tore off their blindfolds and let out ragged breaths of relief. Purewol also untied his cloth and leaned against the wagon wall. The carriage was crammed far past capacity, dozens pressed together in a space fit for only a few. The wagons rumbled for more than a day and a half, without food, without water. Hunger hollowed the children's bellies. At last, creak, the wheels stopped, the doors opened. They had arrived at a manor ringed with high walls. Gujuyang's voice carried over them. This will be your home. Here you'll adjust to the outside world. Do not be relieved. Any indolence, and I'll cut your breath myself. The pressure of his presence left even these hardened children trembling. At his signal, assassins herded them into rooms. Crude though they were, the chambers were still better than the carriages. Purewol was placed with Sogyok-san and Go Shinnok. Though they had shared the underground for years, this was the first time they'd slept in the same room. For Sogyok-san and Shinnok, it was familiar, but Purewol was an outsider. His presence was awkward. He said simply, "Pretend I don't exist. It won't matter to me. Who cares?" So Gyeoksan grinned. The room held only 4 bunks, a desk, and folded sets of plain clothes. They were cheap, but better than the rags they wore. For 7 years they had barely washed, their garments reeking with age. "I need to wash," Pyo muttered, pointing through the window at a well. Under moonlight, he stripped and poured cold water over himself. The shock of it hammered home one truth. "I'm finally outside. Water splashed. Let's wash too." So Gyeoksan laughed, rushing over. The others followed, and for the first time in 7 years, they bathed, ate, and rested freely. Over the next week, Pyo-wol gradually acclimated to the sun. At first, he could only endure 30 painful minutes. By the 7th day, he could last hours. His eyes also adjusted, first nearly blind, guided by sound alone, then gradually open in daylight. The children were confined to the manor, but even the backyard brought them joy. A strip of sky, the scent of air, the hum of grasshoppers, blossoms by the wall, all miracles to eyes that thought never to see them again. Some wept openly, whispering, "It's worth dying now." They savored the view their dead companions had longed for. But Pyo-wol knew this happiness would not last. The Blood Phantom group had raised them for one purpose. Now that they were used to the sun, their training was complete. His suspicion was soon confirmed. "Take these weapons. Keep them close. You'll need them soon." Swords, needles, tools of disguise, their smiles vanished. The time for missions had come. Gujuyang's quarters were in Great Moon Hall, the largest building of Clearwind Manor. The manor itself had once belonged to a wealthy merchant, built as a retreat with his lover. But assassins ended his dream one night, and his family fled. The abandoned estate became the Blood Phantom Group's base. Now, the same hall served Gujuyang. Lim Xiaol sat across from him, mask removed. Like the children, he had struggled to adapt to sunlight after 7 years below. Younger men managed faster. For older ones like him, the ordeal was harsher. "You've worked hard," Gujuyang said. "I only did my duty. Our group prospered thanks to you and the others, uncle. I owe you much." "There is no debt. I'd have died long ago without your father's hand." It was Gu Zhengpyong, Gujang's father, who had first drawn Lim Xiaol onto the assassin's path. Out of gratitude, he had devoted his life to the Blood Phantom Corps. Gujang poured him a drink. "Your duty is finished. You may rest now. You're granting retirement, of course, the second and third swords as well." "Thank you." Lin Seol raised his glass. The cheap liquor tasted sweeter than anything before, freedom in liquid form. Gu Zhiyang only wetted his lips. He never drank deeply. Dull senses meant death for an assassin. Lim Seol sighed. "Those children are pitiful. Their talent is wasted if they're used once and discarded." "I know," Gu Jiang replied. Through Seol's reports, he understood the terrifying potential of the children. If they could keep them, the Blood Phantom group might one day rival even the greatest assassin sects. But they couldn't. The contract forbade it. The client had demanded new faces, unknown to Zhang Hu. Gu Jiang suspected it was to conceal the client's own identity. Even for a sum as massive as 500,000 gold, he still knew nothing of who had hired them. His lips curved faintly. Finding the client would not be hard, but with such wealth and patience, they were clearly no ordinary power. Better to stay silent. The Blood Phantom group was strong, perhaps among the top 10. But compared to the great sects of Zhang Hu, they were nothing. One sect could annihilate them. Only one assassin group stood apart, the White Spirit Troop. Their 10 bloodsuckers were already legend, feared even by Shaolin, Wudong, and Mount Hua. That was Gu Zhiyang's ambition, to raise the Blood Phantom group to that level. Until then, caution was survival. If we complete this commission, our rise begins. Even the White Spirit Troop won't be beyond reach. His eyes gleamed with hunger. Lim Seol's own gaze wavered. For the first time in years, unease stirred in him. Paiwal studied the weapon in his hand. It was a warped dagger, its back serrated like a saw. A weapon crafted not for beauty, but for one purpose, cutting life short as efficiently as possible. So, Gyeoksan dropped down beside him. "Are you trembling because the mission's close?" he teased. "Maybe a little." "You liar." Pyo-wol's lips curved faintly. "You seem to be the one trembling. You're chattier than usual." "Me? Trembling? Don't make me laugh. I abandoned fear long ago. Nothing in this world scares me." Gyeoksan twirled his dagger, grinning. "I just can't wait to split someone open. Only then will all that suffering feel worth it." The others might not have spoken, but they shared the same conflicted mix of fear and anticipation. "Take your equipment and come out." The two exchanged glances, grabbed their gear, and went. Gudrion's eyes swept over them. "From now on, you'll be relocated. You'll follow the orders of the fourth sword." Behind him stepped a masked man, the strongest of the 7 ghost swords, now their acting leader since Lim Seol's retirement. The swordsman's gaze was razor sharp. "Disobey me, and you die. Move too slow, you die." Act foolishly, you die. If you want to live, act wisely. Children's faces tightened. He was no fading instructor, he was an active assassin, and his killing aura pressed heavily upon them. Move out! The swordsman strode forward. The children followed, a dozen assassins shadowing them. The swordsman glanced back, impressed. 28 children moved with him, yet not a sound betrayed them. The elders raised them well. Their growth was monstrous. Not a single one lagged behind. Some even seemed sharper than the Blood Phantom's own assassins. He pushed the thought aside. These were tools for one use only, then discard. No reason to pity them. By dawn, they reached a hillside. Ahead loomed a colossal mountain, its ridges linked like a blue fortress stretching into the heavens. Clouds circled its waist, unable to pass. The children froze. Even Pyoul, who had roamed Jianghu before his capture, had never seen such majesty. Our goal lies there. Hide! At once, the children vanished into foliage, their bodies pressed against the earth like burrowing moles. Follow my lead, and you'll find a manor, identical to the one you lived in. In Bright Moon Palace, there is a man. He is your target. The words sank in. Only now did the children grasp why they had been raised in shadows, molded for this task. Bright Moon Palace, a secluded outbuilding. Its layout, its path, had been drilled into their minds. Infiltrating it held no fear, only curiosity. Who was worth 7 years of suffering? Only Pyoul already knew. Wu Gunsang, the woman was beautiful. Her skin was pale as snow, her hair long and black as silk. Dark lashes framed clear black eyes that seemed to wash the heart clean. She wore a light blue robe patterned with peacock feathers, layered skirts swaying as she walked alone through a blooming garden. The air brimmed with blossoms, a paradise cultivated for years. Yet her sigh cut through it. Her sorrow clung to her face. She reached out, touching a petal. It crumbled into dust. Another sigh left her lips. An old woman entered then, clad in gray robes like a jackdaw. Her staff struck the earth as her hawk-like eyes bore down with oppressive force. The young woman bowed, alone again. I only wish to enjoy the breeze. Still sentimental. I've worked hard. May I not spare a moment for myself? Few could meet the old woman's gaze without quailing. Sioran did so calmly. Do you resent me? I don't resent you. But my life is at stake. I only wish to be excused. The old woman's glare sharpened. I plucked you from the streets, a starving beggar. I fed you, clothed you, taught you the martial arts that made you who you are, and you dare ask to be excused. Her eyes blazed fiercer than a tiger's. Sioran frowned faintly. She did not fear her master, but she acknowledged the debt. Without her, Sioran might have starved or been sold into ruin. Gratitude bound her more than loyalty. It was only a thought. If master commands, the disciple obeys. Please, don't upset yourself. It harms your health. The old woman's nostrils flared. Others bent under her presence. Only Sioran endured it. She had both talent and spirit, yet still she was destined to be used, not chosen. That truth stung most. Is it today? Sioran asked. If no answer comes, we'll execute our plan. That will bring us great pressure. We prepared 7 years for this. Endure it. Obey me. Of course, master, always. Her tone carried a trace of irony, but the old woman ignored it. Today's weight was too heavy for sentiment. She had not slept all night. Her eyes were red, her heart burdened. Pitiful, Sioran thought, gazing at her with quiet sadness. A middle-aged woman burst in, trampling flowers underfoot. She bowed quickly. They've sent word, and they accepted our offer. Finally. The old woman slammed her cane, the ground denting, petals scattering into the air. Excitement lit her face. The old woman fixed her eyes on her disciple. The sect's future now rests with you. Do not fail. Sioran's calm voice concealed turmoil. The old woman knew, but dismissed it. Duty left no room for private feelings. The messenger added cautiously, but there is one problem. The old woman's expression darkened. Today, that matter. Pyoul and the children lay hidden underground, checking the condition of their bodies. To ordinary people, being buried in pitch darkness with no light would have been terrifying. But to them, it was comfortable, familiar. They were more at ease in darkness than in light. In fact, Pyoul had even managed to sleep soundly. He woke refreshed, his body in excellent condition. For most, time would blur in this kind of darkness. But Pyoul, relying on his sharpened intuition, could tell exactly how much had passed. Less than a day. It should be afternoon by now. He frowned. They had arrived here at dusk the night before. If they were planning a sneak attack, it should have happened under cover of night. That was when assassins were at their strongest. Broad daylight meant exposure. Lying low for a day or two was nothing unusual for assassins, and yet something felt wrong. The fourth sword, his subordinates, and the other children were all hidden, suppressing their presence. The silence should have been natural, but Pyoul's instincts whispered of danger. He had felt this before, deep in the underground cavern. Each time, children had died. And then A spear suddenly burst through the soil where Pyeowol had been hiding. He twisted away just in time, but the boy beside him wasn't so lucky. Pyeowol kicked away the dirt and shouted, "It's an attack!" The children scrambled from their hiding places at his warning. Waiting for them was a ring of soldiers armed with spears and swords. Their confusion turned to horror as a soldier yanked his spear from the ground, dragging a child's lifeless body up with it. "It's true. Assassins were hiding here," the man sneered. He swung the corpse aside like trash. "How dare you rats creep near Chingcheng Mountain? You must not value your lives." The man with the spear was Yu Jin-ok, a Chingcheng sect disciple and commander of the Jinzong Military Academy. Pointing his weapon at the children, he barked, "They've come to strike at the Chingcheng sect. Don't let a single one live." "Yes, sir." With a roar, the soldiers charged. "Disperse, break out of the circle, we'll regroup outside." It was So Yowel who shouted the order. Her words snapped the children from their panic, and they scattered in every direction. "We're at a disadvantage." Pyeowol darted through the chaos, scanning their numbers. He counted at least 100 soldiers, and there were surely more in hiding. Worse, Yu Jinok was a master of the spear. His soldiers, trained under him, were equally adept. Against assassins who relied on short blades and ambush tactics, long spears were deadly, and in daylight, with no shadows to melt into, the assassin's greatest strength was stripped away. Children fell one after another, unable to adjust to the sudden battle. Some died without even closing their eyes, confusion frozen on their faces. The soldiers surged toward Pyeowol, spears thrust from every angle. He slipped through a narrow gap, rushing in close. Before the nearest man could react, Pyeowol seized him by the head. A sickening crack split the air as the man's neck snapped. He killed one, cut him down. Spears lunged again, but Pyeowol was already gone, springing off the corpse into the forest. He had no intention of fighting head-on. Breaking the encirclement was the only option. In the corner of his vision, he saw So Yowal and others also forcing their way out. He pushed himself harder. "Find them. Don't let a single one escape." The pursuers weren't just soldiers. Martial artists from other sects had joined as well, cutting down children without hesitation. "Lord, I don't want to die. What did we do wrong?" Wounded children wept as they bled out. They had done nothing, not since leaving the cavern. And yet, they were branded as assassins and condemned. There is no place for assassins on Chingcheng's sacred ground. Slaughter them all. The soldiers' faces twisted with zeal as they butchered the fleeing youths. Pyeowol climbed a tree, leaping branch to branch like a squirrel to evade the spears below. Soldiers tried to follow but quickly fell behind. "I need cover, somewhere safe." With a final burst of speed, he slipped through the encirclement. His body was cut and bruised, but nothing fatal. But why were we found? They had moved in secret. No one should have known. He remembered Eugenoke's words. It was true. Assassins were hiding here. Someone had betrayed them. It wasn't the children. They hadn't known the target. They hadn't contacted anyone since leaving the cavern. That left only two possibilities. Either the Blood Phantom Corps leaked the information, or the client who ordered the assassination did. Pyeowol's lips tightened. An arrow hissed through the air. He twisted away, narrowly avoiding death. A volley followed, pinning the ground where he had just been. This way. The archer's shout drew more soldiers to him. Among them was Jongnason of Gwimian Palace, known as the Ghost Base Bow, a rare master archer in Zhonghu. Already, 3 children had fallen to his shots. But Pyeowol vanished into the trees. Tracking him should have been easy. The boy was wounded, leaving blood in his wake. Jongnason activated the Qinshu Jade Heart technique, heightening his senses. None had ever escaped his pursuit, until now. From the distance, soldiers suddenly shouted, pointing behind him. Jongnason turned and froze. Pyeowol's fingers stabbed into his throat, sinking through flesh like tofu. Jongnason gurgled blood, eyes wide with disbelief. Pyeowol wasted no time. With warriors closing in from all directions, he sprinted for the river and leapt in. Pyeowol let the current carry him. Water had been scarce in the underground cave, so he'd never learned to swim properly. Still, he understood the basics and used every ounce of his strength to move with the flow. Jumping into the river didn't guarantee escape. He didn't know what dangers lurked downstream, so he swam and rested in turn, always alert. During 7 years underground, the children had learned to kill each other. But they had also developed rudimentary communication, secret marks carved like meaningless scratches, codes only they could read. 200 meters north. He followed the trail, moving silently and masking his presence with a mix of thunder-splitting and turtle-breathing. The password led elsewhere, and elsewhere again, 400 meters northeast. Red droplets stained the ground blood. Whoever'd been ahead was badly hurt. Several times, soldiers passed close enough that Pyeowol had to dive into brush and hold his breath. The net tightening around the plane made escape seem impossible. He kept going anyway until a spear burst from the soil. He rolled clear just in time. The attacker was a girl moving like a cat, Li Min. Relief flashed on her face when she recognized him, but Pyo-wol's eyes went to the blood marring her side. She was grievously wounded. The trail of black droplets matched her. She had fought to the end to buy others time. She'd used every trick she had to survive, but at terrible cost. She was dying. Pyo-wol sat beside her. Despite his lack of medical skill, it was obvious. She stood on the knife edge between life and death. "Unless a miracle," he began. Li Min smiled faintly. "I know. Are you afraid? Don't you want to live? I do. Can you save me?" "No." He was blunt. "That's why I stopped fighting. I know my body." Her eyes were distant, tired but calm. "Don't be sorry. It's not your fault." "Still, what I want," she whispered, voice cracking, "is for you to survive. I'll try. Live, survive, and make them feel what we felt." Her breath came shallow. "After all we did to survive, to be erased like this by someone who decides our fate," she choked on the word. "I want them to know." Pyo-wol listened. In the underground, she'd fought harder than anyone. She'd believed leaving meant a future. That faith had been stolen. Her last request was small and human. "Call me by my name." He spoke it softly. She smiled the faintest smile, as if a light had answered. "Thank you, I wanted to hear it." She did not move after that. Pyo-wol felt the finality immediately. Her body slackened, her face serenely beautiful, even in death. The small bond between them snapped. For a breath, he sat holding her. Then he laid her gently on the ground. Footsteps and harsh voices approached, soldiers tracing blood. Pyo-wol's hands went to work, quick, efficient. He had one last word for her. "I don't know who planned this, but I will erase them all from the face of the earth. Watch me." He rose and melted into the brush as the hunters drew near. The base of the Blood Shadow group was a tightly guarded secret. Though their reputation in Sichuan was great, in the end they were only assassins. Their trade bred endless enemies, as many as grains of sand along a riverbank. Every family touched by their blades nursed hatred. Vengeful men and women waited for any chance to tear the group down. Gujiyong sat in his residence listening to the Fourth Sword's report. "Only I and my subordinates escaped unnoticed," the assassin said. "And the children. The inescapable net has been cast. It would be impossible for them to get out." "What a pity," Gujiyong sighed. His face carried genuine regret. The children were talented, honed carefully for years, yet discarded without ever being used. On his desk lay a single sheet of paper. Written on it, one word: cancelled. The client had withdrawn the assassination request. The moment Gujiyong received the notice, he ordered the Fourth Sword and his men to flee quietly. The children, lost in their turtle-breathing technique, never noticed. Soon after, the inescapable net unfolded, an unexpected move. Had it been fully activated earlier, even the Fourth Sword would never have escaped. "Isn't this place in danger too?" Fourth Sword asked. "Because of the client. They killed the children to erase evidence. Wouldn't wiping us out as well be safer?" "You're right, but they won't find this base. Not by ordinary means." For insurance, Gujiyong had more than one house. "We wait for the storm to pass," Gujiyong decided. "No rash moves. You truly don't know the client's identity. If I wanted, I could find out. But there are lines one should never cross." He picked up the letter and shook it. A faint scent spread through the room. Fourth Sword stiffened. Tracking incense. What? Someone hid it in the letter. His trained nose had caught what Gujiyong's vigilance missed. Without shaking it, no one would have noticed. Gujiyong paled. Then, screams erupted outside. Soldiers were storming the mansion, cutting down assassins with ease. Workers who'd lived as harmless staff revealed their true nature, but even these trained killers fell quickly. "All of you, retreat," roared Lim Seol, the First Sword. He threw himself into the fray, but even his skill barely slowed the intruders. "Captain, run!" Fourth Sword seized Gujiyong's arm. "Run where?" Gujiyong snapped. "I am their target." The client had moved against him. They crossed the line, Gujiyong muttered. Between assassin and patron, rules existed. Those rules had been shattered. He drew his blade, the Blood Moon knife. "Sir, we can still—" "No. Look around. There's no retreat." He shook off Fourth Sword's hand and stepped forward. "Now is the time to show them. If they bite, they'll be the ones devoured." With a slash, he plunged into the fight, his blade painted arcs of red. One stroke, one kill. Wherever he swung, blood spattered and bodies fell. Though long absent from the front lines, his killing art remained lethal. The assassins rallied behind him. For a moment, the momentum shifted. "Hold on," Gujiyong shouted. "We can still win!" A cold voice cut him off. "You won't have that chance." A surge of energy came with it. Gujiyong blocked with the Blood Moon knife. The blow rattled his organs. He nearly spat blood. "Who are you?" he demanded. "How dare an assassin ask my name?" A woman vaulted the fence and landed before him. She was striking in her beauty, but the sharp arch of her brows radiated venom. Recognition darkened Gujiyong's face. "You, Zhonghua, The life-ending toxic heart, then the client. Hold your tongue, she snapped. She drew a chowry from her waist, its shadow flickering in his vision. Gujian's heart sank. Zhonghua was no ordinary opponent, and her backer was what truly chilled him. Only then did he grasp who had hired them. Fear flickered across his eyes. Fool, I should have known, he cursed his complacency. Their fate had been sealed the moment they accepted the commission. My mistake brought disaster, he growled, but I will not die alone. He hurled himself at Zhonghua, blood moon knife blazing with red-black chi. Steel and silk clashed, blade against chowry. Sparks flew as their energies collided. Zhonghua's expression tightened. So the leader of assassins holds such skill, even trained in the orthodox arts of Ime, even with decades of mastery, she could not easily subdue him. But daylight was against him. She resolved then, the blood shadow group must be annihilated. Gu Zhuyang tried to evade, but pain shot through his ankle. A hidden weapon had pierced him. Distracted by Zhonghua, he couldn't react in time. His balance broke. The cowrie struck his chest, caving it in with crushing force. He collapsed, gasping. Around him, his assassins fell in droves, overwhelmed. Blood filled his vision. Tears of fury streaked his face as he watched his group's destruction. Then came the sound of steady footsteps. Disciple Zhonghua greets master. An old woman entered, leaning on a staff. Her presence was suffocating, like a crow looming over carrion. Why waste time on such lowly assassins? She asked coldly. Forgive me, master, Zhonghua bowed. They resisted more than expected. Gujiyang's eyes widened. Abbess of 9 calamities. The MA sect, how could you? Your request. Crack. The abbess's staff smashed down, caving in his skull. What nonsense, she murmured, watching the blood spread across the floor. With the death of their captain, their morale crumbled further. The first sword knelt, a blade piercing his chest. Before him stood a dazzling woman, her sword the instrument of his death. She wore a pale blue top decorated with a peacock feather pattern, complementing her ethereal beauty. I heard there was a disciple among the abbess's students whose beauty was like a fairy's and whose talent pierced the sky. It must be you, he murmured. Exaggerated rumors, she said, shaking her head. The first sword's despair was absolute. Decades of his life, spent as a seasoned assassin, were rendered meaningless. Yong Seol-ran's gaze softened for a moment before she turned toward Guhasata. Around the abbess gathered all the Ame sect's great disciples, Zhonghua, Kyosum, Doyan, Dansum, Unmong, senior sisters of Yong Seol-ran. Zhonghua's eyes narrowed as Yong Seol-ran approached. You're late, youngest. What did you talk about with the assassin? I'm sorry, senior sister, Yong Seol-ran replied calmly. Her composure drew Zhonghua's respect and caution. Yong Seol-ran would play a pivotal role in Guhasata's future plans. 2 disciples dragged a figure before Zhonghua, the 4th sword, his arms and legs severed, a bloody testament to the abbess's wrath. This is the one who led the newly trained assassins near Qingqing Mountain, said Guhasata, her gaze sharp and contemptuous. Assassins, humans who killed solely for money, were her most despised kind. How many assassins did you command? She asked. Why ask? He struggled to speak. You don't need to know why, just answer. I don't know, he muttered, bloodied, lying. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. You think I'd betray the person who made our base like this? Guhasata snorted and extended her hand. Her wrists, gnarled like old wood, grasped his. Chu Hongyang Gigong, one of MA's most brutal techniques, it caused total paralysis while inflicting agonizing, hellish pain, body and mind shredded as if gnawed by unseen insects, suffering that could persist until death. Even a battle-hardened assassin like the 4th sword screamed in torment, muscles twisting impossibly despite his limbs having been severed. The Amei disciples, including Zhonghua, turned away. Only Guhasata remained, relentless, until the 4th sword succumbed. 28, now kill, he gasped. Guhasata withdrew her hand. He still breathed, but only barely. His body and spirit were crushed. She turned to Zhonghua. How many have you killed? 24. 4 remain. We remove all variables. As Zhonghua departed, Guhasata addressed young Seol-ran. Seol-ran, your role is crucial, you understand. Yes, master. When this matter concludes, I will arrange your union with Qingcheng. Until then, prepare your mind and body. Yes, master. Guhasata muttered to herself, everything is for the sect. The war of demons in heaven reshaped Zhonghu. Some sects collapsed, others rose. The topography of power shifted dramatically. With the Tang sect gone and Amei withdrawn, Qingcheng now controlled Sichuan's major interests, its strongest era. The Amei and Qingcheng sects were the 2 factions, with smaller sects under their influence. All participated in the hunt for the assassins, a mission to protect Qingcheng and eliminate its threat. After years of peace, martial artists relished the chance to display their power. Warriors scoured Sichuan, hunting the scattered children. Roads out of the province were blocked, forcing the children to flee. Among them, Pyeolwol watched from the shadows, perfectly hidden near Chingcheng. The assassins had focused only on escape routes, ignoring the path toward Chingcheng itself. Now, with the defenses concentrated elsewhere, Pyeolwol seized the opportunity. If they want to die as natural enemies of Jonghu, then I'll just become one, he muttered, his target, Wu Gunsang. Pyeolwol's first solo assassination had begun. Chingcheng's sect was like a fortress in the heavens. Its name, Qingqing, reflected the mountains that rose like waves, the peaks forming a natural protective barrier. Steep and unyielding, the terrain made infiltration and escape extraordinarily difficult. The mountains were dotted with guards, disciples stationed throughout, ready to converge as one when trouble arose. The true strength of Qingcheng lay in these scattered defenders. Even if an assassin succeeded, escaping afterward was another challenge entirely. The sect was at its peak after decades of growth. Since the Tang sect's fall, no group could rival Qingcheng in Sichuan. Its borders were secure, its defenses nearly impossible to bypass in a single day. He watched the entrance, noting the flow of people. Thousands came and went daily, merchants, Zhonghu affiliates, and supply carriers. Outsiders could not freely navigate the sect. Then he noticed a young man leaving the sect. About 4 or 5 years younger than Pyeolwol, he moved confidently, smiling at the guards. Clearly, he was a disciple. Pyeolwol followed him. The boy was Dojin, a third-generation disciple of Qingcheng. Talented and well-liked, he was on a mission to collect medicinal herbs for his master. Something snapped tight around his throat. Dojin froze. He tried to scream, but his voice failed. A dagger pierced his thigh, and a strong hand muffled him. It was Pyeolwol. The soft red glow in his eyes struck fear deep into Dojin's chest. In that instant, the boy realized he was a mouse, and Pyeolwol was a viper, ready to strike. "Are you a disciple of Qingcheng? Nod if yes." Dojin nodded frantically. "I'll let you answer my questions. Do not scream." Dojin nodded again, then forgot his promise. A dagger pierced his shoulder. The pain forced him into silence. Pyeolwol's presence alone crushed his will. Any sudden move, any cry, and he could die instantly. He confessed everything he knew, his generation, his sect, and his Yaxionndong affiliation. "I ask one last time," Pyeolwol said. "Who is Wu Gunsong?" Dojin's eyes widened. "Senior brother Wu Gunsong, of the Great Star of Qingqing." Pyeolwol frowned. Dojin explained. Wu Gunsang was the Qingqing sect's finest disciple. His skills surpassed all but the sect's masters. He was also the son of Wu Jinpyong, the sect's second-in-command. He carried the hopes of the entire sect, groomed to restore its glory. This is worse than I imagined, Pyeolwol thought. The 7 years of training, the meticulous planning, it all made sense now. Wu Gunsang was not just a target, he was a prodigy destined for greatness. Even now, escape was impossible. If they discovered Dojin missing, pursuit would follow. Doing nothing carried the same risk. He had no choice. Dojin begged for mercy, tears streaming. Pyeolwol applied a mixture of lime, glutinous rice, and honey to Dojin's face, shaping it to resemble his own. Makeup from the Blood Phantom group allowed Pyeolwol to wear Dojin's likeness convincingly. Clothes exchanged, posture mimicked. Everything about Pyeolwol now mirrored the young disciple. At the main gate, guards saw him approaching. "Oh, it's Dojin. Why are you back already?" "Oh, I forgot something," Pyeolwol said, scratching his head, mimicking Dojin perfectly. The guards let him through without suspicion. Inside, Qingcheng revealed its majesty, temples, courtyards, and halls spread over the mountains. Yet Pyeolwol was unfazed. He had seen similar structures before, and after 7 years of preparation, he knew the layout intimately. Security patrols, weak points, hidden paths. Pyeolwol navigated flawlessly, greeting anyone who might recognize Dojin, passing unnoticed. Finally, he reached his destination, Bright Moon Palace Inai, the residence of Wu Gunsang. Sangqing Palace was the heart of the sect, the site of all major decisions. Security was stringent, and today, the elders, including Myungjin, the longtime sect leader, had gathered there. Myeonjin spoke first. "Has the situation outside settled?" "It seems the search for the assassin has concluded," replied Wu Jinpyong coldly. "How dare an assassin target our sect? Does this make sense, junior brother?" "Of course not. It seems highly likely someone plotted this." Wu Jinpyong's eyes gleamed. "Who could it be?" "It's too early to jump to conclusions. We need more information. Will we leave it at that?" "Not at all. I've already dispatched disciples to investigate." "Impressive, junior brother Wu," Myungjin said with a satisfied smile. Myungjin, the senior elder and Xingcheng's #1 sword, finally spoke. "Whoever caused this must never be forgiven. Our sect stands at a crucial turning point. We cannot allow such an incident to occur again." Wu Jinpyong nodded in agreement. Decades ago, Jianghu had faced the Celestial Demon Union. If Li Kuok and the Providence Alliance had not resisted, the world would have fallen. Shaolin, Wudong, and Mount Hua, boldly opened their gates and fought, gaining fame and influence. Ching Chung and Ime, cautious and closed off, lagged behind, earning Zhonghu's criticism. Don't worry, if we follow the plan, we'll catch up within a decade, said Mu Zhongjin. How dependable. No, senior brother. Then your son must have inherited your talent. Wu Jinpyong's face darkened. Wu Gunsang has isolated himself to focus on training. Is that so? Then there's no cause for concern, Mu Zhongjin said calmly. Yes, that suffices. Wu Gunsang's talent is undeniable, he added, and the elders nodded. Mo Youngjin spoke again. I hear the Ime sect proposed a marriage. Wu Jinpyong frowned. How did that happen? Marriage with the youngest disciple of the Abbess of Nine Calamities. She's rumored to be intelligent and beautiful, a good match for Wu Gunsang. I agree, Wu Jinpyong admitted reluctantly. Why the hesitation? It's because of Guhasata, Wu Jinpyong said. The mention of her name caused all the elders to frown. Guhasata, Abbess of Nine Calamities, was a figure who inspired unease. If Wu Gunsang marries her disciple, we must accept it, Mu Zhongjin concluded. Wu Gunsang is the Qingqing sect's only hope to catch up with the other three sects. Never forget that. Bright Moon Palace, an old hall of the Qingqing sect, carried great historical significance. Though modest in size, it had a high wall and a basement for secluded training. Its assignment to Wu Gunsang reflected the sect's immense expectations. Pyeolwol observed the palace silently. Though it was his first time seeing the real hall, it felt familiar. Like the underground cave structures he had studied for years, he knew every secret path, every weak point. No Qingcheng disciple knew this place better than he did. Crawling along the walls, Pyeolwol approached the palace roof. He knew the old tiled roofs concealed empty spaces, remnants of hurried construction, and he moved through them with ease. Soldiers patrolled below, unaware of his presence. Pyeolwol used the turtle breathing technique to remain undetected, moving silently while listening to their chatter. Did Wu Gunsang bring a woman again? Shh, be quiet. To sneak her in during closed training. Bold. One of our disciples. Quiet. Don't get caught. From this, Pyeolwol learned something vital. Wu Gunsang occasionally brought women inside, contrary to expectations for a Taoist sect. As darkness fell, Pyeolwol made his move, landing silently on the Bright Moon Palace roof. Night was his ally. He removed a roof tile and infiltrated the hall, crawling like a predator, soundless. Peering inside, Wu Gunsang was not immediately visible. Pyeolwol guessed correctly. The young warrior was in the basement. He located a ventilation shaft concealed behind a pillar and slipped inside. Using turtle breathing, he moved as slowly and silently as possible. The underground basement revealed its secret. A 6-foot-tall, half-naked Wu Gunsang lay asleep, a woman beside him. His body was a marvel of training, muscles dense and honed, calloused palms and back, alert even in slumber. Pyeolwol felt a thrill. Wu Gunsang exuded a natural aura, impossible for assassins untrained in martial arts to replicate. Yet Pyeolwol remained composed. He is human. Blood can be drawn, knives can pierce, he can die like anyone else. Weapons lay scattered around, swords of all kinds, proof of his formidable skill. Pyeolwol rehearsed the scene in his mind. From his bosom, he drew a small bundle of rope, a gift from the Blood Shadow group, fashioned it into a noose, and lowered it through the ventilation shaft. As the rope neared Wu Gunsang's face, the warrior stirred, eyes snapping open, directly at Pyeolwol. Caught him. Pyeolwol yanked the rope. Wu Gunsang woke not by sound, but by instinct, a subtle, ominous sense that something was amiss. His nerves prickled, alerting him before his conscious mind even registered danger. The vent shattered, and a black figure fell. It was Pyeolwol, holding a rope that tightened around Wu Gunsang's neck. With internal ki coursing through his palm, he slashed the rope above him. The rope split like paper, freeing him instantly. Who are you? He demanded. Instead of answering, Pyeolwol grabbed a nearby sword and rushed. Wu Gunsang met the attack with his bare hand, striking the blade. It bounced harmlessly. His palms, infused with internal ki, were like forged steel. This was Joel Young-soo, Absolute Shadow Hand, a secret Qingcheng sect technique allowing him to parry sword attacks without wielding a blade. He snorted, fury in his eyes. For an assassin to dare come here, with that he unleashed a devastating strike. Pyeolwol staggered backward, blood trickling from his lips, but he endured. Wu Gunsang, eyes gleaming, advanced. Pyeolwol quickly kicked a dagger toward him. The dagger flew, only for Wu Gunsang to catch it with ease. Though a short blade, it reassured him. Even the greatest martial artist feels confident with a weapon in hand. Wu Gunsang's formidable intelligence and rapid mastery of martial arts had made learning nearly effortless for him. What others took years to master, he learned in months. Martial arts lost its novelty. Women, however, captured his interest. His indulgence led to a tragedy. A woman he forcibly took ultimately committed suicide, causing her family to collapse. Even now, holding a female disciple brought no comfort. His anger simmered beneath the surface. The assassin's attack reignited that anger. "Did that bitch's father send you?" he roared, mistaking Pyo for an assassin sent to avenge the woman. Pyo remained silent, fueling Wu Gunseng's fury. He unleashed his full repertoire of Qing Cheng sword techniques. The basement became a storm of blade strikes. He kicked a rolling sword, redirecting it into Wu Gunseng's dagger. Catching the deflected sword mid-air, Pyo swung, intercepting the relentless 72 sword waves, one of Wu Gunseng's signature secret techniques. The 72 sword waves were not the strongest Ching Cheng technique, but Wu Gunseng had mastered them completely. For Pyo, however, it was a key to survival. He had learned the technique while training in the underground cavity, knowing its weaknesses intimately. Pyo thrust forward. A precise strike, guided by instinct, pierced Wu Gunseng's chest. Blood gushed from Wu Gunseng's mouth, soaking Pyo's face. "How can you use the 72 sword waves?" Wu Gunseng recognized the technique's execution, but Pyo did not answer. He had poured every ounce of energy into this gambit, relying on Wu Gunseng performing the 72 sword waves to create an opening. It was the first practical use of his thunder-splitting technique, a dangerous gamble that had left him seriously wounded. Pyo glanced at the woman he had subdued, then exited through the ventilation shaft. Now, it was a race against time. He had to escape the Qingcheng sect before they discovered him. The roar of Chongyil echoed through the underground chamber as Jin Guang ran upstairs to announce, "It's an assassin. An assassin has killed senior brother Wu Gunseng." An emergency bell rang shrilly through the quiet Qingcheng sect. Startled disciples who had been resting peacefully rushed out in confusion. Moments later came the shocking news. Wu Gunseng had been attacked and killed by an assassin. "Find the assassin, now! Don't let him escape!" Martial artists from across Mount Qingcheng poured out in all directions, scouring the mountain for the killer who had slain Wu Gunseng. A disciple murdered within the sect grounds. It was an unprecedented tragedy. Wu Gunseng had been a promising talent, and his death by assassination turned the Qingcheng sect upside down. In particular, Wu Jinpyong, who had lost his only son, and Yongjin, who had lost the future of the Qingcheng sect, were consumed by grief and fury. They gazed down at Wu Gunseng's body with wretched eyes. Wu Jinpyong fell to his knees before his son's corpse, sobbing uncontrollably. A man once as unshakable as stone, now broken. The elders of the Qingcheng sect looked on, their faces dark with sorrow. "Oh, primordial god! How can our sect endure such an ordeal?" Yongjin closed his eyes and stroked his white beard. Then Wu Jongjin, the elder below him in rank, approached. "Senior brother?" "Speak, junior brother. We must deal with that child." Mu Jongjin's gaze fell upon the unconscious female disciple lying nearby. Yongjin frowned deeply. "What do you mean? She's one of our disciples too." "You can't possibly mean. The honor of Gunseng is at stake," Mu Jongjin cut him off coldly. "If word spreads that he brought a female disciple into his closed-door training, his name will be dragged through the mud. He's already dead, so shouldn't we at least protect his reputation? What's done is done. Gunseng was Qingcheng's brightest star. His death endangers our sect's standing. If we lose face now, our future collapses with him." Though his tone was icy, his eyes betrayed sorrow. He had loved Wu Gunseng like a son, the prodigy who might have led Qingcheng into a new golden age. Now the future was gone, and the only thing left was damage control. Clearly, someone orchestrated this, someone who profits from Qingcheng's downfall. "Junior brother, that's not right. The sect's reputation isn't worth more than a life." The mild-mannered Mu Huajin stepped forward, trying to intervene. But Mu Jongjin turned to the other elders. "Is that what you all think? Will you stand by while our reputation sinks into the dirt? If this continues, we'll fall behind Shaolin and Wudang. We'll be nothing but a minor sect," no one replied. Yet their eyes said enough. Yongjin and Mu Huajin exchanged troubled looks. Then, a voice cut through the silence. "I'll do it." Wu Jinpyong had risen, the bloodied sword from his son's chest clutched in his hand. "Junior brother!" Yongjin's cry came too late. Clang! Wu Jinpyong plunged the blade into the unconscious girl's chest. She spat blood and fell lifeless. "Junior brother Wu, what have you done?" Yongjin tore the sword from his grasp, horrified. Wu Jinpyong collapsed, wailing. "What else was I supposed to do? Gunseng wasn't just Qingcheng's hope, he was everything to me. How could I let his honor crumble before my eyes? Curse me if you must. I've dedicated my life to this sect. If you can't stomach what I've done, then I'll leave it." Yongjin and Mu Huajin could only sigh. The deed was done, and now they had to contain it. "We must catch the assassin." "Yes, find the culprit, and whoever hired him. Have all the sects in Sichuan cooperate. Any who refuse will be treated as enemies." Soon after, word spread across the province, and all of Sichuan erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, at the Amei sect, Abbess Guwasata's eyes trembled as she read the message tied to a bird's leg, a letter from the Qingcheng sect requesting cooperation. Request, yes, but given Qingcheng's power in Sichuan, it was more of a command. The letter revealed that Wu Gunsang had been assassinated. Is this true? An assassin killed Wu Gunsang. It was almost unthinkable. But since the message came directly from Qingcheng, there was no doubt. Unbelievable. The letter crumpled in her clenched fist. Master, is it true? Asked Zhonghua, one of her closest disciples, one of the few who knew the full story. Guwasata's fury exploded. Damn it, we set an inescapable net to trap them, yet the assassin slipped through and killed Wu Gunsang instead. Bang! The desk shattered under her fist. Zhonghua, Keelsim, and Yang Seal ran froze, afraid to breathe. Her grand plan was in ruins. Wu Gunsang's talent had terrified her, the gap between Amei and Qingcheng growing impossible to bridge. So she had secretly hired the Blood Shadow Group to assassinate him, paying an astronomical 500,000 gold. But before the plan could unfold, she conceived another idea. Yang Sealran, her disciple, beautiful, intelligent, and sharp, could be used instead. If the marriage had succeeded, Amei could have dominated Qingcheng within a decade. Now, 7 years of scheming were destroyed by a single assassin. We can't leave that assassin alive, Zhonghua said grimly. They may know too much. Take the disciples, Guwasata ordered. Join Qingcheng's hunt, find and kill that assassin. Yes, master. Zhonghua and the others rushed out. As Yongxiel Ran turned to follow, Guwasata's cold voice stopped her. Now that the marriage is off, you must be delighted, aren't you? Yongxiel Ran turned back, calm and expressionless. Of course not. How could I be glad that I lost my husband? Husband, we were betrothed. That makes him my husband. She bowed silently and walked away. The whole world was tinged with gold. The rice fields before harvest swayed like waves in the wind, and the farmers smiled happily. Their faces were tanned by the harsh sun, their bodies drenched in sweat, yet their laughter was genuine. The harvest was near. The end of the long, arduous journey that had begun in spring was finally in sight. That was why the farmers' laughter was so full of life. None of them noticed that someone was quietly stealing the clothes they had left on the roadside. It was Piowol, walking calmly as he changed into a farmer's attire. He hung a sickle at his waist and walked like one of them. One of the many things he had learned to survive in the shadows was imitation. It was So Gyoksan who had taught him that art. So Gyoksan came from a traveling performance troupe. He was a master at transforming his face in an instant, able to become anyone or anything. But he had told Piowol something crucial. An audience isn't moved by just a changed face. You have to become the person behind it, think, move, and breathe as they do. He approached the guards casually, face calm and unassuming. Stop! He looked startled, the picture of a frightened peasant. We're searching for a criminal who's committed a grave sin. State your identity. My name is Yang Chuel. I live in the nearby village. I'm just heading home after a day's work. This early? You're done already? Yes, sir. The weeds are all cut. Today's work is done. The guards exchanged uncertain looks. They couldn't just harass an innocent civilian, no matter the situation. Piowol looked every bit the part, mud-stained, sunburned, exhausted. But Gu Yonsong, the warrior's leader, studied him closely. A disciple of the Amei sect, Gu Yonsong was known for his sharp mind and keen eyes, even earning the favor of Guhasata, the abbess of 9 calamities. The guards stepped aside, just as Piowol was about to walk past. Wait a moment, Gu Yonsheng's eyes narrowed. Why is your sickle so clean? If you were cutting weeds, there should be traces left on it. For the briefest instant, Piowol's eyes flickered, and that was all Gu Yonsheng needed. You're the assassin the abbess warned us about. Attack. The warriors lunged forward. Piowol twisted aside, avoiding their strikes with deadly grace. Abbess of 9 calamities. No one had ever mentioned a name before. Whoever this abbess was, she clearly had a deeper involvement. Piowol's plan to flee shifted in an instant. Now he needed answers. The sickle that had betrayed him earlier sliced through the air. Blood sprayed the dirt road. Another soldier fired a firecracker into the sky, the alarm signal. Reinforcements would soon arrive. Piowol had to end this quickly. The man fell, screaming. In an instant, Piowol was on top of him, wrapping the silk thread around his neck. The line bit into flesh, blood trickling down. Spare me! Who is the abbess of 9 calamities? Guhasata. She's the leader of the Imei sect. Did she order this directly? Yes. All of us were told to assist the Qingcheng sect in capturing the assassin, no matter what. Since when were Imei and Qingcheng allies? They weren't. We were like cats and dogs before. That's why I found it strange. Ogu Yonzong spoke quickly, trying to stall for time, hoping reinforcements would arrive before he died. Piowol listened carefully, memorizing every word. Then everything clicked. A woman who knew Wu Gunsang, a woman who envied him, someone patient enough to weave a 7-year plan, rich enough to fund it, and based in Sichuan. All clues pointed to one person. Guhasata, the abbess of 9 calamities. No proof, just instinct. But Piowol trusted his intuition more than any evidence. Over there, it's him. More soldiers arrived, following the fireworks signal. Gu Yansong smirked. It's over. If you want to live, release. The silk thread sliced through his neck like tofu. Gu Yanxiong died with that smug grin still on his face. Piawol retrieved the Cheonjunsa line and stood. Bastard, don't move. Shouts echoed as the soldiers advanced. More firecrackers burst across the fields. Piawol turned and sprinted into the distance. The assassin has broken through the Qingyang Pavilion's encirclement and escaped. At the disciples' report, Zhanghua's expression hardened like steel. The Qingyang Pavilion was composed of Ime sect disciples. Though their numbers were small, their skills were formidable, inheriting the refined martial arts of Ime. For their defensive net to be broken so swiftly meant that the assassin's strength was truly exceptional. But Zhanghua's grim face wasn't due merely to his skill. The assassin's ability had already been proven when he killed Wu Gunseng, the Qingcheng sect prodigy once hailed as the greatest talent in Sichuan's younger generation. That much Zhenghua already knew. The real issue was that the assassin was growing stronger. Zhenghua turned to her disciples. Everyone, pursue the assassin, run with all your might and capture him. No, we can't catch him like that. A calm voice cut through her command. It was a woman of dazzling beauty. Yang Xiao ran. Zhanghua's expression darkened, to be contradicted by her youngest junior sister in front of others. Unthinkable. What do you mean by that? The assassin's ability far surpasses our expectations. He slipped through the inescapable net proof enough. If we chase him blindly, we'll only see his back forever. Then what do you propose? We predict where he's heading next. And you think you know that? Zhanghua's tone was sharp, but Yang Xiaoran remained composed. I can't say the exact location, she said, but I can narrow it down. Batang borders the Western Highlands, Young Solran continued. He'll pass through there. And why do you think that? Some fish return to the river of their birth after living in the sea. It's called the homing instinct. I believe the assassin shares that instinct. He'll return to where he was made. I've never met him personally, she said softly, but the place he knows best, the place he'd consider safest, is the one where he was raised. So you're certain he'll head toward Batang? Yes. He's going home. Zhanghua exhaled slowly. Everyone knew that Yang Xiaoran was gifted, but Zhanghua hadn't expected her insight to cut this deep. She really has everything. A twinge of jealousy twisted in her chest, but she buried it quickly. The other disciples were watching. She couldn't afford to show weakness. You make a fair point, Zhanghua said calmly. Very well, we'll follow your advice. But if we lose him because of you, you'll take full responsibility. Understood. We'll ride for Batang and wait for him there. Yes, senior sister. Zhanghua mounted her horse, and with a sharp command, dozens of Ime disciples spurred their mounts forward, charging toward Batang at full speed. Meanwhile, Piawol's face was pale with exhaustion. Even with his extraordinary stamina, endless fighting and sleepless flight had pushed him to the edge. His body was covered in shallow wounds from breaking through the inescapable net. He had tried to avoid combat as much as possible, but against such overwhelming numbers, that had been impossible. Someone in the Ame must possess great intelligence, otherwise they couldn't have intercepted him so predictably. He wondered who was predicting his moves, but there was no time to investigate. A different, heavier sound rang out. Piawol recognized it as Mu Zhongjin's attack. He knelt immediately, not daring to fight. A powerful energy grazed his head and cut a tree into Mu Zhongjin's sword energy. The force made his hair stand on end. Zhonghua joined the assault. She attacked Piawol as if he were her sworn enemy, but her intervention actually hindered Mu Zhongjin. Her uncoordinated strike interfered with his approach. Mu Zhongjin clicked his tongue in annoyance. He wanted Piawol captured alive, dragged back to Qingcheng so the assassin could reveal the mastermind behind the killing. That was why, even when he attacked, he held back from killing. Zhanghua unleashed her internal energy without mercy. If she landed a hit, she planned to finish him. Piawol was in grave danger, yet he continued to evade them by narrow margins. Everyone, climb down, we must catch him. The disciples descended without hesitation. Zhanghua ordered the Ame to follow, intent on finding the assassin and killing him. They descended what felt like hundreds of meters. Mu Zhongjin landed with an exclamation. Torches lit the cavernous space and revealed a vast underground complex so huge its edges could not be seen. The martial artists who had come down before him were as astonished as he was. Zhonghua's eyes widened as she realized what they were looking at. Buildings fashioned in the style of the Qingcheng sect. Someone had recreated Qingcheng's architecture underground. How dare they? She began. Mu Zhongjin's expression hardened as the realization sank in. Those bastards, one disciple shouted. They've been preparing this for a long time. Someone must be supporting them. They must be annihilated. Qingming spoke through clenched teeth to Mu Zhongjin. We must find who's behind this and make them pay. First capture the assassin, Mu Zhongjin replied. Bring him back alive. Do you understand? Capture him. Yes, master. Search thoroughly. This is his turf. Be careful. Enjing Ming nodded and led his men deeper into the complex. Zhanghua stood beside Mu Zhongjin. I'll lead our disciples and search elsewhere. Capture him alive, he repeated. Pardon, she asked. It doesn't matter if you cut off both his arms. Bring him back alive, Mu Jongjin said coldly. If the assassin dies, I will be furious. Someone dared to look down on our sect. I will make them pay, even if the perpetrators are one of the 5 great sects. Zhang swallowed. Even in the dark, Mu Jongjin's eyes were like burning coals. His suspicion extended even to Ma. Only a few, Zhanghua and Yangxiel, ran among them, knew the truth. The others simply responded to the tense atmosphere. Find and eliminate the scoundrel before Qing Cheng does, Zhanghua told the Ma disciples. Leave no trail. Yes. After entering the underground cave, an undefinable chill had settled over her. The darkness felt watchful. It was as if the place itself belonged to someone else. This was his domain. Here, they were not the hunters. He was. The warriors of Qingsheng and Amei had followed him precisely as he'd intended. He had led them here on purpose. Look around. Be careful, everyone. Their cautious voices echoed faintly through the darkness. They whispered to one another, but they couldn't fool Piowol's ears. Silently, he melted into the shadows. Soon a group of Ime warriors appeared, moving in teams of 5. They advanced slowly, torches held high, light flickering across their wary faces. One of them pointed at the spot where Piowol had eaten. He's close. Be careful. He's an assassin. Stay sharp. We never know when he'll strike. They tried to watch in every direction, but the torchlight barely pushed back the dark. Beyond its reach, their sight failed. Even trained martial artists felt fear in the pitch-black void. The darkness gnawed at their imagination, infecting their minds like a slow plague. Damn it, one muttered, trying to shake off the anxiety. A strangled gasp followed. His eyes went wide. Something sharp was around his neck. He tried to cry out, but his throat was constricted. He reached toward his comrades, then was suddenly yanked upwards, silently vanishing into the darkness. The others didn't notice. Piowol had him. In his hand was the Cheonjamza thread. The man's neck had been crushed. He was already dead. After hiding the body, Piowol joined the rest of the group, moving as if he were one of them. He walked like them, breathed like them, matching their rhythm perfectly. None of the Ame noticed that their numbers had changed. Then the warrior in front of him turned to speak and froze. He saw an unfamiliar face. Before he could finish, Piowol's blade pierced his neck, the same sword he'd taken from the first victim. The others turned at the sound, just in time to see their comrade collapse, blood pouring from his throat. Piowol had vanished again. Bastard. They slashed wildly into the dark, blades slicing through empty air. A screen burst out. Another fell, his torch clattering to the floor. In moments, 3 were dead. Terror froze the survivors. They couldn't understand how death had come so swiftly, unseen. Another cry. Another life extinguished. The last warrior standing screamed, "Come out, you cowardly assassin! Stop hiding!" He swung his sword madly, desperate to ward off the unseen killer. The torchlight wavered and dimmed. His voice cracked, echoing off the walls. He was losing his mind. The flame guttered low, sputtering toward death. Panic filled his face. That weak light was his last lifeline. He knew what would happen when it died. Please, no, but his plea couldn't stop it. The torch went out. Footsteps echoed, measured, deliberate. Piowol didn't bother to hide anymore. The darkness belonged to him. The man spun, trembling. The echoes made it impossible to tell where the sound came from. Though he was supposed to be the prey, in this darkness, Piowol had become the hunter. King Ming illuminated the ground with his torch, searching for traces of Piowol, but no footprints remained. It was almost impossible to track anyone here. Over 200 people had entered, their steps overlapping and erasing all signs. This is dangerous. This place is his domain. The moment Qingming stepped into the cave, he'd felt it. The faint scent of Piowol embedded in the walls, the air itself steeped in his presence. He had lived here for years. He brought us here on purpose, Qingming realized, a chill running down his spine. He plans to fight to the end in a place he knows best. Fear crept into him. Piowol's martial skill wasn't the terrifying part. It was his patience and cunning. There were plenty of strong martial artists in the world, but few with his endurance or mind. We'll lose more people than expected, Qingming thought grimly. Then, a spark of ambition flared. If I capture him, my name in Qingcheng will rise. His nickname, the sword-crazed Bloodwolf, was well earned. Piowol might be mad, but so was he. All of you, stay close. Move in pairs. Always check each other's positions. If we leave even the smallest gap, he'll strike. The Qingcheng disciples answered firmly, though tension gripped their faces. They outnumbered and outmatched their enemy in skill, yet the suffocating dark gnawed at their nerves. Qingming knew it too, but there was no other choice. Humanity fears what it cannot see. No matter the cost, he thought, we must catch him. He stepped forward carefully. A faint metallic click echoed underfoot. Qingming's expression changed instantly. It's a trap. Dodge. Auras erupted from both walls. Swords flashed as the Qingcheng warriors deflected the storm of arrows. They managed to block most of them, though several were wounded, but none relaxed. That was only the beginning. A grinding sound rumbled through the cavern mechanisms, awakening after years of stillness. Watch out! Qingming shouted. He didn't yet realize the traps were far from over. The same infernal mechanisms the children had endured for 7 years were now roaring to life once more, reawakened by Pyo himself. Mu Zhengjin walked through the underground passage with a deep frown on his face. Originally, he should have been moving with his disciples, but he had chosen to go alone. This doesn't make sense. There's no way the assassins built such a vast facility underground just to kill Wu Gunsang. No matter how he thought about it, it was unnatural. Wu Gunsang was indeed a well-known martial artist within Sichuan province, but his fame was still limited to that region. There were many others in the Central Plains whose names reached farther disciples from Shaolin, Mount Hua, or Wudang, each already standing on the threshold of becoming great masters. He soon came across a massive iron door. Carefully, he scanned the area, broke the rusted lock, and pushed it open. Inside was what seemed to be the living quarters of the Blood Shadow Group's instructors. Dust, old bedding, rotting wood, all left behind exactly as it was. Behind a cracked cabinet, he found a secret compartment. When he pulled it open, a small pile of old papers was revealed. Using the flickering light of his torch, Mu Zhengjin began to read. Then his eyes widened and his face twisted in fury. These bastards. It was a commission contract. Confidential request. To the captain of the Blood Shadow Group. Target, Wu Gunsang duration, 7 years reward, 500,000 gold condition, no trace linking to the Blood Shadow Group. For just 500,000 gold, his voice trembled. You destroyed the brightest future of the Qingqing sect. Wu Gunsang had been the hope of their sect, a blazing flame destined to light up their path for generations. But for a mere bag of gold, that light had been snuffed out. Mu Zhengjin roared, his qi exploding outward in fury. Boom. The wall before him shattered under the force of his outburst. Dust and debris filled the air. He hadn't even intended to strike it that hard, but the wall crumbled anyway. Through the collapsing stone, something unusual caught his attention. A faint sound, a hissing noise. Mu Zhengjin turned his torch toward it and froze. What is this? Beyond the broken wall was a deep pit, and within it, countless snakes. Large ones, small ones, black, yellow, red wriggling together in a grotesque mass, hissing and coiling over one another. They had likely been hibernating until now, but his aura had woken them. Some of the larger ones began to climb up the pit walls, but they were slow, sluggish from years of sleep. Mu Zhengjin, still wary, moved forward cautiously. On a small stone table beside the pit lay something covered in thick dust. He brushed it off and found a yellow booklet. When he read the title, his pupils dilated. 9, Demon Style. Even in the ancient histories, echoed in his memory. Few in this era even remembered it. Only those who studied the oldest scrolls of Jiangshu's bloodiest wars would know. The 9 demon style had perished alongside the 13 tribes of the demon sect, a name once synonymous with terror itself. In the wars known as the Heaven Demon War, the great sects had united to exterminate them. So this was their base. The assassins must have stumbled upon the ruins and made use of it. The booklet described bizarre poison experiments and strange creatures, mutated snakes born of alchemy and key manipulation. They must have collected these snakes from all over the continent to study them. Everything made sense now. The Blood Shadow Group hadn't built this place. They had inherited it. It was a nightmare. Seeing Pyo move in the darkness, both Zhonghua and Yang Seal finally understood what a true assassin was. Pyo wasn't merely an assassin, he was something beyond that. He had transcended the very limits of human stealth and lethality. Like a shadow given life, he tore through the Ime sect's ranks, exploiting every weakness, every flaw in their formation. Sometimes, he strangled his victims barehanded. Other times, he cut them down with weapons torn from the corpses at his feet. Driven to madness by the loss of their comrades, they swung their blades like lunatics. Pyo avoided each strike, but with every dodge, his stamina drained faster. He suppressed his ragged breathing and fixed his gaze on Zhonghua. From the beginning, he hadn't intended to kill them all. His true target was only the leaders, Zhonghua and those commanding the Ime forces. He moved closer, his steps silent, his presence erased completely. Like a cat stalking its prey, Pyo merged with the dark until even the air around him forgot he existed. Zhonghua was on edge, every nerve taut, yet she still didn't sense him. He didn't know her exact rank in the Ame sect, but given her authority, he knew she was crucial. Killing her would deliver a heavy blow to Guhasata, the abbess of the 9 calamities herself. It's a pity she didn't come in person, but this will do. Time was not on his side. If the Qingqing warriors arrived before he finished, his advantage would vanish. He had to strike now. Pyo drew his qi to the tips of his 10 fingers, his most lethal weapons. He could have used a sword, but nothing was as natural to him as his bare hands. 72 sword wave. The technique exploded forth, invisible blades of qi slicing through the darkness toward Zhonghua. Zhonghua's instincts screamed a warning. In a flash, she deflected the attack, her reaction almost inhumanly fast. Her chauri, infused with her qi, lashed out like a storm. It was no mere ceremonial tool now, it was a deadly weapon that made even the darkness tremble. But Pyo didn't retreat. The cowrie grazed his left shoulder, tearing flesh and muscle apart. Blood poured down in sheets, but Pyeolwol didn't stop. He pushed forward and struck. Jeonghwa screamed. Her chowrie fell from her hand as she clutched her right eye, blood gushing between her fingers. Pyeolwol's attack had stolen her sight, her right eye destroyed, but before he could finish her, a flash of silver cut across his vision. A sword pierced into his side. It was Yang Sol-ran's blade. In that instant, when Pyeolwol lunged for Jeonghwa, Yang Sol-ran had unleashed the Ime sect's secret technique. He'd been too focused on the kill to avoid it. If not for that strike, Jeonghwa's life would have ended in a single breath. Yang Sol-ran snatched up a fallen torch, blocking his path, her expression calm but fierce. Pyeolwol yanked the sword from his side and said quietly, "Good job blocking my attack. I was lucky. I just swung where my instincts told me to." "That's some great instincts." I hear that often. Their voices were unnervingly calm, two killers sharing casual words amid blood and flame, but behind that calm, both needed time. Pyeolwol to stem his bleeding. Yang Seol ran to steady her breath. Then, softly, she spoke. "Why don't you surrender? You're badly wounded. It would be better for you to give up. And if I do, will you spare me? If you'd wanted me alive, you wouldn't have attacked like that." Yang Seol-ran faltered. His words pierced deeper than his blades. Was there ever someone like him? He wasn't a martial artist, he was a dragon among assassins. How much do you know? Enough, that the abyss of the 9 calamities was behind all this. They both fell silent, regaining their calm. Pyeolwol tied his wound with torn cloth, barely enough to move again. Then Jeonghwa screamed from behind them, rage burning in her one remaining eye. "Why are you talking to him? Kill him!" Now Sol-ran. Jeonghwa's hatred drowned all reason. At her command, Yang Seol-ran drew her stance once more, her chi surging like a storm. The air trembled around her. Pyeolwol could feel her killing intent washing over him. He'd lost the darkness as his ally, and head-on, he knew he might not win. But an assassin doesn't fight fair. He stepped back, letting the shadows swallow him again. The torchlight flickered. Wait for an opening, but before he could strike, a sword tore through the darkness. He barely blocked with his weakened right arm, and pain exploded. Bang! The impact hurled him across the chamber. He slammed into a stone wall, blood splattering from his mouth. His right arm was shredded, bone visible through torn flesh. His chest and side were slashed open, blood gushing out. Even for someone like Pyeolwol, it was a crippling blow. A figure emerged from the dark. It was Mu Jung-jin. In his hand was a long sword, the same one he had just thrown. Only Qingsheng's elders were permitted to wield such a blade. Jeonghwa, clutching her bleeding eye, turned in shock. "Mu Jung-jin, kill him. Don't let him live. He'll turn everything upside down." But Mu Jung-jin only glanced at her coldly. "Back off." With a flick of his hand, a burst of chi sent Jeonghwa flying. She hit the wall, coughing blood. "Mu Jung-jin, kill him now. I'll handle this." His voice was calm, but sharp enough to silence her. He knelt before Pyeolwol, who was slumped against the wall, barely breathing. Their eyes met, one filled with fury, the other with defiant calm. "So it's you," Mu Jung-jin said quietly, "the one who killed Wu Gunseng. Why? Because I'm an assassin. Even an assassin should know right from wrong. I was taken at 14, raised to kill before I even knew what right and wrong were. So you're saying you had no choice. There's no such thing as choice for someone born in hell." Mu Jung-jin's expression darkened. "Then you're beyond redemption." But as he looked into Pyeolwol's eyes filled with venom, cold and unyielding, something flickered inside him. Such talent, such presence. If I had trained him myself, he could have been extraordinary. For a moment, he felt pity. Then, with resolve, he reached into his robe and drew out a letter, the same commission he'd found in Lim Seol's quarters. Pyeolwol's lips curved faintly. "So you found it? Then you know who the client was. I can guess. The same one you're thinking of." Both men turned their gaze toward the Ime sect. Jeonghwa froze. Pyeolwol's bloody grin gleamed in the firelight. A chill ran down her spine. No, it can't be, she finally realized. It was no coincidence that only the Qingcheng and Ma sects had entered this place. Pyeolwol had planned it all, drawing the hunters and the betrayers into the same trap. His mad laughter echoed through the underground, a sound that twisted through the tunnels like the whisper of a demon. Seeing Pyeolwol grinning even in his ruined state, Mu Jung-jin's eyebrows twitched upward. "We must get rid of him immediately." Fear crept into Mu Jung-jin's heart. Assassins like Pyeolwol did not know fear. More than his martial skill, Pyeolwol possessed an aura that provoked dread in others. It was the first time Mu Jung-jin had ever encountered someone like him. "Master, are you all right?" The disciples of the Qingcheng sect, including Xingming, rushed toward Mu Jung-jin. Their bodies were covered in wounds from the traps Pyeolwol had set. Mu Jung-jin's face darkened when he noticed that several disciples were missing. "Where are the others?" "I apologize," Qingming said, lowering his head. "We fell into his traps. Some lost their lives." Mu Jung-jin closed his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, an overwhelming pressure radiated from him. Even the Ime disciples, including Jeonghwa, instinctively stepped back. Without a word, Mu Jungjin grabbed Pyowool by the ankle and began dragging him away. Pyowool stopped laughing and vomited blood. The crimson liquid splattered across his chest and stomach. The pain was excruciating, but he didn't care. He was in a good mood. He had successfully planted a spark of strife between the Qingcheng and Amei sects. Whether they ended up in a bloody war or an uneasy truce didn't matter. Their relationship could never return to what it once was. A painless death is too much of a mercy for you, he said coldly. You will suffer and die in agony, as atonement for those you've slain. His voice stabbed into Pyowool's ears. Atonement. Don't make me laugh. Then who will atone for the 7 years stolen from me? Pyowool sneered faintly. His back scraped against the ground, his body broken and torn, but he felt no pain. He had already endured worse. Mu Zhongjin dragged him toward the instructor's quarters, specifically, the late Lim Seol's residence. Mu Zhongjin dragged Pyowool through the collapsed wall into a hidden space within Lim Seol's residence. A chilling hiss echoed as they entered. The disciples recoiled as torchlight revealed a massive pit teeming with snakes. The sight of countless serpents writhing together was enough to make their blood run cold. Only then did they realize Mu Zhongjin's intention. He planned to throw Pyowool into the snake pit. You still refuse to repent? Mu Zhongjin asked. Pyowool's cracked lips twisted upward into a faint smile, a sneer. Mu Zhongjin shook his head. You are unworthy of life. Die here, and let your suffering be your atonement. He lifted Pyowool's body and hurled him into the pit. Unable to bear the sight, the Qingqing disciples turned away. Within seconds, the mass of snakes engulfed Pyowool completely. Let's go, Mu Jingjin said coldly. Yes, master. None of them looked back as they left, though the sound of serpents feeding echoed behind them. A wet, slithering chorus of horror. As soon as we're out, Mu Zhongjin ordered, seal this place. No one must ever enter again. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Ma sect, I will never forgive you. The only proof he had was Pyowool's words and a single letter, but Mu Zhongjin no longer doubted it. The Ma sect was behind everything. Pyowool, now nothing more than snake feed, no longer mattered. His vengeance was set. Ma sect, soon you will learn that the sword of Qingcheng has not rusted. The snakes, awakened from long hibernation, were starving. If he had been smaller, they would have swallowed him whole. Unable to do so, they bit him instead. Venom seeped into his body, dozens of different poisons mixing and clashing inside him. Pyowool's body convulsed violently. The pain was beyond imagination, a torment that made death seem merciful. A normal person would have died instantly, but Pyowool's body, hardened by past exposure to toxins, resisted. He could not die easily. Even as he writhed in agony, his body instinctively fought to survive. He forced himself to remain calm. Then, faintly, a sound escaped his lips, a hiss. The snakes froze. Tens of thousands of heads lifted in eerie unison. But Pyowool didn't flinch. His mind was utterly focused on imitating them. Pyowool understood this instinctively now. As he mimicked them, his body learned. He marveled inwardly. The snake efficient, patient, merciless was a perfect survivor, just like him. The fear he once felt toward them vanished. Even as he lay buried beneath thousands of snakes, he felt no discomfort, only stillness. For the first time in a long while, Pyowool closed his eyes and slept, peacefully amid the serpents. Hunger came, and he caught one of the snakes biting him, crushing its head between his teeth. The fishy taste of its flesh did not repel him. After so long without food, he felt ecstasy. Survival demanded it, and in the snake pit, it was no sin to eat the weak to sustain the strong. Life had become instinct. The snake's survival instincts merged with his own. Though he could now leave the pit, he chose to stay. Observation and adaptation were more valuable than escape. Time lost all meaning in the black pit. Hair and beard had grown long. He exhaled and shifted his body. The snakes surged, but he moved confidently among them. Swelling and wounds were gone. His limbs responded with fluid strength, moving like a serpent in water. For the first time, he emerged from the pit. The rope he had used to descend was gone, likely taken by the sects. Escape was impossible, at least for now. I have to grow stronger. Facing Mu Zhongjin had shown him the vast gulf in martial prowess. Even a sneak attack would have failed. He had to develop his strength, his skill, his every ability to confront such opponents confidently. He was the master of this space, cut off from the world. Survival here was simple: eat snakes, study, and grow. He moved toward the area where he had fought the MEI disciples. Their bodies remained scattered. Only bones and clothing survived, flesh devoured by worms. Among them, he found a booklet. A second-generation disciple, Gong Un, had carried it with him. Pyowool had defeated him, and now the copy was his. He had no way of knowing how long he had been here. Long hair and a shaggy beard told him he had spent an extended period in this underground prison. Most would have gone insane within days in such a place. Pyowool had preserved his mind, or perhaps he had already gone mad without realizing it. It no longer mattered. Every day he had practiced the sub-thunder snake method, assimilated with the snakes, and studied martial arts. Life had been a monotonous treadmill. Now, at a certain level, it was almost impossible to tell where Pyoul ended and the snake began. He breathed like them, saw like them, and even, at times, absorbed oxygen through his skin. These changes had not been intentional. They came naturally. He moved silently, capable of passing through narrow openings without sound. The sub-thunder snake method had granted more than physical mimicry. His mind accelerated, his thoughts broadened, and his body reacted instantaneously to his intellect. Reflexes and abilities surpassed normal human limits. Batang was a city nestled in the western reaches of Sichuan province, the very threshold of the western highlands. A broad river, over 20 meters wide, flowed before its gates, and beyond its walls, the highlands rose like a folding screen. Batang was the largest city within 100 li around. Though most of its residents were natives of Kang County, there were also many Han Chinese settlers. Despite its remoteness, the city thrived. Fertile lands and abundant trade drew merchants year-round. Inns, taverns, and brothels flourished in its streets. "Best if you come quietly," one of them muttered. Two men grabbed his arms and pulled, but his body didn't move, not even an inch. The man rose slowly to his feet. A crimson silk robe slipped down, covering Seohyun's bare body. Ignoring the stunned warriors, Seohyun threw her arms around the man's waist, pressing herself against his back. To the onlookers, the sight was surreal, a courtesan clinging to a stranger like a devoted wife. The man's quiet voice filled the tense air. "I'll be leaving in 3 days. Until then, stay out of my sight." His tone was low, smooth, like the whisper of a snake coiling around prey. The warriors froze. Even GMC Yon, the madam of the Red Sky Pavilion, felt her pulse quicken. It was as if a giant serpent had appeared among them, its unseen fangs poised to strike. The man who stared them down was Pyoul. As Pyoul turned to close the door, an older warrior barked out, "What trickery is this? What did you do to my men? Undo it at once." "They'll wake in a day or two," Pyoul replied flatly. "Don't waste my time." During his 7 years underground, Pyoul had perfected countless assassination methods, techniques of killing without leaving a trace. What the warriors had suffered was merely a diluted version of one. If he'd wished, none of them would be breathing now. "Do you even know who you're offending?" the elder shouted. "We are warriors of Cheongok Guan." The name was unfamiliar. None of the sects who took part in the inescapable net against him bore that name, which meant it was insignificant. Even if they weren't, it made no difference. He was not the same powerless boy from years ago. The elder flushed red. "How dare you mock us? I don't know what tricks you used, but you'll regret it." He charged forward, sword drawn. The other warriors followed. A red gleam flickered in Pyoul's eyes. He thrust out his hands. To the untrained eye, it looked like nothing, just an idle motion. Then, the warriors stumbled mid-stride, clutching their chests as agony tore through them. One by one, they fell to the floor, faces blackening, gasping for air. He didn't even touch them. Only true masters could release qi so freely, and even in Sichuan, there were few who could. "Please forgive them, they didn't know who they were facing." Her survival instinct screamed, this was not a man to oppose. Pyoul looked down at her with empty eyes. Then, a pale hand touched his chest. "Seol Yang." She gazed up at him, her voice soft and pleading. "Please forgive Sion Oni, she means no harm." He said nothing for a moment. Then, quietly, "Fine." He flicked his hand. The warriors gasped as their pain vanished instantly. 3 days, that's all I ask. Tell your master not to disturb me until then." For 3 days straight, he had been with Seohyang, locked away in her chamber, away from the world. He had spent 7 years as a raised assassin. Then another 7 trapped in that underground cave after Mujongjin's ambush. 14 years of darkness, 14 years of isolation, only brief moments of light. During the assassination of Wu Gunsang and his desperate escape from the inescapable net, the rest of his life had been swallowed by the dark. Anyone else would have gone insane. But Pyoul endured. Now, freed from that abyss, his hunger, both physical and primal, surged uncontrollably. His very presence radiated something feral. He didn't know it, but his body exuded a subtle, intoxicating scent that drove women to madness. The stronger his emotions, the more potent it became. When Seohyang brought him into her room, she had unknowingly fallen into the snare of that scent and into his hands. Now, completely tamed, she could no longer imagine being with another man. Rumors spread quickly through Padang. Some said a high official had bought out the entire Red Sky Pavilion. Others whispered that a powerful stranger had sealed the brothel himself. Whatever the truth, the Red Sky Pavilion remained closed for 3 full days. When it finally reopened, Seohyang's service resumed, her eyes now softer, her demeanor subdued. She helped him dress, not in the tattered garments he had worn from the cave, but in a jonui she had specially commissioned from a master tailor. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached, owner of the Red Sky Pavilion. She bowed and handed Pyoul a small packed container. "I packed a few things for you to eat on the road. It should fill your stomach." The storm's past. What a mess. Where do you think he's headed? How would I know? But I do know this, a terrifying killer has appeared in Zhonghu. After leaving Batang, Piowol traveled east toward Guangdong. All roads in Sichuan province eventually led to Chengdu, the cultural and martial heart of the region. That was his destination. He intended to go there to learn more about the Qingcheng and Amei sects. 7 years had passed, yet Piowol's resentment toward them had never faded for even a single day. He could have chosen to live quietly. After all, 7 years was long enough for the world to forget him. Everyone believed Piowol was dead and buried. If he stayed still, he could live peacefully, unseen and unbothered. But that wasn't who he was. The world may have forgotten him, but he could never forget the past. For 14 years, he had been trapped in darkness, living worse than an animal. That kind of life could not be erased. He knew that if he didn't confront his past, he could never move forward. And Piowol was not someone who let grudges go. Footsteps echoed through the rain. Someone was approaching. After a while, figures appeared at the entrance of the tomb. Ah, damn, I'm soaked. I told you to hurry, you slowpoke. At least we found this tomb. Stop arguing. The trio who stumbled in, drenched to the bone, made an odd sight: a woman in her mid-20s, a Taoist in his early 60s, and a middle-aged Buddhist monk. As soon as they entered, the woman hiked up her wet robe and snapped, "My underwear's all wet. What am I supposed to do now, Godosa? Why are you asking me? It's not my fault you got soaked. It is your fault. You're the one who got us lost. Take responsibility." The monk sighed, pressing his palms together. "Amitabha Buddha, merciful one, why must I travel with these two of all people?" "You talk like you're normal, but you're not," the woman shot back. The monk closed his eyes in defeat while she smirked triumphantly. Her wet clothes clung to her, outlining a bewitching figure. Then she noticed Piowol. "Oh, someone's here." At her words, both men turned. "Oh, someone beat us to it." The woman's eyes sparkled. "You're so handsome, Oriboni. To meet such a fine man out here, what luck." "This is my luck," Godosa grumbled. "You should be thanking me." "Shut up." Unfazed by them, Piowol stayed silent. The woman approached, grinning. "I'm Hioranju. What's your name?" "Piowol." "Oh, what a cool name," Godosa groaned. "There she goes again, flirting the moment she sees a good-looking man." "Still," the monk added, "he really is handsome. Even a man might fall for him." "All filthy and handsome, the worst combination," Godosa muttered, though admiration flickered in his eyes. Piowol's appearance was undeniably striking, dangerously so. Hioranju moved closer. "So, where's this handsome Oriboni headed?" "Chengdu." "What a coincidence. We're going to Chengdu too. We should travel together, save on expenses, keep each other company, and, of course, you get me as a bonus." She winked playfully. Piowol regarded the three of them with a calm, unreadable gaze. Their persistence was unusual. Most people recoiled from his cold demeanor, but these three didn't. They're skilled, he thought. Hioranju seemed unarmed, but the dark object at her waist was a whip. Its gleam and texture revealed fine craftsmanship. Godosa carried a sword on his back, and Hyol Sung held a metal staff with rings. Their stances formed a perfect triangle, the ideal formation for a pincer attack. It wasn't conscious positioning, it was habit, ingrained by long experience fighting together. Their center is Hioranju, Piowol realized. Though the three appeared equal, she naturally led them. Godosa and Hyolsung might grumble, but they obeyed her without hesitation. They were disciplined, united, but Piowol sensed that she wasn't the true leader. There's someone above them, he thought, someone strong enough to command them all. That person must have great authority or overwhelming power, perhaps both. Since their destination was also Chengdu, Piowol knew he'd learn the truth in time. Hioranju smiled, leaning closer. "So, handsome Oriboni, join us. I'll treat you well." "Fine," Piowol said calmly. "Let's go together. It's faster to take a boat from here." Godosa pointed toward the dock. After leaving the Guanjian tomb, Piowol followed Godosa's group. Godosa knew the geography well. He always seemed to know where to go, so Piowol didn't have to worry about getting lost. "Why is our handsome Oriboni going to Chengdu?" Hioranju sidled up to Piowol. With each step, her large chest brushed his elbow. Whether she noticed or not, she looked at him with an innocent expression. "I want to meet someone I know." "Someone you know? Who?" "Lots of people." "Who the hell are they?" "Debtors." "Debtors? You're in debt." "No, they owe me, so you're going to collect." "Yes, those bad bastards. Why aren't they paying our handsome Oriboni? Tell me who they are. I'll take them all." Hioranju was furious, as if she were the creditor. "Why are you going to Chengdu?" "We're going on business, without any goods. We're not selling things you can see. Can you guess what we're selling?" "No, thanks. Why not? I feel like my mouth will be stitched shut if I hear the answer." Hyolsung glanced at Piowol and Hioranju. Godosa smirked briefly. "It's always a calculated act. I get scared whenever she does that." "Is it really calculated? What are you saying? I actually thought she liked him." "Don't be ridiculous. Do you think the Blood Lord of the Heavens would be swayed by a man? He'd have to try very hard to get any useful information." Godosa's eyes toward Piowol were cold. This was an important time. Even the smallest variable was unacceptable. The deck and dock were piled high with grain. He had never seen so much rice. A Taoist nearby said, "Isn't this too much? It's rice from last year heading to Chengdu. All the products of Sichuan gather there. Rice too. With this amount, hundreds could eat for a year." Although called a rice carrier, the ship took passengers on spare seats. People chatted, some serious, some smiling. Pyeolwol watched them quietly. Most were ordinary folk with no ties to martial arts. Pyeolwol knew how hard a normal life in Junghu could be and felt that they were fortunate. Hyo Ranju noticed his stare. "What are you looking at?" "Oh, nothing." "Huh, so you have a sentimental side." "That's the first I've heard." "Really, you look sentimental to me. If you're gonna talk nonsense, shut up, it hurts my ears." She looked wounded, but then clung to his arm as if nothing happened. "That's cuter. I'm melting. Shall we go somewhere private?" "Where?" "Where people can't see us." She pressed her chest to his elbow. "I'll think about it after we disembark." "Sheesh, you're so proper. Still attractive, though." Suddenly, a strange sound reached Pyeolwol's ears. At first faint, then growing louder. No one else seemed to hear it. He frowned and stared ahead. A ship was approaching at speed, oars churning. The sound was the rhythm of rowing. "What is that?" someone cried. "Another ship." The sailors who spotted it late trembled. The approaching vessels were armed. The captain's face twisted. "Damn it, we're outnumbered." "Oh my God!" The passengers panicked. The attackers were after the rice. Greed shone in their eyes. The rice carrier sped up, sails full, trying to shake them off, but the oared ships closed fast. Time narrowed the gap. The captain made a decision. "Everyone, arm yourselves. Protect the rice at all costs." The sailors grabbed harpoons and swords, trembling with fear. Recently, raiders had targeted rice carriers more often, not only stealing grain, but killing. The transport route had been plagued. This isn't an area they usually hit. "Did they advance this far?" the captain muttered. Go-Dosa approached the captain and waved a bottle. "Looks like you're in a bit of trouble." "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is what I can do." He began bargaining with a grin. "How much to protect the rice? Tell me." Go-Dosa gestured to Hyo Ranju and Hyul Sung standing behind him. "Fine. If you protect both the rice and the people, I'll pay 100 niang." "No. Who risks their life for only 100 niang?" "Then 200, 500. That's outrageous. That's enough to buy 3% of the rice on board. Isn't that cheap for saving all your rice and your lives?" "Daylight robbery," the captain wavered. "Fine. If you really defeat them, you'll get 500 yang." The enemies were preparing to board with weapons in hand. Amitabha Buddha, Blessed One, forgive this sinful disciple. He kicked off the deck and soared into the air, flipping before crashing down onto the enemy ship. The vessel rocked violently, nearly capsizing. The raiders lost balance and stumbled. Careful, he looked strong. They charged cautiously. Hyul Sung struck the deck with his palms. The ship quaked like an earthquake. This time they braced themselves, barely keeping their footing. Then, a section of the deck exploded, water gushing through the hole. He had smashed open the hull. "Kill him!" The bandits rushed in. Hyul Seong thrust both palms forward. The front line was blasted backward into the river, unmoving as the waves rolled over them. "You lunatic." "Everyone, attack together." They charged again, furious. Bones broke. Two more flew into the air, smashing into the water. Hoyle Seong's strikes were merciless, raw power and precision combined. Even the few with martial training couldn't stand against him. Block with a hand and it broke. Block with a sword and both weapon and bones shattered. It was sheer destruction. The sailors and passengers, who moments ago trembled in fear, now looked on in horrified sympathy. A massive explosion shook the air. Silence followed. Only Yale Sung remained standing on the enemy ship. Every raider was gone, bodies sinking beneath the waves. Their leader had lasted only moments before being crushed and thrown overboard. Yale Sung leapt back to the rice carrier as the enemy vessel sank completely. The passengers and sailors stared in awe and fear. Hyul Sung simply brushed off his robes, unbothered. "Good work, Hyul Sung. Amitabha, next time, let Ranju handle it. She never listens to me anyway. I'm lucky if she doesn't curse me." Go-Dosa laughed and approached the captain, hand outstretched. "Well, the job's done. Time to settle the bill. Here you go." He looked around. "Where's that woman?" Hyul Sung pointed toward Pyeolwol. Go-Dosa frowned. "You told her to observe him, not seduce him." She ignored him, leaning close to Pyeolwol. "When we get to Chengdu, do you have a place to stay? If not, come with us. I'm more comfortable alone." "You're strange. Most men don't reject a beautiful woman. Even a rose has thorns." Her smile twitched. Still, she giggled sweetly. "But it's still pretty, only on the surface." "Wow! You're so cruel. My poor heart." She clutched her chest dramatically, pretending to faint. Pyeolwol remained cold. He'd seen Hyul Sung's destructive power. Impressive, even if the enemies weren't elite. And though he hadn't witnessed them fight, he could tell Go-Dosa and Hyo Ranju were just as capable. Beneath her revealing clothes, faint scars crossed her chest, deep, life-threatening ones. More marks lined her forearms. Those weren't training wounds. They were born of life-and-death battles. Mercenaries, Pyeolwol realized. They're selling their skills, demonstrating for a future employer. The raiders were nothing but fodder for their show. So there's conflict in Chengdu, enough to hire freelance killers. A faint smile touched his lips. Chengdu, the heart of Sichuan. Under normal circumstances, neither the Aimei nor the Qingcheng sects would allow unrest there. If conflict was brewing, it meant both were too weak or divided to stop it. Maybe, after 7 long years, the seeds of chaos he once planted had finally begun to sprout. Poywol smiled again, a quiet, chilling smile. His beauty at that moment was almost terrifying. The journey to Chengdu was uneventful. Even the enemies had lost their will to fight after hearing news of their comrades' slaughter. The rice carrier finally anchored at a dock not far from Chengdu. From here on, they would have to travel by land. Wagons were already waiting to load the rice at the dock. What about you? What will you do now? We're heading straight to Chengdu. I'll stay here for a day. It was already evening, and there was no reason to rush. Go-Dosa looked a bit disappointed. Then I guess we'd part ways here. We have to arrive in Chengdu by tomorrow morning. Can't you come with us? Hyo Ranju asked with a pitiful expression. I have some preparations to make. What preparations? I'll help. Let's just go together. I need to do it alone. Ho Ranju clicked her tongue and pouted, clearly displeased, but her expression wasn't enough to move Pyowal's heart. I'll contact you later when I reach Chengdu, he said. Really? Yes. Her face brightened instantly at his answer. The three of them then bought horses from a nearby market and departed for Chengdu. Left alone, Pyowal looked around for a guest house. Since the dock was a busy trading hub, there were many large inns and guest houses catering to merchants and travelers. The one Pyowal chose was already bustling with people, most of them traders or martial artists eating together. As Pyowal entered, a waiter greeted him. Welcome! Will it be a meal or lodging? Both. Ah, staying the night and dining, very good. We do have a room left, but it's a bit pricey. How much? 10 coins for the room, 2 for the meal. As you can see, the hall is full, so you'll have to wait a little for food. Pyowal silently counted out the coins. Pyowal found an empty seat and sat down. Hey look, that guy's prettier than a girl. Are you sure he's a man? Maybe it's a woman disguised as one. Nearby martial artists whispered and laughed. They weren't the only ones. Almost everyone in the room was stealing glances at Pyowal. Pyowal began to eat slowly with the chopsticks. At first, they felt awkward in his hand. It had been more than 14 years since he'd last used them. He fumbled several times, but soon adjusted. Hey, you're a guy, right? A large man stomped over to his table. His sleeveless top exposed thick, muscular arms and a scarred chest. His face was brutish, ugly enough to make anyone flinch. Pyowal looked up, chopsticks still in hand. The man grinned, showing yellow teeth. My name's Jang Woorak, member of the Gujin Escort Company. I made a bet with my friends. If you strip and have a pepper, they'll each pay me a silver coin. Jang Woorak jerked his chin toward a nearby table. Several men from the Gujin Escort Company were watching, laughing crudely. So which side did you take? Pyowal asked calmly. I said you were a woman disguised as a man. I'm sorry you'll lose that silver. So you're a man, huh? You better fix those eyes. Can't you see? Jang Woorak's laugh was vile. Come on, take it off. Let me check. If you do, I'll buy you a drink. One of his companions jeered. The others howled with laughter. The rest of the guests looked on with curiosity. They knew the Gujin Escort Company men were troublemakers, but it wasn't their concern. Besides, the scene was entertaining. They wondered, how would the pretty stranger react? Cry? Beg? Scream? Jang Woorak leaned closer. Jang Woorak's scream cut through the room. A pair of chopsticks was embedded in his eye. Blood dripped down his cheek as he writhed in agony. Pyowal rose from his seat, voice cold. If you can't see what's in front of you, it's better you lose your eyes. I'll take the other one now. The giant stumbled back in panic. The Pyowal was already moving, silent and fluid as a shadow. Then Jang Woorak saw his eyes. Serpent's eyes, emotionless, unreadable, terrifying. That was the last thing he saw. Darkness consumed him, you bastard. One of his comrades roared, drawing his sword. Before he could even swing, he collapsed screaming, chopsticks buried in his shoulder. Another fell, and another. No one even saw Pyowal move. The Gujin Escort Company was no minor group. Its men were skilled enough to earn respect in Sichuan. But in an instant, their top fighters were disabled. You crazy bastard. Do you know who we are? Shouted Gongjin Hyuk, the oldest among them. But Pyowal was already in front of him. Gongjin Hyuk froze. He hadn't seen him move, and now those empty eyes were staring right into his soul. The atmosphere in Chengdu sure is brutal. Half the people on the streets carried weapons. Normally, martial artists made up only a tiny fraction of a city's population, 1 or 2 in 100 at most. But in Chengdu, nearly every other person was armed. It spoke of chaos and fear. It's a great opportunity for us. Other people's misfortune is our fortune. Tragic, isn't it? I don't want to hear that from you, you greedy monk. Why not? Who do you think's the most money-hungry among us? You're so stingy you don't even make offerings to Buddha. Forgive this wicked soul. You're hopeless. Enough jokes. Let's go meet the captain. You know he doesn't like waiting. At the mention of captain, both Hyo Ranju and Hyo Sung's expressions hardened. They quickly followed Go. Their destination was Chengdu's largest inn. Though still early morning, the place was bustling with travelers eating breakfast. Hyo Ranju's eyes brightened when she spotted a familiar figure. "Captain!" The man looked up from his meal. He appeared to be in his mid to late 40s, with sharp eyes and an air of command. "Vice Captain," he greeted, "right on time. Captain, it's been too long." She hugged him warmly, and he patted her back. Go and Hyul-sung arrived soon after. "It's good to see you, Captain." "It's been a while." The man smiled faintly. "We finally gathered again. I take it there's a big job waiting for us. Didn't you rest well enough thanks to me?" "That's the problem. I've run out of money." Zhang Muryang, the man before them, was the leader of the Black Cloud Corps, a mercenary group that sold its blades to the highest bidder. They fought in border conflicts, switching sides as money dictated. They were in Chengdu because Zhang Muryang smelled profit. "Is this about the Qingcheng and Amei sects?" "You've heard then," Zhang Muryang said. "Who hasn't? Those two have been at each other's throats for years." "Exactly, and it's about to explode." For several years, the Qingcheng and Amei sects, two great pillars of Sichuan's martial world, had been locked in escalating conflict. What began as small skirmishes between disciples had grown into open warfare. Every sect in Sichuan was forced to take sides. The region had split in two. Heo Ranju asked, "But why are they even fighting? They're both respected sects." All Zhang Muryang smiled. "Vice Captain, does the reason matter? What matters is that we have a chance to make our dreams come true." His grin widened. The war that would devastate Sichuan was, to him and the Black Cloud Corps, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. By the time the sun rose, Pyeolwol came downstairs to the guest house's first floor. The Nine Treasures escort corps had already departed, leaving the place eerily quiet. When Pyeolwol appeared, the innkeeper flinched. The chaos from the previous night, all because of him, still lingered in the man's mind. The escort corps' leader had left with hollow eyes, one of his men blinded, the rest battered and broken. Even if he wanted revenge, he knew better. Charging at Pyeolwol again would only bring more loss. So they left Chengdu quietly, choosing survival over pride. Pyeolwol approached the trembling innkeeper. The man's voice shook as he looked at him, beauty masking something utterly terrifying. Pyeolwol asked, "Who here knows best about the internal affairs of Sichuan?" "By internal affairs, what exactly do you mean?" "The relationships among the sects." "Then you should visit Workshop Street. Head left after leaving the inn and go straight. At the end, you'll see a sign for the Fire Dragon Room. That's the place. It's a guild of artisans formed long ago. They do business with every sect in Sichuan. If anyone knows what's happening between them, it's those folks. Buy a weapon from them, and they'll gladly share what they know." Pyeolwol nodded and made his way to Workshop Street. The street was alive with the sound of hammering metal. Pyeolwol paused for a moment, listening. Each strike told a different story, some heavy and sure, others dull or thin. Then, among the chaos, he heard a rhythm so clear it stood out. He followed it to its source, the Fire Dragon Room. Inside, the air shimmered with heat. A young man in his early 20s was hammering away at glowing metal, completely focused, unaware of Pyeolwol's presence. Each strike reshaped the iron with steady precision. Suddenly, a man with a goatee stormed in, shouting, "Hey, you bastard! Who told you to touch that hammer?" He kicked the young man hard, sending him sprawling. "I told you, never touch the hammer here, just do your errands." He stomped on him again and again, but the young man endured it in silence, his eyes burning with restrained fury. "Damn brat. Still won't talk, huh?" Finally, out of breath, the man stopped. "You're banned from the forge for now. Go to the back and do chores until I call you." The young man, Tong Sochu, dusted himself off and left quietly. The goated man grumbled, then noticed Pyeolwol standing there. "Heh, didn't realize a customer was watching. What brings you here today? What did that man do wrong?" "Claims to be a descendant of the Tong family. Keeps trying to use the hammer without permission. Can't the Tong family forge weapons? You must be new to Sichuan. The Tong family was destroyed ages ago, sided with the demon sect, they say. Because of that, they were crushed by the so-called strongest under heaven, and their line banished. To the sects of Sichuan, the Tang family are traitors. No smith will ever teach their art to one of them again. Even using the Tang surname carried a curse, suspicion, exile, even punishment. Whether Tang Sochu truly bore that bloodline or not, no one cared. The man with the goatee, Buntaju, had only beaten Sochu out of spite, a way to vent his gambling losses from the night before. "So, the descendants pay for the sins of their ancestors," Pyeolwol murmured. "Who told them to side with demons? They made their bed. Anyway, what did you come to buy? Our workshop supplies weapons to most sects in Sichuan. My work, in particular, is famous. You won't regret your purchase. Business must be good lately. Ever since the Imei and Qingcheng sects started clashing, orders have doubled. The province may be in chaos, but we're thriving." Pyeolwol listened quietly. Each boast carried valuable information about which factions were buying weapons and where loyalties lay. "Here we are, the finest flying swords in Sichuan. Choose whichever you like." Pyeolwol examined them all, though none particularly appealed to him. He wasn't here for weapons, only for information. He bought 2 well-crafted blades anyway and paid without complaint, unaware that the price was deliberately inflated. As he left, Buntaju grinned to himself. Pretty boy and a pushover. Still, I'd kill to have a face like that for a day. Who told you to use the hammer? Are you crazy? How dare you grab a hammer we never let you touch? A group of men were trampling someone on the ground. It was Tang Sochu from the forge. He was being beaten so badly his back arched like a shrimp. The attackers were apprentices from the Fire Dragon Room. This is for the tongue blood you carry. This is for breaking the rules again and again. They cursed and beat him. Tang Sochu didn't cry out. His eyes stayed full of poison, his lips clenched, flesh split and blood flowed, but his expression never softened. Pyeolwol studied Tang Sochu's face. As the violence escalated, Tang Sochu gritted his teeth and endured. Pyeolwol liked that poisonous look because he knew it himself, the survivor's stare. Tang Sochu felt Pyeolwol watching and turned his head. Their eyes met. Pyeolwol tossed one of the throwing knives he'd just bought. It landed at Tang Sochu's hand. Tang Sochu looked up, questioning the meaning. Pyeolwol answered simply, "Humans are worse than beasts. If you let them look down on you, they'll bite until you die. This beating won't stop if you just endure it. If enduring becomes routine, you'll live like a miserable dog." The apprentices, who'd assumed they were unseen, now noticed someone in the alley. The oldest of them stepped forward, voice hard. "Hey customer, don't meddle. This is a Fire Dragon Room matter." Mentioning the Fire Dragon Room was meant to intimidate. Its prestige in Sichuan was great. Even if its power had waned, many sects relied on its weapons. The name alone solved quarrels. But Pyeolwol didn't flinch. He ignored the apprentices and looked at Tang Sochu. That attitude only stoked their anger. The apprentices' mood turned uglier. One of them suddenly screamed. They spun around. Tang Sochu had clamped his teeth into the screaming apprentice's shoulder. He'd bitten down so deep that blood sprayed, staining his own face and chest. "You crazy bastard! Let go!" They tried to pry Tang Sochu off, but he brandished a dagger, and they hesitated. The wounded apprentice writhed in pain. Just before he blacked out, Tang Sochu released his grip. "You madman!" someone spat. "How can you bite like an animal?" "When did you ever treat me like a human?" "You treated me like an animal," Tang Sochu snapped. "I'm tired of being beaten for nothing. From now on, I'll strike back at anyone who hurts me." He hurled his dagger at them. The sight in Tang Sochu's eyes, bloody, murderous, made the apprentices recoil. "Damn you! Just wait!" they shrieked, withdrawing with the injured comrade. When they were gone, Tang Sochu spat, blood mixing with saliva. His body was shattered inside. Pyeolwol supported him to his feet. "Where to?" "The dorms behind the workshop." Pyeolwol led him there. The room was dreadful shelter, barely better than a pigsty. A single shabby pallet lay inside. Pyeolwol glanced around and murmured, "Not bad. You like this? Are you crazy?" Tang Sochu coughed. "It's like an Avenger's palace. I once lived in a snake pit." Pyeolwol's voice was flat. "You don't have to lie. Do you think that comforts me?" Tang Sochu asked. "Do you see me as someone who comforts others?" Pyeolwol shrugged. Tang Sochu exhaled, relieved. Pyeolwol's words felt true to him. Pyeolwol stood. "Where are you going?" "I have a place to go." "Where? Are you really that curious about others?" Pyeolwol replied. "Didn't you meddle in a stranger's affairs just now?" Tang Sochu's face, raw with pain and resentment, stared back like a mirror. "I've been exploited, abandoned, and chased." "So you want revenge?" Tang Sochu asked. "Of course. Your enemies sound easy then. They're strong." Pyeolwol's answer was blunt. "Who are they?" "The Ime and Kingcheng sects and all the sects that follow them. You'll declare war on the whole of Sichuan." Tang Sochu's voice rose, but it was excited rather than afraid. Pyeolwol shrugged. "Maybe it's madness, but that doesn't make me insane. Are you really going to try?" "I have no reason to lie." "You're mad." Tang Sochu cracked a thin smile. "Now give me back the dagger. I bought it because I needed one." "This thing." Tang Sochu eyed the dagger. "That junk. It's worth a coin. If you try to get revenge with that, it'll break fast. Toss it." He flung the dagger aside and rummaged in the corner. He returned with a leather belt. "Take it." "What is this?" "You'll see when you use it." Pyeolwol opened the belt. Inside, dozens of throwing knives were tucked into compartments, perfectly balanced, razor-sharp, each with a small ring at the pommel to attach a thread. He drew one out and examined the craftsmanship. It was clear why Tang Sochu had dismissed Buntaju's blade as trash. "You made these?" Pyeolwol asked. "Who else?" Tang Sochu answered with pride. "Had to make them in secret. Didn't have time to forge openly, but making them wasn't hard." Tang Sochu's voice carried a stubborn pride. "Are you sure you want to give this away? I could sell it for a lot. Money means nothing." His voice was full of rancor. Bearing the Tang name had ruined him. The Fire Dragon Room kept him at arm's length, fearing the reappearance of the Tang line. If he'd been a disciple, they might have taught him, but as an apprentice, he learned at night and was punished when found out. "Everyone told me to endure," Tang Sochu said. "You're the first to tell me not to." "All right, I'll use them." Pyeolwol loosened his old belt and fastened Tang Sochu's leather belt around his waist. From the outside, it looked ordinary. Inside, it hid a small arsenal. He practiced drawing and returning the blades silently, smoothly. Tang Sochu's face lit with surprise. He hadn't expected such speed. His eyes couldn't track Pyeolwol's hands. My instinct was right. He's the owner of these weapons, Tang Sochu thought. He didn't know Pyeolwol's past, but he recognized the way the man handled the blades. Oh, I don't even know your name, Tang Sochu admitted. Pyeolwol, he replied. I'll remember it. Tang Sochu nodded. Whenever you hear that name, know you're using the phantom daggers. If such a fine weapon has no name, that would be a shame. Phantom daggers, I like that. Tang Sochu smiled for the first time. The name fit the craft he'd poured himself into. Take care of them, he said. I'm Tang Sochu. If the phantom daggers ever break, come to me and I'll fix them. I will. Pyeolwol tucked the daggers into the belt and left. Sochu watched him go, whispering to the empty room. Pyeolwol, may your name spread through Sichuan. The more the names spread, the more chance the Imei and Qingcheng might be weakened. Tang Sochu didn't believe a single man could topple two great sects, but he hoped to avenge a little of the past by watching Pyeolwol's name grow and by tasting some of their blood with his blades. More than 20 people gathered for the meeting of the Blue Moon Association. All of them were disciples of well-known sects across Sichuan province. Most of the men were there for one reason, to admire the beauty of Wu Xianhe. She was like a flower that drew countless bees, but she had no desire to remain one. I am not a flower waiting for bees. I will become the queen bee and make them all kneel before me. That was how the nickname Poisonous Bee was born. Though Seonha never openly revealed her ambitions, those around her could sense them. To others, she was a beautiful yet venomous queen bee, dangerous, alluring, and impossible to resist. There was only one reason Wu Seonha remained in the Blue Moon Association, to further the power and influence of the Imei sect. The 100 Flower Room, Seonha's sect, was a subsidiary of Imei. With her usual grace, she hid her thoughts behind a soft smile as she addressed the gathering. The Blue Moon Assembly. I sincerely thank all of you for answering the call of such a humble woman, Seonha said sweetly. If it's Miss Wu Seonha calling, of course we'd come running. We're ready to follow wherever you lead. The men's responses made her smile widen. She knew her beauty captivated them, and she knew exactly how to use it. With a subtle motion, she crossed her legs, her snow-white calves momentarily visible. The men's eyes darted toward her, unable to resist. Men are all the same, pathetic fools. Outwardly, she remained demure, her voice gentle. The situation of the 100 Flower Room has been difficult under Qingcheng's pressure, she said. But thanks to all of you, we can finally breathe again. No matter how strong Qingcheng is, they can't control Chengdu, one man said proudly. We'll protect the 100 Flower Room. That's right. You have nothing to fear, Lady Seonha. Chengdu once belonged to the Tang family. In their prime, even Imei and Qingcheng had to bow their heads before them. But after the Tang family's fall, Chengdu became a battlefield for many small and mid-sized sects. Oh, before I forget, Seonha said suddenly, I may not be able to attend the next Blue Moon meeting. What? Why not? There's been unusual movement from Qingcheng, she explained. The Imei headquarters has summoned all disciples and affiliates back to Mount Imei. A murmur spread among the men. Then we'll go too, cried Go Sheng-ak, one of her more impulsive admirers. I'll climb Mount Imei myself to protect you. I'll go as well. So will I. The room erupted with shouts of loyalty. Seonha raised her cup, hiding a dark smile behind the rim. Fools, all of you. Satisfied with how the meeting had gone, Seonha felt radiant, until her eyes met his. Across the room, Pyeolwol looked up, their gazes locked. Her heart skipped a beat. For the first time, she was the one captivated. Who is he? His crimson eyes gleamed faintly in the lamplight, mysterious, almost hypnotic. Without realizing it, Seonha approached him, smiling brightly. This is my first time seeing you here, she said softly. May I know your name, young master? Pyeolwol studied her silently for a moment. Her heartbeat grew louder. Byeolwol, he finally said. So, you're traveling alone. Are you perhaps a martial artist? Think what you like. Why so secretive? Are you hiding something? Do you usually interrogate strangers like this? Yes, why not? His indifferent tone caught her off guard. Before she could reply, Go Song-ak stepped forward, face flushed with jealousy. Are you trying to mock Miss Wu Seonha? Apologize. Kneel and apologize right now, or I'll make you. What if I don't? No matter how infatuated you are, Pyeolwol said coldly, you should at least recognize your own limits before charging like a fool. How dare you insult me? Unforgivable. With a shout, Go Sheng-ak drew his sword and swung. Stop! The other men gasped, certain the stranger would be cut down. But no cry came. Pyeolwol had already moved. The sword missed him by the width of a finger. It wasn't luck. Go Song-ak roared and unleashed the thunderstorm sword technique, a signature art of the Clear Sky House. 7 relentless strikes, each faster than the last. Blades howled through the air. But Pyeolwol slipped past every strike with almost lazy precision, retreating only a finger's breadth each time. Those watching froze. To maintain such a narrow distance, to evade death again and again, was inhuman. He's reading the attacks completely. Damn you! Are you using sorcery? It wasn't sorcery, it was synchronization, the art of matching an opponent's rhythm, breath, and killing intent perfectly. Pyeowal's senses grasped every detail of Go Shongak's movement, the reach of his arms, the swing of his sword, even the moment his breath faltered. He moved only as much as was necessary. After several frantic exchanges, Go Shongak's breathing turned ragged, his technique crumbled. This is your limit, Pyeowal said quietly. What? Before Go Shongak could respond, Pyeowal's body twisted like a serpent. He glided forward, a movement fluid and unpredictable, and struck. His palm hit Go So-young's chin with a sharp crack. The man's head snapped back, eyes rolling white, and he collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Young Master Go. But before they could reach him, a dozen thin, silvery threads shot out from Pyeowal's waist like lightning. Having made her decision in an instant, Seonha approached Pyeowal with a seductive smile. Pyeowal, calm down. Look at me. They didn't mean harm. They just acted rashly because they were worried about me. People must take responsibility for their own actions, he said coldly. Yes, you're absolutely right. Then, how about I take responsibility on their behalf? You'll take responsibility for them. Yes, I will. Do you even know what that means? Of course, but I doubt you'd make an unreasonable request. Am I wrong? Her pitiful expression was enough to sway anyone's heart. You mustn't, Lady Wu. You can't suffer because of us. We'd rather die fighting, the men shouted, their faces twisted with guilt. They believed Seona was offering herself for their sake. Pyeowal immediately saw through it. Not bad. She was beautiful, clever, and knew exactly how to use both her looks and the situation to her advantage. To the Blue Moon Association men, she seemed self-sacrificing. To Pyeowal, she was captivating in a way that ordinary people could never be. What should I do for you to forgive them? Seonha asked softly. Just tell me, I'll do anything. She left the decision to him, her expression submissive, yet full of hidden intent. A faint sound came from outside, subtle, imperceptible to anyone but someone of Pyeowal's caliber. After a moment, the door creaked open. A beautiful woman stepped into the dark room, Seonha, dressed in a lavish gown. Though she had left earlier with her men, she had secretly returned. Determined to win Pyeowal over, she had even thrown away her pride. Even so, Pyeowal was not surprised. He had already predicted this. The sound of fabric falling filled the room. Piece by piece, her clothes slipped away until her pale body stood bare before him. When morning came, Sonyaha woke in his arms, her body aching, the room still filled with lingering heat. For the first time, she had fainted from pleasure. Pyeowal was not only beautiful, he was terrifyingly skilled, even in ways that defied understanding. I want you to kill someone, an assassination request, more of a favor between lovers. Haiwal's eyes narrowed slightly. Who? Nam Hosen, the young leader of the Thunder Clan. Paiwal frowned. The Thunder Clan was one of the three great clans, rivaling even the Chingcheng and Ame sects. Seeing his interest, Seonha continued. The Thunder Clan wasn't originally from Sichuan. It was formed by the descendants of the Shaolayan Temple. When the Chingcheng and Ame sects rose to power here, those descendants quietly built their own influence. By the time the other sects noticed, the Thunder Clan had already taken root. She bit her lip. Taya Yanho, the clan leader, recently proposed that I marry his son, Nam Hozan. When I refused, he threatened to ally with the Qingqing sect. If that happens, both the Ma sect and the 100 Flower Room will be in trouble. The Thunder Clan's reputation was poor, and Nam Hozan's was the worst of them all, violent, arrogant, and feared by many. You've already planned for the possibility that if I fail, you can deny any connection to me, keeping both the Ime sect and the 100 Flower Room safe. Goosebumps ran down Seonha's spine. He's too sharp, too perceptive. He had seen straight through her. Trying to recover, she added quickly, if you succeed, my aunt in the Ma sect will personally repay you. Or aunt, Janhua, one of the great disciples of the Abbess of 9 Calamities, our sect leader. Pyeowal blinked, then slowly smiled. A thin, dangerous smile. All right. Mount Ma could be reached by traveling south of Chengdu for 3 days and 3 nights. The magnificent scenery, rising over 1,000 meters, was truly worthy of Sichuan province. Originally a large Buddhist temple before becoming a martial sect, Yimei once received many offerings. But as its conflict with the Qingcheng sect intensified, visitors stopped coming. Now, only martial artists associated with Yimei traveled to the mountain. Numerous gates lined the road leading up the mountain, each guarded by Yimei warriors. To enter the sect, one had to pass through several layers of checkpoints. Eventually, they reached Yeomjongbong Peak, home of the Ime sect. Dozens of martial artists stood guard outside, their sharp gazes sizing up the newcomers. They truly live up to the reputation of a prestigious sect. Inside the Daejeon, a large chair dominated the room, flanked by high-ranking Ma disciples, mostly women. 3 stood out. The elderly Guasata, Zhonghua, the one-eyed great disciple radiating ferocity equal to Guasata. Yong Seol Ran, a beautiful woman in her 20s, the youngest disciple whose beauty even captivated Hyo Ranju. 7 years had refined Yong Seolran's beauty. This is dangerous, Hyoranju thought. Guhasata spoke. Did the master of the Black Cloud Corps send you? That's right. Why a messenger? Her tone suggested displeasure. Mercenaries do not fight for free. What is your payment? We require 500,000 gold. The hall tensed. Preposterous. How dare you demand such a sum? If we comply, our sect will be the laughingstock of Jianghu. 500,000 yang could sustain Ma for years. The request was enormous, far beyond what the disciples could accept. Guhasata narrowed her eyes. You expect us to accept this? We could hire several groups for that sum. None would match the strength of the Black Cloud Corps, and if I refuse, a member of our corps may already be at Mount Qingqing. Insolence. A strong wave of aura erupted from the abyss of 9 calamities. Hyoranju and O Yukpyo immediately felt its force, blood running from their mouths as they struggled to stabilize themselves. They maintained a calm appearance. Weakness would have been fatal. Guhasata spoke again. Be honest. You don't expect me to give 500,000 gold. Tell me what you truly want. We are mercenaries. We follow those who pay best. Even 1 yang more and you become our master. Your members likely say the same to Qingqing. Hyoranju remained silent. Guhasata accepted her response. You are bold. I want to see your captain in person. If you wish, it will be so. Guhasata's eyes softened slightly. She could have struck them down immediately, but wartime necessity dictated negotiation. The confrontation with Qingcheng had reached its climax. Even the superior Qingcheng sect might hire the Black Cloud Corps to win. Cunning. Truly cunning, she thought, tapping her chair handle. Normally, neither sect would concern themselves with the Black Cloud Corps. But now, their rivalry had escalated. If one side's strength waned, bringing the Black Cloud Corps into the battle could tip the scales. Knowing this, Zhang Moryang had boldly inserted his corps into the conflict. Despite his confidence, anxiety gnawed at him. The lives of 350 men rested on his decision. I should think about retiring after this, he clicked his tongue. This was the Black Cloud Corps' riskiest gamble. At that moment, Dao Shigo entered the guest house. Boss, you just got back. I was going to return yesterday, but I ran into a familiar face. Who? A man named Pyolwol. I met him by chance the other day in Jinteng County, and he accompanied me here. The super handsome guy you mentioned. Yes, that's him. Jinteng County, that's where the Thunder Clan is located. Keep an eye on him, but make sure he never notices. Of course, I'll have Mon follow him. Mon, the most agile and quick-witted in the Black Cloud Corps, was unmatched in reconnaissance and surveillance. Their conversation ended as others arrived. He recognized Zhonghua, the one-eyed middle-aged woman and second-in-command of the Ma sect, and Yang Seolran, a woman of striking beauty whose talent rivaled that of Wu Gunsang. Zhang Muryang softened his expression and greeted them. You've brought precious guests. Zhang Muryang, captain of the Black Cloud Corps, greets the honored guests of the Ime sect. I am Zhonghua of the Ime sect, the one-eyed woman said coldly, her gaze radiating energy. She was here only on orders from their sect leader Guhasata, who recognized the Black Cloud Corps' potential. Since the Grand Disciples have come in person, can we take this as a sign that the Ime sect wishes to negotiate? Zhang Muryang asked cautiously. That depends on the negotiations. If you attempt to deceive us with mediocre strength, the Black Cloud Corps will pay dearly even if we must delay the war with Qingcheng, Zhonghua replied. What? Trading rights beyond the Great Wall? That's absurd. Isn't it possible if the Ime sect rules Sichuan? Zhonghua slammed the rosewood table with immense force, splitting it in two. The room trembled. Had her hand hit Zhang Muryang instead, his skull would have been crushed. Zhang Muryang remained composed, knowing an outright confrontation would harm both the Ime sect and his corps. In that case, we'll give up the trading rights and the 500,000 gold. In exchange, please allow us to settle near the Western Plateau. You aimed for that all along. As mercenaries, no sect wants us near them. The Western Plateau is distant enough from the Ame sect for us to establish a base. Zhonghua considered this. While normally she would refuse, the Black Cloud Corps' power was too significant to ignore. They might be burdensome in the future, but for now, they were valuable. Very well. We accept your proposal. I promise you, with the honor of the Ma sect. Zhang Muryang smiled subtly. Securing a settlement would allow the Black Cloud Corps to prosper without conflict. Qingcheng negotiations would have been far less favorable. Will you be heading back to the Ime sect? If you wish to stay a day, we can offer a room. We'll stay in the 100-flower room. The young master there is my niece. Zhang Muryang sighed. Suddenly, Hyoranju burst in. Boss! Urgent news! Zhang Muryang frowned, scolding her for intruding. The young leader of the Thunder Clan was assassinated. Was the assassin caught? No. Oh Zhonghua's one eye flared with intensity. Young Seolran's calm expression betrayed a flicker of surprise. The events set the stage for escalating conflict across Sichuan. Tension filled Mount Qingcheng as sunset approached. A group of visitors had arrived, carrying a coffin up the mountain. Among them were Tai Yanho and the martial artists of the Thunder Clan. The The Qingcheng sect's warriors looked displeased at the sudden intrusion. In Jianghu, it was considered highly disrespectful to appear unannounced at another sect, especially one as sacred as Qingcheng, tied closely to Taoism. Normally, they would never allow armed outsiders to enter. Yet the matter was urgent, and the Qingcheng sect had no choice but to admit the Thunder Clan's martial artists. "What is it you intend, sect leader Tae?" he asked. "That's exactly what I want to ask you," sect leader Muryoungjin, Tae Yanho replied. "Explain fully. Why have you brought this coffin here?" "This coffin holds the body of my disciple," Tae Yanho said firmly. Muryoungjin frowned. "I am sorry for your loss, sect leader Tai, but I fail to see how this concerns our sect. Do you truly not understand?" Tai Yanho's eyes flared with anger. The Qingcheng disciples bristled at his tone. "Show some respect. How dare you accuse the leader of our sect?" The disciples of Qingcheng, powerful and numerous, were ready to strike. They could have easily overwhelmed the hastily assembled ThunderClan warriors. Yet Muryoungjin and his followers restrained themselves, bound by Taoist principles. Raising a hand to calm his disciples, Muryoungjin turned to Tai Yonyo. "I really don't understand. Please explain what happened." As news of Nam Hozan's assassination had not yet reached Qingcheng, Muryoungjin had no context for Tai Yonyo's urgency. "Very well, I will show you myself." Tae Yunho opened the coffin, revealing Nam Hosan's body in a horrific state. The sight of the corpse, riddled with sword slashes, shook the Qingcheng warriors. "This is my disciple. Do you feel nothing seeing this? Can't you see the wounds? They are the 72 sword waves." "No way." The leaders examined the scars carefully. Muryoungjin's face betrayed confusion. The 72 sword waves were an unmistakably Qingcheng technique. Tae Yonho's voice rose. "Will you still deny it? My disciple was assassinated by an assassin wielding the 72 sword waves of your sect. This cannot happen without Qingcheng's involvement." "Sect leader Tai, calm down." "How can I calm down? My disciple was killed by your sect's sword." "Was it because my disciple's marriage to Wu Solha of the 100 Flower Room would align us with the Ime sect? Was your fear of Ime so great that you committed such a cowardly act?" Or Youngjin's eyebrows twitched. At that moment, a lion-like roar exploded through the hall. The audacity. Tai Yonho and the Thunder Clan covered their ears and stumbled. From the ranks of department heads, a man leapt forward with a cold expression. Mu Jongjin, Qingcheng's strongest warrior, a ferocious light burned in his eyes as he approached Tai Yonho. "Don't," Muryoungjin cried. "How dare you act so brazenly after arriving unannounced?" Mu Jongjin ignored him, unleashing a thunderstorm palm technique. "Mercy, junior brother, don't kill him." Mu Yongjin and Mu Wajin shouted. Tai Yonho drew his sword in defense, but Mu Jongjin's wind thunder palm shattered it and sent him flying. He struck again, shaking Tai Yonho's internal organs, leaving him unable to fight back. "If you speak nonsense again, I will kill not only you, but everyone who climbed this mountain," Mu Jongjin warned coldly. Tai Yonho remained silent, unable to respond to the overwhelming force. "Why attack before understanding the situation?" Muryoungjin protested. "Better to subdue them first," Mu Jongjin replied, storming into the Daejeon. Muryoungjin sighed. "Let the priest speak once sect leader Tae wakes. Provide them lodging." Mu Wajin, known for his gentle demeanor, escorted the Thunder Clan members and arranged medical care for Tae Yonho. Muryoungjin then summoned Xiongyob, a renowned disciple known as the swordsmanship scholar. "You must head to Chengdu," Muryoungjin said. "Me?" Xiongyob asked. "Yes. Take disciples and investigate the situation. Seek assistance from Priest Wu if needed." Muryoungjin closed his eyes, silently praying for Qingcheng. As night fell, the Song guest house was quiet. Many guests had left, leaving Pyeolwol alone in his room. Only a small oil lamp illuminated the space, swaying slightly in the wind. Pyeolwol leaned against the wall, contemplating his life. He had survived a harsh world since age 14, arrested and confined, living day by day like a predator in a hostile environment. With his abilities, he could have lived comfortably, but he chose revenge. A sound of skirts brushing against the floor broke the silence. Someone approached. The door opened, and Wu Solha entered, radiant even in a simple dress. "So you're still awake," she said. "How did you know I was here?" "There's no place in Chengdu our 100 Flower Room's eyes cannot reach. And it's not hard to find a remarkably handsome man like you." Soha approached and sat beside him, her scent stirring him. "How did you do it?" she asked. "Do what?" "You made Nam Hozan of the Thunder Clan so furious he blamed the Qingcheng sect. How?" "Who knows?" Pyeolwol replied calmly. "Weren't you the one who killed him? Does it matter who killed him? He's dead. That's what counts." Sohol's eyes softened, light-headed from his presence. "You're right, nothing else matters," she whispered, her breathing uneven. In a moment of impulse, she hugged Pyeolwol's waist and looked up at him. Her white fingers traced his chest as she whispered, "You're like a bad guy." Her presence was alluring enough to ensnare any man, but Pyeolwol remained calm, his expression unreadable. "It'll be difficult for me to see you for a while," he said. "An important guest has arrived. I told you before, the MA sect's first disciple, Abbess Zhonghua, is my aunt. She's come to the 100 Flower Room with her junior sister." She's fussy, so I need to attend to her personally. Why is Abbess Zhonghua in Chengdu? She's here to hire a group of mercenaries called the Black Cloud Corps. They're one of the strongest mercenary groups. The Amei sect had no choice but to contract them because they're weaker than the Qingqing sect. Solha spoke freely, unaware she was revealing sensitive information. Pyowo listened, absorbing everything. When will Zhonghua return to Mount Amei? He asked. She'll stay in the 100-flower room for a while, Solha replied. Really? It's pleasant seeing my aunt, but that girl is annoying, she added. That girl. My aunt's youngest junior disciple, Yong Seol Ran. Pyowo's thoughts drifted. Yong Seol Ran, he remembered the girl from 7 years ago. Though he had seen her only once, the memory remained vivid. Calm and collected, she exuded a more threatening presence than the fiery Zhonghua. If we meet in person, will I understand why? Before dawn, Seolha returned to the 100-flower room. Pyowo remained behind, leaving only after she had gone. Chongyob, with the help of ThunderClan members, examined the room where Nam Hozan was killed. So, the young leader of the ThunderClan was murdered here, he asked. The scene was grim, blood-splattered, furniture broken. Traces of the 72 sword waves, he said, no doubt about it. Could an external disciple have mastered it? Impossible. Only a few main sect students ever learned it. A copy alone cannot produce true power. Chungsan shook his head. Even if someone learned from a transcript, they would fail without proper cultivation. The assassin who did so before was killed by senior brother Mu Jongjin. Chongyob nodded. To find the culprit, it's faster to trace how they arrived here than how they mastered the 72 sword waves. His sharp gaze swept the room. Despite the fog of uncertainty, one truth remained. There was an assassin behind the massacre. Eerie, the hairs on their necks rose. It reminded them of the assassination of Wu Gunseng 7 years ago. Could it be the same assassin? Chong Yob quickly dismissed the thought. 7 years ago, Mu Jongjin had already killed that assassin. It's getting late. We'll try again tomorrow, Chong Yob said, glancing at the exhausted disciples. The second and third generation disciples were drained after a full day of searching. Pushing them further would be unreasonable. I apologize, everyone. We'll rest at a guest house and continue tomorrow. But can one inn accommodate all of us? A disciple asked. No need for an inn, Chongyob replied. In Chengdu, there's the Golden Gate clan. Oh, Chongsan sighed. Golden Gate, closely allied with Qingsheng, could accommodate their entire group at any time. Then we must hurry, Chomsan said. To reach the Golden Gate, they had to pass through Chengdu's city center. Crowds stared, recognizing the Qingqing disciples, a rare sight in such numbers. Qingyob remained calm, masking his concern, but his pace slowed as they approached a group coming from the opposite direction. The group was mostly women. Chongyob's expression hardened. He knew who they were. Imei sect, he muttered. Leading them was Zhonghua, accompanied by her disciples from the Beiquabang. She recognized the Qingcheng disciples instantly, her expression darkening with fury. Swords were drawn simultaneously by both sides, the air thick with tension. Yet no attack came. A sudden clash in Chengdu could cause irreparable damage. Chongyob raised his hands, signaling restraint, and stepped forward. Zhonghua emerged at the forefront. It's been a while, Zhonghua, he said. Swordsmanship scholar, you should stay in the mountains where you belong. Surely something urgent brought you here, Zhonghua. Is protecting the main sect so trivial that you can interfere with others? Shut up, Chongyob, she snapped. Their mutual animosity was deep, stemming from events 7 years prior. Yong Seol-ran, beside her, whispered caution. Step back. If we clash now, our losses will be greater. Quiet. Escape before the Qingcheng sect. Are you ashamed? Zhonghua retorted. Yong Seol-ran sighed, stepping back silently. Zhonghua then accused Chongyob, her voice sharp. Did you order the assassination after discovering the affair between the Thunder Clan's young master and the 100-Flower Room's sect leader? Incredible. You cast everyone aside like trash. Though she taunted, she did not strike, knowing that the center of Chengdu was no place for open combat. 7 years ago, one assassin had ignited this feud between Qingcheng and Amei. The consequences of his actions still dictated their interactions. Hyolwol, observing from the crowd, had noticed Yong Sol-ran for the first time in 7 years. Her face was etched into his memory, alongside Zhonghua's. He recorded each detail mentally, aware that this confrontation was more performance than battle. Both sides restrained, waiting for the right spark. Still, it's not a bad start, he thought. Both sides boasted giants among Zhonghu's elite. Hyolwol planned to stoke this tension, hoping to draw out others hiding in the mountains. Returning to the guest house, Hyolwol found an unexpected meeting waiting for him. Heo Ranju. She stood there, dressed provocatively, her presence magnetic. Beside her was a man in his mid-40s, Dao Shigo's usual companion, exuding a raw, commanding energy. Hyolwol immediately recognized him, the leader of the Black Cloud Corps. The man stood, introducing himself. I'm Zhang Muryang, leader of the Black Cloud Corps. Pleasure to meet you. The four of them sat around a round table. Hyolwol and Zhang Muryang faced each other, with Dao Shigo and Heo Ranju seated between them. The room was a private space inside the guest house, isolated from prying eyes, a perfect place for confidential conversation. I want you in the Black Cloud Corps. You may see it as a band of rogues, but I have a dream to form a proper sect. I need talented people. I won't ask your past or your reasons for coming to Chengdu. I'll offer the best treatment. Join us. Zhang Meryang's eyes locked onto Pyoel, steady and intense like a bear's, powerful, cunning, and ruthless. I'll give you anything. Ranju too, he added. Heo Ranju shouted, but Zhang Meryang ignored her. No matter her personality, her looks compensate. Nights with her are memorable. Heo Ranju groaned, though Pyoel knew she wasn't truly angry. He noticed the subtle movements around her eyes, tiny signs of expectation. Dao Shigo smiled faintly, observing the interaction. Heo Ranju, the notorious Black Ranju, was passionate and possessive by nature. Her blush confirmed it. Yang Moryang grinned, expecting Pyoel to yield, but Pyoel's response shocked him. It's not that compelling. Which part? Joining us or Ranju? All of it. I avoid things I'll tire of. His eyes sharpened. Heo Ranju's face flushed with fury. She had never been rejected so boldly. Her lips bled from biting them in frustration. Dao Shigo's fingers twitched, ready to act on Zhang Meryang's command. Then Zhang Meryang laughed. I'm joking. Why so serious? No, I'm not giving you Ranju. I just wanted to see your face. Listen carefully, though. Actions matter more than words. Take this seriously. It's advice for you. Haiwol replied calmly. If one day you walk the streets with your head falling off and your world ends, know it's because of me. Pyoel smiled lightly. Later, Zhang Meryang and his party left the guest house. Outside, the smile vanished from his face. He stared at the private room where Pyoel remained, watching him through the window. What are the Ime sect's movements? They're staying in the 100-flower room and not moving. Are you certain? Yes, I've stationed some disciples nearby. If anything unusual occurs, I'll inform you immediately. Good work, Changyob said, smiling. Though they belonged to the same sect, each disciple had a different disposition. Chongming, Changyob's immediate disciple, was quick-tempered, while Chongsan was meticulous. Thanks to this, Chongyob trusted Chongsan with delicate tasks like monitoring the Ime sect. We need to find the beast that killed the young master of the Thunder Clan. Only then can we understand the situation and respond appropriately. Of course, that's why I want to contact Homan. They likely know who had access to the Thunder Clan that day. True, their surveillance network in Sichuan is extensive. I'm reluctant to involve them, but time is short. We have no choice. I'll leave it to you, Chongyob said. I won't let you down, Chongsan promised. Among his disciples, Chongsan was the one he trusted most. Chongming, though powerful, would have been a hindrance in this task. So many sects are involved. The Golden Gate, the White Clan, God help me if I can't catch the assassin, Chongyob thought. Pyoel slept with his back against the wall, a habit ingrained for years despite his sharpened senses. Even if his martial arts improved, the instinct to protect himself while sleeping remained. He curled up like a shrimp, breathing so quietly that only someone fully concentrating could detect him. Even in sleep, he practiced the turtle breathing technique, which made his presence virtually undetectable. Mon, tasked with monitoring Pyoel, furrowed his brow in confusion. Pyoel had been designated a first-class surveillance target, a label for the most dangerous masters. Each target was assigned at least 4 monitors, rotating shifts. Mon specialized in this kind of work. He excelled in tracking, stealth, and predicting an opponent's tendencies and psychology. On this mission, he was stationed in the room next to Pyoel. The others observed from outside, hidden by the shadows or through windows. I've confirmed he's inside, Mon thought. Pressing his ear to the wall, he tried to hear Pyoel's breathing, but detected nothing. Opening the window to check, he signaled his colleagues, confirming that Pyoel had not left. Zhang Pian arrived at the guest house where the Black Cloud Corps had set up. He reported to Vice Captain Yang Wuzheng, the primary watch has been motionless all night. With sunrise approaching, we'll switch from remote to close surveillance. I see. Remain vigilant, Yang Wuzheng instructed. Yes, sir, Zhang Piang replied. Yang Wuzheng returned to his residence, studying a map he had drawn of the Qingcheng sect. He devised plans for an all-out war, noting the challenges posed by the 3 gates at the start of Menteen. Suddenly, Pyoel appeared above him, observing silently. Despite Yang Wuzheng's momentary paranoia throwing knives at the ceiling, he failed to detect Pyoel's presence. The assassin's stealth and assimilation skills were flawless. After some time, Pyoel left silently, returning to his guest house. Mon and the others remained unaware. He reviewed the intelligence he had gathered overnight. The Black Cloud Corps numbered 350, with 200 cavalry, effective in open terrain. He also confirmed their alliance with the Ime sect. This chaotic situation, unpredictable, intertwined, and precarious, was perfect for an assassin like Pyoel. Junior sister should return to the main sect at sunrise, Zhonghua said coldly. Senior sister. Yang Seol Ran blinked, surprised. The order was unexpected. Even if you stay, there's nothing you can do here. Go back to the main sect and remain by Master's side. But Master ordered me to help. If we hadn't contracted the Black Cloud Corps, I would gladly accept your help. The contract succeeded. and there's no need for you to remain. It would be a waste of human resources. Senior sister, no matter what you say, my decision stands. I'll send a letter to master so you can return safely. Reluctantly, Yong Seol-ran yielded. I'll go back tomorrow at sunrise, she said. Do so, Zhonghua replied. When the door closed behind Yong Seol-ran, Zhonghua hissed, that arrogant bitch, how dare she act like that before me. Zhonghua hated Yong Seol-ran above all others and Aimee. Even being in the same room made her skin crawl. Her hatred had begun long ago and deepened after she lost an eye to an assassin 7 years prior. She'd been harshly scolded by her teacher, Gu Asada, the abbess of 9 calamities, for failing to handle that attack properly, which nearly cost her exile for 2 years. The thought of being sent back to a tiny hermitage terrified her, and that fear had curdled into hatred for Yong Seol-ran, who seemed to escape punishment. Just then, a familiar voice called at the door. I saw Yong Seol-ran leave. Did you ask her to go? Yes, you did well. Her presence made me uneasy too. Junior sister has a strange aura. Seolha smiled and sat close, putting on a playful face. Are you seeing someone? You look prettier. No, it doesn't matter. Just don't hand your heart away. Men are unreliable. If you give them everything, only you will be hurt. Seolha leaned in, excited. You know the young master of the Thunder Clan was killed, right? What of it? The one who killed Namhozan might be the person I met. Are you sure? Seolha's expression hardened. It's not confirmed, Seolha admitted. But I'll check. Okay, Zhonghua said warily. If I'm sure, I'll bring him to you. Fine. What's his name? I'll tell you when I know for certain, Seolha said. I don't want to make a mistake with you, Auntie. Do it quickly, Zhonghua warned. It won't take long, Seolha promised. Despite Zhonghua's harshness toward other disciples, she was infinitely merciful to Seolha. At that instant, a piercing scream rent the air. Both women froze, then ran toward the sound. The noise came from the room opposite Zhonghua's. Several Aimee disciples had gathered there, faces ashen. What happened? Zhonghua demanded. It's Gongseon's private quarters, someone stammered. Zhonghua shoved past them and entered. Gongseon's neck had been torn open. Fresh blood poured like a waterfall, soaking Zhonghua's chest. No, this can't be. Who did this to Gongseon? Zhonghua screamed, crimson staining her single eye. Xingchong sect! They sent an assassin! They killed junior sister Gongseon! The disciples cried, calling for immediate vengeance. News of Gongseon's death reached the Black Cloud Corps as well. Now that their fates were linked, Zhang Moryang felt the loss more keenly than most. He found the idea intolerable. A great disciple, a direct disciple of Zhonghua, murdered inside the 100 Flower Room. The 100 Flower Room was no weak target. To infiltrate such a place without leaving a trace and to kill in broad daylight, that required professional skill. It's impossible unless an assassin of professional caliber did it, someone said. As far as I know, no such assassin exists in Sichuan. Since the Blood Shadow group fell 7 years ago, no new top-tier assassin group has surfaced in Sichuan. Did Qingcheng send an assassin? The Qingcheng sect is prestigious. Even in a dispute, they would never hire an assassin against Aimee. Their reputation would suffer more than any gain, Yang Wuzheng said. Zhang felt alarmed. His battlefield instincts, honed through experience, warned him of a crisis. What did he do last night? Zhang demanded. He didn't leave the guest house once. 4 men took turns watching. We detected no anomalies. For 4 days, he never left his room except for dinner. Zhang exhaled. He still felt something amiss. Why would such a man stay inside for 4 days? The feeling of incongruity lingered, but Zhang decided there was no point continuing the tedious watch in its current state. Their focus should shift to the Qingcheng sect. I don't know if we boarded the right ship, but we can't back out now. If this goes well, they'll rely on us more, Yang Wuzheng said. But we must be cautious. Zhang felt eyes burning into his back as the 100 Flower Room and Aimee disciples watched them, some with hostility. The Black Cloud Corps were outsiders and, for the moment, the targets of suspicion. An Aimee disciple led Zhang into the empty audience hall. Inside sat Zhonghua, Seolha, and a middle-aged, dignified woman. I called you to inspect her wounds. Why me? Zheng asked. You'll see when you look, Jinghua said, gesturing to the shrouded body. Zheng pulled back the cloth. Gongseon lay pale and peaceful, as if asleep, but her neck was cleanly split. The wound was astonishingly smooth, like a sharp, glassy cross-section. He had seen many corpses in his life, but never such a cut. This isn't a sword wound, he thought. A blade would tear and curl skin. This cut was unnaturally clean. Is it some kind of thread? No. Even the sharpest thread couldn't make the skin lie so flat. Goosebumps rose on his arms. He kept his thoughts to himself. Zhanghua's gaze was merciless. Have you ever seen a wound like this? She demanded. Honestly, no, Zhang admitted. Zhanghua's expression soured. He wanted to tell her his suspicion of Pyowol, but Mon's report offered no evidence, and he couldn't make the accusation. Zhonghua pressed on. When will the rest of your troops arrive in Chengdu? We can gather them within 2 days, but if our cavalry enters the city, the Qingqing sect will be on alert immediately. It doesn't matter. We'll strike before they can prepare. You mean open war right now? This is my decision as the next leader of Aimee. Will you refuse my orders? Zhang had no choice. The Black Cloud Corps had a contract with Imei to break it now would ruin their reputation in Zhonghu. Reluctantly, he agreed. Zhang Hua's voice rang out, I swear I will never live under the same sky as the Qingcheng sect. Her words chilled the room. Zhang Hua's hatred was said to be so intense that she could summon frost in summer, and as the likely successor to Imei's leadership, she had the influence to make that threat real. A faint sound came from the ceiling. He sat in the dark. He had been there for a long time, like part of the landscape, like the darkness itself. He was right above them. Even while Imei and the 100 Flower Room's warriors scoured the compound, he had not moved from his perch. Some searched close to where he sat and still did not detect him. Piowol watched everything. He observed the 100 Flower Room's reactions, the decisions of Imei's martial artists, Zhang Hua's conversations with her disciples, and the meeting with Zhang Moryang. She should not die swiftly. She should live and watch the consequences of her deeds. So Piowol decided to kill her disciple instead. He killed Gongsun rather than Zhanghua. Some would call that murder of an innocent, but Piowol did not care. Zhonghu was a place of killing and death. Sentimental notions of romance and friendship no longer applied to him. A faint sound, and Piowol slipped away like a snake. The guest house was quiet. Most patrons had left, so Piowol enjoyed a leisurely meal. The hostess had paid special attention to his breakfast, and he ate well, sipping tea in the morning light. The city buzzed with rumors about the murder, but here he sat calmly, half-closed eyes like a painted figure. Everyone else rushed, and his time seemed suspended. He had just finished his cup when a voice called, Handsome Oraboni. He turned. Hyoranju approached. May I sit? She asked. What brings you here? I came to see how you are and to apologize. Her cheeks colored. The captain was rude that day. Were you embarrassed? Not at all, Piowol replied without much emotion. Think about it again, she said, about the captain's offer. Which offer? The Black Cloud Corps. Join us. I'll take care of you. I can do anything, she said, leaning forward. Anything you can imagine. Before she could finish, a loud voice cut through the quiet. You left without a word, so I came to fetch you. Oh, Yakpyo, another member of the Black Cloud Corps. He kept his gaze fixed on Piowol. His stare carried a crude hunger that made Hyoranju's face go cold. She remembered his vile tendencies and stepped in front of him. Don't be greedy, she snapped. He ogled Piowol's handsome face and lithe body. Piowol's voice was cold. Look away. Count to 3. Oh, really? What will you do? The man jeered. 1. The man laughed. 2. His laughter faltered. 3. A sudden sharp crack echoed as Piowol threw chopsticks. The chopsticks sank deep into Oh Yukpyo's forearm. He raised that arm to protect his face and cursed. Then, with a barely audible sound, Piowol vanished from the table and appeared before him. Hyoranju shouted and reached for her whip, but it was too late. A chopstick plunged into Oh Yukpyo's eye with a wet, sickening impact. He screamed and thrashed like an animal, scattering plates and knocking over chairs. Oraboni, you're extreme, she scolded, panting as she cradled him. If you act without thinking, you'll get into trouble. Be careful. She told herself the incident was an accident, a collision of Oh Yukpyo's filthy desires and Piowol's ruthless temperament. She didn't know the truth, that an assassin never moves from impulse. Every action is the end product of cold calculation. Oh Yukpyo was lying on his bed, one eye wrapped in white cloth and both knees heavily bandaged. Hyoranju sat beside him. How did this happen? We were unlucky. That bastard shattered the colic bone. Hyoranju explained what had happened with Piowol. As the story continued, Zhang Moryang's face twisted further. So you're saying this happened because of his foolishness? Yes, this is ridiculous. Zhang Moryang was at a loss for words. It was so absurd he couldn't speak. Right before their full-scale conflict with the Qingcheng sect, one of his key forces, Oh Yukpyo, lay half dead in bed. It was a huge loss for the Black Cloud Corps and a personal blow to Zhang Moryang. Your beauty doesn't seem to work on him. He must be a eunuch. Even when a beauty like me stands before him, he doesn't even blink. Did you see his eyes? Colder than battlefield veterans. Do you think a man with eyes like that feels affection? Give up. I will. I can't hurt my pride any further. Good decision. I'll make sure he pays for this humiliation. Cold anger seeped from her voice. They say when a woman bears a grudge, frost falls in May. It was unfortunate that Oh Yukpyo was out of the fight, but the rest of the corps remained healthy. They could still accomplish the mission. As soon as the cavalry moves, we'll join them. Prepare. Chongyom stared at the man across the table with a somber expression. The middle-aged man looked ordinary shabby clothing, common features. He was Oh Sang-kyung, head of the Hao clan's Cheongdu branch. A native of Cheongdu, he knew the region's affairs better than anyone. He spoke carefully. So you came to ask about the assassin who killed the young master of the Thunder Clan. That's right. Finding that is like searching for a needle in the sand. Still, if anyone can find something, it's the Hao clan. Has anyone suspicious appeared in Cheongdu recently? Well, any clue, no matter how small, we're desperate. there is someone. I don't know if he's related, but a strange man entered Chengdu recently. I haven't seen him myself, but he's said to be handsome enough to captivate people instantly. Women who see him even once can't get him out of their minds. You suspect he's linked to Nam Hosen's death. I can't say for sure, but he's the most notable new arrival, and he fits every condition you asked. What is his name? They call him Pyeolwol. Pyeolwol, yes. That's all we know so far. We can investigate more if you wish. No, we'll handle it from here. There was nothing more to gain. He placed a pouch of silver on the table. Thank you, sir. If you require anything, come anytime. Chengdu Martial Artist Directory. It recorded every martial artist active in Chengdu. Flipping pages, she found the most recent entry: name, Pyeolwol identity, unknown objective, unknown affiliation, unknown note, possesses skill sufficient to instantly subdue the Black Cloud Corps' vice captain, displays extreme tendencies. First recorded at Red Sky Pavilion in Batang, Western Sichuan Province. He hadn't been in Chengdu long, yet the Hao clan already tracked him. Did he really kill Nam Hozan? His appearance, unclear history, and the force he showed against the Gujin escort agency made him a person of concern. Once this record reached headquarters, judgment would be swift. They would send experts to shadow him. As she moved to return the booklet, so there was such a thing. A cold, emotionless voice spoke behind her. Who are you? She secretly raised her chi. At that moment, a pale hand reached out from behind her. It seized the booklet she had been holding. That booklet contained information on countless martial artists in Chengdu. She tried to turn and strike the intruder, but her body refused to move. No blood arts, no forceful suppression, yet she was frozen, overwhelmed by his presence alone. The sound of pages flipping echoed behind her. Each second felt like eternity. A quiet mutter followed. Not long since I entered Chengdu, and you already did your research. I am the manager of the Hao clan's Chengdu branch. If you harm me, the Hao clan will never let it go. I know, that's why I came. You came knowing that. Why? Because I don't want my information circulating without my permission. Then, San Kyung rolled her eyes in panic. So, this is the man recorded in Chengdu's martial artist directory. Oh, you're Pyeolwol. Correct. The intruder admitted it casually. Cold sweat rolled down San Kyung's back. There was only one reason for an infiltrator to reveal himself now: assassination. Let's compromise. I won't reveal your identity. Not a word will leave my mouth. But you already spoke quite freely to Ching Chung's disciples. His arrival here was no coincidence. He had been watching the Ching Chung sect's movements. He likely intended to leave quietly until he saw the first page of the directory. It had been filled with information about him. If this booklet reached Hao headquarters, his existence would spread across the entire Jianghu. She had steadily gathered internal chi. Her paralysis vanished. Die. She spun like lightning, arms slicing out. It was Byung-su, a Hao clan strike capable of cutting through thick trees. She unleashed it with all her strength. Even if it didn't kill, she was sure she could force him back. A gasp burst out. Her neck had opened like a fish's gills. Air hissed through the wound. She desperately pressed her hands against it. Fear and confusion blurred in her eyes. What? When? How? She never understood how she died. Only after her breathing stopped did Pyeolwol emerge from the darkness. He waved his hand, retracting a thin thread, the soul-reaping thread. No guilt flickered on his face. He tucked the directory into his robe. A brief search confirmed there were no other records of him here. Headquarters would eventually notice something, but by then, it wouldn't matter. Sect leader. A desperate cry came from outside. Fosanhai sprang up, flung open the door. A disciple ran in, breathless. What is it? The Qingcheng and Ime sects are fighting in Chengdu. What? There's chaos in the city center. You must see it immediately. The incident began with an accidental encounter between a third-generation disciple of the Qingcheng sect and a second-generation disciple of the Ime sect in central Chengdu. They crossed paths purely by chance. The Qingcheng disciple attempted to pass quietly, as per his sect's explicit order not to provoke the Ime sect. However, the Ime disciple, already distressed by senior sister Gongseon's death, lost control the moment she saw him. Overwhelmed by rage, she launched an attack. The Qingcheng disciple did his best to defend himself, but the difference between a second and third-generation disciple was too great. Naturally, the more experienced second-generation disciple prevailed. The Qingcheng disciple fled toward Golden Gate, severely wounded, with the MAA disciple pursuing him relentlessly. Enraged, Qingcheng disciples retaliated and gravely injured her in return. Tempers erupted on both sides, and soon, warriors clashed in the streets of Chengdu. Cheng Yob attempted to restrain Qingcheng's disciples, but could not calm their fury. Things worsened when Golden Gate joined the fray. Their allies entered as well, and like wildfire, the battle spread. The Ime sect responded, bringing in the 100 Flower Room. Even the Black Cloud Corps became involved. Damn it, Zhang Muryang felt as if he were trapped in a nightmare. He, Yang Wu Zheng, Dao Shigo, and a dozen Black Cloud Corps mercenaries stood in the middle of a battlefield that had once been bustling streets. We'll join the battle from the left flank, he told Yang Wuzheng. Cut off their rear and Qingcheng will crumble. Dao Shigo nodded. Yes, Captain. Only a small portion of the Black Cloud Corps' cavalry were inside Chengdu. The rest waited outside the city walls. Zhang Muyang now regretted bringing even those few. The situation had spiraled far beyond expectation. Everyone, stop. Fosenhai, leader of the Fire Dragon Room, arrived late and tried to mediate. It was useless. Warriors swung wildly, madness burning in their eyes. A stray sword cut Fosenhai's arm. The wound was light, but his disciples saw it. How dare you injure our sect leader? Unforgivable. The Fire Dragon Room joined the chaos. The situation deteriorated further. Shops collapsed, goods shattered, and panicked citizens fled. Some looted amidst the confusion, even murdering merchants and burning buildings. Flames spread to nearby structures. People hauled buckets of water, but it was futile. Pulewol climbed a tall tree, sitting on a thin branch. From there, he watched the battlefield. Two warriors caught his attention. How dare you send an assassin to kill my disciple? How can Qingqing call itself righteous? Zhanghua glared at Xinyo with her single remaining eye, murder in her gaze. Xinyo raised his sword calmly. You attacked us first. You hired assassins to kill Gunseng. And you may be behind the Thunder Clan young master's death. Nonsense. We didn't order his assassination. I heard the assassin used Qingsheng sword techniques. Explain that. You killed the young master because he was to be betrothed to someone from the 100-Flower Room. One of us dies here today. She lunged, wielding her chowry, unleashing the Ime sect's broken jade sword. Cheng Yob countered with Qingcheng's blue cloud drop sword. Their clash shook the air. Yang Sailran's eyes trembled violently. An unthinkable tragedy was unfolding before her. Disciples of the Ma sect and the 100-Flower Room lay bleeding across the floor. Disciples of the Qingcheng sect and Golden Gate had fallen just as many, but Yang Sailran's gaze did not register them at all. Gonghua. She spotted a female disciple her age, Gonghua, a second-generation disciple of the Ma sect. They had never been close, but because they were of similar age, they spoke comfortably whenever they crossed paths. Their relationship, though shallow, was still special. Come on, get up, I'll take you somewhere safe. The faint movement stopped. Gongwa's breathing ceased. No, disbelief washed over her expression. She wanted this to be a lie. Just yesterday, these disciples had laughed together over meals. Now bodies fell all around her, blood pouring freely. Yang Sailran was among the few who knew the truth behind the hatred between Qingcheng and Amei. She understood that Amei had been in the wrong from the beginning. It was Amei who had hired the Blood Shadow group, and it was Amei who had betrayed them. Knowing the root of this feud lay with her own sect, she had been unable to fight on the front lines. Her conscience would not allow it. But now she realized, regardless of her hesitation, war had come. And because she had held back, Ime disciples were dying. I don't know how things reached this point, but I cannot watch Ma disciples die before my eyes. Yong Sailran launched herself toward Qingcheng disciples. A flurry of snow-white energy unfurled from her palm. The violent pressure swept through the Qingcheng ranks like a storm. Why isn't the Black Cloud Corps here yet? Zhang Muyang scanned the battlefield, confused. By now, the Black Cloud Corps should have arrived. But Zhou Joksen sent to summon them had not returned. Something was wrong. The Qingcheng sect. No, none of them have the luxury to spare manpower. He could see it clearly in their faces. They were pushed to their limits. It felt as though someone had intentionally orchestrated this disaster. Seo Pyo. Zhang Muyang called for the aid nearby. Yes, Captain. Seo Pyo hurried over, soaked in blood. Most of it was not his own. The flow of battle is strange. Our reinforcements haven't returned, and everything feels arbitrary. I agree. Things are moving far too fast. Slip out quietly and look around. I feel someone is manipulating this from the shadows. Find out if that's true. Seo Pyo withdrew without another word. He felt it too. As he left the battlefield, several warriors attacked him. He did not strike back, choosing to evade, and for that, he suffered shallow wounds. He ignored them. He had endured far worse. When he finally reached the outskirts, he looked back upon the madness. He had not seen a battlefield this deranged in a very long time. For elite disciples of Ma and Qingcheng to fall to madness, something was very wrong. Someone is orchestrating this, just as the captain said. He scanned his surroundings. His gaze locked onto the highest vantage point nearby, a massive tree overlooking the street. If someone were pulling the strings, that was where they would be. Without hesitation, Sol Pyo shot toward the tree. His body slipped through dense branches and landed lightly on a large limb. A chill of danger ran down his spine. He looked up just in time to see a dagger dropping from above. So you were here, you bastard? He twisted aside and shouted, hoping Zhang Muyang would hear, but his voice never reached him. Sol Pyo gritted his teeth. Fine, he would take down the mastermind himself. He was proud of his martial skill, ranked among the top 30 within the Black Cloud Corps. He moved toward the direction the dagger had come from. The foliage was thick, visibility poor, so he trusted his senses and leapt forward. Suddenly, another dagger flew toward him. He attempted to dodge again. He had avoided one before. This should be easy. His expression twisted with confusion. Mid-air, the dagger's trajectory changed. As though alive, it curved sharply and angled toward his flank. Damn. This defied common sense. Is that really a dagger? He tried to escape. Another dagger blocked his path. Blades darted in and out of the leaves like living serpents, snapping at him relentlessly. He tried to shake them off. Failed. He felt like a moth caught in a spider's web. Dangling there, Seo Pyo finally saw the man killing him. A handsome face so striking it could daze a person. Yet to Seo Pyo it appeared as the visage of death. You! The soul-reaping thread sliced through his throat, severing breath and life. Pyoel regarded his face for a heartbeat, then released the thread. Seo Pyo's corpse fell, crashing against a thick branch before dropping out of sight. Despite the brutality atop the great tree, no one below noticed. It swayed gently in the wind as if nothing had happened. Pyoel retrieved his fallen dagger with the soul-reaping thread. The compatibility between Phantom Dagger and Key Thread was perfect. Just then, a massive explosion rocked the battlefield. Entire buildings collapsed as if bombed. Two figures faced each other, a man and a woman. Chongyob and Zhonghua. A massive crater lay between them, created by their desperate clash. Neither looked well. Chongyob's face was pale, blood dripped from nose and lips. Zhonghua's condition was worse, kneeling, vomiting blood, grievously wounded inside. Chongyob had gained the slightest advantage, but his condition was hardly better. It was mutual destruction, senior sister Zhonghua. Yang Seol ran abandoned her pursuit of Chonsan and rushed to Zhonghua's side. Zhonghua could not form a coherent answer, only groaning, her gaze unfocused, consciousness ebbed. Yang Seol ran, whirled, and shouted, "Everyone, fall back to the 100 Flower Room." At her command, disciples of the Ame sect and 100 Flower Room carried both wounded and fallen, retreating rapidly. Senior brother, Shamsan ran to Chongyob. Chongyob couldn't speak. To force words through torn chi pathways would worsen his internal injuries. He knew that if he pressed the attack, he could crush Ame's momentum completely. But Qingcheng and Golden Gate had suffered immense damage. Continuing now was impossible. Chongsan read the order in his senior brother's eyes and shouted instead, "We're withdrawing as well." The disciples of Qingcheng and Golden Gate retreated, dragging casualties behind them. Fozanhe and the Fire Dragon Room had coincidentally taken Qingcheng's side. He could feel the venom in the Ime disciples' gazes. He wanted to explain, but he knew it was pointless. No matter what he said, the Fire Dragon Room was now seen as Qingcheng's ally. He had made an enemy of Ime. Heavens, why? He resented the sky for his misfortune. But he did not know. It was not the heavens. It was because of a single man, still watching, silently, from atop a tall tree. Who killed them? Zhang Muryang's eyes were full of deep anger. The others were the same. Everyone stared at the corpses with eyes mixed with rage. Dao Shigo inspected the bodies on behalf of the Black Cloud Corps. They were all killed by the same person. Are you sure? Look at the wound on Joksen's neck and the cut on Seo Pyo's shoulder. It's the same type. Judging by the shape and size, the weapon was likely a dagger or short knife. The deeper cut on the neck suggests it. All common wounds appear to have been caused by a short-bladed weapon. At his explanation, Zhang Muryang's expression darkened further. He turned to Yang Wuzheng. "What about Oh Yukpyo? Didn't you say his wound was also caused by a dagger?" "That's right. Bring Oh Yukpyo here. We'll compare the wounds." "Understood." A short while later, warriors carried Oh Yukpyo out on a stretcher. "Why did you call me, Captain?" He looked confused. "Let me inspect your wound." Zhang Muryang tore open his clothing and examined the cut. What is it?" "It's the same." "Same what?" "Explain. The wounds you have are exactly the same as theirs." "Who?" Only then did Oh Yukpyo notice the cold corpses of Zhou Joksen and Seo Pyo. The wounds matched his own. Zhang Muryang's gaze turned to Hyo Ranju. "Where is he?" "He's still at the guest house. Did he really kill them?" "Can't you see the wounds?" He definitely did. She didn't doubt it. She had seen Pyoewol use a dagger. Ranju, yes. Take your subordinates and bring him here. Injure him if you must, but bring him back alive. I'll interrogate him myself. Understood. Whatever his reason, Pyoewol caused serious harm. The 100 Flower Room had a gloomy atmosphere. They had been pushed back in the fight, and Zhanghua, one of Ime's great disciples, was seriously injured. She suffered a deep internal injury and could not move. It was her worst injury since losing her eye 7 years ago. While losing her eye then was unfortunate, her life had not been in danger. This time was different. If her condition worsened, she could die. Suddenly, Yang Seol Ran spoke. "Everyone, calm down." She was the highest-ranking disciple present besides Zhanghua. Until now, she avoided the front line out of respect, but the sudden circumstances forced her forward. Check the defenses. Qingcheng might attack again. They suffered heavy damage too. Why would they? They might strike while we're weak. Anyone who can stand must stay alert. We only need to hold on until support arrives from the main sect. You're requesting reinforcement. With senior sister Zhonghua defeated, we must report to Master and request support. She had an ominous feeling since leaving Mount Ame. After observing events from a distance, something felt unnatural. She couldn't speak then. Zhonghua had restrained her, but now things were different. With Zhonghua immobilized, she had the right to lead. Someone is intentionally provoking conflict between Ime and Qingcheng. Zhonghua breathed heavily. Although she improved thanks to the physician, her condition was still dangerous. To block Chongsan's final attack, she overforced her qi, causing internal bleeding everywhere. She would need at least a year at the main sect to recover partially. Chong, San, I'll kill you. Even in this state, she burned with hatred. If she could move even slightly, she would rush to the Golden Gates and slaughter Qingcheng disciples. Tears flowed from her one remaining eye. Her spirit remained fierce, but her body could not follow. If I stay like this, I'll lose my position to Sul Ran. For the first time today, she realized the true source of her frustration. Get out! Terrified, the physician fled. He didn't leave by choice, he simply couldn't handle her presence. When the door shut, she closed her eye. Now she could rest comfortably. She didn't want anyone to see her weakness. She would rather die than show such shame. Then, the door opened quietly. Zhonghua's eyes snapped open, full of anger. I told you I would definitely cut you! She turned her head. Her eye trembled. A stranger entered. Not the physician. She had never seen him before, yet he felt strangely familiar. His eyes had a faint red tint, his appearance almost inhuman, but oddly alluring. The moment she saw him, her hairs stood on end. A dreadful sensation crawled down her spine like a knife. He closed the door. Who are you? The man said nothing. His reddish eyes stabbed into her like blades. I asked, who? You don't seem to remember. You know me. Of course, I haven't forgotten your face for a single day in 7 years. His quiet words carried chilling weight. 7 years. Don't you remember? Should I blind your remaining eye to help you recall? Lightning shot through her. You're that assassin. It's been a long time. Pyoul smiled. The moment she saw that white smile in the dim light, pain flared in the eye beneath her eye patch. The eye stolen from her 7 years ago. I was so sure you were dead. Mu Jinjin definitely threw you into the pit of snakes, Zhonghua muttered unintelligibly. The situation before her could not be understood with common sense. Her trembling eyes reflected her confusion. What are you going to do to me? I told you, I'm going to kill you. I killed Gongxion. I also killed the young master of the Thunder Clan. Lies. Zhonghua harshly denied his words. But Pyoul continued. It's true. Gongxion stopped breathing as she slept. At least I let her die without pain. Killing the young master of the Thunder Clan wasn't difficult either. Like you said, I'm a dirty assassin. I enjoy hiding in the dark. Aren't you ashamed? I told you, I'm an assassin. I was raised that way. Stop your nonsense. You and the Abbess of 9 Calamities hired the Blood Shadow group to assassinate Wu Gunsang, so they kidnapped me with other children and raised us as assassins. We're actually like your children, because without you, we never would have become assassins. What do you want from me? I don't want anything, I just want to tell you something. What do you think will happen to the MA sect now? Chongyum will die tonight. Angry Qingcheng warriors will rush here without hesitation. No matter what excuses you make, they won't listen. A prestigious sect's great disciple dying. No excuse can cover that. Chongyo will be assassinated tonight using your sect's signature technique. There was a copy of Pyosul Chunanjong on the clothes of an MA disciple who died in the underground cave, so I learned it. Zhonghua's eyes widened, splitting at the corners. Blood mixed with tears ran down her face. You devilish bastard, you will never rest in death. Demon. At that moment, Zhonghua finally understood his plan and hurled curses. But Pyoul continued calmly. The disciples of Qingcheng and Ma who came to Chengdu will go to war. When that happens, even the monsters hiding on the mountain won't sit still. The Abbess of 9 Calamities, Mu Zhengjin, and the others. Blood and foam bubbled from Zhonghua's mouth. Her rage reached its peak, her heart convulsed. Regardless, Pyoul continued, I'll force them down the mountain, and I'll erase them from this world, as if they never existed. Those words were the final blow. A blood vessel in her brain burst from overwhelming anger and stress. Her body could not withstand the psychological pressure. Zhonghua died with the most agonized expression in the world. But Pyoul still spoke. Terrible, isn't it, that someone like me exists? Terrible for me too. His gaze turned to her corpse. Pyoul asked the dead Zhonghua, so why did you raise someone like me? The door burst open and a group entered the room, the Black Cloud Corps, led by Hio Ranju and Dao Shigo. Dao Shigo looked around and said, looks like he already left. The room was empty. He didn't come here last night. Did he move out because he knew we were coming? Zhang Meryong asked. I don't think so. It looks like he simply paid for the room and never used it. Dao Shigo turned to Hio Ranju. What will we do? Wait here for him to return, or withdraw? There's no point in waiting. I don't think he's coming back. Hio Ranju's face darkened. I might be obsessed with looks, but when I see him again, I swear I'll tear him apart. We have to catch him immediately. He's skilled, cruel, and heartless. If we let him run free, the consequences will never end. By the way, any idea where he went? Perhaps A dark thought touched Dao Shigo, but he quickly shook it off. No, he probably didn't go there. The Golden Gates provided an annex where Chang Yob could recover, an isolated place where he could recuperate without worry. As soon as he returned, he retired to the annex and began to meditate. He had subdued Zhonghua, but in the process had sustained significant internal injuries. Without timely treatment, those wounds could fester into lifelong damage. Fortunately, the Qingcheng sect had Ungong Yosang, a long-developed method with proven efficacy. After applying it, he had passed the critical threshold within 3 hours. Cheng Yob exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. The door opened quietly, and someone stepped in. Cheng Yob frowned deeply. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Pyo Wol," the man said. Cheng Yob had never heard the name, but he kept his composure. "Why are you skulking like a stray cat at midnight? No one who sneaks in at night has good intentions." "Same applies to me." "Stupid question. The one who comes at night is never benign." Cheng Yob's face hardened. "One question. Did you kill the young master of the Thunder Clan?" "Yes. So that was you. Why? To lure the Qingcheng sect's attention." Pyoul answered calmly. Cheng Yob suspected he was stalling. "Who are you really? You claim to bear grudges against both Qingcheng and Ame. I don't believe anyone hates both. Tell me your true name." "I'm an assassin. Because of Ime, I was raised as an assassin and became a public enemy of Qingcheng." "You mean what happened 7 years ago? So you remember. You're not that stupid. So you're the assassin who killed Wu Gunseng." Pyoul nodded, a cold smile on his lips. Cheng Yod's expression grew darker as memories of that day returned. "You made a mistake showing yourself tonight. If you'd stayed hidden, you might have lived a few more days." Cheng Yob's sword sliced through the dark. A fierce sword energy flew toward Pyoul. Pyoul sidestepped and surged forward. He did not draw his phantom dagger or the soul-reaping thread. Instead, he used an MA technique, Pyoseil Chononjong, to fight Cheng Yob. "What's happening? Isn't that brother Cheng Yob's annex?" Alarmed disciples of Qingcheng and Golden Gate rushed out. "Is that Pyoseil Chiononjang? Then is that person from the Ime sect?" Some Qingqing soldiers recognized the technique. It was famous. Cheng Yob gathered his remaining inner strength and poured it into his sword, hoping to cut through the incoming force. He expected reinforcements to arrive. He struck with all his might, but his sword passed through empty air. Cheng Yob's eyes widened. Something impossible had happened. A swordsman with decades of training missed his strike. He felt the telltale thread wrap around his leg. A nearly invisible key thread, the soul-reaping thread, had disturbed his balance. That subtle interference made him fail to deflect the attack. Bang! Traces of Pyoseil Kiononjong struck his chest. "Senior brother, oh no." Qingcheng and Golden Gate disciples rushed in, but by the time they reached him, Cheng Yob had stopped breathing. He was dead. His death shattered them. Pursue them. "The Ame sect killed senior brother Cheng Yob. We must avenge him." To them, Cheng Yob had fallen to Ame's sword technique. They believed Ame had sent a powerful warrior to strike. Without restraint, they surged out. Their destination, the 100 Flower Room, where Ma's disciples sheltered. "Drive those filthy Ma disciples out of the city. We will avenge senior brother Cheng Yob." Chengdu's night streets rang with their cries. Calm had barely returned. The city's darkness was stained with blood once more. That dawn, Ma disciples in the 100 Flower Room were attacked by warriors from the Qingcheng sect and the Golden Gates. The attackers, unhinged by the death of Cheng Yob, struck the 100 Flower Room. Ma disciples inside, grief-stricken over Zhonghua's death, were already on edge. Anger exploded on both sides. They clashed again and inflicted terrible damage on one another. Yongseil Ran tried desperately to control the Ma disciples, but it was useless. The Ma believed Zhonghua's death was the Qingcheng sect's doing. The Qingcheng warriors believed Cheng Yob had been killed by a highly skilled fighter hired by Ma. All of it was the result of Pyoul's schemes and misunderstandings, but no one knew that. Both sides only needed an outlet for their rage. As the fight escalated, nearby affiliated sects joined in and the damage spiraled out of control. No, Yong-Seol Ran stared at the collapsed 100 Flower Room in disbelief. Her body was stained with blood. The only reason the Ime had survived as much as they had was because she had shown her true prowess. Her hands and clothes were drenched in the Qingcheng warrior's blood. It felt like a nightmare, clashing with Qingcheng in daylight. She couldn't believe it had all happened in 2 days. Yong-Seol Ran had always believed she could handle any adversity. She had confidence in her own strength and a bold personality, but faced with this sudden, terrible disaster, she felt emptied her mind blank, as if her soul had left her. A soft voice pulled her back. She turned and saw Zhang Muryang leading the Black Cloud Corps. The Black Cloud's mercenaries had intervened at the last minute. Their arrival had prevented the Ime here from being completely annihilated. In Jinghu, there are no coincidences. Why do you ask? We met someone on the way to Chengdu. He came with us for a time, but his movements were odd. Tell me. Yong-Seol Ran's eyes lit up. Something clicked when Zhang spoke. His name is Pyo-Wol. Someone had come to mind. Someone she believed to be dead. Then the thought flipped. What if he were alive? A chill ran through her. As the pieces fell into place, her sixth sense told her she was right. Pyowol walked alone through a deserted street. He left Chengdu and headed for a shop in the Fire Dragon room. Pyowol pushed the door. It had been locked, but with a slight pressure, it swung open. Inside, 4 men were mercilessly beating another man. Don't meddle in the Fire Dragon room's affairs, or you'll have a bad time, Buntaju warned, emphasizing the shop's name. The name usually made people back down, but it meant nothing to Pyowol. Tong Sochu, barely conscious, raised his head and met Pyowol's gaze. Pyowol spoke to him, "Decide." Tong's eyes trembled. He understood. He had done nothing that day. He had neither wielded a hammer nor tended the furnace. Yet the apprentices had beaten him, encouraged by Buntaju. The only fault he had was his surname, Tong, which had earned him hatred and repeated torment. When Tong Sochu met Pyowol's eyes, he asked quietly, "Can you kill them?" "All of them," Pyowol asked. "All of them, and what will you give me? I'll do anything you want." Tong's eyes were empty hollow, like Pyowol's used to be. Pyowol smiled at the resemblance. "Okay, I'll show you how I used the phantom dagger you made." A phantom dagger shot from his waist. "Get him! Kill that maniac!" The warriors charged. Pyowol flicked his hand. Phantom daggers flew, one after another. Each dagger stole a life. In an instant, more than a dozen warriors collapsed. The last man, heart-pierced, fell to his knees. In the blink of an eye, the workshop was soaked in blood. Aside from Pyowol and Tong Sochu, no one remained alive. Yet Pyowol's face showed no remorse. The Fire Dragon room had taken part in the hunt for him 7 years ago. With that knowledge, there was no hesitation in his strikes. Tong Sochu laughed. Amazing. Truly amazing. He stared at the thread and daggers, heart pounding at the thought of the weapon he had crafted reaching its fullest potential. "So," Tang Sochu said, "you need my help, don't you? A great deal." "What can I do?" His face brightened with madness. The Abbess of 9 Calamities slammed her fist down, unable to contain her anger. Splinters flew across the room, but Imei's masters did not even flinch. They were as furious as she was. A letter trembled in the Abbess's grip, delivered that morning by carrier pigeon. Inside were details about Zhonghwa's death and the chaos in Chengdu. The news exploded in her heart. "That child, Zhonghwa," she muttered. "How dare they kill her?" Zhonghwa was a senior disciple of the Imei sect, her first disciple. Though Zhonghwa had disappointed her at times, she remained precious, losing her cut deeper than any other death. "Let's summarize," she said coldly. "The assassin who killed Wu Gunseng 7 years ago survived. He provoked conflict between Imei and Qingcheng. He uses both sects' martial arts. Qingcheng arts might have leaked from the Blood Shadow group, but how did he learn ours? And Pyosiol Chio Nunjong no less." The abbess glanced at her. "Speak. Could Gongun's copy have been leaked? The boy who died in the underground cave. This disciple heard he was permitted to learn Pyosiol Chio Nunjang and was given a copy." "You mean he took the copy into the cave?" "It seems so. Madness. Completely insane." The abbess crushed the armrest of her chair into powder. Silence fell. "But how could someone learn our art without the sect's guidance? Is that even possible?" "It shouldn't be," Colsum admitted, shoulders shrinking. "But there's no other explanation." The abbess bit her lip. She hated admitting such a possibility. It wounded Emmy's pride. "How dare a lowly assassin cause such chaos? I will capture him, tear him apart, and kill him myself." A vicious light glinted in the abbess's eyes. That day, she descended Mount Emmy with 200 elite disciples at her back. "Senior brother," Mu Yongjin and Mu Wajin called out, but Mu Jongjin's gaze remained fixed ahead. Following that gaze, they saw a mutilated corpse. Ye Gunho, the leader of the Thunder Clan. Only one man in the Qingcheng sect could have killed someone of his caliber in a single strike, Mu Jongjin. "Why did you do this? Why kill sect leader Tai?" Mu Jongjin's eyes swirled with chaotic chi. "Chongyob died because of him. It wasn't sect leader Tai who killed Chongyob. But he was the cause. Senior brother, I will not let anyone involved in this matter live." Cruelty laced his voice. His killing intent had reached its peak. Ever since returning from the underground cave 7 years ago, Mu Jongjin's inner demon had only grown stronger. No one understood why, and no one in the Qingcheng sect could restrain him. Only the ancient elder Go Yupjin possessed the skill to subdue him, but he had long been hidden away, alive or dead, no one knew. Zhongyob died from Pyosol Kionanjang, an Imei martial art. 7 years ago, we lost Wu Gunseng because of them. Now Chongyob, our future has been shattered, and you want patience. Zhengjin, I endured because you asked me to. I stayed in the shadows, and this is the result. Do not stop me, senior brother. This time, I will claim justice. The Imei will fear my name. While we hesitate, those wicked Imei will prepare. We can no longer endure their provocations. Mu Jongjin kicked off the ground and shot into the sky. 7 men followed, the Qingcheng 7 Swords warriors personally raised by him. Together they surged down the mountain. No one dared stop them. "This is disastrous," Mu Wajin muttered. "If senior brother meets junior brother Wu, it will be worse. It's been over 7 years since he secluded himself." Wu Jinpyong, father of Wu Gunseng, was a prodigy who had pushed the Qingcheng sect's prestige upward. After his son's death, he severed ties with the world. Mu Zhongjin had begged him many times to return, but was refused. If those two join forces, Sichuan will drown in blood. We must stop them! Wu Wajin clenched his jaw. We want Ma on their knees in apology, not annihilation. Then who should go? I will go down the mountain myself. Take the warriors of the Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall maintained discipline within the sect. Its force rivaled that of the Qingcheng Seven Swords. Its leader, Mu Youngjin, was second only to Mu Zhongjin in skill. I will not let you down, senior brother. The fate of the Qingcheng sect rests on you. You must discover why Mu Zhongjin's heart demon is growing. If left unchecked, it could endanger all of Sichuan. Mu Wajin bowed deeply. Mu Youngjin watched him leave, worry clouding his eyes. How did things reach this point? His sigh dissipated in the wind. Back in Chengdu, Pielwol returned to the city. The atmosphere remained thick with bloodshed. Streets were deserted, most shops were closed. Finding an open guest house took time. The innkeeper charged twice the usual price. Even poor meals cost a premium. Guests had no choice. Few places were open. Merchants complained quietly. This is insane. 5 coins a night. We can't sleep outside. What's with the Amei and Qingcheng conflict? Why drag us in? Someone might hear. Birds hear daytime words, rats hear nighttime words. Their voices dropped, but Pielwol heard everything clearly. He couldn't blame them. In truth, all of this happened because of him. Had he remained quiet, countless deaths would not have occurred. Yet he felt no regret. To him, the concept of good and evil no longer existed. Anything threatening his survival was evil. 14 years in darkness had twisted his mind beyond repair. He knew he wasn't normal, nor did he care. The innkeeper dropped off an unappealing tray and left. Pielwol ignored the food and pulled a booklet from his pocket. Chengdu Directory of Martial Artists. He had taken it from O San Kyung, the Chengdu branch manager of the Hao clan. He had been too busy managing Qingcheng and Amei to read it until now. A faint smile crossed his lips. The booklet detailed not only Chengdu's warriors, but notable martial artists throughout Sichuan. Even information on the Black Cloud Corps appeared. The Black Cloud Corps are recruiting cavalry. They seem affiliated with foreign tribes and aim to establish a foothold in Sichuan. Captain Zhang Meryang is quick-witted and ambitious. They walk a tightrope between factions. Exercise caution. Beware of Dao Shigo and Hulsing. Pielwol silently memorized every line. In Zhonghu, information was more valuable than treasure. The Hao clan's intelligence was worth thousands of gold taels. Though titled Chengdu's Directory, its contents stretched far beyond the city, covering all of Sichuan. The once gorgeous 100-flower room was a ruin. More than half had been destroyed in the recent battle with the Qingcheng sect. In that conflict, Zhonghua, the great disciple of Emei, and Jiumha Ryun, the sect leader of the 100-flower room, both lost their lives. It was Yongse Ol Ran who rallied the shaken disciples of both sects. Had she arrived even a little later, the 100-flower room might have collapsed completely in Chengdu. Sol Ran reorganized the broken defensive lines, restored security, and immediately contacted allied clans, including military officials, to request support. Thanks to her swift actions, the 100-flower room avoided the worst. Watching her, Zhang Meryang was quietly amazed. What a remarkable woman. Strange that someone so capable remained unknown. I've heard she's the greatest talent Amei has produced in a century, Dao Shigo replied. But she's quiet, and Zhonghua kept her suppressed. She's lived in the shadows. Zhang Meryang chuckled. With Zhonghua dead, she'll finally show her full potential. You can already see it. She puts the right people in the right places. If she becomes sect leader, Amei will rise again. Whoever secures her loyalty may become the true master of Amei. Feeling greedy, Captain? Zhang Meryang only smiled meaningfully. Dao Shigo laughed with him. If you win her over, your goal will be far easier to achieve. That's why I'm concerned. The walls around her heart look thick. The more vibrant the rose, the sharper its hidden thorns. If you want it, prepare to bleed. At that moment, a powerful aura descended from outside. Both men stiffened. This presence, it's strong. The energy sent goosebumps down their spines. An oppressive force befitting a sect lord. Doors burst open as hundreds of disciples rushed out from the 100-flower room. At the center walked an old woman reminiscent of a crow, leaning on a staff. A strange, chilling aura radiated from her with each step. Zhang Meryang and Dao Shigo immediately recognized her. The disciples greet the sect leader. We welcome your blessed arrival. Regardless of affiliation, all knelt on one knee. The 100-flower room fell into complete silence. Even seasoned Amei disciples struggled to breathe normally. The Abbess of 9 Calamities was not only the absolute ruler of Emi, her influence shook all of Sichuan. And everyone knew how cruel she was. Catching her eye meant disaster. Finally, Yongseil ran and Wu Seonha stood before her. The disciple greets master. Wu Seonha of the 100-flower room warmly welcomes the sect leader. The abbess merely stared with unreadable, chilling eyes. Xuanha trembled under that gaze, feeling as though she stood naked before her, completely exposed. After a long silence, the abbess spoke. Let us go inside. Without waiting, she walked into the great hall as though it were her own home. Seol ran and Seonha followed, and senior disciples entered behind them. Zhang Moryang and Dao Shigo hesitated until a cold voice echoed in their minds. You too as well. They exchanged looks. I'd rather not, but we have no choice. Go ahead. Always pushing poor Dao Shigo first. I plan to live a little longer. Live long enough to lead the Black Cloud Mercenary Corps properly. With hollow laughs, they followed. Inside, the abbess sat in the most magnificent seat. The hall was full, yet no one dared breathe loudly. The abbess crossed her legs and looked down at young Seolran. Explain, from the beginning. Though she already knew the events from Seolran's letter, she demanded a public report. One assassin toyed with us this thoroughly. His name was Pyeolwol. Her eyes suddenly flashed. She had noticed the flicker of emotion on Siona's face, too late for the girl to hide it. Seolha. The abbess rose and approached, staff tapping like thunder. Look into my eyes. Seonha tried to avert her gaze, but the abbess seized her chin, forcing eye contact. I dislike lies. What is your relationship with Pyeolwol? Why did his name shake you? Seonha broke. Though famed for beauty, her heart could not withstand this pressure. Tears streamed down her face. She confessed everything, her first meeting with Pyeolwol, their relationship, and how she requested the assassination of Nam Hosan. I'm sorry. I never thought it would escalate like this. No one comforted her. Those who move now would share her fate. Because of that one man, a great disciple, her aunt Zhanghua and her master Jumha Ryun had died. Even if she hadn't killed them herself, she could not escape responsibility. Kneeling, she pleaded, give me a small group. I'll lure him in. He trusts me. He'll fall into my trap. Were you listening at all? The abbess scoffed. Do you think he'll fall for that? He is a snake. If he could be captured so easily, he would never have tormented Aimei and Chingcheng 7 years ago. His relationship with Seonha had been a tool. He did not feel for women. The abbess stroked Seonha's head almost gently. Ugly thing. Who told you to kill the Thunder Clan's heir? He threatened me. He said if I refused to marry him, he'd side with Chingcheng. I acted for Aimei and the 100 Flower Room. You should have done what you always do, Dazzleman. That was your role. It wasn't difficult, just as you've always done. Please forgive me. Sensing something horrible, Seonha knelt lower. The abbess's eyes were colder than ice. Yong Seol ran step forward. Master, she... Blood erupted like a fountain. With a casual palm strike, the abbess crushed Seonha's skull. Her brain burst like soft tofu. Seonha stared blankly. She collapsed before finishing her final words. Thus ended the life of Seonha, once praised as Chengdu's most beautiful woman. The abbess wiped blood from her palm and muttered, You should never have even thought about it. The entire hall froze. No one dared breathe. In the silence that filled the Daejeon, Yang Solran's shout rang like thunder. An explosive aura burst forth like a storm. Her clothes billowed, and her black hair rose as if lifted by an unseen wind. The entire hall trembled as though about to collapse. Yang Seolran's eyes burned with fury. It was the first time the Aimei disciples had ever seen her enraged. A faint smile appeared on the abbess's lips. There was no need to do that. She didn't do it on purpose. Yang Seolran's rage erupted fully. Seolha's death forced her to reveal the strength she had worked so hard to conceal. She could not tolerate how the abbess treated people like disposable tools. Even as Seolran openly defied her, the abbess continued smiling. This was the reaction she had always wanted from her. Yong Seolran had lived her life suppressing herself, partly because Zhonghua always held her down, but more importantly, because she did not want to be used by the abbess. Seolran, you know what happens when you make exceptions. It never ends. You won't understand now, but when you stand at the top, you'll understand why I did this today. Stop rebelling and return to your seat. Master, sit! Her voice rasped like a crow's cry. Yong Seolran bit her lip. She now understood clearly. No matter what she said, the old woman before her would never listen. Her master judged people with merciless standards. First, remove this wretch's body. Seolha's mangled corpse still lay on the floor. 100 Flower Room disciples tearfully lifted her body. With both sect leader and young mistress gone, they were lost and confused. The abbess said, In the end, the 100 Flower Room shares the same root as the Aimei sect. I will take charge of you. No one dared oppose her command. Zhang Muryan's eyes narrowed, as expected of a 9-tailed fox. She had seized complete control of the room in an instant. Even if Seolha's guilt hadn't been revealed, the abbess would have found an excuse to kill her. That was the only way to fully subjugate the 100 Flower Room. It looked like an emotional outburst, but it was calculated. This will be more difficult than I thought. The abbess was no simple opponent. Together with Chingcheng's Mu Zhongjin, she was one of Sichuan's strongest martial figures. Then the abbess spoke. Captain Zhang, yes. You will move. What? I want the Black Cloud Corps to hunt Pyeolwol. You want us alone to catch that assassin. Because of that one man, both the 100 Flower Room and my sect suffered great losses. Our relationship with Chingcheng is beyond repair. Her eyes gleamed with cold intent. Seolha's body was dumped on the outskirts of the city, where the nameless dead of Chengdu were thrown. The 100-Flower Room now belonged wholly to Ame. The Avis had branded Seolha a traitor. Under such circumstances, the disciples could not even build her a grave. A pack of wild dogs smelled the corpse first. Drooling, they approached. Just as the lead dog opened its mouth, a stone flew from the darkness and crushed its skull. Startled, the dogs backed away. A figure emerged, dressed in elegant robes, pile wool. He lifted her gently. He didn't pity her. They had simply used each other. But he wouldn't leave her to be eaten by beasts. He carried her to a sunny spot, dug a grave with his own hands, and buried her. He did not make a mound. He couldn't risk the Ime sect finding it. Then he sat by the grave and gazed toward Chengdu. The city was like a bomb on the verge of exploding. His manipulation had pushed Ime and Qingcheng into conflict, dragging all of Sichuan into chaos. Many had already died, and many more would die. But he did not regret it. He could not go back. He would see it through, even if it meant his death. Pyowo lay beside the grave, staring up at the sky. He murmured, "I won't say I'm sorry. We used each other, but I'll avenge you. She'll suffer more than you did." He stayed there until the sun set behind Seosan Mountain. Then he rose and walked into the darkness. He headed for Chengdu. Early in the morning, someone knocked relentlessly on the tightly closed door. The one knocking was an old swordsman with a thick beard. Behind him stood dozens of young warriors. Even after some time, the door did not open. The younger warriors grew restless, but the old swordsman continued knocking without a trace of irritation. Eventually, the door opened, perhaps worn down by the swordsman's persistence. "How have you been, Go Chongwan? You look like you've aged quite a bit. How can anyone stop the passage of time? But did you come here for something important?" Go Chongwan asked carefully. "Is senior brother Wu inside? He should be, but please tell him I'm here. I know it will disturb him, but the Qingcheng sect is in crisis." "All right, wait here. I will." The old swordsman looked up at the faded signboard above the entrance with a bitter expression. The 4 characters were barely legible. The signboard hadn't been maintained for years. The walls were crumbling, branches overgrown and spilling over. Everything screamed neglect. They waited a long time. Still, Go Chongwan did not return. Anyone else would complain, but no one here dared. They understood Wu Jinpyong's pain too well. Finally, the door opened. An elderly man with long, graying hair stepped out. The moment they saw him, many eyes filled with tears. "Senior brother, come here, brother. How have you been? I'm so sorry we haven't visited. As you can see, I'm alive. Brother Mu Young, you came as well." Mu Wajin explained everything that had happened recently. Wu Jinpyong closed his eyes and listened silently. When the explanation ended, he finally spoke. "It must be the work of a third party. The young master of the Thunder Clan was assassinated using the 72 sword waves." Wu Jinpyong abruptly trembled as if struck by lightning. "The assassin who killed Gunsang, he used that technique." "But didn't senior brother Mu Jongjin kill that assassin? He only threw the assassin into a snake pit. He didn't confirm the kill. Do you believe that assassin is still alive? Is it impossible?" Wu Jinpyong's eyes sharpened, chilling Mu Wajin and Mu Young. Mu Wajin asked quietly, "If it really is him, what will you do? What else? We must avenge our children. It's our duty to ease the suffering of those who died before their parents." For the first time in 7 years, Wu Jinpyong's eyes regained their fire. "Hello, handsome Oraboni. What are you doing here?" "What do you mean? I came to see my handsome Oraboni." "Are you here just to look at my face?" "That's one reason. But there's another." She leaned in. "Do you know how hard it was to find you? Who would expect you to be watching the 100-Flower Room right under our noses? Clever, very clever. You were looking for me. Our captain received a commission. If I ask what kind of commission, will you answer? Of course, you should know. Then tell me, a request to kill you." She smiled brightly as she said it. "I'll say it one last time. Join the Black Cloud Corps. If you do, I'll cancel the request. Namu Amitabha Buddha. Please accept Ranju's proposal." The words were polite, but the pressure radiating from him was anything but. A crushing force seeped from his entire body. Then another voice cut in. "Damn it, ease up, will you? Are we here to kill him? Why are you glaring like that? Long time no see. You look even more handsome than before. Since Ranju's so desperate to find you, why not just join us?" "You said you got a request from the MA sect," Pyowol replied. "Can you withdraw so easily? What can't we do? We'll lie and say we killed you properly, then fix things later. By the time MA finds out, we'll already be firmly established in Sichuan. Is it fine to betray a client like that? For mercenaries, trust should be the most important thing. Who in this day and age keeps such old-fashioned notions? The only thing that matters is money. Its value never changes. If you join, I'll be promoted to vice captain in no time. We need someone like you." "I still refuse. So quickly. Why? For mercenaries, money matters most. For assassins, trust matters most." "I don't get it. You don't have to. Just don't interfere with my request. Are you saying someone hired you to do this?" Hyoranju asked. "Who's the client?" Pyowol didn't answer. At that moment, Li Min's dying voice echoed in his memory. "I want them to feel what I felt. This misery, being crushed by a force you can't resist." Though they were simply her last words, Pyoul had accepted them as a request, despite receiving no payment. It's a woman. What? There's only one reason a man risks his life doing the impossible: because of a woman. Her intuition was razor sharp. Even without details, she pinpointed the truth. Dao Shigo snorted. A woman's request. You're more sentimental than you look. How stupid. Hyoranju glared fiercely at Pyoul. What kind of girl is she? Jealousy colored her voice. Normally, Dao Shigo would tease her, but not now. Experience taught him never to provoke Hyoranju when she sounded like that. Tell me, what kind of bitch is she? A massive wave of force blasted toward Pyoul, but instead of meeting it head-on, Pyoul leapt upward. Bang! He landed on the tiles several meters above, scanning the surroundings. There he is! Black Cloud warriors on the streets shouted, pointing up at him. The entire area was surrounded. Zhang Meryang looked up at him, grinning. You finally crawled out of your fox den. Zhang Meryang had mobilized the entire Black Cloud Corps to scour the city. After 3 days, they'd found him ironically right beside the 100 Flower Room, where MA's forces were stationed. Pyoul landed lightly on the rooftop. Hyoranju, Hyulsung, and Dao Shigo surrounded him, but Pyoul kept his gaze on Zhang Meryang. So, Abbas 9 Calamities ordered this. Heh, she made an offer I couldn't refuse. So you mobilized everyone just to catch me. You're unpredictable. We had to. Take it as an honor. This is the first time the entire Black Cloud Corps has moved to kill one person. You'll regret that. You shouldn't have meddled in my war. Pyoul's voice was calm but eerily cold. Zhang Meryang felt his spine tingle, an unidentifiable chill crawling up his neck. What is this? A feeling he had never experienced before made him freeze. Catch him, he barked instinctively. It was like chasing a ghost. Black lightning. That was the name Pyoul had given the new technique he developed in the underground cave. Bang! The trio shattered another roof, but Pyoul was already gone. The explosion of movement drew the attention of other martial artists nearby. What the? Who are these people? Why are so many fighting one guy? Curious warriors moved in. Zhang Meryang shouted to his vice captain, Wu Zhang, keep the others away. On it. He didn't want attention. He wanted this done fast. But Pyoul wanted the opposite. As he slipped past another attack, he struck a nearby warrior. Before the man realized it, a fatal strike crushed his chest. He hit a wall and died instantly. Pyoul didn't stop. 2 more died in moments. Chaos exploded instantly. Bystanders attacked Black Cloud mercenaries, thinking they were Pyoul's allies. Black Cloud mercenaries cut them down, trying to reach Pyoul. He's dragging us into conflict with everyone. Zhang Meryang finally understood, but too late. Warriors poured in blindly, joining the brawl. Blood splattered across the streets, and at the center of it all stood Pyoul. For the past 3 days, Pyoul had been silently observing the warriors entering Chengdu. As a result, he discovered they fell into 3 categories. The first category consisted of the Qingqing sect, the Golden Gates, and the other factions aligned with them. The Fire Dragon Room was a prime example. The second category consisted of those who supported the Ime sect. Several factions, including the 100 Flower Room and the Qingming Room, stood with Ma, though their collective strength could not compare to the forces backing Qingqing. The third category consisted of warriors who belonged to neither faction. Some came in small groups, others wandered alone. They prowled the edges of the conflict like wild dogs, hoping to seize an opportunity to make a name for themselves. This third group belonged to no one, and they were the most numerous. In some ways, they resembled the Black Cloud Corps. The difference was that while the Black Cloud Corps were nomadic mercenaries drifting from battlefield to battlefield, these warriors all had homes in Sichuan. It was this third group that Pyoul targeted. By attacking them, he dragged them directly into the conflict. Unlike Qingcheng or Ma, the third group had no grasp of the true situation in Chengdu. 1 or 2 warriors weren't a problem, but hundreds were a different story, and the numbers were still climbing. More and more warriors arrived after hearing the commotion, only to be swept up in the clash between the Black Cloud Corps and the other fighters. Many of these newcomers belonged to factions supporting either Ime or Qingcheng. Their involvement only intensified the growing madness of the battlefield. This was absurd. The Black Cloud Corps were being completely manipulated by a single assassin. Their coordinated formation, normally their greatest strength, had collapsed because Pyoul continually dragged stray warriors into their path. Their most powerful state was when they moved as a unified whole. But now, buried under countless unrelated fighters, that was impossible. Worse yet, their 200-man cavalry, the core of their power, hadn't even entered the city. They still waited outside, hoping their comrades would drive Pyoul toward them. Bastard. Dao Shigo gathered energy to his fingertips and unleashed it toward Pyoul. It was the Spirit Fire Dance, Dao Shigo's esoteric killing art. Hyoranju had already moved to intercept Pyoul's expected escape route. Suddenly, something sliced through the air and appeared before Dao Shigo. Startled, Dao Shigo instinctively leaned back. He didn't even think to block. The attack was too unexpected. A single dagger had flown at him, moving along a long, serpentine trajectory like a living creature. Dao Shigo's scream tore across the battlefield. His severed left arm hit the ground. Hyo Ranju screamed and rushed toward him. But another dagger flashed in front of her, attacking with dazzling speed. A phantom dagger sliced across her side. Cloth and flesh split open as blood spilled out. Hyo Ranju swallowed her scream and staggered back, but she kept her eyes locked onto Pyowol. But Pyowol vanished again. The next moment, he reappeared in front of Dao Shigo. Dao Shigo, now missing an arm and barely conscious, couldn't sense him. No, Hyo Ranju shouted desperately. Dao Shigo looked up. Pyowol stood before him, phantom dagger in hand. Stop! Jung Moryong's shout split the battlefield. Cutting down warriors in his path, he lunged toward Pyowol, black spear in hand. He unleashed the destruction of the Black Dragon, the secret art of his clan. The spear ripped through the air toward Pyowol, but Pyowol didn't even glance at it. He simply drove the phantom dagger deep between Dao Shigo's ribs. Dao Shigo's face twisted in agony. The dagger had pierced his lungs. He opened his mouth to speak, but Pyowol covered it with his hand and switched their positions in a single smooth motion. Dao Shigo, his strength gone, couldn't resist. Jang Moryong's spear struck. A roar and a scream rang out simultaneously, but the one struck was Dao Shigo. His back was torn open, bones exposed, fatally wounded by his own comrade. Jang Moryong and Hyo Ranju rushed toward him. Pyowol glanced back at them briefly, his cold eyes as sharp as blades, devoid of a single emotion. It pierced their hearts like ice. Hyo Ranju's eyes reddened, bloodshot, trembling with grief. Though they bickered constantly, he was the one she cared for most among the 350 members of the Black Cloud Corps. He understood her better than anyone. Seeing him fall shattered something inside her. She tried to attack Pyowol, consumed by rage, but he had already vanished into the chaos. Damn it, Jung Moryong clenched his teeth. It was as if he had killed Dao Shigo. Hyo Ranju screamed at him, "Go, chase him, tear him apart, kill him." At her command, Jung Moryong hurled himself in Pyowol's direction. Hyo Ranju held Dao Shigo tightly, tears falling uncontrollably. "Daoshi, don't die." Dao Shigo weakly grasped her hand. "Idiot, who said I'm going to die? Why?" "You're saying something. Unlucky." He forced a laugh. "Sect leader, something terrible has happened. The city, it's in chaos." "Explain." The Black Cloud Corps moved to capture the assassin, but their actions provoked the warriors gathered in Chengdu. The assassin clashed with the Black Cloud Corps and the nearby warriors. It was unbelievable that one assassin had incited such a massive conflict. The disciple continued. "The fighting spread, and now even the forces supporting our Imai sect are being dragged into it." "You mean the Qingming Room and the other warriors?" "Not only them, the factions supporting the Qingcheng sect have joined as well. The entire city is submerged in blood. The Qingming Room was an ally. If she ignored their plea, no sect would follow Imei again. We're dancing to the assassin's tune." Guwasata ground her teeth. There was no choice now, nowhere to escape. She gripped her staff tightly. "Before the Qingcheng sect's disciples join the fray, we must calm the situation. All disciples, arm yourselves and follow me." And so, Guwasata and the Ma sect were swept into the bloodstorm as well. Jung Moryong had always worn a relaxed smile, but rationality vanished when Dao Shigo was injured. Dao Shigo was more than a subordinate. He was a mentor from Jung Moryong's youth, the very reason he had become leader. Jung Moryong held him in utmost respect. His fury reached the heavens when Dao Shigo was gravely wounded by Jang Moryang's own attack. That fury targeted Pyowol. Pyowol was destined to die anyway, but now Jang Moryang vowed to kill him in a manner even more terrible. Whether by chance or misfortune, Pyowol was running straight toward where the Black Cloud Corps cavalry waited. Due to the nature of cavalry whose strength is greatest on horseback, they could not enter Chengdu and were stationed outside. Hooves thundered across the earth. 200 horses charged in unison. "Bastard, there's nowhere left to run. Give up." Jang Moryong roared, swinging his spear. A fierce spear aura shot toward Pyowol. Pyowol's body moved instantly. He dodged the long-range strike without even looking back, as if he had eyes behind him. But his crisis was far from over. The horsemen drew their spears and aimed forward. Long spears were the most suitable weapons for cavalry, just as Jung Moryong wielded a spear himself. Dust rose behind the charging unit. Even in the night, they had only one objective. 200 horses charged to kill Pyowol. No matter how skilled he was, a single man should have been helpless before 200 mounted warriors. Naturally, Jung Moryong expected Pyowol to flee, but instead, Pyowol rushed directly toward the cavalry. Jung Moryong cursed, but stayed alert. Pyowol had always surpassed expectations. This time was no different. Just before the spear struck him, Pyowol vanished. He reappeared above the head of the leading cavalryman, having shortened the distance with black lightning. Ghost daggers flew. The elite cavalry instinctively sensed danger and swung their spears defensively, but they did not realize. The ghost daggers were not ordinary blades. Combined with the soul-reaping thread, the daggers' trajectories shifted freely according to Pyowol's finger movements. Pyowol darted with black lightning. He appeared atop a riderless horse, then threw another dagger. Screams followed. He stepped atop galloping horses, moving fluidly from one to another, killing riders with his ghost daggers. The moment the horsemen thrust their spears, Pulwol had already vanished. The darkness was his greatest ally. This insane sight, Guwasata stared ahead blankly. The city was burning. Not metaphorically, massive fires blazed throughout Chengdu. Looters not only stole, but set buildings alight. Chengdu descended deeper into chaos. Inside the city, warriors slaughtered each other. Many already lay dead, many more groaned with wounds. Blood soaked the streets. It was hell itself. All of this had erupted in mere hours. Fo Sanhai, leader of the Fire Dragon Room, was stunned by the Ame sect's intervention. Everyone, beware, the Ame sect is here. Meanwhile, Kijuhan, leader of the Qingming Room, shouted with renewed vigor, "The Ime sect has come to support us. Fight on." Qingming Room's morale soared, while Fire Dragon Room's spirit collapsed under the pressure. Within moments, over a dozen Fire Dragon Room warriors lay sprawled in blood. Seeing this, Fosunhai rushed to stop her. "You witch, stop this at once. You've gone too far, sect leader Fo, and you dare call me that." Guhasata's ferocious gaze froze him. Fosunhai's spirit faltered under her overwhelming aura. Yet he could not show weakness. As leader of his sect, he had to stand firm. If he faltered, Fire Dragon Room's morale would collapse entirely. "Withdraw your troops. This is a dispute between us and the Qingming Room. The MA sect has no right to intervene." Say something believable. Everyone knows Qingming Room is affiliated with Ime, yet you spout nonsense. Sect leader Fo is even more foolish than he looks. Who says such? Silence. Kawashata cut him off and attacked. Fo Sanhei barely blocked the strike, but it was only the beginning. The Golden Light Staff technique unleashed its full power, one of Emi's mightiest arts. Fo Sanhai staggered, unable to endure even 10 seconds. His face turned pale, blood dripped from his lips. Realization struck him. He had known that Ime outclassed the Fire Dragon Room, but not by this much. He wasn't a match at all. He finally understood why so many sects feared the great Orthodox sects. Bang. Each collision felt like being struck with an iron pillar. Fo Sanhei eventually vomited blood. Unable to withstand the shock, Guwasata's staff descended toward his bowed head. One clean strike would shatter his skull. Fo Sanhei's expression darkened. "Stop!" A furious voice rang out. A figure rushed in, intercepting the staff with a sword. The impact sent Guhasata skidding back dozens of steps, her eyes sharpened with wariness. The strength behind that strike was astonishing enough to crush a boulder, yet the man who blocked her blow stood firm. Very few in Sichuan possessed such power. It was Mu Zhengjin, one of those rare masters now standing protectively before Fo Sanhei. No matter how powerful Guwasata was as the sect leader of MA, she could not afford to underestimate Mu Zhengjin's strength. "It's been a while, Mu Zhengjin. To see you like this again, Guwasata, it truly warms my heart." "Is that so? Because I feel nothing but disgust. I've waited 7 years to see your face again. How could I not be happy?" A chilling edge crept into Mu Zhengjin's voice. His eyes brimmed with naked hostility. Mu Zhengjin proposed to Muryeongjin, the sect leader, that they mobilize all disciples and wipe out Ame. Muryeongjin rejected the idea immediately. Both sects were pillars of the martial world, and attacking Ame would place an unbearable burden on Qingcheng. Mu Zhengjin was deeply disappointed by Muryeongjin's indecision. After that, he did nothing but wait and train. Everything he did was for revenge against Guwasata. But Guwasata was as cunning as an old fox. She never left her abode on Mount Eme. Anyone else might have given up. Mu Zhengjin did not. He waited patiently for 7 years, and at last, he came face to face with the one he had long sought. Guwasata felt the same unease. She frowned at the unrestrained power radiating from Mu Zhengjin. Something was different, unnatural. She could not believe such dark, sinister qi was being emitted by someone who had mastered Qingcheng martial arts, a sect rooted in Taoist teachings. "You've gained enlightenment," Duashata said slowly. "I sense an unfamiliar power within you." "Enlightenment?" Mu Zhengjin replied calmly. "I merely learned a new method." "Impossible." "I believed I understood Qingcheng's martial arts. But to think you were hiding something that reeks of such murky energy." Her voice was filled with sarcasm, but Mu Zhengjin remained unfazed. "Do not judge Qingcheng by your narrow standards. Our sky is far broader than Amy's. Whether your sect is truly so remarkable remains to be seen. You'll find out soon enough just how great and terrifying a sect you dared to provoke." Amazing words for someone who was toyed with by a mere assassin. An assassin? Mu Zhengjin's eyebrows twitched. "What do you mean?" "The man you killed in the underground cave is still alive." "That's a lie. I killed him myself." "Did you confirm the body?" "As expected, you didn't, and now look at the mess we're in." Guwasata scoffed, but Mu Zhengjin remained calm. "So he lives?" "Yes. He's the same man who killed the Thunder Clan's young master and the same one who incited our conflict, leading my disciple Jianhua to her death." "If that's true," Mu Zhengjin said grimly, "then we've all been played." "Exactly. So let's settle our grudges after capturing him." "I refuse." Guwasata's eyes widened. You'd ignore the man who killed your disciple. If he lives, I'll kill him myself. Then why? My true enemy stands before me, Mu Jungjin said coldly. After waiting 7 years, how could I let this opportunity slip? Mu Jingjin strode forward and shouted, the Qingqing Seven Swords will assist the Fire Dragon Room in crushing Ame. 7 swordsmen appeared at once, each radiating razor-sharp killing intent. They were the Qingqing Seven Swords, personally trained by Mu Jungjin. They plunged into battle. Steel rang through the battlefield. Though only 7, their presence tilted the tides of war. Gu Hosata's expression twisted, her crow-like visage becoming monstrous. So, this is your answer, Mu Jungjin. And this is mine, he replied, old crow of Mount Ame. Unforgivable, furious, Gu Hosata charged. Her staff tore through the air, forming dozens of afterimages, the golden light sword technique. Even before it struck, crushing pressure descended, but with a single slash Mu Jungjin shattered the force. Pay for your sins with death. Their clash unleashed a storm of chi. Ragged breaths echoed across the field. The Black Cloud Corps was in ruins. Of the 200 horsemen, a third lay dead or critically wounded. The rest clung on, battered and exhausted. You've turned the city into hell. Zhang Muryang shouted. Everyone lives like this, Piowol replied calmly. What? Isn't Zhonghu built on blood? Qingqing, M.A., Black Cloud. Why am I the crazy one? He was genuinely curious. Countless had died to build their glory. All he had done was expose it. You're insane! Zhang Muryang attacked. His instincts screamed, kill him now, or disaster beyond imagining will follow. Piowol poured more focus into his ghost daggers. Then, the soul-reaping thread revealed itself. Once invisible, it now gleamed brightly, its form unmistakable even from afar. The luminous threads weaving through the darkness were almost artistic. He's not going all out. If Piowol intended a direct confrontation, revealing the soul-reaping thread made no sense. Its power increased when infused with ki, but so did its visibility, allowing opponents to defend. Piowol would know that better than anyone. So why reveal it? What are you planning? Zhang Muryang demanded. Piowol didn't answer. Instead, he poured in even more ki. The thread glowed brighter. Then, a group surged out of Chengdu. Do you think you can escape me, Gu Hosata? Huh, who's running, you arrogant fool? The ones exchanging furious shouts were Mu Jungjin and Gu Hosata, locked in deadly pursuit. Behind them, disciples of Qingqing and Ame followed, still embroiled in combat. Their clash reduced streets to rubble. The battle between two pinnacle masters briefly silenced Chengdu itself. Both were among the strongest in Sichuan, Mu Jungjin, the sword pillar of Qingqing. Gu Hosata, eccentric yet terrifying. Each understood the other's martial arts too well. That was why neither could win quickly, and why the destruction only worsened. Both realized the cost. To control Sichuan, Chengdu's allegiance was vital. Reducing it to ruins would turn the people against them. The first thing they noticed was the gleaming key slicing through darkness. The soul-reaping thread. It moved like a lighthouse beam across a black sea, its eerie sound echoing deeper with each pass. The sound seized attention, and perhaps the threads themselves carried a strange allure. Who is that? Yongseil Ran was the first to recognize him. It's him, she said quietly. Piowol, that assassin, yes. It reached Mu Jungjin, assassin. His gaze snapped toward the darkness. And then rage exploded. 7 years he had never forgotten that face. The assassin he had thrown into a pit of snakes was standing there, expressionless, cutting down the Black Cloud Corps. You're really alive! His roar split the night sky. Weaker warriors clutched their ears as their eardrums ruptured beneath his unleashed ki. That was Mu Jungjin's terrifying internal energy. Though Gu Hosata was the instigator, it was Piowol who had killed Wu Gunsong. Mu Jungjin's fury shifted instantly. Mu Jungjin shot toward Piowol. Only then did Gu Hosata truly notice him. Catch him! At her command, MA disciples rushed forward. Piowol smiled. In front, Zhang Muryang and the Black Cloud Corps. Behind, Qingqing and Ime leaders with their disciples, completely surrounded. Yet Piowol smiled wider. Now, he said softly, everyone is gathered. This was why he stayed near Chengdu. Why he fought such a bitter battle with the Black Cloud Corps. Zhang Muryang realized it too late. You planned this, you insane bastard. Fear crept into his soul. That kind of resolve, the willingness to do what no sane person would, was terrifying. Piowol fled as Mu Jungjin and Gu Hosata charged. The cavalry tried to stop him, but Black Lightning carried him beyond reach. Hells, chase him. Zhang Muryang ordered pursuit. He had to seize Piowol before Ma did. A chase erupted. Black Cloud Corps, Qingqing, Ma, and countless warriors who didn't even know why they ran. Under the night sky, history repeated itself. 7 years ago, an inescapable net closed in from all sides. Now, they ran in blind pursuit. Piowol led them. Some sensed the trap, but the madness was too strong. How far will you run? Mu Jungjin roared. Sword ki tore through the air, but Piowol dodged every strike by inches. Mu Jongjin's rage deepened. Even Guasada felt chills watching him. Half an hour passed. Only then did Yongseil Ren realize, he's leading us. We must stop. Quiet, Guasada snapped. Her pride was wounded. She wanted Pyeolwol dead now. It was too late. Screams erupted. Hidden weapons. Warriors collapsed mid-run. Only then did they see ruins, collapsed walls, broken pillars, Tang family ruins, faces drained of color. The Tang family long destroyed, yet still feared. Mu Jongjin roared in fury. How dare you bring us to such cursed ground? Show yourself. Pyeolwol appeared, as if he had always been there. Pale skin, red-tinged eyes. Silence followed. Then he spoke. This is my inescapable net. The security network that covered both heaven and earth so tight that escape was impossible no matter how desperately one struggled, was called the inescapable net. 7 years ago, Pyeolwol and the other assassins of the Blood Shadow group were trapped within it and mercilessly hunted by the warriors of Sichuan. They ran endlessly, struggling to break free from the encirclement, but in the end, were slaughtered. Back then, the warriors who took part treated the hunt like a trivial game. The children who had survived 7 years in darkness, desperately clinging to life, died without ever seeing the light of the world. Many of the warriors who had chased Pyeolwol to the Tang family ruins had participated in that same inescapable net. That was no coincidence. People rarely changed. Those who once enjoyed that pursuit had gathered again in Chengdu, drawn by the same dark pleasure. Though 7 years had passed, Pyeolwol remembered every face. Among the men standing in Tangjiatuo, he could clearly identify those who had once hunted him. He remembered them all. They, however, did not remember him. Pyeolwol decided it didn't matter. From this day forward, they would never forget. He would make them relive the memories of 7 years ago. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? A hot-tempered man charged forward. His name was Ju Kyung, a well-known warrior in the Xichang region of southern Sichuan. But his fame extended no further than that. In the broader martial world of Sichuan, he was little more than a nameless figure at the bottom. That reality had always frustrated him. This is my chance. While others hesitated, he stepped forward boldly. He drew his cherished sword and rushed at Pyeolwol. If he killed the assassin now, his name would spread across all of Sichuan. He had to strike before anyone else could claim the glory. He advanced with everything he had. He hadn't even taken 10 steps. A terrifying impact split the air. Hidden weapons. With a sharp metallic clang, the first hidden weapon was deflected and dropped to the ground. 3 more projectiles followed. He barely blocked the first. The second pierced his shoulder. The third buried itself deep into his abdomen. Fear spread across the faces of the onlookers. It wasn't merely because Jia Kyung had died, it was where he died. Tangjiatuo. In Sichuan, that name carried weight. It had once been the home of the Tang family masters of poison and hidden weapons feared throughout Jianghu. Even after their fall, people believed deadly mechanisms and lethal toxins still slumbered there. No one willingly entered Tangjiatuo. Seeing a warrior struck down by hidden weapons in that place reignited old terror. Many believed Pyeolwol had revived the Tang family. They were half right. The original facilities and devices had long been destroyed. But Pyeolwol possessed something else, a man of the Tang bloodline, Tang Sochu. During Pyeolwol's stay in Chengdu, Tang Sochu had used all his knowledge of Tangjiatuo to reset traps, hidden weapons, and simple mechanisms. It was less than a tenth of the Tang family's former might. But it was more than enough. In darkness, hidden weapons became infinitely more terrifying. Sharp sounds ripped through the night. The warriors scattered in panic. There was no coordination, only chaos. They were from countless clans with no unified command. The more chaotically they moved, the greater the damage. Only King Chung and Ame disciples retained formation. Everyone else fled blindly. As a result, casualties skyrocketed. You devil. Kuwasada trembled as screams echoed from all directions. Thousands were dying, all because of a single man. Many tried to reach Pyeolwol but fell to hidden weapons before they could. Time passed. The damage multiplied. They had never imagined such a nightmare awaited them in Tangjiatuo. Save me. I want to get out of here. Warriors screamed as they fled. Fear peaked. The dread of the Tang family combined with its signature weapons shattered their sanity. Pyeolwol did not pursue those who fled. They were not his target. His eyes were fixed on Guwasada. I'll tear your jaw apart and kill you. She led her disciples forward. At that moment, Pyeolwol released a long whistle. It sounded like a serpent's breath spreading across the ruins. Ma disciples fell one by one, snakes. The bushes, they're full of snakes. Dozens collapsed before they realized what was happening. It wasn't limited to Ma. Remaining warriors were bitten and fell screaming. He uses demonic arts to control snakes, someone shouted. Guhasata crushed approaching serpents with her staff. Fear covered the faces of her disciples. They had no idea how many snakes lurked in Tangjiatuo, nor how Pyeolwol controlled them. This too was part of the inescapable net. Guhasata wanted to strike Pyeolwol, but saving her disciples came first. Pyeolwol watched with a faint smile. At last, I can kill you. His gaze shifted. A swordsman emerged from the bushes. Mu Zhongjin. The snakes instinctively avoided him, repelled by the terrifying aura he emitted. Mu Zhongjin drew his sword. The air trembled with his presence. Nearby snakes burst apart under the pressure of his qi. Because of you, Mu Jingjin said coldly, the wings of the Qing sect were broken. You'll pay with your life. What payment? Pyo replied calmly. I've already paid everything, and 7 years of darkness. The moment he was cast into the snake pit, he had already died once. No price remained, only debt. Pyo raised his arms. The ghost daggers at the end of the soul-reaping thread trembled. He vanished. To ordinary warriors, it was imperceptible. But Mu Jingjin was different. That trick again. He struck. For the first time, black lightning was stopped. The ghost dagger blocked the sword just before it cleaved Pyo in two, yet Pyo's expression didn't change. Neither could read the other. It's useless, Mu Zhongjin shouted, unleashing the red cloud sword. The air twisted violently. But Pyo slipped through. At the same time, the soul-reaping thread lashed out. Impressive. Steel clashed endlessly. The ghost dagger writhed like a living serpent, both blade and shield. Admiration flickered in Mu Zhongjin's eyes. For the first time in decades, he felt fear. Then, he struck again. Qing Cheng's 13 swords. The sword looked plain. But inside, it held catastrophic power. Like a meteor, it fell. Pyo felt chills. Yet he didn't retreat. Black lightning condensed at a single point. Mu Zhongjin slashed. He was certain. Then, his sword stopped. A single finger. Blood dripped from Pyo's lips. Still, his face did not change. One candle is enough to light the darkness. One firm heart is enough to walk through it. Mysterious ghost break. Mu Zhongjin's sword shattered, cracking like a spider's web before exploding. The fragments of the shattered sword scattered in all directions. Mu Zhongjin let out a stunned groan. Several shards were embedded in his forearm. The physical pain meant nothing to him. What truly sickened him was the fact that his cherished sword had been destroyed by a single finger. It was the blade he had inherited from his master. The blade he was meant to pass down to his successor. A famed sword said to be so perfectly forged that it would require no repairs even after generations. That such a weapon had been reduced to scrap by Pyo's finger dealt him a devastating psychological blow, and Pyo did not miss that opening. As Mu Zhongjin staggered, Pyo flicked his wrist and released a ghost dagger. 2 of them, traveling along divergent trajectories. The daggers struck like vipers, hunting for gaps. Mu Zhongjin abandoned all dignity and immediately circulated his qi. Rolling along the ground like a donkey fleeing the whip, he barely escaped the barrage. When he rose again, frustration twisted his face. He hurriedly gathered his qi, preparing for another exchange. A burning pain erupted in his back. Mouth agape, Mu Zhongjin turned and saw an old woman with deeply wrinkled features standing behind him. Gua Sata. It was Gua Sata of the Ime sect. She had thrust a dagger into his back. While dealing with the snakes and hidden weapons, she had been carefully watching the duel. The moment Mu Zhongjin's attention wavered and a weakness appeared, she struck without hesitation. A smile crept across her lips as she looked down at him. Well done, Mu Zhongjin, I'll take over from here. This cowardly? So what? She interrupted with a sneer. Whether it's an ambush or a betrayal, Zhang Hu remembers only the victors. Mu Zhongjin's face twisted in fury. And the leader of Ime dares to speak like that. You'll drag Ime's honor into the mud. I don't care about honor anymore, Guwasata replied coldly. In the end, NA will rule Sichuan. When that happens, who would dare criticize me? History honors only the winners. Her resolve had been cast the day she plotted Wu Gunseng's assassination 7 years ago. All she desired was Ime's revival, even if it meant destroying Qingcheng entirely, and Mu Zhongjin was Qingcheng's greatest pillar. This was an opportunity she could not ignore. Bang! Her staff smashed into Mu Zhongjin's chest. He was sent flying a dozen steps before crashing to the ground, a gaping crater torn through his torso. Master, damn it! The Qingcheng 7 swords tried to rush forward, only to be intercepted by Ame warriors. How splendid! Guhasata turned toward Pyowol. I suppose I owe you my thanks. Thanks to you, I was granted this opportunity. Pyowol's existence had been both calamity and blessing to her. The war sparked by Wu Gunseng's death strengthened Ame, and today, Mu Zhongjin's distraction allowed her to crush Qingcheng's backbone. In return, I'll kill you painlessly. Her staff roared as she poured her full internal energy into it. Pyowol narrowed his eyes. Had it not been for her ambition, he might have lived a quiet, inconsequential life, or died forgotten in some corner of Jianghu. The world had no mercy for a man with nothing. It was Guhasata's ambition that tempered him into what he was now. Pyowol, the assassin, a monster standing unblinking amid countless warriors. Now, it was time to show her the horror she had created. Black lightning surged as he rushed forward. I anticipated this. Guasata had studied his movements while he fought Mu Jongjin. She thrust her golden light staff technique toward the turbulence in the key. Her staff struck not once but repeatedly in a single breath, cloaked in brilliant energy. Since the blow did not rely on direct contact, she felt no fear of her weapon being destroyed. A sharp tearing sound split the darkness. A ghost dagger burst forth. Startled, Guasata ducked, but that was only the beginning. One piercing sound after another rang out as more ghost daggers were launched. She was forced to abandon her technique and deflect them with her staff. The daggers were scattered in every direction. "You think this will stop me?" she laughed. She never noticed the soul-reaping threads slithering around her ankles. The daggers had only been bait. Bang! Paiwol yanked the thread. Guasata wobbled violently, panic flashing across her face. That fleeting imbalance was enough. With its power coursing through his heart, Paiwol's speed doubled, approaching a realm beyond human perception. At such velocity, his body itself became a weapon. Her eyes widened. She sensed the danger, but too late. Boom. His fist slammed into her abdomen like an exploding shell. She was blasted backward, rolling across the ground in a spray of blood. Her staff shattered in her grip. Despite blocking instinctively, she couldn't withstand the impact. One of the hardest weapons in Zhonghu snapped in half, and her internal organs were violently shaken. For the first time, fear surfaced on her face. Seal ran. "Captain Zhang, stop him." She abandoned all shame, ordering her disciples to sacrifice themselves. Honor could be reclaimed later, if she lived, but Pyeolwol would not let her escape. As Zhang Muryang charged forward with the Zhongachan technique, Pyeolwol flung his soul-reaping thread. It coiled around the spear like a snake. Startled, Zhang hesitated. That hesitation cost him everything. The ghost dagger pierced his chest. Pyeolwol didn't even glance at him. Yongseal ran, slashed desperately, her sword burying itself deep into Pyeolwol's arm. Flesh tore, blood spilled. Pyeolwol didn't stop. Using snake steps, he slipped past her and appeared before Guasata. Her body stiffened, paralyzed by terror. In his red eyes, she saw a colossal serpent opening its maw. A ghost dagger cleanly passed through her neck. Blood poured through her fingers as she clutched her throat. I can't die. Sichuan will soon be mine." Her voice trembled. Pyeolwol looked down at her and spoke quietly. "You're out of my life now." Her body collapsed. Silence followed. The battlefield froze. "That thing isn't human. He's death itself." Fear crushed the warrior's spirits. Standing there, drenched in blood, eyes glowing crimson, Pyeolwol looked like a reaper incarnate. Even with the trap silent, no one dared to move. Hundreds, no thousands, were overwhelmed by a single man. Yongseal ran, felt it in her bones. A new ruler had emerged in Sichuan, one who ruled through blood and fear. And then, laughter echoed. A madman stepped forward. As Mu Jongjin roared, countless warriors staggered, clutching their ears. Eardrums ruptured, blood streamed from the ears of thousands. Normally, Mu Jongjin would never unleash his ki so recklessly. No matter how arrogant he was, no matter how lightly he regarded others, he remained an elder of the prestigious Qingqing sect. But now, something was clearly wrong. Madness overflowed in his eyes. A grotesque pressure radiated from his body, sending chills through anyone who looked at him. Even the Qingqing Seven Swords stared at him in shock. Pyeolwol narrowed his eyes. Mu Jongjin's chest was still visibly caved in from Guasata's earlier strike. No matter how advanced his cultivation, he should not have been able to move in that condition. That was common sense. Did Mu Jongjin learn demonic arts? That's impossible. He's an elder of Qingqing. The murmurs spread. Even those weaker than Mu Jongjin could recognize sorcery when they saw it. The most shaken were the Qingqing Seven Swords. "Master," they pleaded. But Mu Jongjin did not respond. His gaze never left Pyeolwol. He grabbed a sword lying on the ground. The ground shattered beneath his feet. His blades swept toward Pyeolwol with the force of a raging storm. Pyeolwol retreated using snake steps, but Mu Jongjin pursued relentlessly. For every step Pyeolwol took back, Mu Jongjin surged forward. The difference was clear. Despite his experience, Mu Jongjin could not catch him. Snake steps were simply too elusive. Pyeolwol spread his arms wide. A ghost dagger shot from the soul-reaping thread toward Mu Jongjin's neck. But Mu Jongjin deflected it casually with the swing of his sword. Madness had taken him, but his movements were sharper than ever, likely the result of already experiencing Pyeolwol's deadly weaponry. Sword and dagger clashed again. Two ghost daggers, guided by the thread, attacked like twin dragons soaring through the sky. Metal rang repeatedly as weapons collided. The crowd stared, transfixed. Is that really the skill of a single assassin? He's matching Qingqing's strongest. The warriors were left speechless. Again and again, he reappeared like after images. When Pyeolwol finally stopped, Mu Jongjin stood frozen. More than a dozen ghost daggers pierced his body. Vitality drained from him. The demonic energy faltered. His madness faded. Disbelief filled his eyes. Defeated by an assassin. Then, a man in Qingqing robes rushed forward. Muhwajin caught Mu Jongjin as he collapsed, breathing barely present. "Why did you learn such sorcery?" Mu Zhongjin grasped his hand weakly. 4. Qingcheng, those were his final words. Fool, Mu Wejin fell silent. Mu Zhongjin felt no regret, but his choice dragged Qingcheng's reputation into the abyss. The same was true for Ma. Gu Wushata's betrayal and death left its disciples paralyzed. Now only Pyoul remained. The warriors realized the truth. They were not hunters. They were trapped. And Pyoul was the one who held the net. No one dared to breathe. As Muwajin hesitated, Yongseo Ran stepped forward. Pyoul, if the great warrior permits it, Ime wishes to retrieve our sect leader's remains. Some disciples protested, but her cold gaze silenced them. How would you fight someone even our leader and Mu Zhongjin couldn't defeat? Silence followed. Think not of revenge, she said. Think of survival. Reality settled in. Muwajin let out a long sigh. As Yongseo Ran had said, retreat was their only option. He handed Mu Zhongjin's body to Mu Young and stepped forward to face Pyoul. We also wish to retrieve senior brother Mu Zhongjin's remains and withdraw. Will you permit it? All eyes shifted to Pyoul. Everything depended on his response. Pyoul silently studied Muhwajin and Yongseo Ran. His indifferent gaze pierced them like a blade. After a moment, he spoke. If I let you go, you'll harbor thoughts of revenge. Just as I once did, I swear on my name, Yongseo Ran said calmly. The Ime sect will never seek revenge against you, Dayepya. How can I trust that? You must, she replied. I will see to it. Her words carried an inexplicable weight. Pyoul glanced at her briefly. Even 7 years ago, when they met in the underground cavern, Yongseo Ran had stood apart from the others. Even now, she bowed respectfully but never humbled herself. If you refuse, she continued, we will have no choice but to prepare for the worst. You may leave. Pyoul nodded. With Guhasata, the root of the conflict, dead, he had no further interest in the Ime sect. Yongseo Ran bowed lightly and turned away. Stop crying, she said coldly to her disciples. We are sinners who have no right to shed tears. She ordered them to collect the fallen. The Ime warriors retrieved the bodies of their dead, including Guhasata, and departed the battlefield in silence. Pyoul began to walk. No one blocked his path. Instead, warriors stepped back, creating a corridor of fear. As he passed, they sensed it instinctively. A legend had been born. Sichuan's power structure shifted drastically. Ime and Qingcheng ceased their activities almost simultaneously. Other sects sealed their doors to recover losses. Sichuan entered a period of stagnation. No one spoke of that day. It was a stain they wished to erase. Too many had died. Too many had been humiliated by one man. Revenge against Pyoul was unthinkable. Fear lingered. Fear that he might appear silently in the dead of night. Time passed in silence. Chengdu slowly recovered. Merchants rebuilt first, as they always did. Trade resumed, travelers returned, and the city revived. Han Yushin glanced at the booklet placed on top of the pile. It contained a summary of recent events in Chengdu. A single assassin devastates all of Sichuan, he scoffed. Am I supposed to believe this? The contents were difficult to accept. It claimed that the Ime sect leader, one of Sichuan's reigning powers, had been killed, along with Mu Zhongjin, the strongest warrior of the Qingcheng sect. Numerous other factions had suffered severe losses, all at the hands of one assassin. I'll have to move personally. Hong Yushin sighed and summoned the brothel keeper. She was a beautiful woman in her mid-30s, dressed in lavish silk, her neatly pinned hair adorned with ornaments. You called for me. How many Ha clan members are currently in Chengdu? 2 courtesans, around 400 individuals handling errands, and about 100 workers embedded within various guilds. That's enough, Hong Yushin said. From now on, every Hao operative is to focus on tracking this assassin. Anything related to him, no matter how trivial, must be collected. Bring everything directly to me. Hong Yushin was the chief inspector sent from the main headquarters. Crossing him was unthinkable. Leaving her behind, Hong Yushin exited Water Lily Pavilion. It had been a long time since he had personally gathered information in the field. Yet he felt confident. To become the head inspector of the Hao clan required exceptional investigative skill, and Hong Yushin had proven himself countless times. Red-hot iron bent beneath his hammer. The metal was quenched, reheated, and hammered again, repeating the process countless times. Thus, a dagger was born. After admiring his work, he carefully sharpened the blade. With every pass along the whetstone, the edge grew keener. Finally satisfied, the young craftsman stood. His body ached from crouching, yet he showed no sign of discomfort. This was his own space. The work felt light. He placed the finished dagger on the workbench beside others. He packed them carefully into a leather pouch and left the workshop. After locking the door, he lingered, gazing at the shabby entrance. To him, it was more beautiful than any ornate mansion. Leaving Chengdu behind, he walked until he reached the Min River. The river Sichuan's lifeline flowed wide and slow. Fishing boats drifted lazily across its surface as fishermen cast their nets. The young craftsman scanned the river, then smiled. A small boat caught his eye. It could hold 1 or 2 people at most, and it was empty, or so it seemed. I'm here, he shouted. At first, his voice was swallowed by distance and flowing water. Then, someone on the boat sat up. Moments later, the boat began rowing toward shore. The man was Pyeolwol. The craftsman was Tang Sochu. Tang Sochu handed him the leather pouch. Pyeolwol removed a dagger and inspected it. The blue forged ghost dagger. During the battle against Gu Asada and Mu Jin, several had been damaged beyond repair. Tang Sochu chose to remake them entirely. High-quality metal took time to obtain. That was one reason Pyeolwol had remained nearby. Eat before you go. You're not catching anything. I can. Pyeolwol extended his hand toward the river. Tang Sochu watched in disbelief. Moments later, a massive fish burst from the water. Pyeolwol had caught it using the soul-reaping thread. Tang Sochu shook his head. Crazy. Pyeolwol's residence was a small house on a hill near the Min River. The house had once belonged to a fisherman's family but had been abandoned for many years, its structure barely holding together. Pyeolwol repaired the place with minimal effort and made it his home. Pyeolwol spent a long time by the Min River. When the sun rose, he boarded a boat and drifted along the river, spending his days doing nothing. The fishermen nearby found him strange. To them, he looked like a man wasting time for no reason. Pyeolwol thought differently. He was living the most fulfilling days of his life. Simply lying on the boat and watching the clouds drift across the sky was enough to satisfy him. But every beginning has its end. One day, Pyeolwol suddenly realized it was time to leave. There was no reason to hesitate, no reason to stay. As soon as he made up his mind, he departed. He had arrived empty-handed and left the same way. Pyeolwol left the Min River and returned to Cheongdu. There was no special reason, he simply moved on, and the road naturally led him back to the city. He entered a guest house. Only a few months earlier, a major incident had shaken Cheongdu and all of Sichuan. Yet it seemed as if people had already forgotten. Amid a peaceful atmosphere, guests laughed, talked, and shared drinks. A man approached his table. He had gentle eyes that curved like half-moons and an impressive demeanor. It was Hong Yu-shin, chief inspector of the Hao clan. Pyeolwol raised his head. Who are you? I believe I asked first. It's worth seeing you in person. That face, I don't think you're here for idle chatter. Apologies. I spent so much time and effort finding you that I forgot my manners. My name is Hong Yu-shin. It's your first time hearing it. This is the first time I've revealed my real name to someone outside the Hao clan. Hong Yu-shin smiled broadly, his crescent-shaped eyes creasing further. Pyeolwol asked calmly, what does the Hao clan want with me? Are you seriously asking? Hong Yu-shin looked stunned. For 10 days, he had searched relentlessly. You're impressive, Hong Yu-shin said. Get to the point. You really don't understand how terrifying the world can be. If you believe your reputation in Sichuan makes you untouchable, you're mistaken. Oh, Song Kyung, did you kill him? The Cheongdu branch manager of the Hao clan. Yes. You bastard. Hong Yu-shin shot to his feet, eyes blazing. He hadn't expected such an easy confession. Pyeolwol remained expressionless. The smile vanished from Hong Yu-shin's face. Did you really kill him? Yes. Why? He collected and sold my information. For that, don't you know that's the Hao clan's profession? You're saying I should accept it simply because it's your business. Pyeolwol's voice dropped. For a moment, goosebumps spread across Hong Yu-shin's body. You don't understand how vast the Hao clan is. Do you think you can live comfortably outside our gaze? I never cared about comfort. Ha! You truly are insane. One order from me, and hundreds of Hao clan members will descend upon you. Can you survive that? Before that, your head will fall. Hong Yu-shin lunged. Instantly, something tightened around his neck. Pyeolwol spoke calmly. Try not to appear in front of me again. I'm easily irritated. I don't care how the Hao clan survives, truly. But if you keep circling me, I'll cut off your sect leader's head. Hire 1,000 guards. It won't matter. I can wait years, decades. And when you lower your guard, I'll kill him. Cold sweat soaked Hong Yu-shin's face. He knew it wasn't a bluff. Tang Sochu was at work. Pyeolwol stepped inside. The scorching heat made breathing difficult. That looks impressive, Pyeolwol said. You've been here all this time. Why didn't you say anything? You were immersed. I didn't want to interrupt. Thanks to that, I finished perfectly. Got an order? Yeah, word spreading that I'm skilled. Orders are coming in steadily. That's good. It's all because of you, brother. Tang Sochu looked embarrassed at the title. Pyeolwol had funded the workshop, allowing him to survive until commissions arrived. To Tang Sochu, Pyeolwol was his greatest benefactor, a debt he could never repay. But why are you here? Did the ghost dagger break again? No, I want to commission something else. What is it? Wrist armor, a gauntlet. Pyeolwol explained his need for arm protection after recent battles. Tang Sochu nodded. I'll design it so your fingers move freely from the hand to the forearm. Leather over metal would be best, less noticeable. How long? 5 days at least. I'll need layered light iron plates. Hold out your arm. After measuring carefully, Tang Sochu nodded. Come back in 5 days. Thank you. Tang Sochu immediately returned to his work. Pyeolwol exited into the bustling marketplace. With his face half covered, he blended into the crowd. How dare you sell me trash like this? A shout, followed by a crash. A short, hunchbacked man was overturning a stall, his ferocious gaze freezing the merchant in fear. You think I look funny because I'm hunched, and you're asking 3 silvers for this. A chain hung from his waist, ending in a heavy iron ball. The merchant collapsed, trembling. Then laughter rang out. Iron Dwarf of Gongxian, isn't that excessive? The hunchback spun around. Shadowless monk Yu Xinfeng. Yu Xinfeng stepped aside, revealing a young woman behind him. Realizing who stood before him, the Iron Dwarf scoffed and withdrew, tossing the ornament back. As he vanished into the crowd, Yu Xinfeng muttered, "If the Iron Dwarf is here, the rest of the 7 stars won't be far behind." In Zhonghu, wherever the 7 stars gathered, turmoil always followed. Yu Xinfeng was famously known as the Shadowless Monk. One day he might appear in the east, the next day in the west, 1,000 li away. Yu Xinfeng had a kind personality. Anyone who drank with him even once considered him a true friend. Some even said he was the man with the most friends in the world. He had one maternal niece, Li Soha, who currently traveled with him. Li Soha's nickname was Swallow Fairy, a title given for her remarkable skills despite her young age. Indeed, even at a young age, Li Soha was well known in Zhonghu. As a member of the Golden Heavenly Hall, a small but influential group, her status was clear. "Owner, come out!" A dwarf hunchback entered, clanging his chain. The owner rushed out, terrified. "Give me 7 good rooms." "There aren't that many available." "Then make room. Kick them out or pay them off. My business will be ruined." "Are you telling me to leave? You want to die." All trembled except one man. The moment he saw the snow-white, strikingly beautiful figure, his anger erupted. A sharp, piercing sound cut through the guesthouse. Iron Dwarf jerked back in surprise as something sharp ripped across his arm. Had he been slightly slower, his forehead would have been pierced. He turned, staring at the man he had cursed moments ago. "Crazy bastard, attacking me out of nowhere. Who the hell are you?" "I don't think that's something the one who cursed first should be saying," Pyoel replied, standing. A faint red glow appeared in his eyes. Pyoel did not start fights unnecessarily, but he never hesitated to defend himself. He knew his appearance was unnatural, and that many would respond with hostility, especially those who felt inferior. The Iron Dwarf swung his chain in a wide arc. "Do you know who I am? Your inferiority is speaking too much." "Your mind has a problem, not your body," Pyoel replied coolly. The Iron Dwarf's anger erupted as he swung the chain. "Stop, Iron Dwarf." 6 figures appeared, surrounding the Iron Dwarf. One held him, while the others neutralized the floating daggers. The eldest, Sahyo Kyung, the Stormfire Dragon, glared at Pyoel. "Reveal yourself. Why attack my junior brother? Attacking him is an attack on the 7 stars. I will not forgive this unless you have a valid reason." Many had never heard of the 7 stars, but the authority in Sahyo Kyung's voice was undeniable. The 7 stars' reputation in Hunan was legendary. Even distant sects often yielded upon hearing their name. Yet Pyoel's red eyes deepened, showing no hint of fear. Sahyo Kyung realized his intimidation had failed. This man either ignored the 7 stars' name or had never heard of them. At that moment, Yosu Liang, the Bloody Witch, stepped forward. "Stop it, Oriboni," she said. "What do you mean stop? Don't you realize?" The Iron Dwarf caused the initial commotion. He provoked that man's anger. Sahyo Kyung stammered, realizing she was right. Yosu Liang's gaze turned to Pyoel, eyes slightly narrowed. Pyoel's beauty was stunning, surpassing even the famed warriors of the 7 stars. With a seductive smile, Yosu Liang spoke. "I apologize for the trouble caused by the Iron Dwarf. I am Yosu Liang of the 7 stars, called the Bloody Witch. I assure you, the name reflects nothing evil." "What is your name, young sir?" "Pyoel. That's a striking name, matching your appearance. Since Iron Dwarf was at fault, we apologize. We will also compensate for all damages. I trust this is acceptable?" Pyoel nodded silently. Though he could fight, he would not destroy Chengdu again. He returned to the guest house. Sahyo Kyung asked Yosu Liang, "Do you find that man's face captivating?" "Why not? But it's not that. It's the city's atmosphere. Why? It feels stagnant. This is a city influenced by Qingcheng and Amei, yet I sense none of it. Something must have happened here. We cannot rush into conflict without knowing the truth." Tang Sochu rose early and fed firewood into the furnace. Regardless of whether a craftsman was working or resting, the brazier's fire had to be kept alive. He moved to the back of the workshop, where an old warehouse stood. The former owner, an elderly craftsman, had stored materials there. Before leaving, the old man had given all of it to Tang Sochu. Most of it was low-quality iron, but occasionally he found useful things. He opened the warehouse door. Inside, it was dark enough that even during the day he needed a lamp to see clearly. While searching, he eventually found what he wanted. Good, there's still some useful material left. He held a large piece of thick leather. It was uncut and spacious, more than enough for the wrist armor. He turned to leave with the leather when... Something moved deeper in the warehouse. It could have been a trick of the lamp's light, but his instincts disagreed. Although he wasn't trained in martial arts, He was still of Tang family blood. His senses were far sharper than ordinary people's. Without hesitation, he approached the movement. He lifted the lamp toward the corner. A small boy, perhaps 6 years old, was curled up there like a frightened kitten. His face was covered in soot and dust, and his clothes were torn, exposing his thin body. Tang Sochu frowned. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Boy didn't answer. He simply shrank back even further, terrified. Tang Sochu clicked his tongue. "Damn, what am I supposed to do?" He wanted to pull the boy out, but the child looked ready to bolt at the slightest touch, and leaving him there wasn't an option. He looked as though he might collapse any moment. After staring for a moment, Tang Sochu sighed and left. When he returned, he carried the tray of food. "I'll leave this here. Eat if you want." He placed it gently in front of the boy and stepped outside. Whether the boy ate or not was up to him. Back in the workshop, he resumed cutting leather. After half a day of non-stop work, the wrist armor was finished. On the surface, it looked like ordinary bracers covered in leather. He wondered if he had been too modest, but shook the thought away. He knew Pyeolwol only cared about practicality. Before leaving, he called toward the room inside. "I'll be out for a while. If you get hungry, look in the kitchen." As expected, there was no answer. He closed the door and stepped outside. Having not left the workshop for days, the sunlight felt dazzling. Chengdu's streets were the same as ever, perhaps even busier. Tang Sochu walked, listening to the chatter of passers-by. "You still haven't found him?" "He definitely entered Chengdu, but we lost track of him afterward." "Why don't we ask the Hao clan? They could locate him easily." "Did you forget the client's request? We have to do this quietly. I don't trust those sly Hao clan people." A bewitching woman with sharp eyebrows and a warrior with a bamboo-like sword walked past without noticing Tang Sochu. He ignored them. Idle curiosity was dangerous in Zhenghu. He finally reached the guest house where Pyeolwol was staying. "Brother!" Pyeolwol was seated by the window on the first floor, sipping tea alone. He looked up as Tang Sochu approached. Tang Sochu sat across from him and set down the cloth-wrapped wrist armor. "I've finished it." When the cloth was unwrapped, a pair of wrist armors appeared. The design was simple, yet the craftsmanship clearly reflected high quality. Without a word, Pyeolwol strapped the wrist armor on. The cold bite of metal was tempered by the leather, and he moved his arms back and forth. There was no sense of awkwardness or restriction. It felt light and comfortable, almost like wearing silk. Tang Sochu explained, "There will be no hindrance to movement with these wrist armors. If you channel your internal energy, they can easily block any number of weapons." "Well made. This is impressive," Pyeolwol remarked. "Of course, I put my heart into making them." Seeing Pyeolwol satisfied brought a faint smile to Tang Sochu's face. The greatest joy for a craftsman was witnessing a client fully appreciate his work, especially someone like Pyeolwol who could use it to its full potential. Tang Sochu then handed him a small piece of thread. "What is this?" "It's left over from making the wrist armor. It's highly elastic and strong. It will come in handy." Pyeolwol accepted it. While the soul-reaping thread didn't require special material, having a reliable piece like this could always prove useful. He tested its strength and elasticity before tucking it into his bosom. "Good. I'll put it to use," he said. Tang Sochu nodded. "All right then, I must leave." "You're leaving already. There's an uninvited guest at home. I need to check on it." Pyeolwol watched Tang Sochu's back as he left, quietly disappearing out the door. "Have a seat. How did you know this place? Your body carries the scent of the courtesans here. Were you a dog in a past life? How was that possible? Don't you want to join the Hao clan? I'd give you the best treatment." "Sit down and stop talking nonsense," Pyeolwol said. "But didn't you threaten to kill me if I approached you?" Hong Yushin frowned, caught off guard. He had never met anyone like this. Someone who rendered him speechless and disrupted his authority. "Tell me about the 7 stars, Pyeolwol said. "Why ask? You don't need to know. Even if the Hao clan looks weak, you can't just take what you want here." "Then, let's make a deal," Pyeolwol suggested. "A deal." Hong Yushin hesitated, embarrassed by Pyeolwol's sudden straightforwardness. "You only get one chance. Think carefully," Pyeolwol added, voice lowering. "Fine. What is your purpose?" "I studied martial arts to survive and sought revenge. That's over now. All else is burned away." Hong Yushin studied his face intently. "You really mean it? I have no reason to lie. Any other ambitions? Do you want to lead Sichuan?" Hong Yushin exhaled slowly, partly disappointed but mostly relieved. He knew the chaos Pyeolwol could unleash if he had grand ambitions. "What do you want to know about the 7 stars?" "The reason they came here. Why do you think it concerns you?" "My intuition has kept me alive." "It's rarely wrong." "All right. Let's see. We've also wondered why they came to Chengdu." Hong Yushin respected Pyeolwol's insight. Warriors of his caliber could draw conclusions that were unnervingly accurate, sensing connections invisible to ordinary people. Meanwhile, Pyeolwol treated the plum room as his own. Though locked in, no one dared object. Cho Hyang, the top courtesan, attended him exclusively, blocking others from reaching him. Pyeolwol reclined against soft blankets, reading a music sheet he found tucked in a corner, a relic of the courtesan's 4 arts training. The melody fascinated him, as if fate itself had guided his eyes to it. He devoured knowledge with insatiable hunger, exploring everything new. Courtesans, books, the world. Nothing escaped his desire. Morality and convention held no sway. He pursued only what he craved. With a soft take, he closed the booklet. Cho Hyang's anticipation turned to disappointment as Pyoul, indifferent, gently embraced her collapsing form. At that moment, an old Taoist appeared, face bright red, smiling like a child. It's quite a room. How can one live here all day? Better than a mountain with just grass. But I wondered, do you know who I am? I don't. And yet, you're calm. If I sensed hostility, I'd have reacted. You are a remarkable child. Now I understand why Mujongjin failed. So you're from the Qingqing sect. Pyoul's tone remained indifferent. You're not here for revenge. What is your purpose? Go Yapjin, master of the Qingqing sect and hidden true swordsman, was impressed by Pyoul's composure. His sect had been devastated, yet Pyoul showed no fear or surprise. Because of you, the Qingqing sect is ruined. Do you know that? Pyoul's calm defiance left Go Yepjin speechless. Still, shouldn't you feel responsible? How is that my fault? Deny what you've done. No, I acknowledge it. But their humiliation was self-inflicted. Mujongjin's pursuit of magic led to it, not my doing. Go Yepjin sighed, sadness shadowing his face. Qingcheng had been weakened, their honor compromised. Pyoul's actions were a storm that stripped away the sect's power. Virtue swept away by lust for honor, wisdom forged through struggle. Even before this encounter, Go Yepjin knew Pyoul was extraordinary, but now he recognized a brilliance beyond mere martial skill. Pyoul had intellect, intuition, and cunning that surpassed almost anyone. Go Yepjin exhaled softly. My original intention was to kill you and restore the Qingqing sect's honor. Until this moment, he had considered Pyoul an unforgivable man and sought to eliminate him outright. But facing Pyoul in person, he realized this young man was no ordinary opponent. Though a strange aura surrounded him, it was not evil. Pyoul had no reason or desire to fight unnecessarily, leaving Go Yepjin bewildered. Just one request, refrain from killing without reason. Then the Qingqing sect will not stand in your way. Why did heaven send someone like him here? With his eyes closed, Go Yepjin tried to see Pyoul with his heart. Three forces formed the essence of this man, as hard as rock, as dark as pitch, and as strong as thunder. There was no wickedness. Dark does not always mean evil, and light is not always righteous. He must have a purpose. The heavens sent him here for a reason. Opening his eyes, Go Yepjin bowed. This old man was too nosy. I apologize. But understand this, heaven maintains balance. Sichuan is no exception. With Qingqing and Ame inactive, others will fill the void. If injustice prevails, disaster will spread beyond Sichuan. If you have compassion, prevent it. With that, the old Taoist disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared. Pyoul looked at the spot where the man had vanished. Cho Hyang, who had dozed off, stirred, murmuring, "Oh my, how did this happen?" Pyoul wrapped his hand around her waist. When he touched her, Cho Hyang moaned involuntarily, fully tamed by him. "Let's eat. I bought chicken," Tom Sochu said. The boy's eyes lit up. Tom Sochu prepared the meal, skillfully spicy, stir-fried chicken with rice. The boy devoured it ravenously, finishing his bowl in an instant. Days had passed since this strange cohabitation began. The ceiling of the workshop exploded inward. "Found you." A man with yellowed teeth grinned down at them. It was Cho Samchuk, the youngest member of the Seven Stars. "Stop!" Intang Sochu shouted, but Cho Samchuk swatted him aside effortlessly. The boy, Nam Shinwu, ran toward Cho Samchuk in fury. The swordsman swung, cutting through his chest. Blood poured from the wound, and the chest cavity exposed. It looked fatal. "I told you to capture him alive," someone shouted. Cho Samchuk shrugged. "Half the price for the corpse, right?" He approached Nam Shinwu's body, but then, impossibly, the boy stirred. Nam Shinwu, who had seemed dead, gasped and breathed again. "What?" The blood that had gushed from the deep wound in his chest had stopped and his eyes had lost their focus. Yet he stood up, albeit limply, moving on his own 2 feet. "What? You bastard. How are you alive?" Cho Samchuk's eyebrows shot up in shock. Even the most skilled martial artist would normally collapse at such a severe injury. But Nam Shin Wu, though limping, was still standing. "This bastard. I don't know what happened, but he's still alive." A spark of excitement lit Cho Samchuk's eyes. If Nam Shin Wu was alive, even in this strange state, the Seven Stars would earn full credit for capturing him. For days they had scoured the city, and Cho Samchuk had been the first to trace him. Recognition for this find would be immense. Cho Samchuk grabbed Nam Shin Wu by the hair with his massive hand. The young boy's strength was no match, but Nam Shin Wu struck suddenly, punching Cho Samchuk's side. The pain shot through Cho Samchuk's lungs. He had no knowledge of martial arts, yet his blow carried shocking force. Cho Samchuk approached again, smirking. Nam Shinwu rose, eyes unfocused. Then Cho Samchuk noticed the impossible. His deep chest wound had healed. Instantly. Even a master of magic could not recover from such a wound so quickly. "So this is why they paid so much for this commission," Cho Samchuk muttered, frowning. Though shocked by Nam Shinwu's resilience, he wasn't afraid. The mad sword he had mastered could crush any opponent. If you keep resisting, I'll cut off your limbs. Let's see if you can survive it. Nam Shinwu instinctively stepped back, sensing his opponent's power. At that moment, Tang Sochu lunged from behind, hugging Cho Samchok. Run! Tang Sochu shouted. Nam Shinwu hesitated, faltered, then fled the workshop. Cho Samchok shook Tang Sochu off with brute strength, but the boy had already disappeared. Furious, Cho Samchok kicked Tang Sochu into the workshop wall. The blow sent him sprawling, barely conscious. Half an hour later, Tang Sochu struggled to move, groaning in pain. His workshop, his life's work, was ruined. But his worry was for Nam Shinwu. That strange child who had survived such wounds would be in grave danger if caught. After a moment, Tang Sochu began to recover. You seem to have found something, Pyeolwol asked. The 7 stars are searching for a child, Hong Yushin explained. A child? Yes, a skinny boy, about 16. They've been asking around outside the Hao clan, making it hard to track. Pyeolwol nodded, understanding immediately. Suddenly, loud noise erupted outside. Tang Sochu had returned, trying to force his way into the plum room. Surrounded by guards, he knelt before Pyeolwol. Help me, he pleaded. Pyeolwol assessed the situation and nodded. Tang Sochu explained what had happened with Nam Shinwu, detailing how Cho Samchok had broken into his workshop and nearly killed the boy. The youngest of the 7 stars, Cho Samchok, the mad blood-spraying swordsman, Pyeolwol deduced. His size, weapon, and temperament match your description. Your luck kept you alive. Tang Sochu knelt, exhausted. There's something strange, Nam Shinwu's chest wound. He should have died. Yet he survived. It's incredible. His voice trailed off as he fainted. Pyeolwol carefully laid him down, relieved that he wasn't in danger. Hong Yushin muttered, he survived a wound that exposed his bones. Maybe it's related to the Ghost King. The Ghost King, you don't know, Hong Yushin explained. Decades ago, a mysterious warrior appeared in Zhonghu. No matter how grievously injured he was, he did not die. No expert could kill him. The Ghost King became a legend, feared and sought by thousands. He's elusive, incomprehensible, a divine force among mortals. Pyeolwol muttered thoughtfully. So a person with the same constitution as the Ghost King has appeared. It was clear why the 7 stars were after Nam Shinwu. Whoever captured him would gain insight into the Ghost King and perhaps the key to immortality. Nearby wooden houses caught fire and the blaze spread rapidly through the slum. Yo Suliang giggled, her eyes gleaming. The nickname Bloody Witch was well earned. Flames and destruction followed wherever she went. Rat, if you don't want to burn, better come out now, she called into the inferno, searching for Nam Shinwu. But he was nowhere to be seen. Even amidst chaos, she remained unnervingly composed. At that moment, a man appeared, running through the flames. The 4th member of the 7 stars, wolf-like face and fierce gaze. 4th brother, what are you doing here? I'm looking for that bastard. He's already left Chengdu, Jae Wongpyong replied. I've been fooling around all this time. Olonging's expression twisted in disbelief. Jae Wongpyong clicked his tongue. How can you make mistakes like that? Talent, I say. She ignored him, eyes scanning the burning slum. Then why set Chengdu on fire? What if the sect members respond? They won't. They fear him. Everyone trembles at the mention of Pyeolwol. By the time they act, we'll be long gone, she replied with a wicked smile. Can it really be true? If we encounter him, I'll cut his head off. He'll die without resistance, he added, tapping his sword with arrogance. Yo Soo-young smiled faintly, amused by his pride. Jae Wonpyong was formidable, but impulsive and reckless, perfectly reliable in his own way. I'll look forward to it, she said, her voice carrying through the flames. Her figure, dyed in red firelight, was mesmerizing. Her hips swayed, her slender waist accentuated, drawing the eyes of Jae Wonpyong and all the 7 stars. Unlike most, she relished their attention. Go, she commanded, moving forward with fluid grace. But something was wrong. Jae Wonpyong wasn't following. What are you doing? Why aren't you coming? She called nervously. She turned to look. Horror froze her in place. Beneath a burning tree, Jae Wonpyong floated, swaying unnaturally. His eyes were red and bloodshot, tongue blue and protruding, a nearly invisible thread digging into his neck. What kind of mess is this? The jaw muscles of Yu Shinfeng, the shadowless monk, twitched. In the distance, a colossal fire raged. The flames burned violently, as if swallowing the sky, while acrid smoke overturned the entirety of Chengdu. The streets were crowded with poor civilians fleeing from the inferno. What do we do now? Our house burned down. Cries of despair filled the streets. Li Soha frowned and asked, how did this happen? There's something unusual going on. At that moment, a familiar figure caught Yu Shinfeng's eye. A swordsman with a sharp aura emanating from his slim frame. Game Ilhe, the bamboo leaf swordsman, a member of the 7 stars. Even amidst the chaos, Game Ilhe observed the situation with a cold, piercing gaze. His movements, as if searching for someone, drew Yu Shinfeng's attention. Yu Shinfeng was an experienced warrior. Game Ilhai's behavior was too strange for the circumstances, and the moment he saw it, he realized this incident was connected to him. Instinctively, he followed Game Ilhai. Lee Soha followed right behind him. Her eyes sparkled. Even this chaos was fascinating to her. She had lived most of her life in boredom. What on earth is happening? Lee Soha felt her heart race. She had always dreamed of Jang Hu's romance, wandering freely, forming meaningful friendships, sharing hardships, and even dating a handsome warrior. Typical fantasies of any newcomer. Yu Xinfeng glanced at his niece with worry. Jung Ho was far less romantic than she imagined, but words alone wouldn't teach her that. Experience was the only teacher. He sighed and continued after Gam Ilhe. Wei Xinfeng looked around. Gam Ilhe, who had been searching so intensely moments ago, had vanished. He had only taken his eyes off him for a brief moment to speak with Lee Soha. But in that instant, Gam Ilhe disappeared. Did he notice we were following him and run away? Yu Xinfeng shook his head immediately. Gam Ilhe feared no one. He might dislike Yu Xinfeng, but he would never flee from him. He sprinted toward the place Gam Ilhe had vanished. Lee Soha covered her mouth, nearly vomiting. Yu Xinfeng's face twisted with shock. There, shoved into a corner, invisible from where they had stood earlier, lay Gam Ilhe crumpled like discarded furniture. His neck was sliced open, blood flowing freely. His unmoving chest left no doubt he was dead. Oh my. Yu Xinfeng muttered as he approached the corpse. He had only looked away for a second, just a second. But in that moment, someone had killed Gam Ilhe. Even seeing the corpse in front of him, he struggled to accept it. Yu Xinfeng was a renowned martial artist, yet someone had slipped past all his senses and killed Gam Ilhe silently. Judging from the wound, Gam Ilhe had died without even realizing what happened. A chill ran down Yu Xinfeng's spine. Is this even possible? For someone at his level to be taken out so easily, Yu Xinfeng and Gam Ilhe were not far apart in skill. If Gam Ilhe had died without resistance, Yu Xinfeng would have met the same fate. This was clearly an assassin's work. How could such an assassin even exist? It must be him. The man who turned Chengdu upside down recently. So the rumors were true. Lee Soha's disbelief was written all over her face. Rumors had spread of a man who single-handedly took on the great sects of Sichuan. She assumed the tales were exaggerated, as most rumors were. But with Gam Ilhe's corpse before them, she could no longer deny it. A deep shadow fell over Yu Xinfeng's eyes. I don't want to believe it either, but we can't deny what's right in front of us. Oh my god, such an assassin really exists. A disaster is lurking in Sichuan. Sahyo Kyung's eyes resembled those of a wolf. Not only his eyes, his tenacity, his refusal to let prey escape, and his cruelty while tormenting them. He was a mad wolf. That was why his younger brothers called him Mad Wolf, despite his official title, Stormfire Dragon. A boy only 15 or 16 was crawling on the floor under that gaze. Nam Xinwu, covered in blood, crawling like an insect, struggling to escape from Sahyo Kyung. He stretched out an arm, dragged himself forward, then repeated the motion with the other arm. Blood marked every inch of the floor behind him. No human can survive after losing this much blood. What the hell are you? Sahyo Kyung approached and asked. Nam Xinwu didn't answer. Sahyo Kyung hadn't expected him to. He stabbed Nam Xinwu's leg with a dagger, pinning him to the floor like an insect. No matter how Xinwu struggled, the dagger wouldn't budge. This is amazing. How can a human be like this? Sahyo Kyung crouched to meet his eyes. Nam Xinwu's bloodshot gaze trembled with fear. Sahyo Kyung drew another dagger. He placed it on Xinwu's back. But Jianghu is the kind of place where people die even when they've done nothing wrong. Sahyo Kyung stared at him with fascination. The boy continued bleeding, yet lived. This was beyond anything he'd seen. So that's why they want you. If they discovered the secret behind Nam Xinwu's strange vitality, the dream of immortality might not be fantasy. There were many wealthy and powerful people in Jianghu, but none could escape death. Big brother, Cho Samchuk, the youngest of the 7 stars, ran toward him. The moment Sahyo Kyung saw Samchuk's twisted expression and bloodshot eyes, he felt dread. Something had happened. What is it? What happened? He's dead. What? Brother Ilhe is dead. What nonsense is this? How could Ilhe die? It's the truth. Yu Xinfeng found him just a while ago. He told me where the body was. He had run into Yu Xinfeng earlier, who informed him of Gam Ilhe's death. Who killed him? Was it Yu Xinfeng? No, he only found the body. He wasn't involved. Then who? The Iron Dwarf lowered his curved back even further as he surveyed his surroundings. His sharp eyes scanned the area like those of a hunting hound. Strange. At some point, the signals from his brothers had abruptly been cut off. They might have been busy chasing Nam Xinwu, but the Iron Dwarf could not shake his unease. Damn it. Sudden pain surged through his body. These were the wounds left by the ghost daggers. Fortunately, his siblings had managed to save him back then, but the humiliation of that day remained engraved into his very being. I'll definitely kill you. To dare humiliate me in front of Su Yang, the Iron Dwarf clenched his teeth, recalling the man who had wounded him. Then, a woman ran into view. Her breathtaking figure and graceful yet powerful silhouette needed no confirmation. It was Yo Suliong. Although she was still over 100 meters away, the Iron Dwarf recognized her instantly. The light spread across his face. All traces of vigilance vanished. Just seeing her from afar was enough to make him lower his guard. He was already within her line of sight, yet for some reason she ignored him entirely. That was fine. Even one word from her paired with a smile would be enough to fill him with joy. But his smile quickly faded. Yo Soo-young's expression was strange. Urgency flickered across her face, and her eyes trembled with anxiety. It was the first time he had ever seen her look like that. A sense of dread crept up his spine. Over here, he waved his arm toward her. When she still didn't respond, the Iron Dwarf began moving toward her. That was when a sharp pain stabbed into his shoulder. He couldn't even cry out as he looked down. A dagger protruded from his shoulder. It was a blade he recognized all too well, one that had already wounded him before. Pyowul's dagger, that bastard. The Iron Dwarf tried to turn around and shout, but no sound came out. Something sharp had already pressed against his neck. A thread. Realizing what it was, he reached for the iron ball chained to his waist. The iron ball flew violently along the direction of the extended thread, but it struck nothing. Pyowul had already slipped to the side, his grip firm as the thread tightened around the Iron Dwarf's neck. He clawed desperately at the thread biting into his neck. Blood soaked his hands, but pain no longer mattered. Letting go meant death. He poured all his strength into resisting. Ordinary thread would have snapped instantly, but this was a masterpiece carefully crafted by Tong Sochu. Its tensile strength was unmatched. "Uncle, look over here." Lee Soha suddenly waved. Yu Shinfeng approached with a questioning expression. "What is it?" "That man." She pointed to a corpse on the ground, a hunched figure with a twisted back. Yu Shinfeng's expression instantly hardened. There was only one warrior with such a distinct appearance. It's the Iron Dwarf. He had met him just days ago. The man's bloodshot eyes remained wide with disbelief even in death. Unable to keep looking, Lee Soha turned away. Did he kill him too? After Gam Ilhe, now the Iron Dwarf. He's deliberately targeting the 7 stars. I don't know, but his assassination skills are extraordinary. Both Gam Ilhe and the Iron Dwarf were experts, yet neither lasted more than moments. Could it be the 100 Wraith Union? I think he's responsible for all of it. Her stomach churned, not from the corpse, but from the sheer brutality of the killings. Gam Ilhe died without realizing what happened. The Iron Dwarf didn't even last seconds. It's terrifying, she whispered. I've never seen someone kill so efficiently. What kind of person learns to kill like this? Who knows, Yu Shinfeng murmured. All I can say is this, anyone who becomes his enemy will never sleep peacefully again. He must be some old monster hiding his ugly face behind a mask. Lee Soha shuddered. Yu Shinfeng shook his head. People who've seen him say he's young and handsome. That's impossible. No handsome man could do something this horrible. She vigorously shook her head in denial. Lee Soha still held onto her romantic ideals of Zhonghu, believing that beauty meant goodness. Yu Shinfeng wanted to correct her, but experience was a better teacher than words. Let's go, he said. Judging by this, he won't stop here. What are we going to do? I need to see things for myself. Whatever his grudge is, killing like this isn't right. Uncle, is it really wise to meddle? I've lived as a martial artist who cannot ignore injustice. Turning away now would betray who I am. Lee Soha frowned slightly. She wanted no further involvement. But Yu Shinfeng was different. For him, justice was his very identity. If only we could walk away, Lee Soha sighed silently as they moved on. Sahyo Kyung swept his surroundings with furious eyes. Only 4 of them had gathered. The others were missing. Sahyo Kyung was not naive enough to misunderstand what that meant. 3 brothers I swore to live and die with are gone. That's exactly why you must stay calm, Zhang Sanwei said firmly. He wants us agitated. Even now, he's hiding somewhere, watching us. We need clear minds. Since entering Chengdu, Zhang Sanwei had focused on identifying potential threats. Originally, that had been Xingcheng and Mei, but both sects had been utterly devastated and forced to withdraw. The same held true for Chengdu's other factions. The 100 Flower Hall lost both its young miss and its sect leader. The Thunder Clan vanished entirely, all of it traced back to one person. Did you find out why he's targeting us? Is he still holding a grudge over what happened with the Iron Dwarf? Zhang Sanwei shook his head. If that were the case, he wouldn't be dragging this out. Then why? He must be connected to the boy. Zhang Sanwei glanced down at Nam Xinwu, unconscious at their feet. Sahyo Kyung's eyes darkened. This is all because of him. That's the most likely explanation. Then we withdraw for now. He's had the advantage because we were scattered. If we stick together, he won't strike so easily. Agreed. Samchuk, carry the boy. Sul Young, you lead. Your senses are the sharpest, track his movements. At his command, the 4 advanced as a single unit. Yo Suliong led with her senses fully open. Sa Hyo Kyung and Zhong Sanwei guarded Cho Samchuk from either side. Their expressions were grim. They say a true gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. If we hand over the boy and gather support, killing Pyowul will be easy. Su Liang, don't lower your guard. Don't worry. If he's a man, what could he possibly do to me? Don't think of him as a man, Zhang Sanhui said sharply. He's an assassin. Expecting restraint from one is the height of foolishness. But he's still a man. She trusted her beauty more than her martial arts. It was the strongest weapon she possessed. She believed Pyeolwol would never attack her. In fact, she was convinced she could make him hers. A scream erupted from behind. Yo Soo-young turned in shock. Zhang Sanhui was staggering. What happened? Don't stop, he shouted. Keep moving. Zhang Sanhui was dragged violently into the darkness. Sanhui, second brother, Sa-hyo-kyung, and Yo Soo-leong rushed back, but Zhang Sanhui was pulled away far faster than they could pursue. Seeing Sa-hyo-kyung and Yo Soo-leong charging toward him, he shouted, "No, don't come!" At that moment, Cho Sam-cheop vanished, dragged into the darkness along with Nam Shin-woo. Sa-hyo-kyung and Yo Soo-leong didn't notice, their focus fixed on Zhang Sanhui. Now he finally understood how Ching-chung and Amei had fallen so helplessly. Pyeolwol was the embodiment of what an assassin could be. Then, something flashed. Zhang Sanhui felt the world tilt. As he collapsed, a figure emerged from the darkness. Pale skin, pitch-black surroundings, beautiful and monstrous. Sa-hyo-kyung and Yo Soo-young screamed. Pyeolwol stood openly now. In a flicker, he appeared before Sa-hyo-kyung. Black lightning unfolded. Bastard. Sa-hyo-kyung attacked in a frenzy. Despair filled Sa-hyo-kyung's eyes. Pyeolwol read his movements before they happened, matching his breathing, his intent. Synchronization. For the first time in his life, Sa-hyo-kyung felt overwhelmed. Big brother. Yo Soo-young joined the fight, but Pyeolwol was faster. Ghost daggers flashed. Yo Soo-young barely deflected one with her sword. Her breath caught as she rose. Then she froze. Big brother. A thread circled Sa-hyo-kyung's neck, too fine to see. Pyeolwol stood behind him. The thread bit in and tightened. Why are you trying to kidnap him? The sound of his voice sent a chill racing down Sa-hyo-kyung's spine. Sa-hyo-kyung had taken the commission. She merely followed his orders and had no interest in the details. Speak. The thread loosened slightly. I don't know. I was just commissioned. In an instant, the thread tightened again. Sa-hyo-kyung's eyes bulged as air was cut off. Pyeolwol did not need words to judge truth from lies. The erratic pounding of Sa-hyo-kyung's heart told him everything. Yo Soo-young bit her lip. Wait, let's talk this out. Talk, Pyeolwol replied flatly. Aren't we already talking? Yo Soo-leong dropped the sword from her hand. Raising both arms to show she was unarmed, she cautiously stepped toward Pyeolwol. Pyeolwol's gaze shifted toward her chest. A smile bloomed on Yo Soo-young's lips. You're a man, after all. She was a woman confident she could seduce anyone, even the Jade Emperor himself. As she smiled and drew closer, the thread around Sa-hyo-kyung's neck loosened slightly. Now, Sa-hyo-kyung surged forward like lightning. All the power in his body slammed into Pyeolwol's chest. Nothing, no resistance. Something was very wrong. Behind you, brother. Yo Soo-young screamed. Sa-hyo-kyung spun around. Her scream cut off abruptly. A flash of light pierced her forehead. Sa-leong, Sa-hyo-kyung's scream tore through the night. A ghost dagger was embedded between her brows. Her body collapsed before she could even understand what had happened. Sa-hyo-kyung snapped. You mad bastard, I'll kill you. He attacked wildly. Everything shattered under his blows, but none of them touched Pyeolwol. Using Snake Step, Pyeolwol evaded effortlessly and struck once. Utilizing Jailbreak, he focused all his power into a single point. A dull, explosive sound echoed. Sa-hyo-kyung flew backward. A gaping hole marked his chest. Lying on the ground, he stared at Pyeolwol. That indifferent gaze no longer looked human. Those were Sa-hyo-kyung's final words. Pyeolwol glanced briefly at the corpse, then turned away. Every member of the 7 stars who entered Chengdu had been annihilated. A renowned martial group from Hunan province had been slaughtered in a single night. If Zhang Hu learned of this, it would shake the world. Yet Pyeolwol felt nothing. Fame, reputation, status, none of it mattered. To him, people fell into only 2 categories, those who could kill him, and those who could not. Nam Shinwoo was soaked in blood from Sa-hyo-kyung's brutality, but the wounds were healing at an unnatural speed. Some had already closed, leaving only faint scars. It defied understanding. Pyeolwol himself rejected common sense, but Nam Shinwoo rejected even that. There was only one other person like this in Jianghu, the Ghost King. Hong Yushin had called him the greatest mystery of this era. Not just strong, but rumored to hold the secret of immortality. Pyeolwol shook his head. Immortality was absurd. All humans are born to die. Even if the end could be delayed, the price would be unimaginable. Pyeolwol's gaze abruptly lifted. Someone was approaching. For the first time, his expression cracked. He could see the figure, yet could not sense it. This had never happened before. His nerves sprang taut. His senses expanded sharply. Something indistinct, like dense fog, blocked his perception. A red glint flashed in his eyes. Danger. His muscles tensed as he stood firm, Nam Shin-woo at his side. A sudden wind surged, swirling around him. It did not feel refreshing. It felt deliberate. The approaching presence darkened until only 2 red lights floated in the void. The entity seemed startled. The wind intensified, crawling over Pyeolwol's body like a living thing. It felt familiar, like a snake. Snakes sensed, measured, and trapped their prey with their entire bodies. The wind was doing the same, probing, analyzing. The opponent was studying him. But they misunderstood. Pyeolwol did not expose his essence. He reversed the flow. His dark, humid aura seeped into the wind, corrupting it like ink bleeding into water. The air coiled and split, moving upstream. A tongue clicked in annoyance. The unseen opponent severed the wind, but too late. Pyeolwol's energy surged onward. Like countless serpents, it pursued the source. He mirrored the technique exactly, an insult. But guilt had no place in a real fight. The opponent acted first. Pyeolwol simply responded. He would steal any method necessary. That was how he survived. Strength was meaningless without growth. If something better existed, he would seize it. At that moment, a lion's roar exploded through the night. Go! The roar transformed into a storm and swallowed Pyeolwol whole. Information flooded Pyeolwol's mind. This man was strong, the strongest opponent he had faced since entering Jonghu. If he failed to kill him, Pyeolwol would die. The soul-reaping thread shot out from Pyeolwol's hand, a technique that had never failed him before. This time, it did. The energy in front of the man exploded outward, scattering the soul-reaping thread into nothingness. "You're a strange one," the man said calmly as he raised his hand. Instantly, the air changed. The swirling wind transformed into thousands of razor-sharp blades, converging toward Pyeolwol. It was as though he had been trapped between massive millstones lined with inverted knives. The scene resembled the end of the world, something closer to the domain of gods than martial artists. Yet Pyeolwol did not despair. He had survived countless desperate situations. He had scavenged moss and eaten snakes raw just to live. Now, he resembled a starving anglerfish advancing on its prey. Blades of wind tore his clothing, shredded his flesh, and sprayed blood into the air, but still he advanced. The man could not help but admire him. Did he analyze my technique in that instant and find a path through it? The realization unsettled the man. Pyeolwol was not normal. He possessed extraordinary insight. He fused the thunder-splitting method into the soul-reaping thread. Lightning hardened its form, stabilized it against the wind, and forced it forward. Then, something unexpected happened. Lightning burst outward from the thread itself. Sparks leapt as electricity collided with the air. Pyeolwol narrowed his eyes. It's getting stronger. The released lightning gathered static from the surrounding air, amplifying itself even further. Did I provoke his latent potential? The man clicked his tongue. Never in his life had he seen someone grow at such a terrifying speed mid-battle. At this rate, he'll devour me. He could no longer afford to wait. Drawing his index finger through the air, he carved a cross. The wind shrieked as it gathered, condensing into the shape of an enormous sword. The wind sword cleaved downward. Is it over? Dust exploded upward, obscuring everything. A sharp tingling sensation struck his ankle. His eyes widened. An intangible thread was wrapped tightly around it. The soul-reaping thread. Pyeolwol was alive. Lightning surged through the thread and into his body. He retreated instantly, severing the thread with wind. Lightning paralyzed nerves, even his. How can someone like this exist? The dust settled. Pyeolwol stood revealed, bloodied, and battered, his body torn by the wind sword. Yet the light in his eyes burned undiminished. The man sighed. I never imagined someone like you walked this world. Heaven's will truly confounds me. He had tried to kill him with everything he had. Yet Pyeolwol survived and grew stronger. This was his chance to finish it. But he hesitated. If I kill him, I won't be unscathed either. Those emotionless eyes held no fear, only murderous resolve. He remembered his youth, when he too had fought without fear of injury. But time had dulled that recklessness. Heaven's will is far too deep for mortal minds. He extended his hand. Nam Shin-woo, who lay nearby, floated into the air and drifted toward him. Telekinesis. Pyeolwol charged. A wall of wind erupted, forcing him to halt. Why take the child? To protect him. From what? I can't tell you. Then you can't take him. I don't need your permission. Fumzon radiated overwhelming pressure. Only then did Pyeolwol realize there truly was a sky beyond the sky. Yet he did not despair. The gap existed, but it was not insurmountable. The wind wrapped around Fengzan and Nam Shin-woo. They vanished. The heavenly sword sinks with the sun. The blood-red sky shall open. Beware the other side. Then Fengzan was gone. Pyeolwol clenched his teeth. I was completely toyed with. Still, he did not regret this encounter. Now he knew how far he still had to climb. Next time, Fengzan would regret letting him live. Hong Yushin felt a dull ache throb in his head. Before him lay the bodies of the 7 stars, 7 corpses uncovered by the Hao clan, masters of the night. Exactly 7 people. All had been killed by Pyeolwol, except for one. I never expected 7 people to die in a single night. The 7 stars were well-known warriors from Hunan province. There was a reason a group of only 7 had built such a fearsome reputation among prominent sects. Sa Hyo-kyung, their leader, was particularly respected for both his judgment and his martial prowess. The fact that he had been defeated so effortlessly spoke volumes about Pyeolwol's strength. Even if you're exceptional, someone stronger always appears. What a mess. Janghu's history had proven this countless times. Those who shone too brightly inevitably stirred the winds of change, whether they intended to or not. Pyeolwol was the same. I need to learn more about this man. Having organized his thoughts, Hong Yushin gestured. The Hao clan warriors waiting nearby immediately moved, collecting the bodies of the 7 stars. They did not resemble ordinary warriors. They were more like scholars than fighters, scholars who had mastered martial arts. From this point on, they would meticulously analyze the corpses to unravel clues about Pyeolwol's techniques. While determining his full martial arts would be impossible, identifying his weapons and combat habits from wounds alone was already invaluable. What about him? He's staying in a workshop. A workshop. It belongs to a descendant of the Tong family. Have you learned how the two are connected? We're still investigating how such a strong bond formed. Don't miss anything about him. We may not be able to control him, but the more information we have, the higher its value. The subordinate withdrew. Left alone, Hong Yushin exhaled deeply. Tung Sochu looked at Pyeolwol. So, you're saying Fengzan took Xinwu to protect him. Do you believe his words? They didn't seem false. Tung Sochu sighed deeply. Chengdu had been thrown into chaos once again. A third of the slums had burned due to the fire started by Yosu Young. Thousands were left homeless, wandering the streets. Public order barely maintained before had collapsed entirely. All of it stemmed from the 7 stars' attempt to capture Nam Xin Wu. What kind of secret does that child hold, to draw figures like them? Even Fengzan, you know Fengzan, Pyeolwol asked. How could I not? He stands alongside the masters of the 2 factions, 3 clans, 3 packs, and 3 manors. Even children in Zhonghu know his name. Pyeolwol's expression showed more than curiosity. It showed hunger. His understanding of Zhonghu was shallow, limited to fragments within Sichuan. Revenge had consumed him, leaving little interest in the world beyond. That had to change. I don't know much myself, only what everyone knows, Tang Sochu admitted. Still, listen, the 2 factions are undoubtedly the strongest sects in Zhonghu, though both were established less than a century ago. Their founders left such overwhelming achievements that their legacies still dominate. Who are they? Guang Mumun and Qian Muzhong. Guang Mumun was founded by Li Guok, the man who ended the War of Demons and Heavens. Qian Muzhong was built by Zhang Qianhua, who destroyed the Celestial Demon Union. Guang Mumun draws strength from pure martial excellence. Qian Muzhong wields immense financial power and influence. In raw force, Guang Mumun is superior, but in wealth and connections, Qian Muzhong is unmatched. Tang Sochu continued. The 3 clans are Shaolin, Wudong, and Mount Hua, ancient sects that returned to Jianghu during the war. Their foundations are deep and unshakable. The 3 packs are Heavenly Dragon Valley, Military Sword, and Tian Kong defense remnants of the old 10 packs that survived the culling. And lastly, the 3 manors, New Moon Village, Spirit Sword Village, and Rain Mountain Manor. Though young, their strength rivals older powers. Right, these 11 factions form the pillars of modern Zhonghu. Tang Sochu paused. Above even them are individuals, rogues whose personal strength rivals sect leaders. They are called the 8 Constellations and the 3 Saints. Pyeolwol asked, Muzon Yongbol, Han Yuqian, and Fengzan. Then there are at least 20 people like him, at minimum. Pyeolwol truly understood how vast Jianghu was. Until now, he had been a frog in a well, settling in Sichuan after his revenge. Meeting Fengzan changed that. I must become stronger. Today he lived. Tomorrow he could lie dead like the 7 stars. Pyeolwol stood. I will retrieve Xinwu. You don't have to, Tang Sochu said gently. Why? That child was never meant to stay with me. Fengzan protecting him may be the best outcome. Then Tang Sochu bowed deeply. I'm sorry you suffered because of me. Because of you, Pyeolwol replied. I learned something important. Pyeolwol's eyes were colder than ever. I won't let anything be taken from me again. After leaving the workshop, the heat no longer bothered him, but neither did it comfort him. Fengzan's presence still weighed heavily on his mind. Others might call it obsession. For Pyeolwol, it was survival. Everything is exposed. I need my own hiding place. Guest houses were convenient but visible. He could feel eyes on him everywhere. The Hao clan, wandering warriors, unseen observers. His movements were being relayed in real time. That could not continue. So he left Chengdu. He walked for 3 days and nights, guided only by faint memories and sharpened senses. Finally, he arrived. A small manor surrounded by tall walls. An old sign creaked in the wind. Clear Wind Manor. Abandoned. The rusted gate opened. Looted. Ruined. Stripped bare. Pyeolwol recognized it immediately. This had once been a base of the Blood Shadow group, the first place he bathed and ate proper food after escaping the underground cave. Now, it was empty. He moved to the Great Moon Hall, the former residence of Gu Zhuyang. It too had been thoroughly ransacked. Pyeolwol lay on the broken bed and stared at the ceiling. Where would I hide my greatest treasure? Somewhere close, somewhere obvious. Something was different. Pyeolwol leapt up. A ceiling panel gave way. Inside, an object. He landed, holding a wax-wrapped booklet. Unwrapping it carefully, he revealed an old, yellowed manual. The smell of aged paper filled the air. A smile slowly appeared on his lips as he turned the pages. Cho Chi-yang returned to his residence, the largest pavilion in the city. Guarded at all times by more than a dozen warriors, it was considered the safest place in Maishan. Still smiling, Cho Chi-yang entered his room, then stopped. Someone else was sitting in his chair. "Who are you?" His voice was sharp with anger. His authority had been violated. "Cho Chi-yang, you know my name, yet you dare enter my residence without permission. You even have the gall to sit in my chair." He immediately shouted toward the door. "Is there no one out there?" "Cho Chi-yang, it seems you've made quite a fortune." A name surfaced in his mind. Cho Chi-yang gasped, his legs giving out beneath him. The mere name Dark Moon filled him with terror. The man sat silently. Though his face was hidden, his eyes glowed faintly red in the darkness. Cho Chi-yang trembled. "I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me." "Spare me. I thought you were no longer interested since you hadn't contacted me." He slammed his forehead against the floor repeatedly until it bled, ignoring the pain entirely. Years ago, when the Zodiac Division was on the brink of collapse, Dark Moon had appeared and provided Cho Chi-yang with immense capital, on the condition that he surrender 30% of his annual earnings. With no other choice, Cho Chi-yang accepted. The Zodiac Division prospered, but resentment eventually took root. Believing he had paid enough, he refused to continue. Instead, he built a personal army. The next morning, he woke surrounded by corpses, his bodyguards and concubines alike. He alone had slept through it all. From that day on, he never missed a payment. 7 years ago, however, Dark Moon stopped appearing. Gradually, Cho Chi-yang convinced himself that Dark Moon was gone, and so he forgot or forced himself to. But today, Dark Moon had returned. Fear overwhelmed him. His pants grew wet. "Please spare me. I have everything prepared. Open the storage beside you. You'll find all the records and funds. Take everything." Dark Moon opened the cabinet. Papers flipped softly. Cho Chi-yang bowed deeply, trembling. After a long silence, he dared to look up. Dark Moon was gone. Relief flooded his body as he slumped to the floor, tears streaming down his face. Then the clouds parted. Moonlight revealed Dark Moon's true face, a man more beautiful than any woman's skin white as snow. It was Pyeolwol. A clever rabbit has 3 burrows. Guju Yang, the former leader of the Blood Shadow Group, had scattered their funds among talented but impoverished merchants like Cho Chi-yang. Operating under the name Dark Moon ensured no one would ever trace the money back to the Blood Shadow Group. Those names were recorded in the booklet Pyeolwol found at Clearwind Manor. Now, it was time to visit the next one. Just as Gujiang once did, Pyeolwol intended to carve out multiple hidden dens across Sichuan. Yu Xinfeng stared solemnly at the burned slums of Chengdu. People sat amid the ashes, lost and directionless. "It's not your fault. You shouldn't blame yourself." "How can I not? I witnessed their crimes and did nothing, but it was unavoidable. Still, I cannot forgive myself." Soha has smiled gently. "I believe in you, uncle. You are righteous." His heart felt slightly lighter. "What will you do now?" "I'll stay in Chengdu and investigate him." His gaze hardened. An assassin capable of killing 7 stars without being detected was a danger to Zhenghu. "If he threatens Zhenghu itself, I will eliminate him." "Soha," he said firmly, "go home." "I won't. He's dangerous." "Then I should stay." "No!" Tears welled in her eyes. "I arranged an escort to your hometown." "All right." She left with the escort. Yu Xinfeng clenched his fists. "I will uncover who you truly are." The winter that year was exceptionally cold. Normally, winters in Sichuan province were mild thanks to its basin-like geography surrounded by tall mountains. However, that year was different. Heavy snowfall fell without pause, and the bitter cold persisted throughout the entire winter. Roads leading out of Sichuan were completely blocked, forcing its people into isolation for several months. "I've never experienced such a brutal winter. Looks like I'll live a bit longer." Smiles appeared everywhere, bright, refreshed smiles born from surviving a harsh winter and welcoming spring. Yu Xinfeng had come to Chengdu the previous year and never left. He had relentlessly searched for Pyeolwol, but since autumn, Pyeolwol had vanished without a trace. With no information and winter sealing the roads, Yu Xinfeng was forced to remain in Chengdu. Now, he looked weary, exhausted in both body and spirit. He had sent his niece away for safety, endured the winter alone, and achieved nothing. Hooves thundered down the street. A large carriage stopped abruptly in front of Yu Xinfeng. Before he could react, someone leapt out. "Uncle!" The woman who hugged him tightly was Li Soha. "Soha, you're here!" Yu Xinfeng stared in disbelief. "When you didn't come, I came instead." Tears welled in her eyes. She hadn't slept peacefully since he sent her away. The moment the roads reopened, she rushed back. "You didn't come alone along such dangerous roads, did you?" "I came with a friend." "A friend?" Yu Xinfeng turned toward the carriage. A woman dressed in light attire steps down. A cold, elegant beauty like frost-blooming flowers. She bowed politely. "This junior, Wanga Young, greets the shadowless monk, Yu Xinfeng." "Wanga Young." Yu Xinfeng gasped. "Then are you the fairy phantom sword?" Shock spread across his face. Her teacher was one of the most revered warriors of the current age, Han Yukian. One of the three saints, Han Yuqian, was a peerless swordsman said to have no equal whenever he drew his blade. As his disciple, Wan Ga Young demonstrated extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, particularly her mastery of the phantom sword. That was why Yu Xinfeng was surprised upon seeing her. Wan Ga Young alone was worthy of respect simply for being Han Yuqian's disciple. Oh, I had no idea Ms. Wan was acquainted with my niece. I've known Soha for a long time. This is simply the first time we've traveled this far together. You must have come here because of her. I apologize for troubling you unintentionally. Not at all. I've always wanted to visit Chengdu. Wan Ga Young replied with a gentle smile. Watching her expression, she found Yu Xinfeng to be a thoughtful and considerate man. Though the two were the same age, Wan Ga Young appeared far more mature. Her eyes carried a deep, composed presence that reflected her character. Since you've all come such a long way, you must be hungry. I'll take you somewhere good. I'll have dinner with you tomorrow, uncle. Why? I have people to meet today. Who? The Golden Heavenly Hall is gathering here. You mean their meeting is being held in a place this remote? We happened to be in Chengdu at the same time, so we decided to meet here. Please understand for today. The Golden Heavenly Hall, meeting here. Yu Xinfeng's mouth hung open in shock. The Golden Heavenly Hall was an association of famous young warriors in Zhenghu. While not every warrior belonged to it, many maintained strong ties through the hall. Not everyone will attend, Li Soha explained. Only a small group, so don't be too surprised. That makes sense. Who's coming? I'll tell you later, uncle. I need to attend the meeting first. All right, I won't keep such busy people any longer. You know where I'm staying, right? The old house, so you remember. I'll be there. Come see me once the meeting ends. Welcome. The waiter stuttered in surprise, clearly flustered by the beauty of the two women. After blushing briefly, he recovered. The inn is fully booked. Someone arrived earlier, Li Soha said. A tall, handsome man from Hunan. He talks a lot and… Ah, that person. He took up 2 tables, saying his companions would arrive soon. Please take us to him. Li Soha slipped the waiter a coin, and he eagerly led them upstairs. A young man occupying 2 tables waved enthusiastically. He was handsome enough to turn heads wherever he went. Long time no see, Mr. Mun. You must have arrived early and already visited the brothels, didn't you? The reactions were completely different. Li Soha frowned while Wan Ga Young stared at him with an icy gaze. The man was Seo Munpyong, a member of the Golden Heavenly Hall. Known as the Little Boxer, rumors claimed no one his age could defeat him. Wan Ga Young glared at him as though he were a disgusting insect. Seo Munpyong noticed and didn't care. Haha, Chengdu's courtesans are truly something else, so passionate. Stop it, my ears are rotting. If you hate it so much, why weren't you born a man? With a face like yours, women would have thrown themselves at you. Say another word and I'll cut you down. I surrender, I'm joking. Put the sword away. This is why you're unpopular. You keep swinging that thing. Her brows twitched violently, but Li Soha quickly grabbed her hand. Where are the others? You're the first to arrive. They'll show up soon. A familiar aura washed over them. All 3 turned toward the stairs. You're here. A small smile appeared on Seo Munpyong's lips. There was only one person whose presence stirred the heart so strongly. Step by step, a towering figure emerged. He stood a head taller than Seo Munpyong, broad-shouldered like a steel tower. Thick brows, sharp eyes, and tightly pressed lips reminiscent of a tiger. Young leapt to his feet. As expected, you arrived first. Someone had to check Chengdu's situation. Once everyone had gathered and taken their seats, the waiter and the innkeeper began bringing out the dishes that 4C Pavilion took pride in. Jin Jungwoo, who had been quietly observing the table, suddenly lifted his head and looked toward a particular spot. Wan Ga Young noticed his expression and asked, "What's wrong? I felt someone watching us. Everyone here is staring. Isn't it just one of them?" "Is that so?" Jin Jungwoo nodded and looked away, but the suspicion in his eyes did not fade. No, that gaze was different. A faint chill still lingered on his skin. It was not the gaze of an ordinary person. Someone was there. Pyoyuo quietly left the 4C Pavilion. If he stayed even a moment longer, Jin Jianwu's senses would detect him. Jin Jianwu, the Golden Heavenly Hall, they hadn't come to Chengdu for leisure. Their usual area of activity lay far from Chengdu, with no natural overlap. That meant they were here with a clear purpose. Pyoyuo needed to uncover that purpose. After walking for some time, Pyoyuo arrived at the slaughterhouse on the outskirts of Chengdu. All cattle and pigs entering the city were slaughtered here. Even before entering, the thick stench of blood filled the air. You're never late. There's no reason to be. We've got a lot of work today. Will you be all right? It's fine. Today is my last day. You're quitting. The butcher's expression darkened briefly, but he nodded. If that's your decision, there's nothing I can do. I'll pay you today then. Inside the slaughterhouse, 10 cows were confined in cages. Their large eyes glistened as if they sensed their impending fate. Paiwo looked at them silently. Killing cattle was not as simple as brute force. If the animal suffered, the meat quality would deteriorate. To preserve the meat, the cow had to be killed instantly, without pain. Even experienced butchers struggled with this. The old butcher had spent decades mastering the technique. When Piowal first offered to do the work, people laughed. The stench of blood alone drove most away within minutes. At first, he struggled. Though skilled in assassination, he quickly learned that killing a cow was different. His early attempts caused pain, ruining the meat. The butcher scolded him. Strength alone won't do. This isn't martial arts, you need to calm the cow. The cows sensed his killing intent. To slaughter them painlessly, he had to erase that intent entirely. Kill without thinking of killing. One by one, carcasses piled up. Soon, customers began asking specifically for the meat prepared by Piowal. You're a natural. Your hands were made for slaughter. Through the cows, Piowal studied life and death. Though their bodies differed greatly from humans, he discovered a hidden principle, the acupoints of living beings. Their locations shifted daily, following an unseen law. Today was the final test of his theory. His finger touched a point on its shoulder. The cow collapsed instantly, no pain, no sound. It died as if it had simply reached the end of its lifespan. The rest followed the same fate. Already, Piowal nodded. The butcher rushed inside and froze. There were no visible wounds. After receiving his wages, Piowal bowed once more and left. The old butcher watched his retreating back, eyes filled with awe and fear. The god of death has come and gone. As soon as he entered his room, Piowal reverted to his original appearance. Steward Go was waiting. This is what we gathered today. Jin Jiam Wu, leader of the Golden Heavenly Hall, ranked among the top 5 warriors of the era. Grandson of Jin Wolmyong of the 8 Constellations, known for outstanding character and leadership. Since his late teens, his movements suggest he has been tracking something unusual. The information was mostly well known within Jianghu, but it was sufficient. Piowal asked, have you learned why they chose Chengdu? I'm sorry, I didn't have enough time to find out. Left alone, Piowal opened the window. The sky was dark, clouds obscuring even the moonlight. He stared into the lightless night for a long time. Hong Yuxin was not in a good mood. He had been stuck in Chengdu all winter without achieving any results. It was the first time in his life he had wasted several months doing nothing. He always moved with purpose. Even his smallest actions carried clear intent. What he hated most was squandering time on meaningless matters. Yet for the past few months, he had been doing exactly that. Chief, a subordinate's voice came from outside. What is it? There's a visitor looking for the branch manager. Then why didn't you take him to the branch manager? After the previous branch manager had lost his life to Piowal, Hong Yushin had appointed a replacement. I'm sorry, but the new branch manager can't handle him. Who is he? It's Jin Jianwu, the blood-weaving warrior. Irritation instantly vanished from Hong Yushin's face. Jin Zhongwu was one of the warriors the Hao clan closely monitored. He had drawn attention from a young age as the grandson of Jin Wolmyong, one of the 8 constellations. The subordinate hurried away. Left alone, Hong Yushin straightened his clothes and left the room. He walked slowly on purpose, forcing his guest to wait. Taking the initiative, he opened the door and entered the reception room. My apologies for the delay. I was held up by urgent business. At the sight of him, Hong Yushin clicked his tongue inwardly. Jin Jianwu radiated an unwavering, steel-like presence. He's not someone who can be swayed by psychological tactics. Hong Yushin immediately changed his approach. I am the Chengdu branch manager of the Hao clan. Jin Jianwu opened his eyes. Hong Yushin felt as though he'd been struck by a hammer. Jin Jianwu's gaze was overwhelmingly intense. Are you truly the branch manager? What do you mean? You feel different from the other Hao clan branch managers I've met. Hong Yushin acknowledged his sharp perception but revealed nothing. Perhaps because I've held this position for a long time. Is that so? You didn't come here to question my identity, did you? I still don't know your purpose. I'm looking for someone. Who? I don't know his name. You're searching for someone without knowing their name. That's why I came to the Hao clan. I know there was a major incident here last year. Many died, and the Qingcheng and Ma sects suffered such heavy losses that they closed their gates. Hong Yushin frowned. He already knew what was coming. You're searching for the man responsible. That man was Piowal. The problem was that the Hao clan had already scoured Chengdu last winter. Piowal had vanished without leaving a trace, as if he had evaporated. Though others believed he had left Sichuan, Hong Yushin was convinced otherwise. He's still here, he's just hidden himself. But he had no evidence. You believe he's still here? Yes, I have no proof, but he's like a ghost present in the same city, yet leaving no trace. Then we must find the ghost. I'll be staying at the 4C Pavilion, Jin Jianwu said as he stood. Send word when you have news. We won't disappoint. After Jin Jianwu left, he returned to the 4C Pavilion. What about the others? Soha went to see Yu Xinfeng. Soon as gathering information, and Pyong, take a guess, a brothel, water lily, pavilion. He ran off like a dog in heat. Jin Jianwu burst into laughter. Do you think he's involved? I don't know. That's why we're here. And if he isn't, then we eliminate another possibility. Wang Geyong's expression grew complex. Jin Jianwu wasn't the strongest warrior alive, but his heart was stronger than steel. I need air, she said. There's a performance at the Celestial Music Hall today. Then let's go. They entered the bustling hall to the sound of a zither. A courtesan finished her performance to thunderous applause. Then another performer stepped forward, a man in his late 20s. Their eyes met. That gaze. Jin Jian-woo realized it instantly. It was the same gaze he had felt on the day he first arrived in Chengdu, watching him from the shadows at the 4C Pavilion. Pyeolwol's alias was Lim Kwan-ok. Born into a good family, Lim Kwan-ok was known for his gentle and calm temperament. Gifted in business, he expanded the fortune he had inherited from his parents. Once his wealth reached a level that satisfied him, he turned his attention to music, a childhood hobby, and began studying it in earnest. That was the history of Lim Kwan-ok. Lim Kwan-ok had been a real person. A few years earlier, while descending from the mountains, he had encountered a robber and lost his life. Because he had truly existed, no one doubted Pyeolwol's identity. "The technique isn't outstanding," she said, "but the strength in his notes is remarkable. Every sound lands precisely, and each one carries a firm will. Judging by his rough technique, he probably hasn't been learning the instrument for long. What a shame. If he had started earlier, he could have become a great musician." Ga Young calmly assessed Pyeolwol's skill. Jin Jimwoo, however, barely listened. He wasn't interested in the performance itself. He was interested in the man named Pyeolwol. Pyeolwol played with half-closed eyes and a straight back, exuding dignity. He looked as though he had spent his entire life with the zither enough to resemble a seasoned master. Yet to Jin Jimwoo, he appeared less like a musician and more like a warrior wielding a sword. Smooth, pale hands, unmarked by a single blemish, moved steadily across the strings. What if he were holding a sword instead? The thought alone sent a chill up Jin Jianwoo's spine. His gaze sharpened, emotion surfacing for the first time in a long while. Wanga Young noticed the change and frowned in confusion. "What is it? Is something bothering you?" "I'm just curious." Wanga Young tilted her head slightly. Having known Jin Jianwoo for years, this was the first time she had seen him focus so intensely on another person. "I'll look into it, thank you." Jin Jianwoo watched Pyeolwol with his arms crossed. Though he hadn't been looking directly at the time, he was certain Pyeolwol was the man he had seen at the Four Seas Pavilion. There was a high chance that Pyeolwol had been one of its guests. Yet Jin Jianwoo had never seen a face like his among them. Jin Jianwoo possessed an extraordinary memory. Once he saw something, he never forgot it. Even fleeting impressions remained vivid. Of course, it was possible Pyeolwol had blended in with the crowd, but that didn't explain the unease gnawing at him. At that moment, Pyeolwol raised his head mid-performance. Jin Jianwoo's piercing gaze met Pyeolwol's sunken eyes. Jin Jianwoo's eyes gleamed even brighter. Pyeolwol's expression, however, remained unchanged, unfazed by a stare that would have intimidated most warriors. At first, Jin Jianwoo thought Pyeolwol was simply too absorbed to notice him. Yet he quickly dismissed the idea. Pyeolwol was clearly looking straight at him. A faint smile curved Pyeolwol's lips before he lowered his gaze back to the strings, seemingly lost in the music once more. Perhaps it was coincidence. As a musician, he might not have sensed the weight behind Jin Jianwoo's stare. No, he definitely met my eyes, and he didn't waver at all. Jin Jianwoo slowly calmed himself. Soon, Pyeolwol's performance came to an end. "Wow, amazing, that was truly moving." Applause and cheers filled the hall. The band teacher and students smiled in satisfaction, their ears thoroughly indulged. "His name is Lim Kwan-ok. He's a native of Chengdu and comes from a reputable family. He inherited considerable wealth from his parents and expanded it further with his business talent. Once he accumulated enough, he pursued music, which he loved as a child." "A native of Chengdu, are you certain?" "I confirmed it with several sources. He's definitely from Chengdu." "Are you going to meet him?" Wanga Young's eyes widened as she grasped his intent. Jin Jimwoo walked past her and headed behind the stage, where Pyeolwol was packing up his zither. Approaching without hesitation, Jin Jimwoo spoke first. "I enjoyed your performance. My name is Jin Jimwoo. I'm Lim Kwan-ok." "Thank you." Pyeolwol accepted the compliment with a slightly embarrassed smile. "I was deeply moved by your performance, young Master Lim. I hope you'll forgive my rudeness in approaching you so suddenly." "Oh, not at all. If it's all right, may I buy you a drink?" "I'm sorry, I'm not very good with alcohol." "Then perhaps we could have tea instead." "After hearing your performance, I truly wish to befriend you." At the center of the Thunder Clan's revival stood Wu Jinghua. A former disciple of Tae Yanhua, possessed excellent martial arts. Though overshadowed by Nam Hozan in the past, his loyalty earned him trust. When Tai Yonho was killed by Mu Zhongjin of the Qingcheng sect, no one grieved more than Wu Jinghua. He and his disciples were imprisoned in Qingcheng's guest hall, unable even to hold a funeral. Only after Pyeolwol devastated the Qingcheng sect did they regain freedom, but by then, the Thunder Clan had already been plundered. During their imprisonment, thieves looted the empty clan grounds. The Qingcheng sect, preoccupied with its own devastation, offered neither apology nor compensation. Resentment toward Qingcheng burned fiercely, but retaliation was impossible, so they summoned someone. Wu Jinghua lifted his gaze to the figure seated before him. The person sat among his 5 disciples, completely wrapped in black cloth. Their gender was impossible to determine. This was Hukum. He had been sent by Hyolbol, sect leader of the Shaolayan temple. Hukum finally spoke. In 3 days, climb Mount Qingcheng. The preparations are complete. All you must do is go and demand answers for your suffering. Shouldn't we know what preparations you made? Wu Jinghua frowned, barely containing his anger. Others were less patient. Enough nonsense. We didn't go all the way to Shaolian Temple for this. Li Chu-young shouted. At that moment, Hukum vanished. Li Chu-young groaned. Hukum reappeared before him, waving a hand casually. Li Chu-young collapsed, screaming as he clawed at his own flesh. He tore at his skin until he died, leaving behind a flayed corpse. Something writhed in his blood. No one noticed. Hukum's cold voice echoed. To insult me is to insult sect leader Heobal. I will never forgive such disrespect. Fear spread through the room. Only then did they realize the truth. They had summoned a demon. Hukum spoke once more. In 3 days, you will climb Mount Qingcheng. Those who disobey will share his fate. Xiao Munpyong was in an excellent mood. After arriving in Chengdu, he had spent his days indulging himself, moving from one brothel to another and enjoying every pleasure they offered. One Ga Young openly criticized his behavior, but Xiao Munpyong paid her no mind. He saw no reason to concern himself with the opinions of others. Moreover, it wasn't as though he was forcing or harassing anyone. The courtesans were paid for their services. There was no reason for him to feel guilt or remorse. By now, he had already visited more than a dozen of Chengdu's most famous brothels. According to Sung Yon, who had guided him through the entertainment district, the rest were not worth his time. All the members of the Golden Heavenly Hall had now arrived in Chengdu. Soon, he would have to distance himself from the nightlife and return to Zhenjianwu. He decided to indulge himself for just one more day. Still, it felt somewhat lonely. Among those who had traveled with him, no one shared his enthusiasm for such pleasures. A woman was walking down the opposite end of the corridor. Red lips stood out against deep black eyes, and her skin was as white as freshly fallen snow. She surpassed every courtesan Seo Munpyong had seen in Chengdu. Dressed in a flowing red silk robe, she walked calmly, paying no attention to him. Seo Munpyong hurriedly asked the secretary, "Who is that woman?" "I'll find out myself." Seo Munpyong strode toward her without waiting for an answer. "You can't," the secretary cried. "She's the madam of the Divine Fragrance Pavilion." "That makes it even better," Seo Munpyong replied with a grin. He grabbed her wrist. She cried out in pain. "Are you the madam here?" Her voice was cautious. She was Su Haiyang, the madam of the Divine Fragrance Pavilion. Seo Munpyong slowly looked her up and down. "You're on an entirely different level," he said admiringly. "Truly beautiful. Thank you, but please let go of my hand. Have a drink with me tonight. I'm sorry, but I've retired from receiving guests." Desire gleamed in Seo Munpyong's eyes. The more difficult a woman was to obtain, the more obsessed he became. "If you continue to refuse," he said, "this place won't be able to operate after today. I'll destroy the Divine Fragrance Pavilion. Someone of your reputation would be criticized by Jiang Hu for such an act." He scoffed. "They'll side with me and say you deserved it." His threat was absolute. Su Haiyang closed her eyes tightly. Should I accept? If the pavilion collapsed, Pyawul would be affected. Perhaps she could at least gather useful information by sacrificing herself. She was, after all, a courtesan. Yet her heart resisted. I must have forgotten my place ever since meeting Pyawul. She made her decision. An emotionless voice cut through the air. Both Su Haiyang and Seo Munpyong turned. A man stood there, clad in a long red robe. He was not strikingly handsome, but his appearance was refined, his skin unnaturally pale. She recognized him instantly. "Master!" Su Haiyang shook off Seo Munpyong's hand and bowed deeply. Seo Munpyong frowned and looked at the man. "Are you the owner of this brothel? Educate your courtesans properly. How dare one refuse a guest?" "I don't force anyone to serve," the man replied calmly. "I leave it to their judgment. So courtesans choose their own guests. They're human too." Seo Munpyong bristled. "What's your name? You don't need to know." "What? I'm not obligated to answer simply because you ask." Seo Munpyong laughed sharply. "It's been a long time since I've been this angry." His interest in Su Haiyang vanished, replaced by fury toward the man before him. He strode forward, his powerful aura surging outward. Seo Munpyong, the little boxer, possessed overwhelming presence. Few among his peers could stand against it. He only intended to intimidate the brothel owner. But the man's expression did not change. Instead, Seo Munpyong's did. "You've learned some martial arts, it seems." His fist rose. The hallway wall exploded. The man was gone. Another bang echoed as rubble fell. A chill brushed the back of Seo Munpyong's neck. Pyawul was suddenly behind him. Shock filled Seo Munpyong's face. For a warrior, having one's back exposed was equivalent to offering up one's life. "Bastard." Seo Munpyong twisted around. Something cold pierced his waist. A whisper followed. "If you want to take someone by force, you'd better be prepared to risk your life." His fingers touched a hole no larger than a fingertip. He looked at Pyawul. Dark red blood dripped from the index finger of Pyawul's right hand. Only then did Seo Munpyong realize that the wound in his back had been caused by nothing more than a finger. He felt utterly deceived. He had assumed Pyawul knew some martial arts, but he never imagined someone capable of completely deceiving his senses and approaching from behind. Had he known Pyowol's level was this high, he would have been fully alert from the start. I'm not holding you responsible for what happened to that idiot, rest assured. Then why? One Ga Young smiled softly. I'm just curious who put that fool in such a state. I swear on my honor, I will never harm your master. Let her in. Separated from the main building, the annex was quiet and understated. One Ga Young's eyes sharpened at its simple, elegant style, distinctly feminine, unlike the grandeur of the main pavilion. There's a high chance the owner of this annex is a courtesan. The main building's residents likely stay elsewhere, only coming here temporarily. As she expected, the room carried the scent of a woman, yet the person inside was a man, Pyoewol. He did not use his original face, but the one he had used when dealing with Seo Moon Pyong, handsome, but not striking enough to attract undue attention. Still, there was something about him that drew the eye. Snake! One Ga Young thought of a snake with a beautiful pattern. At first it seemed repulsive, but the more one looked, the more lethal its beauty became. She bit her lip, jolted back to focus. Are you the brothel keeper of the Divine Fragrance Pavilion? She asked coldly. The madam is Su Haiyang. I simply provide financial support for the pavilion, Pyoewol replied. So you're the owner. I'm One Ga Young, the fairy phantom swordsman. Have you heard of me? No. I must try harder then. I thought I was famous in Jianghu, but apparently not here. It's not your fault. I'm simply not interested in the outside world. Well, you've never left Sichuan province? No. I understand then. One Ga Young's smile was subtle, yet utterly deadly. A woman as cold as ice smiling with such innocence radiated a charm that could captivate almost any man, but not Pyoewol. What's your name? She asked. Pyoewol furrowed his brow. With this face, there was no reason to reveal his real name. You can call me Yaju, the master of the night. What's your real name? We're not close enough for that. I told you mine, yet you hide yours. That's unfair. If it bothers you, leave. One Ga Young crossed her arms. Pyoewol's demeanor was unusual. He treated her as he would anyone indifferent to beauty. She realized her charms would not sway him. Her purpose was not seduction. She came for information. All right, Yaju, I'm here to ask you something. If it's information, go to the Hao clan. Pyoewol remained silent, his gaze piercing through her. Even a skilled Jianghu warrior like her felt the weight of his indifferent eyes. What do you want to know? He asked finally. The assassin. The one who caused the bloodbath in Sichuan last year. Was it you? Why do you think so? Just intuition. Why are you looking for him? I want answers. One Ga Young studied him, but his gaze revealed nothing. For the first time, she could not read a person by their eyes. He seemed to see her thoughts while concealing his own. She turned away, unease prickling her senses. Can I come back again? No. Steward Go ran to him, urgency in his eyes. Pyoewol asked, what's going on? Unable to speak, Steward Go handed him a pre-written letter. After reading it, Pyoewol asked, any suspicious movements in the Thunder Clan? Steward Go nodded. After losing both their sect leader and successor, the Thunder Clan had collapsed. Recovery without a central figure was nearly impossible. If a warrior had truly been at the center, the collapse would not have been so swift. Pyoewol frowned. Monitor the Thunder Clan. Track all their actions and report to me. Steward Go bowed. Pyoewol looked to the rising moon. A foul scent lingered in the letter, warning him that trouble was brewing. An inspector rushed in, urgency in his eyes. A major incident at Yolgium village outside Chengdu. Hong Yuxin's face hardened. Show me. He and his team, including the new branch manager Du Il-Shul, traveled to Yulgim village. Upon arrival, Hong Yuxin was stunned. The village, once beautiful, was decimated. Buildings lay in ruin, and countless villagers' bodies littered the streets. Every body bore sharp scars, covered in blood. Any survivors? None, replied a subordinate grimly. When did this happen? This morning. And the killer? We couldn't find them. Maybe we never will. Explain. Look at their hands. Hong Yuxin observed the corpses holding knives, flails, clubs, or pickaxes. The wounds indicate they fought one another. But Yulgium is a clan village. They're family. How could they attack each other? The scars on their bodies matched the weapons they held. The villagers had turned on one another. Not a single survivor remained. Hong Yuxin's heart sank. We must uncover the truth. The inspection team will focus solely on this case until it is resolved. Yes. The inspectors responded, but their voices lacked conviction. Hong Yuxin's eyes burned with a mixture of shock and determination. Urgent, senior brother. May I come in? It's urgent. The Thunder Clan is outside. Mu Yongjin exhaled heavily. Mu Yongjin's killing of Tae Yonho, the Thunder Clan leader, had been a disgrace. The Thunder Clan warriors demand punishment for the responsible party. Mu Yongjin is already dead. Who else should be responsible? Outside, the Thunder Clan warriors waited. Mu Yongjin approached them. I am Wu Jinghua, new sect leader of the Thunder Clan. As successor, I demand the Qingcheng sect be held accountable for our former leader's death. Mu Yongjin asked, how do you expect me to take responsibility? Wu Jinghua's answer was chilling. A life of equal status must be taken. The Qingcheng disciples reacted with outrage. How dare you threaten our sect leader? Even so, Wu Jinghua recalled Hukum's warning and followed his orders cautiously. Fear of Hukum tempered their courage, but the shadow of the Qingcheng sect's reputation remained. Then, a strange man appeared. I am Yi Pyong, sect leader of the High Sky sect. Myungjin's face lit up, expecting support. Instead, Yi Pyong declared, the Thunder Clan's demands are appropriate. Shock rippled through the Qingcheng disciples. Another voice followed. I am Zhou Gyolho, leader of the Jinsong sect. I agree with Mr. Yi Pyong. The Qingcheng disciples' despair deepened. Even a just and fair warrior like Zhou Gyolho sided against them. Wu Jinghua clenched his fists, realizing that two influential sect leaders now strengthened the Thunder Clan's position. He assumed Hukum was orchestrating this. Jin sensed something peculiar in the eyes of Yi Pyong and Zhou Gyolho. They seem out of their minds. Jin nodded gravely. Their positions made them impossible to ignore. At that moment, a disciple approached. Chongyong, one of the Qingcheng sect's great warriors. A dagger pierced Jin's waist, wielded by Chongyong. Jin gasped. Chongyong spoke monotonously. If you do wrong, you must pay the price. Jin struck him with profound ki, subduing Chongyong instantly. But the assault didn't end there. Another disciple, Sehun, attacked Jin. Suddenly, the rest of the Qingcheng disciples turned against each other, seemingly possessed. Why are you doing this? Yi Pyong commanded the High Sky disciples to attack the Qingcheng sect, and Zhou Gyolho did the same with the Jinsong sect. Wu Jinghua, startled, was urged by Hukum's voice. What are you hesitating for, idiot? Attack! With the Thunder Clan also engaging, the training ground erupted into chaos. Disciplines clashed against each other, blood staining the hall. Everyone, stop! Jin shouted, but it was futile. Only Hukum watched. Cloaked in black, he reveled in the chaos he had created. A master of fear and manipulation, Hukum's skills, drugs, and wide-eye techniques allowed him to dominate minds effortlessly. The chaos only grew, feeding Hukum's delight. What the hell? Jin Jianwu and his companions cursed as they ascended Mount Qingcheng to visit the Qingcheng sect. By the time they reached the gates, the smell of blood hit them, signaling that something had gone terribly wrong. They rushed forward, and the scene before them was devastating. Jin lay on the ground in Jin's arms, while the other Qingcheng disciples struggled to defend themselves. Warriors from the Thunder Clan, High Sky sect, and Jinxiang sect launched a coordinated attack. The Qingcheng sect is under attack. We have to help them. Hesitation was not an option. They could not allow the Qingcheng disciples to suffer further. Jing Jianwu roared, releasing a thunderbolt between the Qingcheng sect and Thunder Clan disciples. The ground exploded in a deafening roar. Stone and soil scattered in every direction, striking the exhausted warriors. Screams echoed as the lightning strike knocked attackers off balance. Mr. Jin, they suddenly turned against us. It seems they were subjected to black magic, Jin explained. Black magic. Before the attack, we could sense manipulation through their eyes. There is no other explanation for our disciples' sudden betrayal. At first glance, the betraying disciples appeared normal, but their lack of remorse confirmed Jin's suspicion. It's magic, Jin Jianwu muttered, noticing Jiang's corpse. The disciple lay bleeding, but what caught Jin Jianwu's attention were the microscopic movements in the blood. Cursed poison, he realized. Depending on its type, cursed poison could manipulate a person's mind. They're being controlled. If it's cursed poison, the caster must be nearby. Find and eliminate the source. Jin Jianwu's aura radiated like a net, scanning for abnormal presences. His mastery of the transcendent cultivation technique allowed him to detect even the smallest foreign energy in his vicinity. He extended his ki 50 meters outward, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A presence was hiding near a massive tree. He dashed forward, sword drawn, channeling energy into it. With a swift strike, the tree split. A black shadow emerged. Hukum, startled by the sudden attack. Reveal yourself, Jin Jianwu demanded, striking with a storm of sword techniques. Hukum's face twisted in anger. Someone has ruined my plans, but before Jin Jianwu could fully pursue, Hukum vanished into the forest. Impossible to track, his speed and stealth made him a formidable and elusive threat. Jin Jianwu clenched his teeth, knowing the chaos Hukum had unleashed would continue. Even without the caster present, the warriors remained under Hukum's control. His eyes settled on Wu Jinghua of the Thunder Clan. Hukum's manipulation was clear. Subduing Wu Jinghua would reveal the truth behind the attack. Inside the Qingcheng sect, exhausted disciples sat amidst countless corpses. Warriors from the Thunder Clan, High Sky sect, and Jinsong sect were kneeling, defeated. Jin Jianwu's party had first eliminated the cursed-controlled Qingcheng disciples. Once the instigators fell, the remaining forces surrendered, their will to fight gone. Do you know who manipulated their minds? I don't know. Was it really cursed poison? I saw it myself. In the blood of the disciples, there were microscopic worms. Nothing else could explain their actions. This opponent is a monster. If we fail to catch him, the repercussions will be endless. We must hunt him down immediately, Jin Jianwu said. Do we know his identity? Let's ask the Thunder Clan, Jin Jianwu suggested. The surviving members, low-ranking and unaware of the full picture, revealed only that their top members had traveled to Shizong. The Shaolayan Temple, origin of the Thunder Clan, is in Shizong, Muajin noted. Then there's a high probability that the black figure is a warrior from the Shaolayan Temple, Jin Jingwu concluded. Muhuajin's voice sank. If the Shaolayan Temple is involved, this is no ordinary case. First, we must confirm if the black figure is truly one of their warriors. Then, we can seek cooperation from other factions, Jin Jingwu instructed. Muhuajin nodded, though his expression remained grim. Their sect had suffered too much. Revenge was impossible for now. He resolved to rebuild the Qingchong sect before striking back. Even if it takes 100 years, we will repay this humiliation once we are strong again. Jin Jianwu turned to Niam Sun and Wan Gaiyang. Track him down. We must catch him at all costs. He was wounded by my sword, a deep cut. Any reputable doctor would treat it, likely in Chengdu. We should contact the Hao clan for help. Their support will make this easier. I'll handle that, Jin Jianwu nodded. Wan Gaiyang added, I'll inform Soha and Mr. Yu Xinfeng. He'll surely help. Jin Jianwu's unwavering sense of justice, his belief that power must be used righteously, compelled Nguyen Sun to follow him faithfully. At least you won't walk this path alone. I'll always be with you, Neong Sun thought. Go home safely. Su Haiyang said, her eyes bittersweet as she sent off Piowol. Piowol glanced back at her, her face flushed under his gaze. Though they had already shared several nights together, every time he looked at her, her heart still raced uncontrollably. No matter where she was, Su Haiyang found herself searching for him. I'll come again next time, Piowol said. I'll be waiting, she replied with a smile. After leaving the Divine Fragrance Pavilion, Piowol walked along the dark, dreary street. But he felt at ease. The shadows sharpened his senses, making him more aware of everything around him. He sensed someone watching him, a strong, heavy presence as imposing as a mountain, even in the darkness. Jin Jingwu, he thought. Sure enough, in the distance, Jin Jingwu leaned against a wall, eyes fixed on him. Piowol narrowed his eyes. He was now the master of the night. Jin Jianwu stepped away from the wall and approached him. My name is Jin Jianwu, the blood-weaving warrior. Are you Yaju, the owner of the Divine Fragrance Pavilion? Jin Jianwu's gaze was unwavering. He had already enlisted the Hao clan and Yu Xinfeng to track Yukum, but the search yielded nothing. He needed more allies. That's why he came to Yaju. Piowol, strong enough to subdue Seo Munpyong and influential among courtesans, was exactly the help Jin Jianwu needed. I didn't expect to meet you like this, he said. What is it? I want to ask for your help, Yaju. He stopped mid-sentence, staring intently into Piowol's eyes. An intense light flared from his gaze. Piowol met it without flinching. I've seen your eyes before, Jin Jianwu continued. But back then, it wasn't this face. So your current appearance, it must not be your true face. Piowol was surprised. He had only met Jin Jianwu once, under a different identity, Lim Quanok. Yet, Jin Jianwu recognized him instantly. Who are you? Who do you think I am? Jin Jianwu replied. For the first time, Piowol felt hiding his true self was pointless. He no longer concealed his identity. Jin Jianwu's eyes burned like the sun, fierce and unyielding. Piowol's remained unreadable, cold and still, but paradoxically, this convinced Jin Jianwu further. I've heard rumors about an assassin who wreaks havoc across Sichuan. At first, I didn't believe it, but I know now I'm looking for him. Why? I've been tracking a group for a long time. If he belongs to that organization, I'll find out. What if he does? I'll fight him, subdue him, and uncover the truth. That's reckless. I hear that a lot, Jin Jianwu said proudly, showing no shame. Answer me. Who are you? Lim Quanok of the Celestial Music Hall, Yaju of the Divine Fragrance Pavilion, or the assassin who caused bloodshed in Sichuan. Who is your true self? Piowol's face shifted, revealing his true appearance, luminous white skin and strikingly beautiful features. That's your true face. Jin Jianwu asked. Yes, that's worth hiding. You draw attention anywhere. You didn't come just to comment on my appearance, did you? Piowol asked. Who are you looking for? The 9 dragons, Jin Jianwu replied, tossing a gold coin with 9 entwined dragons engraved upon it. What is this? These marks have been appearing recently. Those who use them operate independently. Unlike traditional sects, they care not for reputation, only profit. A new class has emerged, powerful yet mercantile in nature. So, I'll ask bluntly, are you part of this organization? No. Do you believe me? I do, Piowol said, intrigued. Why? It's hard to believe someone with eyes like yours would mingle with others. Jin Jianwu laughed. My name is Jin Jianwu. What's yours? Piowol. Let's become friends. I think we could be true friends, regardless of your status. I refuse, Piowol said sharply, yet Jin Jianwu didn't relent. If you change your mind, come to me anytime. I truly want to be friends. Pyeolwol stepped past him coldly. If you're done talking nonsense, can you get out of the way? Our business isn't over yet. Help me. A dangerous man hides in Chengdu. He's from the Shaolin Temple. If left unchecked, disaster will follow. Help me find him. Pyeol didn't answer and vanished into the darkness. Jin Jianwu watched him go, his gaze heavy. Before arriving, he had researched the recent bloodshed in Sichuan. Most saw only the lives lost to an assassin named Pyeol, but Jin Jianwu understood the deeper truth. Pyeol was not a killer by nature, but a victim forced by circumstances. If I were in his situation, I would have acted the same. He was convinced Pyeol was not evil at heart. Meeting him only strengthened that belief. That's why he had offered friendship so boldly, and despite rejection, his resolve remained firm. We'll meet again, Jin Jianwu whispered. Chengdu slept under a deep night, but some were still awake. Jin Jungwoo hoped his quarry had fled to the Shaolin Temple. If he remained in Chengdu, the consequences would be terrible. I'll catch him before that happens. Definitely. With that, Jin Jungwoo disappeared into the city's darkness. Dark red blood flowed across the floor of a room heavy with the scent of medicinal incense. The blood belonged to an elderly physician. He lay dead with his eyes wide open. Beside the bed stood a figure clad entirely in black, silently looking down at the corpse. It was Hukum. He had come here to treat his wounds. The old physician's house was the perfect place, filled with medicinal herbs gathered over a lifetime. Everything Hukum needed was here. He knew people were searching for him. They scoured Chengdu relentlessly, as if sniffing the ground for his trail. His safety could no longer be guaranteed. That son of a bitch, Jin Jianwu's face flashed through his mind. Because of that man, everything Hukum had meticulously prepared had collapsed. Still, his original goal had been achieved. The Qingcheng sect had closed its gates. But his wounded pride remained unhealed. I'll make you regret interfering with my work, Hukum hissed. Laughing maniacally, he pulled herbs from the walls and spread them across the floor. The corpse beside him drew no attention as he began grinding the herbs in a mortar. Seo Mun-pyong stared out the window of the guest house, frowning deeply. Damn it. Seo Mun-pyong cursed. He had only made one mistake, failing to recognize a true monster. Yet the price he paid was unbearable. Yaju, his teeth ground together as he recalled Pyeol. He longed to charge out and take revenge immediately, but he knew better. Even at his peak, he had been helpless against Pyeol. In his current condition, defeat was inevitable. Realizing this only fueled his frustration. Bring me a drink, he shouted at the trembling waiter. The man hurriedly brought a bottle of wine. Seo Mun-pyong drank straight from it, not bothering with a cup. Alcohol failed to dull his rage. Instead, it stirred something darker within him. Bottle after bottle emptied. Soon, his eyes lost focus. He was heavily drunk. Then, someone sat down beside him. Seo Mun-pyong squinted at the figure. Suddenly, the stranger's eyes shone brilliantly. Seo Mun-pyong stared into them, his already clouded mind sinking deeper. A whisper brushed against his ears, indecipherable yet compelling. His mind resisted, but his body did not. Seo Mun-pyong's head slammed onto the table. He appeared merely passed out from drink. When Seo Mun-pyong awoke, the guest house was empty. A powerful urge surged from deep within his chest. A woman. He staggered to his feet. There was only one place that came to mind. He walked alone through the dark streets until the red light district came into view. Without hesitation, he entered a familiar establishment. Welcome! The clerk froze upon recognizing him. The Divine Fragrance Pavilion. Flames erupted across Chengdu. Jin Jianwu immediately sensed it. Chaos spread everywhere. Inspection teams mobilized. Martial artists moved to suppress the riots. Yet something felt wrong. This can't be his goal, Jin Jianwu muttered. Then one guy young came running. The Divine Fragrance Pavilion burned. At its center stood Seo Mun-pyong, holding a woman's lifeless body. Pyong. No response. His eyes were empty. They understood immediately. He's been controlled, Nung Soon approached carefully. Pyong, calm down. A silver line sliced through the night. No! Too late. Seo Mun-pyong's head fell to the ground. His body collapsed. A man appeared silently. Pyeol. He gently took the woman's body from Seo Mun-pyong's arms. Her skin was cold. She was already dead. Su Haiyang. No answer came. She had taken her own life. Pyeol laid her down gently. For a moment I dreamed, he said softly, a foolish dream that I could live quietly. I see now such happiness was never meant for me. He raised his gaze to Jin Jianwu. Congratulations, Pyeol said calmly. You brought me back to reality. How dare you kill Pyong? My God. Nung Soon's eyes were just as bloodshot as Jin Gumwoo's. He had always taken pride in remaining calm and rational, no matter the circumstances. Yet now his mind was completely blank. Only rage remained, rage powerful enough to erase what little reason he had left. Nung Soon unleashed his greatest technique, the 18 White Moon sword style. It was one of the highest-ranked sword techniques in Zhonghu. rumored to shatter even massive boulders in a single strike. Something shot through the dust. Myung-soon barely avoided it, guided by instinct sharpened beyond human limits. A flying sword, a blade had passed by his throat. Had he reacted a moment later, his neck would have been severed. He rushed forward, wary of another attack. Pyo was still alive. That flying sword was proof. Before he could react, Won Ga-young moved. Proving herself the disciple of the legendary swordsman Han Yuqian, she executed a brilliant strike, knocking the dagger aside. She saved Neum-soon's life, but his entire body went cold. The deflected flying sword was pulled back into the dust, as if reeled in by an invisible thread. Two more flying swords emerged. Nung Sound and Won Ga-young swung their swords desperately to block them. Jin Jianwu still hadn't moved. He watched closely as the flying swords assaulted his comrades. Threads of condensed qi connected to the flying swords, qi being used like thread. It was a technique he had never even heard of. Controlling qi with such precision required delicacy and internal energy beyond imagination. Neung-soon and Won Ga-young struggled against an unfamiliar art. The flying swords struck like vipers, relentless, precise, targeting every weakness. They couldn't even approach Pyo. Just surviving the assault drained them completely. Unable to endure it, Neung-soon shouted, "Come out, you coward!" Then, agony exploded through his shoulder blade. Something wrapped tightly around him. His body was yanked backward. Before Won Ga-young could rush to his aid, something pierced her ankle and coiled around her shin. She was dragged away as well. Being pulled by an external force against one's will was utterly terrifying. A flying sword descended from above, aiming to finish them. Pyewol had bound them both with the soul-reaping threads. At the same time, he controlled the ghost daggers. Using the threads for both restraint and attack multiplied their effectiveness tenfold. Won Ga-young squeezed her eyes shut. But before the blade could strike, Jin Jianwu leaped. "Stop it!" Drawing his sword, he shot into the air. He descended like a falling star. The nine-ring heavenly sword, the third form of his light soul technique. Bang! His sword slammed into the ground, unleashing a violent shockwave. A storm tore through the area, severing the soul-reaping threads. Freed, Neung-soon and Won Ga-young barely managed to dodge the ghost daggers. The severed threads recoiled, rewinding back into Pyo-wal's grasp. The two collapsed to their knees, gasping for breath. As the dust settled, Pyo-wal's figure was revealed. He stood exactly where he had been from the beginning. He hadn't taken a single step. Shame twisted their expressions. Humiliated, Neung-soon tried to charge again, but Jin Jianwu raised a hand. "Enough. We can't win. He hasn't even moved." As Han Yuqian's disciple, she had always been proud of her sword. Yet she hadn't landed a single meaningful strike, forced entirely onto the defensive. Still, she endured. Pyo and Jin Jianwu locked eyes. Pyo had lost Su Haiying to Seo Munpyong. Jin Jianwu had lost Seo Munpyong to Pyo. Their bond was irreparably shattered. Let's put our grudge aside for now. And why should I? Our priority is the one who caused all of this. If we fight now, he'll escape Chengdu. And if I refuse... But whoever survives won't catch the one who killed her. Are you prepared for that? His calm words carried no submission. Silence suffocated the air. Even Neung-soon and Won Ga-young felt the space itself distort. Pyo finally looked down at Su Haiying's body. Even in death, her face was peaceful. He gently lifted her into his arms. Only then did Jin Jianwu release the breath he'd been holding. The courtesans rushed forward, crying, "Madam, sister!" Some spat curses at Seo Munpyong's corpse. "It's all because of you." Neung-soon and Won Ga-young turned away, hearts heavy. Only now did they truly grasp what Seo Munpyong had done. Pyo spoke to Dan Seo. "You will take charge of the Divine Fragrance Pavilion." "Yes, bury her somewhere sunny." Dan Seo nodded, holding Su Haiying close. "We'll protect this place. You can focus on what you must do." Pyo turned away. Jin Jianwu asked quietly, "How will you find the culprit?" "That part is easy. The real challenge is uncovering his background." "Background?" Jin Jianwu asked sharply. "Do you mean the Shaolayan temple?" Won Ga-young clenched her teeth. The wound on her ankle still throbbed. It had been inflicted by Pyo during their recent battle. Though the injury was small, no more than a pinhole, it felt as if a needle were constantly piercing her flesh. Had she lost after a fierce, evenly matched battle, she could have accepted it. She would have understood the reason for her defeat even if the bitterness lingered. But this was different. She hadn't earned the title Phantom Swordsman for nothing. Someone bumped into her. She raised her head instinctively. "Oh, I'm sorry, I was lost in thought." She couldn't finish. A black hand covered her face. Her vision went dark. She lost consciousness instantly. The figure who subdued her so effortlessly lifted her body. It was Hukum. Won Ga-young hung limply over his shoulder, completely helpless under his technique. "You'll make an excellent ingredient." His eyes brimmed with resentment toward Jin Jianwu. He wanted to destroy him completely. But Jin Jianwu and the Hao clan had reacted faster than expected. His plans had unraveled before reaching fruition. Worst of all, his efforts had barely harmed Jin Jianwu. He had intended to plunge him into despair by killing everyone around him. But in the end, only Seo Munpyong had died, all because of that damned bastard. It was a bitter regret. I'll retreat for now, but I'll return. Hukum felt no shame in fleeing. Retreating now to exact vengeance later was simply efficient. Still, it didn't sit well with his temperament, so he devised a final blow to Jin Jianwu even as he fled. That was why he remained in Chengdu. And now, his goal was achieved. One Ga Young was his prize. Tang Sochu gazed at Chengdu's streets with a furrowed brow. Damn it, there's never a peaceful day. The city had barely recovered from last year's bloodshed. Just when things seemed to settle, chaos had returned. At times, he wondered if Chengdu itself was cursed. By dawn, the screams faded. Fires were extinguished. His workshop had escaped damage, but unease lingered. And then, Pyowo arrived. Brother, Tang Sochu stiffened. Something about Pyowo felt different. What's wrong? I'll be gone for a while. Where are you going? Shizang. Shizang lay beyond a month's journey across the western plateau. Is this because of what happened? Pyowo nodded. Tang Sochu sighed sadly. No matter how hard Pyowo tried to live quietly, trouble always found him. Wait here. He disappeared into the workshop. Tang Sochu returned, holding a black leather cloak. It's waterproof and flame-resistant. There are hidden pockets inside. He draped it over Pyowo. The fit was perfect. Inside were weapons and supplies. Take this too. He handed over a porcelain bottle. White phosphorus fire oil. Use it sparingly, preferably never. Tang Sochu waved and went back inside. Outside, Jin Jianwu waited. Ge Yang is missing. Pyowo's gaze sharpened. He's targeting me, Jin Jianwu said. Pyong first, now Ga Yang. He's gone to Shalayan Temple. I can't catch him alone. You haven't forgotten I killed Seo Moonpyong. I can set that aside for now. Pyowo turned. Keep up, or I'll leave you behind. You think I'll fall behind, but how will you find him? Pyowo stepped forward. No living thing can escape me. Jin Jianwu let out a sigh without realizing it. He was standing inside the house of an old physician. The doctor lay dead on the floor. Flies swarmed over the body, and the blood spilled across the ground had already hardened. Judging by the state of the corpse, the man had been dead for quite some time. Hukum had sustained severe injuries, so Jin Jianwu had assumed he would be hiding in one of the physician's houses in Chengdu. That was why the Hao clan had mobilized its members to search every known physician's residence. Yet no trace of Hukum had been found. It turned out that Hukum had chosen this place precisely because the physician had long since retired from the front lines. A retired doctor would not be listed in the Hao clan's information network, which explained why this house had escaped their search. Unaware of this, Jin Jianwu and the Hao clan had been searching in the wrong places the entire time. He trembled at Hukum's ingenuity, but what shocked him even more was Pyowo. Pyowo had managed to find a place even the Hao clan had overlooked. Pyowo ignored the physician's corpse and studied the walls instead. Numerous empty herb containers hung there. He took herbs from here. Why would he need herbs? Jin Jianwu asked. Manipulating the human mind isn't simple, Pyowo replied, especially when dealing with martial artists with strong mental fortitude. Conventional methods aren't enough. He carefully inspected the rest of the house. Hukum had attempted to erase all traces of himself under the cover of darkness. Yet to Pyowo, those traces were obvious. He's planning to cross the western plateau. What? Why would he go there? Holding a piece of leather, Pyowo explained. It's been oiled. Oiling makes leather waterproof. And people traveling through humid regions prepare gear like this. He likely made a cloak here. But how does that mean the western plateau? The cotton would serve as insulation, meaning cold terrain. As for the steel, it can be fitted beneath shoes to prevent slipping on ice. The only place that fits all these conditions is the western plateau. Even though it connects to Shizong, snow still piles waist high at the mountain peaks. To deduce all that from scraps of leather, cotton, and iron, it was beyond him. Pyowo smiled faintly. He would have prepared the same things himself. In fact, the coat he was wearing now served a similar purpose, though the one Hukum had made was vastly inferior to Tang Sochu's craftsmanship. When they finally left Chengdu, Jin Jianwu noticed something strange. They weren't heading toward the western plateau. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Why aren't we taking the shortest route? A large horse is usually an old one. An old horse pulling a wagon won't last long. He would have used waterways instead. It's easier to hide a woman and saves time." Once again, Pyowo was right. They soon found the abandoned wagon by a river far from Chengdu. The overworked horse lay convulsing, barely breathing. Pyowo scanned the river. Not long after, they found the body of a sailor. Hukum had clearly killed him and taken his boat. "Congratulations," Pyowo said. "She's still alive." "Really?" "There are footprints, those of a woman. The shallow depth and uneven trail suggest she couldn't move freely. Like Seo Moonpyong, whose mind was suppressed. She'll be fine." "Why?" "There'd be no reason to go this far if he intended only to control her. He needs her conscious for whatever he plans at Shalayan Temple." Jin Jianwu no longer doubted Pyowo. Every action had a reason. What seemed meaningless at first was always part of a necessary process. As time passed, Pyeolwol's pursuit quickened. Jin Jianwoo stopped asking questions. All he needed to do was trust and follow. Even under the harshest conditions, Pyeolwol never lost Hukum's trail. Watching him, Jin Jianwoo felt a chill. Anyone who makes this man their enemy would have nowhere left to hide. They had reached the high elevations of the western plateau. Though spring had arrived in Sichuan, snow still buried the mountains here, piled waist-high. Avalanches and hidden cliffs made the region deadly. One misstep meant a fall of 1,000 meters. The traces are becoming clearer. Hukum had stopped hiding his trail. There was only one reason for that. He knows he's being chased. I've got someone on my tail. Hukum's face twisted. There were moments when an ominous feeling would rise within him. He could have chosen to ignore it, but Hukum knew better than to dismiss his instincts. Trusting his intuition was one of the reasons he had survived this long. He altered his route and erased his traces with even greater care. Still, the unease refused to fade. It wasn't something he could be certain of unless he saw it with his own eyes. Hukum trusted his senses. Someone is definitely following me. He had considered the possibility of being pursued, but he never imagined someone would actually manage it. A sharp sense of crisis seized him. From Chengdu to this place, he had done everything possible to erase his trail. Even seasoned trackers should have been unable to follow him this far. Yet, someone had. That alone shattered his confidence. Whoever was chasing him possessed exceptional tracking skills. Was there someone like that in Sichuan? Hukum bit his lip. Only one person came to mind. The man who had ruined his carefully laid plans. The man who killed Seo Munpyong and neutralized Wang Gayang and Nuong Soon in an instant. Hukum feared no one. But the moment he had faced that man, goosebumps had crawled across his body, not merely because the man was strong, but because he felt they were of the same kind, a being who thrived in darkness, someone who would use any means to achieve his goals, a predator more dangerous when hidden than when revealed. Pyeolwol, he's caught up. Why Pyeolwol was chasing him didn't matter. The fact that he was chasing him did. Damn it, Hukum spat out a curse. If he were alone, he was confident he could escape, but he was burdened with one guy young. Carrying her made it impossible to completely shake Pyeolwol, yet abandoning or killing her wasn't an option. Doing so would render all his painstaking efforts meaningless. More importantly, Hukum knew Pyeolwol wouldn't stop even if he let her go. Pyeolwol was the type to chase his prey to the depths of hell. If their positions were reversed, Hukum knew he would do the same. That left only one choice. Reach Shaolan Temple as fast as possible. Jin Jianwoo emerged from the snow-covered forest in a pitiful state. His clothes were torn and his body was covered in scratches from branches. The wounds were shallow, but his exhaustion was unmistakable. He hadn't dared rest, not with landslides, hidden cliffs, and avalanches threatening at every step. He glanced at Pyeolwol. Pyeolwol looked completely untouched. From appearances alone, no one would believe he had just crossed a snowbound alpine region. I didn't think I'd envy someone over a cloak. Suddenly, Pyeolwol raised his head. The wind intensified. If they lost the trail here, finding Shaolan Temple would become nearly impossible. Its location was highly confidential, unknown to outsiders. Then something forced them to stop. Dust rose in the distance. A group of riders thundered toward them. Even from afar, both men could clearly see them. About 100, Jin Jianwoo said coldly. They're carrying curved swords, the kind used in Shizong. The riders were charging straight at them. There's no doubt, Jin Jianwoo continued. Shizong is under Shaolan Temple's influence. Mobilizing bandits like this wouldn't be difficult. Bandits were far more feared than nature itself. Pyeolwol spoke calmly. You deal with them, alone. If I get tied up here, the remaining traces will vanish. The wind continued to howl, erasing Hukum's trail with every second. Jin Jianwoo asked, how will I find you? I'll leave a trace. All right, he didn't hesitate. Pyeolwol would leave something unmistakable. Jin Jianwoo just needed to hold the line. A cold glint shone in his eyes. Tracking wasn't his specialty, but fighting was. Now free of burden, Pyeolwol accelerated. What Jin Jianwoo had seen so far wasn't Pyeolwol's true speed. Pyeolwol had never been foolish enough to reveal his full abilities. Now, he ran without restraint. The wind nearly erased all traces, but it didn't matter. Pyeolwol could smell them. To others, it was just a harsh, dry wind. To him, it was a stream of information. Among countless scents, one stood out. Sweet. Found you. It was Wan Ga Young. Whether it was her natural scent or an effect of her cultivation didn't matter. Now, even without footprints, he could follow her. He sprinted downwind. With Jin Jianwoo gone, his speed doubled. Soon, he saw them. A black figure running, carrying someone over his shoulder. Hukum. Hukum hadn't noticed a thing. Pyeolwol had erased his presence completely. He followed like a ghost, breathing when Hukum breathed, matching his heartbeat, synchronizing his movements. At this moment, Pyeolwol was Hukum. That was why Hukum sensed nothing. The one who noticed him wasn't Hukum, it was Wan Ga Young. Her eyes widened in terror. If she hadn't been restrained, she would have screamed, pale face, emotionless eyes, like a ghost trailing them. Nung Soon pressed his hand against his upper chest and frowned. The tips of his fingers felt a tiny wound, so small that a single thread could barely pass through it. At a glance, it looked no more than a faint dot. Yet the pain it carried was worse than that of any major injury he had ever suffered. He bit his lip and stared out the window. I couldn't do anything, nothing at all. Not only had he failed to avenge Seo Munpyeong, but the fact that he had been completely helpless against Pyoul tormented him. Someone knocked on the door. May I come in? The voice belonged to Yu Shinfeng, the shadowless monk. Please come in, Mr. Yu. Yu Shinfeng entered with his niece, Li Soha. Behind them followed a man Ne Sun had never seen before. Noticing Ne Sun's puzzled look, Yu Shinfeng introduced him. This is Hong Yushin, chief inspector of the Hao clan. He currently oversees the Hao clan's operations in Chengdu. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Hong. The honor is mine, Mr. Nyung, Hong Yushin replied politely. What brings you here? Nyung Sun asked. It concerns the assassin Pyoul, who departed with Mr. Jin. Nong Sun fell silent. He is extremely dangerous, Hong Yushin continued. The Hao clan has been tracking him, but we've uncovered very little. So, I propose cooperation. We should gather information about him now so we can respond immediately if he becomes a threat in the future. Hong Yushin was usually unreadable, but Pyoul was an exception. Pyoul was the most dangerous individual Hong Yushin had ever dealt with. His martial arts alone were not necessarily unparalleled, but the threat he posed was in a class of its own. His past deeds were proof enough. Nyum Soon studied him for a moment, then nodded. Very well, let's cooperate. You've made a wise decision. But I don't know how I can help, Nyum Soon said quietly. What do you mean? I don't even know what technique he used. Nyung Soon opened his shirt and revealed the wound. I don't understand how he injured me. If I don't know that, how can I provide you any useful information? Hukum felt every hair on his body stand on end. It's him. The reason was Won Young. Her heart rate, previously steady, had suddenly spiked. That reaction could only mean one thing. She had sensed something. Hukum immediately expanded his senses to their limit. Nothing. He turned his head, scanned his surroundings. No presence, no shadow. Nothing but an empty plain. For a moment, he thought he had overreacted. But Won Young's heart was still racing. She was staring at something he couldn't see. Behind him, Hukum turned abruptly. The vast plain stretched endlessly. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to conceal oneself. His senses were razor-sharp, honed from a lifetime of paranoia born of his grotesque appearance. No one, not even experts from Shaolin Temple, had ever deceived his perception. Yet now, for the first time, he doubted himself. Because Won Young's heart was still pounding, her gaze remained fixed behind him. Suspicion gave birth to fear, and fear gave rise to madness. Hukum had always been the one who instilled terror in others. Now, for the first time, he felt it himself. His agitation spread to Won Young. She understood perfectly why he was shaken, because she could see him. He was following Hukum like a ghost. Every step mirrored, every pause synchronized. Whenever Hukum turned, Pyoul shifted just enough to slip outside his line of sight. Won Young felt herself losing her sanity watching it. Pyoul's movements defied all reason. How could anyone predict another's movements so perfectly? It was as if he had crawled into Hukum's mind. She didn't know that Pyoul had synchronized his body completely with Hukum's. Even if she did, she wouldn't have believed it. If Hukum walked, Pyoul walked. If Hukum stopped, Pyoul stopped. Silent, invisible, only she could see him. Hukum knew someone was nearby, but no matter how high he raised his senses, he could not see Pyoul. That made the fear worse. Are you mocking me? Come out! Come out! In desperation, Hukum unleashed his ki in all directions. The ground overturned. Dust exploded into the air. Still, nothing. No blood. No trace. Am I mistaken? For the first time, Hukum doubted his own judgment. No, he's real. Won Young suddenly felt unbearably heavy. Hukum's patience snapped. Do I really need to take her? A vicious gleam flashed in his eyes. The real problem wasn't Jin Jianwu. It was Pyoul. If he discarded the burden, maybe he could escape. Fine. His grip tightened. With a violent motion, he flung Won Young into the air. She couldn't even scream. Hukum struck. Demon Fire Palm. A technique that shredded an opponent's internal core. Won Young could only close her eyes. Hukum screamed. A dagger was embedded in his hand. His technique failed. Won Young crashed to the ground, alive. Hukum howled, clutching his hand. Still, he couldn't see Pyoul. But Won Young could. Under the blazing sun, Pyoul's pale face seemed to glow unnaturally. Hukum tore the dagger free and fled without looking back. His only thought, run. Now, Hukum would lead him straight to Shaolin Temple. Pyoul walked on. Won Young stared at him in desperation. Her body was still paralyzed. Save me. Her consciousness faded. Are you okay? She awoke to a voice. Arms held her. She opened her eyes slowly. Brother, Jianwu was holding her tightly. The influence of the Shaolin Temple extended across Xizang. Numerous sects operated under its shadow, some wielding formidable power. Among them was the Red Tree Pagoda. Founded long ago by a former Shaolin monk, the pagoda maintained close ties with the temple even now. Hukum believed they would shelter him. He sprinted toward the pagoda with everything he had. When the guards spotted him, they raised their weapons. Halt. Who goes there? I'm from the Shaolin Temple. I seek sect leader Yomaka. To prove it, Hukum produced a small copper plate and tossed it forward. The guard's demeanor changed immediately. But there was no time to rest. He rushed to the 7th floor. Yumaka awaited him. She stood tall, her body adorned with elaborate ornaments, each one a concealed weapon known only to a select few. She regarded him coldly. You're from the Shaolin Temple? Yes, my name is Hukum. The hound raised by Heel Bull, she sneered. That's me, he ignored the insult. There's someone pursuing me, the temple's hunting dog being chased, she laughed. How amusing. He's dangerous, we must reinforce the pagoda's defenses. No one can breach this place, not even Heel Bull without destroying it. But, enough. Stay here and rest. Your barking is unsightly. Hukum clenched his teeth, then bowed deeply. He was too exhausted to argue. After issuing final warnings, he withdrew. Cold water filled the bath, but to him it felt divine. After eating, he collapsed onto the bed. Even he won't dare come here. For the first time in days, Hukum slept soundly. When he awoke, the room was silent. Relieved, he smiled. He rose from the bed. A strange sound echoed. He lifted the blanket. His eyes widened in horror. Beneath it lay Yomok's brilliant ornaments soaked in blood. You've got to be kidding me. Hukum burst out of the room. The interior of the Red Tree Pagoda was eerily silent. The pagoda was always quiet. Its master, Yomok, detested noise. But the stillness that now enveloped the tower was something else entirely. There was no warmth, not even the faint sound of breathing. Only a chilling cold that raised goosebumps across Hukum's skin. He stared down the hallway. No matter how hard he looked, he saw nothing. An ominous premonition crept over him. After a brief hesitation, Hukum slowly opened the door to the neighboring room. It belonged to one of the Red Tree Pagoda's warriors. A suppressed gasp escaped his lips. A robust warrior stood upright, staring straight ahead, as if frozen in the midst of a life-or-death confrontation. Hukum stopped mid-apology. There was no trace of life. No way. He approached cautiously. The man didn't move. When Hukum finally stood directly in front of him, he released the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The warrior was dead. Fear surged from the depths of his heart. He had lived his entire life as a source of fear. His martial arts, combining demon eyes, cursed poison, and the dream-dispersing drug, were feared even within the Shaolin Temple. Some found his methods unsettling, but none denied his strength. People feared him, and Hukum reveled in that fear. It was how he overcame the inferiority born of his grotesque appearance. But now, he was afraid. His back stiffened, his shoulders twitched. One by one, Hukum opened every door in the Red Tree Pagoda. They're all dead. Every single one, his voice trembled. Just yesterday, the tower had been full of life training, daily routines, quiet conversations. Some had looked at him with disdain, others with indifference. Now, there was no one. Even in sleep, Hukum's senses were sharp. The fact that he hadn't noticed anything maximized his terror. With trembling hands, he opened the door to Yomok's chamber at the top of the pagoda. His eyes widened. Yomok sat in her chair. The ornate ornaments she once wore, each a hidden weapon, were gone. They were the same ornaments he had found in his own bed. She didn't react when he approached. Like the others, she was already dead. Her wide eyes and clenched teeth were frozen in terror, as if she were about to rise at any moment. Hukum recognized the fear etched on her face. He didn't know what she had seen before dying, but it must have been horrific. Bang! He smashed through the entrance and tumbled outside. He collapsed to the ground, gasping. Then, a sharp pain tore through his forearm. A dagger skimmed past, cutting flesh before clattering to the ground. Blood flowed. Pyo-wool. Hukum clenched his teeth and forced himself up. There would be no rest. If he stopped, he would die. There was only one destination, the Shaolin Temple. Cornered creatures always fled toward what they believed was safest. For Hukum, that place was everything. Pyo-wool didn't know his thoughts, but he sensed the resolve. He synchronized his movements with Hukum. Fast or slow, he matched him perfectly. Hukum knew he was being followed, but he no longer resisted. The sight was surreal. Hukum never saw Pyo-wool. Yet shepherds on the plains could, 10 steps behind, always. The pressure crushed Hukum's mind. Two thoughts consumed him. Shaolin Temple. Pyo-wool, nothing else remained. Hukum ran into Namewing Forest without looking back. The thick mist swallowed him instantly. The distance between Hukum and Pyo-wool was barely 10 steps, a meaningless gap for masters like them. It was a space they could close before taking a single breath. In fact, Pyo-wool leapt into Namewing Forest almost simultaneously with Hukum. But the forest greeted him with an unfamiliar landscape, not the back of his target. Towering trees and dense underbrush blocked his path like walls. Pyo-wool scanned his surroundings. Hukum was gone. Not a trace remained, not a breath, not a body heat, nothing. Is this an array? Pyo-wool muttered casually. Two people entering from the same point could be separated and sent to entirely different locations. Perhaps a similar array had been triggered in Namewing Forest. Despite losing Hukum right under his nose, Pyoul felt neither frustration nor disappointment. An erased presence meant the Shaolayan temple was near. Without Hukum, finding the temple would have been far more difficult. Now that the enemy's stronghold was confirmed, it was time to prepare. He measured the forest as he circled it. Its vastness was impossible to gauge. Finding the Shaolayan temple would be like finding a needle in the sand, but Pyoul remained undeterred. No matter how large the forest, he would follow its traces until the end. Pyoul was patient, methodical, and unyielding. Every detail was noted, nothing overlooked. As he analyzed a stream flowing out of the forest, the sun dipped toward the horizon. Faint light appeared on the outskirts, revealing a shabby village. Yet the village's atmosphere was strange. It was quiet, almost unnaturally so. He sensed eyes and breathing everywhere, but no one moved. Even when Pyoul entered, no one approached. Then a stone flew. Pyoul glanced at the boy who threw it. He was 13 or 14, eyes red with anger. Another stone was already in his hand. "Get out of our village!" the boy shouted, hurling the stone again. This time, Pyoul caught it effortlessly. The boy's eyes widened in shock, filled with resentment and rage. "Please forgive my son. He doesn't know better." Adults emerged from their houses surrounding the boy. Fear was evident in their eyes. The one-armed man beside him, his father, pleaded, "Please forgive us, sir." "Father, I'm not afraid of anything." "You little brat. Be quiet before you end up like your brother." "They turned my brother into a monster of the Shaolayan temple, but I'm not." Pyoul asked coldly, "Who took your brother?" "The Shaolayan temple." At Pyoul's words, Young and the villagers shivered. Danger radiated from him, undeniable. "Are you from the Shaolayan temple?" "No, believe me or not, it doesn't matter, but push me further and I'll stop you from breathing." Young went silent. The father lowered his head, tears spilling. His people had lost everything to the temple: children, family, hope. Years ago, life had been simple. Villagers survived by farming and hunting. The Shaolayan temple nearby didn't interfere, and the forest provided safety from bandits. Until the monks came, they took the children. Young was spared because he had wandered into the forest. Villagers pleaded for their children's return, but the monks ignored them. Then the temple returned the children, transformed. They forced the children to fight each other. Hesitant children saw their parents killed. Half the villagers died. The survivors were deeply scarred. When the monks returned months later, the same atrocities repeated. Children became living weapons, human butchers who no longer recognized their parents. Young's father showed Pyoul his severed arm. "This was my son's doing," he whispered. Seeing his son turned into a monster was unbearable. The villagers wept, hearts rotted but trapped by fear of leaving. Only about 15 remained, mostly alone. The remaining children, around 10, had been completely dehumanized. Pyoul observed them carefully. If the Shaolayan temple had perfected this training, these children were now near-perfect killing machines. "Did you come for the Shaolayan temple?" "Yes." "To kill them, all of them, until none remain." The father stared at him, seeing hope in the face of a man whose appearance was almost inhuman. "I'll tell you everything about the Shaolayan temple," he said. Little was known about the Shaolayan temple. They kept their operations shrouded in secrecy, and anyone who spread even the smallest rumor faced relentless pursuit and punishment. No one would share information with Yap So-pyong, but he did not give up. After losing his child, his determination became almost legendary. Even the tiniest scraps of information were collected by him like grains of millet fallen to the floor. The best martial artist of the Shaolayan temple is its sect leader, Hyalbul. His skill reaches the heavens. There's a technique called the Supreme Layer of the Heavenly Dragon, which he has mastered. Yap So-pyong didn't know what this martial art entailed, only that it was the pinnacle of the temple's skill, and Hyalbul had mastered it. Over a dozen serve as Hyalbul's hands and feet, including the 10 monks. 300 demon blood monks are under them. These are the main forces of the temple. Beyond that, there are 3 or 4 specialized groups, raised for particular purposes, including the children they kidnapped, trained as weapons. Though the information he had gathered seemed small compared to his effort, it was invaluable for Pyoul. An assassin thrives on knowledge, analyzing every detail before striking. Once Hukum reached the Shaolayan temple, the monks would know Pyoul was on the way and strengthen their defenses. Delay would give them the upper hand. He had to strike while the iron was hot before they could prepare. Even if Hukum were a member of the temple, his warnings might not be believed. Pyoul's abilities surpassed comprehension. The perfect opportunity was now, while the monks were still uncertain any longer, and Hukum's warning could convince them. Yup, So-pyong bowed his head to Pyoul. He did not know the extent of Pyoul's martial arts, nor if he could destroy the Shaolayan temple. Its power was immense, enough to deter even the strongest clans in Shizong. All Yap So-pyong wished for was that Pyoul could inflict some damage, to remind them that not everyone in Shizong bowed before the temple. With the silent prayer, "Just kill at least one more." He watched Pyoul leave. Back in Namling Forest, Pyoul regained his strength after a simple meal. There was no reason to delay. He returned to the stream he had noticed earlier. This one was different, cleaner, with more fish. It likely served as the village's waste outlet, a common way for human settlements to manage sanitation. Even so, Pyoel moved into the stream without hesitation, using his hearing alone to navigate. Such a task, finding a path by sound alone, would be impossible for most, but not for Pyoel, trained to the limits in underground caves. After 3 hours, a foul stench signaled he was near. Ahead loomed a huge temple. The one Yukum had come from appeared monstrous in scale. The signboard on the main gate read, Shaolayan Temple. The stream ran into the temple's basement, carrying waste from hundreds of inhabitants. Even from a distance, the temple's activity was evident. Pyoel sensed it immediately. Yukum must have warned them. It didn't matter. Their heightened security could not stop him. He had already discovered a perfect infiltration route. He waded through the filthy water chest deep, undeterred by stench or floating filth. An iron grate blocked the way, an obvious trap connected to a bell, but Pyoel slipped through it like a snake. Emerging in a hidden area between the monks' patrols, he dried himself using ki, masking any trace of his presence. Monks nearby grumbled, "I don't think anyone would try to infiltrate. Why patrol at night? An order from above, nothing we can do. Our history spans hundreds of years. No outsider has ever sneaked in." Exactly, but remain alert. Their inexperience made them predictable. Pyoel watched for a moment, then melted into the shadows. Inside the Shaolayan Temple's largest hall, Hukum knelt before Hyolbul and the 10 monks. "So you've been chased by an assassin and fled here?" Hyolbul asked coldly. "I'm sorry," Hukum replied. "You never saw his face, never heard a word from him." Hyolbul's anger flared. "Does that make sense? You were hunted for over a month and didn't see him. You're afraid, after all I've done for you. I can't believe it." "But, sect leader, please believe me. He is real. Let's say such a person exists, yet you can't shake him off. I lacked preparation, but with time, I could have stopped him. Please give me a chance." Hukum struck his head on the floor, begging. Hyolbul studied him. He knew Hukum's pride. If he admitted failure, it was likely true. Turning to the 10 monks, he asked their opinion. Hukum wouldn't lie. Punishment may be due, but since he avenged the Qingcheng sect, he should be pardoned. Instead, we must capture the assassin. A raise in Namling Forest will complicate matters, but we can release hunting parties. The demon blood monks under my command excel at tracking. Exhausted from the forest, even the strongest assassin will be caught. No, that's not enough. They need to be on full alert. They don't understand how dangerous he is. He bit his lip. Any complaint could result in imprisonment. He kept silent. In the end, the only one I can trust is myself. After days of searching, both mind and body were exhausted. Tokmak, leader of the Mad Blood monks, finally spoke. "There's no point in continuing this search. If he were here, we would have found him already. It seems Hukum's information was wrong." "I thought so. He's always condescending, pretending he knows everything. We can't trust a coward like Hukum, who runs away with his tail between his legs and then spouts nonsense." While resting, the Mad Blood monks voiced their complaints. Hukum was notorious for isolating himself and mocking others' minds. His arrogance and contempt earned him few allies within Shaolayan Temple. The Mad Blood monks were no exception. Jungmok, one of the Mad Blood monks, returned to his residence and removed his clothes. His body was covered in small scratches from forest branches. "Why should we suffer all this for one bastard?" He groaned and collapsed onto his bed. His vacant stare suddenly sharpened. Someone was hanging upside down from the ceiling, staring directly at him. Pale skin, crimson eyes. Jungmok blinked. His mind struggled to process the sight. The man silently dropped to the floor and stood before him. Before he could scream, an invisible force crushed down upon him. His entire body went numb. He could not move. Pyoel's face began to change. Jungmok trembled. The face staring back at him was his own. After adjusting subtle details, Pyoel perfectly replicated Jungmok's appearance. The sight of his own emotionless face filled Jungmok with horror. Without hesitation, Pyoel drove a dagger into Jungmok's heart. The last thing he saw was his own face, devoid of emotion. "Who goes there?" "Senior brother Jungmok," Pyoel replied calmly. "Is everything in order? All clear." "And the assassin? Do you think he's mad enough to come here? Go on inside." The gates opened without suspicion. Manbyo Palace was vast, divided into countless chambers. Pyoel inhaled deeply, analyzing the air. He frowned. A foul stench lingered, subtle but potent. Poison. Following the scent, he found a passage leading underground. Torches lined the corridor. An elderly monk caught Pyoel's attention. Black spots covered his face. His nails were discolored. Clear signs of prolonged exposure to poison. The stench came from a porcelain bottle in the monk's hand. Though sealed, its power seeped through. "Ha ha," the monk grinned. "One drop is enough to kill 10 men. The sect leader will be pleased." A voice answered from behind. "That would indeed be useful." The old monk turned toward the source of the voice. A familiar face came into view. "It's Jungmok. Do you really think it's worth using?" The old monk grinned. Pyoel asked calmly, "What kind of poison is it?" "I haven't named it yet. Now that it's complete, anyone who comes within 7 steps will die." 7 steps. Then how about 7-step soul-chasing acid? The old monk laughed in delight. That's a fitting name. Good. From today onward, this poison shall be known as 7-step soul-chasing acid. The old monk's name was Dugong. His only joy in life was creating new poisons by mixing toxins together. The poisons he produced were so lethal that a single leak could cause catastrophe. For that reason, he had built a nest deep beneath Manbyo Palace and lived there with his disciples. A ghostly dagger pierced straight through Dugong's ear. His eyes widened. He couldn't even scream. Pyowol drove the dagger deeper. The porcelain bottle containing 7-step soul-chasing acid slipped from Dugong's lifeless hand. Had it shattered, an enormous cloud of poison would have spread, but Pyowol caught it before it touched the ground. That night, death visited every chamber of the Mad Blood monks. By morning, Shaolayan Temple was in chaos. All 30 Mad Blood monks lay dead without signs of resistance. The first to discover them was a low-ranking disciple assigned to collect and wash their clothes. When no one answered his knocks, he entered and found a corpse. Had he not done so, the discovery would have been delayed even longer. The temple was thrown into turmoil. How could this happen? 30 Mad Blood monks slaughtered inside our own temple. Why does no one have an answer? It must be the assassin. He's hiding within Shaolayan Temple. Didn't you say he'd never breach our defenses in Nameling Forest? It seems his abilities far exceed our expectations. Bang! Hyobul slammed the armrest. It shattered in the dust. The disciple swallowed nervously. His fury had reached its peak. Shaolayan Temple revered strength above all. Weakness was purged. Hyobul was said to possess the greatest power of any Buddhist warrior in history. Even the 10 monks dared not provoke him. Find him, drag him before me. I will tear him apart alive. The 10 monks scattered, mobilizing their forces to search the temple. Find him. He's disguised as one of us. Paranoia spread like wildfire. No one knew the assassin's face, martial arts, weapons, or techniques. Facing the unknown was the most terrifying thing of all. Suspicion turned monks against one another. Arguments erupted. Only the 10 monks' intervention prevented internal collapse. For several days, the assassin was silent. Some believed he had fled. That night, more monks died. Locked doors, tight security, none of it mattered. A voice sounded from outside. Hukum requests an audience. Displeasure flickered across Hyobul's face. Much of the chaos began with Hukum's return. Since then, Hukum had hidden away, plotting with Mokwan. Let him enter. The doors opened. Hukum entered and immediately prostrated himself. I have a way to catch the assassin. How? I lifted the restrictions on the wolf children, and they've changed. We can use them. Are you certain? I swear on my life. Hukum grinned beneath the black mist shrouding him. I never even saw his face while he hunted me. The humiliation still haunts me. Sleep had abandoned him since then. Failure meant eternal fear. I broke the wolf children's prohibition against the demonic art of Guanyin. Half of it succeeded. Summon all disciples to Full Moon Hall. The order echoed through Shaolayan Temple. Despite confusion and fear, the disciples gathered. Within Full Moon Hall, the doors were sealed. Iron shutters fell. The hall was isolated. Hyobul took his seat. The 10 monks followed. Then the demon blood monks and all others. Only then did Hukum appear again. He was not alone. 3 children followed him, 2 boys and 1 girl. They were the surviving wolf children. Most had died, bleeding from all 7 orifices when their limits were lifted. But these 3 lived, and they had changed. Their senses were animal-like. Their presence was unnatural. Hukum was certain they would find the assassin. He's among us, Hukum commanded. Find him. Out of 10, only 3 survived. Each has heightened senses. Explain. Gaian can see the flow of ki. The Shaolayan Temple has a distinct circulation. No matter how perfect the disguise, the assassin cannot replicate that flow. Hukum continued, pride creeping into his voice. In exchange for her sight, her other senses developed abnormally. And, when a person lies, their body reacts, changes in heartbeat, body temperature, breath. She can detect all of it. Remarkable. And, Soma. His murderous intent has been amplified to an extreme. I cannot fully grasp his ability yet, but his mind is filled solely with killing warriors. Sounds useless. Anyone who trained in the martial arts of the Shaolayan Temple naturally cultivated murderous intent. Compared to that, Soma's ability seemed meaningless. Hukum said nothing. Even he had yet to fully understand Soma's potential. The 3 children continued walking among the monks. Gian scanned them one by one. Yunyo followed closely, while Soma giggled softly, the wheels around his neck jingling. Despite his innocent appearance, none of the monks laughed. At last, the children passed the demon blood monks. According to Gian, the assassin was not among them. The demon blood monks let out relieved sighs. As expected, he wouldn't dare hide among us. Hyobul gestured, and they quickly withdrew to guard the exits. Only a handful of monks remained. Gion's gaze swept over them rapidly. Tension thickened in the hall. Every monk stood ready to strike. It was foolish to trust those children. Hukum remained unmoved. Let them examine you as well. If he isn't among you, I will accept any punishment. No one is exempt, all will be examined. Reluctantly, the 10 monks obeyed. Soma stepped forward, smiling. It's him, right? Silence. Myungok's face shifted, revealing Pyowol's true features. Gasps filled the hall. Pyowol ignored them and looked at Soma. Soma, you're Amyung's younger brother. Did you meet him? They're alive. Soma lowered his gaze. I'm glad. Did they ask you to save me? Hukum was unaware that when he broke the limits imposed on the children's minds, all the brainwashing and mental restraints Mokwan had placed upon them were also undone. Soma looked up at Pyowol, smiling broadly. His eyes were innocent and brimming with life, yet something dark coiled beneath that mask. Sensing something ominous in Pyowol's composure, Hyobal shouted, "Capture him!" At his command, the monks of Chalet and Temple surged forward like a tidal wave. At that moment, Pyowol spoke to Soma and the others. From now on, just follow me. The flame was small, but the result was catastrophic. A massive fire erupted instantly. Flames surged toward the ceiling with terrifying speed, far beyond what any natural fire could achieve. Thick smoke billowed upward, mixed with blue flames. Monks caught near the fire screamed as the smoke suffocated them, dizziness setting in the moment they inhaled it. Watch out for the smoke, he's tampered with it. The monks cried out as they retreated in panic. As suspected, the smoke was unnatural. All exits had been sealed to trap Pyowol, now trapping the fire and smoke instead. It spread rapidly throughout the hall. Hyobal leapt from his seat, but the dense smoke made it impossible to locate Pyowol. Screams were swallowed by fire and smoke. Without seeing it, one could tell, Pyowol was assassinating monks one by one under cover of chaos. You must escape. We'll handle him once you're outside. The 10 monks urged Hyobal, but he rejected them immediately. No, he must be killed. If he escapes, the consequences will be endless. Hyobal's eyes gleamed as immense energy gathered in his hands. He swung his arm, unleashing a storm of power. A dragon formed, vast and crimson, the supreme layer of the heavenly dragon. The dragon-shaped energy devoured the smoke and flames and blasted a massive hole through the wall. Fire and smoke were expelled through the opening, along with the dragon. It was overwhelming force. Had it struck a human body instead of a wall, nothing would have remained. With their vision restored, the monks staggered to their feet. Unbelievable. My God. Dozens of monks lay dead. In that brief window, Pyowol and the children had slaughtered them. The fire and smoke posed no obstacle to Pyowol. Even in the worst conditions, he could precisely sense his enemies. Pyowol leapt through the hole in a wall. Soma, Gian, and Yunyo followed instantly. Chase them. Hyobal roared, his face contorted with fury. What was meant to turn the tide had instead provided their escape, an outright insult. I'll kill him myself. No longer willing to wait, Hyobal pursued them, followed by the 10 monks, the demon blood monks, and the rest of the sect. With Hyobal close behind, Pyowol burst into a vast structure. It was Manbiop Palace. Hukum frowned in confusion. Why Manbiop Palace? This was the place he knew best. He couldn't understand why Pyowol would come here. The answer came immediately. Pyowol vanished into the underground passage beneath the palace, the area where Dugong and his disciples studied poison. Realization struck Hukum, draining the color from his face. Oh no! His cry was swallowed by the noise of the pursuing monks. Hyobal and the others plunged into the passage without hesitation, unfamiliar with its dangers. Many feared this place, especially Dugong's poison laboratory. Then, a muffled explosion echoed from within the passage. Smoke poured out. The confrontation with Fengzan left Pyowol with a lot of homework. Pyowol had previously assassinated many martial arts experts without much difficulty using the assassination methods he had learned in the underground cave. However, dealing with an expert who is on the same level as Fengzan requires something different. Realizing his shortcomings, Pyowol tried to maximize his martial arts, and as a result, he gained some enlightenment. It was just a small realization. Nevertheless, it's something he could use immediately. It was Demon's Hell. Demon's Hell is not a martial arts technique. It is a fighting style that only Pyowol, who is an assassin, could do. It's an extreme method of misleading the enemy, luring them into making a mistake and then making them flustered by exposing their weaknesses. To do this, Pyowol must dodge the enemy's attack by a single hair difference. If he dodges their attacks effortlessly, he will never be able to lure the enemy into acting his way. It was a method that could not even be attempted without having enough confidence in one's own abilities, the decisiveness to throw oneself at risk, and the courage to not blink even in a dangerous situation. With an intermittent difference, another attack passed by Pyowol's shoulder. Even though he was not hit directly, his skin twisted spirally in the aftermath of the ki-filled attack, resulting in dark red blood bruises. Pyowol suppressed the pain and endured it. He was also human. He could feel pain and suffering just like everyone else. The only difference is that he knows how to put up with the pain. Pyowol dragged Hyobal into the Devil's Hell without a change in his expression. He had imagined it countless times, but this was the first time he used the fighting style himself. One mistake can cost his life. It was like riding a single rope to traverse a cliff. The only thing he can step on is one thin string. That's the situation Pyowol is in now. How long are you going to run away like a coward? Yolbul's anger exploded and a stream of ki swirled around his body. The fluctuation of his chi only happened for a moment. But for Pyeolwol, it felt like an eternity. Without hesitation, Pyeolwol flew towards the turbulent chi. The explosive chi tore apart his clothing and skin. Blood gushed out and excruciating pain ran up his spine. But not once did Pyeolwol let out a groan. If he wants something, he has to pay a corresponding price. In order to take the life of a powerful enemy, he must also suffer and endure an equal amount of pain and injuries. His side was slashed and blood splattered. Wounds also appeared on his thighs. But Pyeolwol ignored all the painful wounds. When Pyeolwol finally passed through the stream of chi, he threw a ghost dagger towards Hyolbul. Hyolbul groaned. The solar plexus is one of the deadliest vital points of a human being. There was no way he was going to be okay since a dagger was stuck in such a vital point. Pyeolwol unleashed a black lightning after seeing Hyolbul's state. What unfolded next was Jailbreak 2, which concentrated all energy on one point. Pyeolwol's jailbreak shook the inside of his body by using the ghost dagger as the medium. Like how a single droplet that falls on calm waters could create ripples, Pyeolwol's jailbreak, which uses the ghost dagger as a medium to penetrate through, had caused ripples inside Hyolbul's body. He looked down at his solar plexus with an expression that he couldn't believe what had transpired. His great internal energy that previously supported him was starting to dissipate. As his strength drained away, rapid aging took place in his body. His skin became wrinkled, and his eyes became cloudy. Once the 10 monks who were dealing with Soma and the children saw the scene, they ran frantically to save Hyolbul. Soma and the children tenaciously tried to catch them. However, the 5 men ran towards Pyeolwol. That was then. The underground cave shook as if a bomb had exploded. Hookum frowned in surprise at the unexpected situation. At that moment, a huge man fell in front of Pyeolwol. He was a man with bulging eyes and closed lips resembling a tiger. He also had a steel tower-like body. His entire body was radiating a dominating energy like a storm. Without looking back, the man said to Pyeolwol, "Are you okay, buddy? I had a hard time chasing after you because you didn't leave a trace. Fortunately, I'm not too late." Jin Jimwoo, a man who was like a tiger, grinned. A thick layer of dust had piled up on his shoulders. Jin Juum-woo had sent Won Ge-young back to Chengdu alone, while he went to track and follow Pyeolwol. This is because while Pyeolwol was the enemy who killed Seo Mun-pyung, he was also the benefactor who saved Won Ge-young. At the crossroads of resentment and grace, he agonized for a moment. His decision was to return the favor for now, then the grudge could be settled afterward. Jin Jiam-woo had to desperately chase after Pyeolwol, who did not leave any traces. Furthermore, Jin Jiam-woo does not know any tracking techniques, so he should not have ever been able to track Pyeolwol. But what he lacked was made up with his extraordinary intelligence and memory. As he crossed the western plateau of Sichuan province, he remembered the words Pyeolwol had said. While Pyeolwol had been following Hukum and Won Ga-young, he also explained the basics of the tracking technique. The survivors of the Shaolayan temple were running madly at them. The eyes of the monks who lost their sect leader and their companions overnight were turned upside down. They had nothing more to lose. They threw themselves at Pyeolwol and Jin Jumwoo. Jin Jumwoo walked towards them and said, "I'll take care of the rest, my friend. We're not friends." Jin Jumwoo's sword cut through the underground cave. All his life, Hukum had manipulated others, toyed with their minds, and treated fear as something that belonged only to his victims. Yet now, terror gripped him completely. Jin Jiamwoo's appearance at the end of the battle had crushed the morale of the Shaolayan Temple's monks with overwhelming force. But Jin Jiamwoo was not the one Hukum feared. Hukum had never been afraid of warriors who sought direct confrontation. Even if they possessed great strength, their movements were predictable. Against such opponents, he could simply evade them, wait patiently, and strike when the perfect opportunity for revenge presented itself. Pyeolwol was different. It wasn't just his martial prowess. It was his awareness, his cruelty, and the relentless tenacity with which he pursued his prey to the very end. He was nothing like an ordinary warrior. In his entire life, Hukum had never encountered nor even imagined someone like Pyeolwol. When it came to making enemies, there was no one more terrifying. Hukum didn't even dare think of revenge anymore. He didn't even bother packing his belongings. All that mattered was escaping this place as fast as possible. I'll go to Patala Palace. Even he won't be able to chase me there. He already had a destination in mind. Patala Palace was far from the Shaolayan temple. No matter how exceptional Pyeolwol was, Hukum believed he wouldn't be able to follow him that far. He ran like a madman. He ran until his lungs burned and his heart felt as though it would burst. I should be safe now, right? He was far from the Shaolayan temple. Surely he could rest at least for a moment. Hukum leaned against a massive tree, gasping for breath. He had no intention of staying long. Once his breathing steadied, he planned to leave immediately. After a brief rest, the violent pounding of his heart finally subsided. It was time to move. Hukum pushed off the tree. Bang! Something suddenly wrapped around his neck and yanked him violently backward. His head slammed against the tree as he screamed in pain. Pure terror filled his eyes. Even without seeing it, he knew. It's him. He's been chasing me. The thread constricting his neck was proof. The thin thread tightened around both his neck and the thick trunk of the tree. With the slightest movement, it threatened to dig into his flesh. A grotesque gasp escaped his lips. The thread moved soundlessly, piercing straight through Hukum's throat. Yet he felt no pain. In an instant, the thread severed both Hukum's neck and the tree behind him. His head fell to the ground, rolling several times before stopping at Pyeolwol's feet. The light faded completely from Hukum's eyes. That was the end of Hukum. With his death, he was finally freed from his fear of Pyeolwol. A building with over 100 years of history burned fiercely. Soma and the children watched the scene with relieved expressions. They were the ones who had set the Shalayan temple ablaze. This was their revenge. Revenge against the temple that had tormented them and their families for years. Brother, please take me with you. You're stronger than me. Even if I go wild, you can stop me. At that moment, Yunyo, who had been silent until now, stepped forward and took Pyeolwol's hand. Take me too. My parents already consider me dead. I have nowhere to go. Then Gyeon quietly moved to stand behind Pyeolwol as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Seeing this, Jin Jung-woo smiled. They all came rushing at you at once. Congratulations, you've gained some companions. No matter the outcome, Jin Jung-woo said, I'll forget the grudge over Seo Moonpyong after this fight. It doesn't matter whether you forget or not. Maybe, but my heart won't allow it. I don't want to carry that burden any longer. You live a complicated life. Isn't Jong-hoo complicated by nature? Perhaps Seo Moonpyong was only an excuse. Jin Jian-woo's blood was boiling. After witnessing Pyeolwol's battle at the Shalayan temple, the heat in his veins had only intensified. He wanted to fight, to clash with everything he had. His warrior's instinct demanded it. Normally, reason would have cooled such impulses, but not now. This was the perfect moment. The heat radiating from Jin Jung-woo reached Pyeolwol. Unlike him, Pyeolwol felt no need for competition. For an assassin, such desires were a luxury. Yet he had gained enlightenment during the fierce battle at Shalayan temple and needed to test it. That was why he accepted. Gyeon spoke. Who do you think will win? Brother, that iron tower-looking man seems strong too. Yunyo looked worried. Their energy flows are different. Brother is like a needle. That man is like a hammer. So brother is sharp, and the iron tower is overwhelming. That's right. Gyeon understood perfectly. He turned to Soma. Soma was gone. He was already sitting atop the hill, watching the battle. From the hill, the fight was clearly visible. Wow, their voices scattered into the wind. This is the item Mr. Yu's son asked us to deliver. Yuki-cheon's eyes widened. The escorts placed the box before him. He opened it carefully. Inside were several ancient booklets with yellowed pages. It's the original. He returned it reverently to the box. The contents were considered sacred. Long ago, a high priest of Jungwon had delivered the original Buddhist scriptures to Seo Guksong. Every Buddhist text circulating in Jonghu today was merely a translation of these originals. Yuki Cheon had searched for them for many years. Thank you for delivering such a priceless treasure safely. I will reward you generously. I own the Grand Guest House in central Chengdu. Stay there. I'll have my secretary handle the compensation. Seo Gukson felt he had struck gold. Maintaining ties with Yuki Cheon meant long-term business with one of the world's greatest merchant groups. An escort company's dream. I'm covering the drinks tonight. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Cheers erupted. My lord, you're the best. Food and alcohol flowed freely. Chief Escort Sagong Yoon, however, sat with a sour expression. Sagong Yoon, in his early 20s, lacked the skill and experience of a true leader. He held his position only because he was Seo Gukson's nephew. Damn it, what's the point of drinking without women? He had been infamous as a playboy back home. Unable to control him, his father sent him to the escort corps to straighten him out. Unlike the others, Sagong Yoon couldn't enjoy himself. Eventually, he slipped away. Better head to a brothel. Finding one was easy. Just follow the red lanterns. Before long, Sagong Yoon noticed a girl. She appeared 13 or 14. There was something unusual about her presence. Her lowered gaze, her pale neck, the quiet air around her. Sagong Yoon was captivated. As he followed her, he noticed something odd. She's blind. At intersections, she felt along walls and listened carefully. Sagong Yoon smiled. Even better, his desires surged. She headed toward Sintian Road. That's where Snowcloud Villa is. For a moment, he hesitated, then dismissed his fear. A blind girl won't recognize me. She stopped before a mansion with towering red pine trees. A servant opened the door and let her inside. The door closed. Sagong Yoon couldn't hold back any longer. He vaulted the wall with ease. A lamp glowed inside. She's there, just as he landed. Who are you? A child's voice. Sagong Yoon froze. Turning around, he saw a smiling boy, no more than 6 or 7 years old, 7 rings hanging around his neck. Who are you? I live here. What about the girl, my friend? Don't lie. It's true. Enough nonsense. But do you know? You're the 15th person to sneak into this house. Sagong Yoon's blood ran cold. Soma grinned. Every time Yunyo goes out, flies follow her home. It's annoying. Originally, the Hao clan dominated Chengdu's intelligence network, but Gyeon slowly eroded their influence. Every day, countless reports flowed into the underground space. Most were useless, but Gian could discern the hidden truth within them, refine the data, and turn it into valuable intelligence, then pass it on to Pyoul. Soma asked, "What about Yunyo? She's with brother, still practicing the zither. She's persistent. She is. Unfortunately, she doesn't have the talent." Just as Gian had found his calling, Yunyo had found hers. She loved the brothel Pyoul owned. Having never dressed extravagantly before, she was captivated by the splendor of courtesans in fine garments. Though she couldn't see, she loved wearing colorful clothes and accessories. She had no intention of selling her body, but she wanted to manage a brothel. Believing she needed to understand courtesans, she tried learning the zither. Unfortunately, she had no talent. Soma felt a quiet envy. Gian and Yunyo had both found their paths. He hadn't. Something he truly wanted to do, a direction to walk. Though he escaped Shaolin Temple, Soma was still wandering, searching. Soma laughed. It was an innocent smile, one he rarely showed to others. Unlike the expressions he usually wore in front of people, this laughter came straight from the heart. Pyoul treated Soma and the others kindly. After arriving in Chengdu together, Pyoul never forced Soma or the other children to do anything. He did not tell them what to become or what path to follow, leaving all decisions entirely to their own judgment. Gian chose to build an information network in Chengdu of his own will. Yunyo decided to run a brothel on her own terms. Pyoul had no influence over their choices. Soma understood how difficult that kind of restraint was, which made him even more grateful toward Pyoul. Soma's eyes glinted. He had noticed the letter lying beside the glass. "Who's it from?" "The Steel Tower brother." Pyoul nodded silently. Soma wrinkled his nose. "That brother is really something. Why does he send letters so often?" Over the past few months, Jin Junwoo had sent Pyoul 3 letters in total. Each one began with the same line, "To my dear friend." Pyoul never managed to read the letters to the end. Just seeing the opening phrase was enough to drain his motivation. He couldn't understand why Jin Junwoo liked him so much enough to call him a friend and act so familiarly. Even after leaving Chengdu, Jin Junwoo continued to send letters updating Pyoul about his life. "Isn't that brother's unrequited affection a bit excessive?" Soma smirked. Pyoul never replied, nor did he finish reading the letters. Even so, Jin Jianwoo showed no sign of giving up. Soma couldn't understand why Jin Jianwoo was being such a devoted friend. Does he even know his letters are being ignored? Just imagining Jin Jianwoo diligently writing letters made Soma laugh again. Soma said, "Don't you think you should reply at least once?" "It's his choice to send letters," Pyoul replied, "and it's my choice whether to respond. Fair enough." Baykrok drew his rapier. The cold blade touched the man's neck. The workshop owner's eyes snapped open. "Tang Sochu, correct?" Baykrok asked. "Who are you? The one here to take your life. Hand over the Tang family's vision." "Vision. Yes, I know you inherited it. If you give it up, I'll grant you a painless death." "Vision," Tang Sochu frowned, finally understanding. Someone coveted his clan's legacy. "The Tang family's vision is never passed to those with flawed character," Tang Sochu said. "I cannot give it to you." "Who is your client?" Tang Sochu asked. "Questions are not permitted." Blood flowed, yet Tang Sochu remained calm. Something felt wrong, too calm. None of Baikrok's previous victims had behaved like this. An ominous premonition struck him. This feeling had never been wrong. Tang Sochu asked, "Then what happens now? Will the 100 Wraith Union abandon the mission because Baykrok failed?" "They will never give up. An assassin group lives on trust. If an assassin gave up after failing a mission, their integrity would crumble. No client would hire a group they could not trust." The 100 Wraith Union, being the finest assassin group in Jianghu, was particularly sensitive to such matters. If Baykrok's failure became known, another assassin would be sent to complete the mission. The good news is, there's still time before they learn of Baykrok's fate. Typically, a mission could take anywhere from a month to a year, depending on distance and complexity. So my life is extended by a year. Tang Sochu let out a bitter laugh. Pyoul, who understood assassin psychology better than anyone, knew this was accurate. Tang Sochu had only 1 year before the Union would reassert itself. The 100 Wraith Union was notorious, the best in Jianghu. No target had ever survived their missions unless the client canceled the request. "Don't worry." Pyoul patted Tang Sochu on the shoulder. He had no intention of letting Tang Sochu die. "What will you do? You'll see." After speaking, Pyoul said nothing further. Tang Sochu moved to Red Villa. He established a new workshop on one side of the property. The walls were built with specially manufactured bricks, and the roof was covered with handmade iron tiles. Everything was done in secret for Tang Sochu's safety. Though this wouldn't fully protect him from the 100 Wraith Union, it would buy him time. "Brother." Gian emerged from the basement after a long absence. Gian had been instrumental in finding Baykrok, piecing together his identity from minor clues. "I think you should meet Yunyo." "Why?" Pyoul frowned in puzzlement. After Su Haiyang's death, he rarely visited the Divine Fragrance Pavilion. Yunyo had taken charge, expanding the brothel by 3 more locations, all on her own. The Hao clan no longer controlled Chengdu. "Welcome," the secretary greeted them. "Where's Yunyo?" She's in the VIP room. VIP room, not the annex. Yunyo only used the annex for regular matters. Being in the VIP room was unusual. Guided by the secretary, they entered. Yunyo stood to greet them. What's going on? Why call me at this hour? It's about the guest next door. Only distinguished guests are placed in VIP rooms. A guest from Henan is staying here. He's the head of Eju's Dunjiang Escort Corps. Xuan Yi is serving him. And she reported quietly that the leader said a promising Jianghu warrior had died prematurely, and the name was Jin Jianwu. Pyowo blinked. The news came out of nowhere, and it took him a moment to accept it as reality. According to the leader, Jin Jianwu, the steel-like man, was killed. Pyowo rose from his seat and headed toward the room. Yunyo and Soma watched silently. His expression was unlike anything they had ever seen. At that moment, both felt a deep, instinctive fear. Having endured harsh environments for years, the children had lost much of their natural fear. But now, Pyowo's presence reminded them what real danger felt like. Pyowo opened the VIP room door and stepped inside. Who are you? How dare you commit such disrespect? The VIP, conversing with the leader of the Dunjiang Escort Corps, frowned. A stranger had entered unexpectedly. Who are you, and how dare you barge in? Pyowo. My name is Pyowo. In an instant, the VIP's face turned white. Oh my god, why is the Reaper here? Though Winter was still far off, his body trembled violently. Is what you said true? Is Jin Jianwu dead? I'm certain. I'd even stake my life on it. How did he die? I don't know either. He was a member of the Jin family in Tianzhongshan. Even his own family was bewildered by the sudden news. Pyowo stood and stepped outside. Soma ran after him. Is it true? Is Steel Brother really dead? It seems so. Who killed Steel Brother? Tell me, I'll kill him. Pyowo brought Soma back to Red Villa. Even there, the boy's anger could not be contained, and he continued running wild. Pyowo left him alone and entered his room. Inside a drawer lay dozens of unopened letters, all from Jin Jianwu. Each began with the same phrase. To my dear friend, it's been 2 months since I went to Zhizang with you. I've traveled many places in that time. Yunnan was particularly memorable. I'll never forget my experiences there. Pyowo read another letter. To my dear friend, I'm still chasing them, but their actions are so mysterious I can't even follow. Am I chasing a mirage? I'm slowly getting tired, but I must stay strong. Another unsealed letter read, To my dear friend, I've yet to see Kowloon's head, let alone its tail. Maybe it's all an illusion. I don't know. Wouldn't it be great to see you at a time like this? I still remember crossing the western plateau of Sichuan with you. I've never felt so free. I want to live like that again someday, free from anything. When I retire from Jianghu, I want to cross the plateau with you again and fight to my heart's content. I'll never forget that night sky. How are the children? Soma, Gian, Yunyo. I miss you all. Pyowo quietly closed the letter. Though Jin Jimwoo had spent only 2 months with him over 30 years, those months had been etched deeply in his memory. Pyowo neatly folded the letters and held them close. His chest felt tight, as if a stone pressed down on him. He already knew how to channel this frustration. Jin Jimwoo was the first real man Pyowo had ever met, a man guided by belief alone, without compromise. A light shone in him, a light Pyowo could never match. It dazzled him. That was why he had pushed Jin Jimwoo away. Proximity to him threatened to diminish his own darkness. Still, he had once hoped to open his heart to Jin Jimwoo someday, but now that was impossible. They had taken Jin Jimwoo, the only man who had called himself his friend. Pyowo had never returned that sentiment, and now he never would. They will pay the price for his death. As Wuzhang Rock was about to depart for the Shaolin Temple, Yugi-chan brought 2 people with him, a young man and a young boy. The moment Wuzhang Rock saw their faces, his expression cracked. He forcibly swallowed the groan that almost escaped his mouth. The identities of those accompanying Yugi-chan were shocking. Why him? His back stiffened as goosebumps spread across his body. The man beside Yugi-chan filled him with fear. Poyowol, the man feared by every warrior in Chengdu. Beside him stood a boy with 7 wheels hanging around his neck. Wuzhang Rock trembled. Soma, one of Pyowol's 3 swords, and among them he was known as the most cruel. Wuzhang Rock bit his lip and looked at Yugi-chan, silently demanding an explanation. Yugi-chan understood his reaction and spoke calmly. There's nothing to worry about. You'll be accompanying these 2 until they leave Sichuan. Once they become familiar with Jianghu, Lord Pyo will move separately. Until then, you'll take care of them. It's their first time leaving Sichuan. Understood. Wuzhang Rock replied firmly. He had no choice anyway. He didn't know why Pyowo wanted him along, but he couldn't refuse. Nor could he show any discomfort toward the arrangement. When Pyowo decided to head into Jianghu, Soma followed naturally. Gian and Yunyo had wanted to come as well, but someone had to remain behind to protect Chengdu. Being alone with Pyowo made Soma visibly happy. As Soma hummed beside him, he suddenly asked, Brother, what kind of place is Jianghu? I hear about Jianghu all the time, but I don't know what it really is. Is it another world? I've never really thought about it, Pyowo replied bluntly. I thought you'd know. Disappointed? No, you're still my big brother. Soma grinned, revealing white teeth. Even without answers, Soma was happy. After docking, they disembarked and headed to the West Wind Guest House, located beside the Mercenary Guild. The inn was large and bustling, filled with merchant and escort groups. The noise made Pyeolwol frown briefly. He disliked such environments but endured it. The man who had been making the vulgar remarks stood up and approached them. "Hey, let's check what you've got down there." He reached toward Pyeolwol's trousers. Ordinarily, no one dared resist him. This was Wind and Thunder Clan territory after all. He assumed this time would be no different, but his hand never reached Pyeolwol. A terrifying sound filled the guest house like tens of thousands of insects buzzing at once. A wheel spun wildly through the air. It struck the man again. His remaining arm was sliced off. He screamed as blood sprayed everywhere. "That crazy little bastard, how dare you kill a Wind and Thunder Clan man?" Fear spread among the remaining warriors. "You're next, uncle." Soma pointed at another man. The warrior's face turned pale. "Wait, do you know who I am?" "No. Do I have to?" "This is Wind and Thunder Clan territory. I hope they get furious and come after me. I can't wait." Lee Yulsan knelt, showing no excuses. The fault of his subordinates was his responsibility. There was no room for denial. "I will take full responsibility. Please let the others go. They are innocent." He was willing to die to save his disciples. Pyeol asked Lee Yulsan, "Will it be a problem if I stay here?" Lee Yulsan realized he did not want to escalate the situation. "There will be no problem." He slammed his forehead on the floor, bleeding, but ignored it. Soma's voice echoed, playful yet menacing. Lee Yulsan felt his blood run cold. Even the child beside the Reaper had a devilish temper. He vowed never to offend Pyeolwol again. Pyeolwol waved his hand. Lee Yulsan understood the gesture. "Thank you. We will ensure there are no problems during your stay. Do as you please." Lee Yulsan replied frantically. It felt as if he had barely survived stepping out of death's abyss. Pyeolwol rose and went to his room. Soma followed, glancing back repeatedly with a sad expression. Each time he looked back, the guests felt their hearts pound. A beautiful girl, no older than 17 or 18, whispered to a young warrior in his early 20s, "I can't believe someone like that exists. Are there many monsters in Jonghu? If there were, the world would be hell by now. Such people are rare." "Still, I'm lucky. I struggle with my own problems, but if I became an enemy of someone like that, I'd be finished. Don't worry, Gahi. I'll get you to Heavenly Silver Market safely." Brother Mugam. The girl, Mo Gahie, looked at her bodyguard, Shin Mugam, with tearful eyes. Soma stretched and stepped out of the guest house. His face looked so innocent it was hard to believe he had killed 5 people last night. He glanced around with half-lidded eyes and made his way toward the well behind the guest house. He stopped in front of the well, tilting his head. Someone else was already there, washing their face. The girl flinched when she saw him. Mat Gahe, her beautiful face wet and her round eyes wide, looked up. Soma smiled at her. Mat Gahe's voice trembled. She still remembered what had happened the previous night. "You can wash first." "No. You were here first. I'll wait. Is that okay?" "Yes." Soma nodded and sat down on a large rock by the well. Mat Gahe glanced at him. He was a small boy, 6 or 7 years old, dressed in shabby black clothes, but his appearance was strangely impeccable. He was handsome, a boy anyone could love. But the thought vanished as soon as she noticed the 7 wheels hanging from his neck. Determined to leave as quickly as possible, she washed faster than usual. Then she heard Soma's childlike voice. "You don't have to rush like that, older sister. Take your time." Mat Gahe blushed, embarrassed, as if Soma had read her mind. Seeing her stammer, Soma smirked. "No matter what happens, I won't kill you." "Oh, thank you." Mat Gahe left the well without properly wiping the water from her face. Even after leaving the guest house, Soma kept muttering something under his breath. When Pyeolwol's gaze met his, Soma hurriedly hid what he was holding behind his back. Pyeolwol squinted and frowned at Soma's unusual behavior. Soma realized his mistake and smiled bashfully. "This is beef jerky made by the older sister I met at the guest house. Do you want some?" "It's all right." At Pyeolwol's reply, the tension on Soma's face melted like snow. The beef jerky Mat Gahe had given him was delicious. At first, he thought he would only get a bite, but he soon couldn't stop. By the time he came to his senses, he had eaten 3/4 of it. Soma carefully packed the few remaining pieces into his arms. "I'm going to save this from now on." He decided that the next time he met Mat Gahe, he had to learn the secret to making beef jerky. Shinmugam dropped to one knee, gripping his sword tightly. Mat Gahe, who stood behind him, tried to rush forward, but Shinmugam raised a hand to stop her. "It's dangerous. Stay behind me. I will protect you." Shinmugam straightened his back and stood tall. Standing before him were the men who had attacked. All 7 emitted a rough, unrefined aura, warriors who had grown strong in the wilderness rather than in prestigious sects. "Mercenaries." Shinmugam pointed his sword at them and spoke. "Who are you? Who ordered you to attack us?" "You don't need to know. Just hand over the sword, Gongbu." Shinmugam's eyes shook. He carried 2 swords. "If you give us Gongbu, we'll spare your life. That sword's existence is a top secret. Who ordered this?" "You sure talk a lot. Looks like you won't give it up willingly." "Fine. We weren't planning to spare you anyway." Gongbu possessed no extraordinary abilities. It was only slightly sharper and harder than ordinary swords. What made it special was its history. Longyuan and Taiyi had belonged to heroes of the first generation. As a result, they were revered as heroes' swords. Gongbu, on the other hand, was known only by name. Its owner was never recorded. Over time, Longyuan and Taiyi vanished. Whether they were destroyed or buried with their owners was unknown. What mattered was that they were unlikely to ever reappear. That made Gongbu all the more coveted. Perhaps it was passed down as a hidden family treasure. The sword belonged to the Mok family, and for some reason, Mok Gahe was heading to Enshi with it. Baek Jingung's mission was to seize Gongbu along the way. Although the client had instructed him not to kill them, Baek Jingung had no intention of following that order. Kill them, leave no loose ends. If rumors spread that he possessed Gongbu, countless people would hunt him. The demon-chasing team launched their assault. They were experts at this kind of work. They quickly realized that Mok Gahye was Shin Mugum's weakness and focused their attacks on her. Though Mok Gahi possessed refined martial skills befitting a noble family, she lacked real combat experience and struggled against the mercenaries' brutal onslaught. Just as expected, a cruel smile crept across his lips. Under normal circumstances, fighting Shin Mugum would have cost the demon-chasing team heavy casualties. Even Baek Jin-gung wasn't confident of victory in a fair fight, but Shin Mugum carried a burden. Mok Gahe. Baek Jin-gung didn't care if people called him cowardly. If he valued honor, he would have joined a prestigious sect instead of becoming a mercenary. He was willing to dirty his hands to achieve his goal. Leaving Shin Mugum to his subordinates, Baek Jin-gung lunged directly at Mok Gahe. Unable to withstand the attack any longer, Mok Gahe was struck deeply in the side. Her scream pierced Shin Mugum's heart. He rushed to her without hesitation, taking wounds in the process. Pain no longer registered. His mind was consumed by a single thought: save her. Brother. Tears streamed down Mok Gahe's face as she looked at him. His back was drenched in red. She squeezed her eyes shut. Watching him suffer because of her hurt more than death itself. I'm holding him back. Tears spilled down her cheeks. It's over. Press harder. Baek Jin-gung urged his men on. Mok Gahe was on the verge of despair when, Sister, do you have more beef jerky? Mok Gahe froze and looked up. A young boy in loose clothing stood before her. The sight was surreal. Despite being completely surrounded, a child had effortlessly walked through the encirclement. Neither she nor Shin Mugum had managed to break free. Yet this boy had. Mok Gahe shook her head weakly. That was the last one. Really? But I can make more. Really? Soma's disappointed face brightened instantly. I can make it quickly. I promise. You promise I'll make it if you save us. Sister, do you want me to kill them all? A chill crawled down Mok Gahe's spine. She alone understood how terrifying those words were. Under normal circumstances, she would never have answered. But seeing Shin Mugum covered in blood shattered her reason. Yes. Soma grinned brightly. The demon-chasing team stared in disbelief. A horrifying sound rang out as blood erupted from a mercenary's neck. A wheel had severed his throat. Before anyone could react, 7 wheels were already spinning around Soma. Every time the wheel cut through the air, a warrior of the demon-chasing team collapsed, blood spraying everywhere. Soma sent the wheels flying one after another. Some warriors swung their weapons and struck the wheels. However, instead of falling, the wheels curved through the air and returned along bizarre trajectories. Mok Gahe and Shin Mugum stared at Soma in disbelief. They knew Soma was strong, but they never imagined he could overwhelm 20 warriors alone. The demon-chasing team, the nightmare that had nearly killed them, was annihilated in moments. By a boy who looked no older than 6 or 7. Soma trotted over to Mok Gahe, smiling brightly. To Mok Gahe and Shin Mugum, that smile looked demonic. Still, he had saved them. Forcing herself, Mok Gahe bowed. Thank you for saving us. That doesn't matter. You'll keep your promise, right? Oh, of course. Soma laughed happily. At that moment, Pyo-wol approached. Soma was terrifying, but Pyo-wol was on another level. Just looking at him made their hearts seize. They couldn't sense anything from him. It was like facing a ghost. Yet his beauty was unreal, almost divine. Did you say Gongbu? May I see it? Shin Mugum hesitated and stepped back. He assumed Pyo-wol desired the sword. Then Mok Gahe spoke firmly. Brother, give it to him. We can't protect it ourselves. When Pyo-wol removed the white cloth, an ancient blade was revealed. The scabbard and hilt were engraved with intricate, colorful patterns. Pyo-wol drew the sword. Gongbu revealed its elegant form. The blade was relatively short, thick at the base, and sharply tapered toward the tip, a design rarely seen in modern weapons. Its length, balance, and form were ill-suited for actual combat. Even so, its craftsmanship was flawless. If asked whether he would use it, Pyo-wol would refuse immediately. It was difficult to wield. It's better as a ceremonial sword. Long ago, mankind's first weapons were simple blades, axes, and knives made purely for killing. The sword came later, when people sought to commune with heaven. Unlike intuitive weapons, the sword required discipline and intent. It was less practical, but far more symbolic. People believed the sword bridged heaven and man. Thus, it was called the King of Weapons. Where are you taking this sword? Shin Mugum stayed silent. He knew he stood no chance against Pyo-wol, yet he couldn't betray Mok Gahe's secrets. Mok Gahe spoke instead. We were heading to Enshi's heavenly silver marketplace. That sword is my dowry. Dowry. A gift the bride brings to her husband's family. The only treasure left to our family is Gongbu. A vast green bamboo forest stretched endlessly. Whenever the wind blew, the bamboo swayed in unison, like waves rolling across the sea. At its center stood a massive manor. A man in his mid-40s, dressed neatly, stepped forward. He was the steward responsible for the Bamboo Sea Clan's external affairs. What is it, Uncle Yu? It failed. News just arrived that Baek Jin-gung and all members of the demon-chasing team were killed. They were capable of defeating the demon-chasing team. I couldn't determine the cause. Place an inquiry with the Hao clan. I will. Things rarely go as I intend. I believed the demon-chasing team would succeed. This failure is my fault, miss. No, I thought the same. I'll make arrangements elsewhere immediately. There's no need. Perhaps this is for the best. Ever since I issued that commission, I felt uneasy. She sighed softly. Still, if the sword reaches the sect leader of Rain Mountain Manor, the Heavenly Silver Marketplace will receive even stronger backing. Zhang Pyong-san, the sect leader of Rain Mountain Manor, was a famed swordsman and an obsessive collector of renowned blades. His fixation on swords was well known. He even maintained a separate warehouse solely for storing the swords he collected. Zhang Pyong-san was particularly obsessed with ancient blades, swords with historical significance. His obsession with weapons wielded by legendary warriors bordered on madness. We must invite someone capable of restraining Zhang Pyong-san. Is there such a warrior? To counter him, we'd need someone on the level of the 8 constellations. Don't worry, I know someone. If I contact them, they will surely respond. Monitor the Heavenly Silver Marketplace closely. I don't know what provocations they may attempt next. Yes, miss? Eugene Wong withdrew. Left alone, Yo Hua Young looked up at the sky. The world appears so peaceful, yet our sect suffers endlessly. Has our fortune truly run out? She knew well that nothing beneath the heavens lasted forever. The Bamboo Sea Clan could not retain its glory indefinitely. Even so, Yo Hua Young wished, if only a little, that its legacy might endure longer. As the party drew closer to their destination, the expressions on Mat Gahe's and Shin Mugam's faces grew darker. When the ship finally docked at Enshi, Mat Gahe looked as though she was on the verge of tears. Waiting at the main gate was a man in his early 50s. He had clear eyes and a tidy appearance that gave off a refined impression. After surveying the group, he spoke. Welcome. My name is Mei Bulgun, steward of the Heavenly Silver Marketplace. Thank you for visiting. You must be tired from your journey. Please rest and attend the evening banquet. Thank you for the invitation, Lord Mei. No, the pleasure is mine. Let us speak further at dinner. For now, please rest. We have prepared a guest hall for everyone. Very well, we'll speak this evening. At that time, the banquet will be hosted by our sect leader himself. I understand. I look forward to seeing you later, Lord Wu. Mei Bulgan then turned to Mak Gahye. We have prepared a separate residence for Lady Mak. I want to stay with them. Pardon. Mei Bulgun blinked, clearly caught off guard. Maintaining a polite smile, he replied, The sect leader personally instructed us to give Lady Mak special treatment. If word spreads that you're staying in the guest hall, it may cause a stir. Why must I receive special treatment? I am not yet a member of the Heavenly Silver Marketplace. Wouldn't it be more appropriate for me to stay in the guest hall? M.A. Bulgan's expression hardened briefly, but with so many eyes watching, he quickly recovered. If that is Lady Mak's wish, then so be it. We will arrange a room for you in the guest hall. If you feel uncomfortable at any point, please inform us immediately. Thank you. Mak Gahe bowed her head. For a fleeting moment, Mei Bulgan's gaze lingered on her, but when she looked up, his expression was once again composed. I will see you this evening, Lady Mak. After he departed, Mak Gahe exhaled shakily. She tried to remain calm, but her nerves were frayed. Everything here felt foreign and frightening. If not for Shin Mugam, she might have collapsed in tears. Are you all right? Shin Mugam asked quietly. I'm fine. Really. Gahye, I said I'm fine. All right. Just then, sister. A familiar voice rang out. What is it, Soma? Do you want me to kill him? The steward. Should I kill him? Oh no, absolutely not. Mak Gahe panicked and immediately shut him down. After circling the city, Pyeolwol entered the downtown district. Here, it was no different from anywhere else. Pubs, guest houses, and brothels lined the streets, overflowing with people. He was here to observe the city and gather information about the Heavenly Silver Marketplace. It was something he always did, learning the terrain, memorizing the atmosphere, a habit ingrained by survival. Each small act might one day save his life. As he paused near the entrance of a guest house, "Could you move for a moment?" A woman's voice came from behind him. Turning around, Pyeolwol saw a woman with her face covered, standing quietly before him. The two eyes visible above the cotton scarf were deep and mellow. They were the kind of eyes that concealed their inner thoughts so thoroughly that no one could read what lay inside. People with eyes like these possessed foresight. An iron sword hung at the woman's waist. Compared to her flashy attire, it was an excessively crude and heavy weapon. Without saying a word, Pyeolwol stepped aside. The woman slightly bowed her head toward him. She passed by Pyeolwol and entered the guest house. He observed the flow of people who was arriving and who was leaving. After watching the street for a long while, hunger crept up on him. Without bothering to search for another place, Pyeolwol entered the same guest house the woman had just gone into. There were quite a few people inside, making the place noisy. However, the interior was spacious and several seats were still empty. Pyeolwol took one of them. After ordering a simple meal from the waiter, he turned his gaze toward the window. Though his eyes were focused outside, his ears were carefully listening to the conversations within the guest house. The Heavenly Silver Marketplace's momentum is terrifying. At this rate, they'll really defeat the Bamboo Sea Clan and take control of the region. I feel sorry for Lady Yo of the Bamboo Sea Clan. If only their sect leader were healthier, she wouldn't have been pushed this far. Is it really his health? Isn't it more because of his gentle temperament? He hates unnecessary conflict and emotional confrontations, so he kept yielding to the Heavenly Silver Marketplace. That's how things ended up like this. Whatever the reason, Lady Yo's situation is pitiful. There were only so many topics that strangers could discuss together. Among the most popular were the two major powers currently dominating Enshi. Pyoel did not expect to obtain information easily. It was impossible to get completely reliable information from a guest house. Most people exaggerated stories, adding speculation and imagination to make them more entertaining. Still, truth was always mixed in. As Pyoel listened to various conversations, he noticed overlapping details. He regarded those shared points as the core of the rumor. By cross-checking information this way, he could gradually approach the truth. The one who hired the demon-chasing team is most likely the sect leader of the Bamboo Sea Clan. There was no concrete evidence, only conjecture, but Pyoel believed it to be true. A powerful wave suddenly struck Pyoel's senses, snapping him out of his thoughts. Chi flow was the manifestation of a warrior's chi. Each person's ki had unique characteristics. Even among 1,000 warriors, no two would be the same. The flow of ki was influenced by countless factors: internal energy, personality, and the type of martial arts practiced. Some warriors preferred to conceal their chi, while others enjoyed displaying it. This chi belonged to the former. Its owner had no intention of revealing himself. As proof, no one else in the guest house seemed aware of it. The chi flow was so faint that only someone of Pyoel's level could detect it. The old man scanned the interior briefly before heading straight toward the stairs leading to the second floor. A thick sword hung at his waist. Pyoel called over the waiter. "May I move to the next floor? I'm sorry. That floor has been completely rented by another guest." "Who rented it?" "I'm not sure. The owner personally received the guest. Would you like me to find out?" "No, it's fine." Asking further questions would only draw unnecessary attention. Instead, Pyoel scanned the guest house again. The woman wearing the cotton scarf was nowhere to be seen. He immediately realized that she was the one who had rented the entire floor. Though he was curious about her identity, Pyoel decided not to pursue it. He had a feeling that getting involved would only drag him into something troublesome. Just as Pyoel was about to stand up, bang! The guesthouse door flew open violently. Someone had kicked it. The door trembled as it remained wide open. A group of warriors stormed inside. The moment they appeared, the entire guesthouse fell silent. The guests recognized who they were. They're from the Heavenly Silver Marketplace. Why are they here? At the center stood a young man. Though his eyes were sharp and cold, his appearance was enough to make anyone glance twice. Isn't that Lord Hua Okegi of the Heavenly Silver Marketplace? Why would he come here? Hua Okegi swept his gaze across the guest house. Those who met his eyes quickly bowed their heads, unwilling to attract attention. Then, a faint glint appeared in his eyes. Everyone had avoided his gaze, except one man. Hua Okegi stared at him briefly, but soon lost interest. He had another purpose today. As if responding to the commotion, a man and a woman descended the stairs. The moment Hua Okegi saw the woman, his eyes flickered. Though her face was covered, he immediately recognized her. "Greetings, Lady Yo. What brings Lord Hua here? I heard that Lady Yo was staying here." Her true identity was Yo Hua Young of the Bamboo Sea Clan. Her visit had been meant to remain secret. She even wore a veil she normally did not use, yet Hua Okegi knew she was here, which meant information was leaking from within the Bamboo Sea Clan. How many have already submitted to the Heavenly Silver Marketplace? Their most detestable trait was turning former allies into spies. Yo Hua Young had already identified and expelled many such traitors, yet it seemed some still remained. Her expression hardened. "Thank you for coming, but I have nothing to discuss with Lord Hua. Come now, let's talk. Isn't cooperation better?" "I'm leaving." She attempted to pass him. At that moment, a man stepped forward and blocked her path. Lord Hua has not finished speaking. He was a large man in his mid-30s, with massive hands like pot lids. It was Huangbo Chisung, Hua Okegi's bodyguard. Yo Hua Young recognized him immediately. "Lord Huangbo, I heard you rejected our offer and joined the Heavenly Silver Marketplace. I had no choice, their terms were better. So you're that kind of man. Many mouths depend on me. Do you not value honor?" "I learned long ago that honor cannot feed people. I'm a mercenary now. Why would I need honor?" "Zhonghu has changed." Huangbo Chisung closed his eyes briefly. There was a time when honor meant everything, but those who chased it lost everything and were forgotten. Huangbo Chisung roared. The objects in the guest house shook violently. Yo Hua Young frowned. Then, the old man behind her stepped forward. Huangbo Chisung's roar was abruptly cut off. The old man's ki suppressed it completely. He stared at Huangbo Chisung with fierce eyes. "That's enough." The moment the old man stepped forward, the air inside the guest house changed. The already tense atmosphere grew even heavier, as if it were about to burst. A vigilant light appeared in Huangbo Chisung's eyes. Merely facing the old man sharpened his nerves like a blade. His body instinctively sensed danger and responded. When the old man had stood behind Yohua Yang, Huangbo Chixiong had felt no trace of qi from him. It was as though the man did not exist at all. But the instant he stepped forward, his qi surged forth and pressed down on the heavenly silver marketplace's warriors with overwhelming force. A master. Huangbo Chixiong realized that the old man was a master of a level rarely seen. He spoke respectfully. This junior is Huangbo Chixiong. May I know senior's name? I am Akchusan, the Lion Sword. Huangbo Chisung's eyes widened involuntarily. Lion Sword, Akchusan, he was one of the foremost masters in Zhonghu. Although the 11 superpowers of Zhonghu were represented by the 2 factions, 3 clans, 3 packs, and 3 manors, it was said that Akchusan stood only 1 step below the 8 constellations and the 3 saints. Even then, most believed the gap was not significant. What brings you here, senior? They had never expected Akchusan to appear here. As far as they knew, he had no connection to the Bamboo Sea clan. That he was accompanying Yo Hua Young confused him. I have a small connection with this child's master. I could not refuse her request. I am Hua Okegi of the Heavenly Silver Marketplace. This is an issue between Lady Yo and myself. Why not observe from the side? You're a coward. How can you say you'll resolve this matter alone when you're surrounded by subordinates? Do you truly believe that's fair? Hua Okegi's face flushed red. He couldn't find an excuse. Then, how dare you insult our lord? A man behind Huangbo Chaisung shouted in rage. Unlike Huangbo Chaisung, he had served Hua Okegi for a long time. Seeing his master rebuked by Akchusan, he lost his composure. Akchusan's eyes widened instantly. What did you say? I said you're a crazy old man. Hua Okegi panicked. A terrifying sound rang out faster than his voice. The wall of the guest house exploded. The man who had insulted Akchusan was left with only his lower body. His upper body had completely vanished. The Heavenly Silver Marketplace's warriors recoiled in horror. Only then did they understand how terrifying the old man before them truly was. Everyone retreated, except Huangbo Chizung. Though he had sold his services for money, he was still a proud warrior. If he backed down in fear, no one would ever hire him again. He desperately wanted to avoid fighting Akchusan, but life inevitably presented moments one could not flee from. Leave first. Lord Ak is furious. This cannot be resolved through words. Akchusan radiated violent killing intent. Where do you think you're going? Akchusan said coldly. A subordinate's mistake is a master's responsibility. Shouldn't you bear it? Hua Okegi's face turned pale. Facing a master of Akchusan's level head-on would devastate his mind. Huangbo Chisung stepped forward. Lord Hua has nothing to do with this. You'll have to go through me first. You overestimate yourself, Akchusan sneered. Do you think a little fame in Zhonghu allows you to stand against me? How could a junior think that? I only hope today's conflict ends with me, so you'll take full responsibility. Your resolve is admirable. I hope your ability matches it. I will do my utmost not to disappoint. Who do you think will win? Of course Lord Ak. Lord Huangbo is strong, but he can't compare to the Lion Sword. I'll bet Lord Ak wins in 20 seconds. What if he lasts 30? People even placed wagers. Yohua Young watched with a hollow expression. Her clan's survival was at stake, yet to them it was entertainment. After everything the Bamboo Sea clan has done for Enshi, her heart grew cold. It's over. Someone had won. Pilwal already knew who. Huangbo Chisung's chi had vanished, while Akchusan still raged violently, as expected of the Lion Sword. He finished in 25 seconds. Incredible. Cheers erupted. Akchusan stood proudly, hands clasped behind his back. Before him, Huangbo Chisung knelt, head bowed. His left shoulder was gone, his arm severed cleanly. For a warrior, losing an arm was the end. Balance, power, technique, everything was destroyed. Even if he healed, his martial arts would never return. Akchusan could have stopped with a warning, but he chose to sever the arm to assert his authority. The Bamboo Sea clan needed to remind the Heavenly Silver Marketplace that they were still alive. Huangbo Chizung had become the sacrifice. She looked around. Hua Okegi and his subordinates had already fled. She turned to Akchusan. Let's go. As the crowd dispersed, only Huangbo Chisung and Pilwal remained. Rain poured down, soaking Huangbo Chisung's body. Still, he did not move. He could not return to the Heavenly Silver Marketplace. His life as a warrior was over, and his master had abandoned him. Where should I go? He lifted his head in despair. Before him stood a man gazing down with indifferent eyes. If the 3 fists of the Heavenly King had been completed, would everything have been different? Would he have chosen martial arts over money? Regret came far too late. Huangbo Chizung closed his eyes and sobbed. Fortunately, the rain concealed his tears. Hyowol watched him in silence. He understood the despair Huangbo Chisung was feeling, but overcoming it was something only Huangbo Chisung himself could do. Would he continue to collapse, or would he rise? Curious, Pyowal kept watching. What is it? Huangbo Chisung said bitterly. Do you want to laugh at me until the end? Go ahead. As you can see, I'm a fool with no arm. Losing an arm isn't a big deal, Pyo replied. Losing your spirit is. What would you know? Huangbo Qisiang shouted. Losing one arm doesn't mean you've lost all your martial arts. Then what should I do? Start over. Direct the flow of your internal qi. Instead of dividing it between both arms, concentrate it entirely into your remaining arm. Perform the techniques you once used with two arms using only one. Is that even possible? Are you going to give up just because it might be impossible? If that's all you can handle, then live like this for the rest of your life. Pyo walked away without hesitation. He felt no particular attachment to Huangbo Shizong. He had only wanted to see whether the man could overcome his despair. Something flew through the air and landed before Pyo. It was the severed arm. Huangbo Qizong had thrown it away. When Pyo turned around, he saw Huangbo Qisheng kneeling. "Help me! You said there was a way, didn't you?" Fear filled Huangbo Qisheng's eyes, but the emptiness was gone. He was desperate, grasping at even the smallest thread of hope. More than anything, he sensed that Pyo was different, not just because he had stayed behind. The moment he looked into Pyo unmoving eyes, Huangbo Qisheng instinctively knew these were the eyes of someone who had crawled out of a despair deeper than his own. For the first time, interest flickered in Pyo's eyes. Huangbo Qisiang's expression reminded him of someone he had long forgotten, So Yaowol, a girl trapped with him in an underground cave. Like Huangbo Qizong, she had clung desperately to survival, though she overcame her trials on her own, while Huangbo Qizong begged for help. They stopped at an abandoned house on the outskirts of Enshi. The roof barely held, but it blocked the rain. "Sit." Huangbo Qisung sat cross-legged without a word. Pyo reached into his black dragon robe and withdrew silver needles. Huangbo Qisung cried out in pain. Though the needles were hair-thin, the pain was unbearable, as if lightning struck each point. Unable to endure it, he screamed. He embedded 20 needles, all concentrated along Huangbo Qisung's left torso. The left meridian was completely sealed, a restriction. Now, Huangbo Qisung's qi could no longer flow into the left side of his body. Pyo explained calmly, "Qi naturally flows to both arms, but with your left arm gone, that flow is wasted. Block the leak and concentrate everything into your right arm." As a seasoned warrior, he immediately grasped the concept. Pyo continued, "It won't be easy, but you have no choice. If you can't handle it, then give up and retire from Zhonghu." "You half-baked bastard," Hua Yuqian roared. "How could you abandon someone like Huangbo Qisheng just because he lost an arm?" He knew better than anyone how dangerous a man at rock bottom could be in Zhonghu. Such a person might not be a threat now, but if the heavenly silver marketplace were to weaken or face a crisis, that same man could become a devastating variable. No one would truly devote themselves to a sect leader who so easily discarded his subordinates. Small incidents like this accumulated, eventually leading to the collapse of even a rapidly growing power like the heavenly silver marketplace. Hua Yuqian sighed at his pathetic son. Still, he didn't allow himself to remain scowling. "Steward May." "Yes, my lord?" Steward May Bolgun appeared at once. "How are the banquet preparations?" "Everything has been prepared perfectly." "Are you certain?" "I've checked multiple times. There shouldn't be any problems." Hua Yuqian nodded. "Lord Wu, this is Lord Lim Tai Moon and Lady Jiamhua, friends of Lord Hua Okeki." "Wuzhong Rock of Snowcloud Villa," Wu greeted. "Snowcloud Villa," Lim Tai Moon said. "Isn't that where Lord Yu of the Taiyuan merchant group once lived?" Wuzhong Rock blinked. "How do you know that? How could I not? It's an honor. I am Lim Tai Moon of Shindojong. Wuzhong Rock frowned. It was a name he had never heard before. A flicker of doubt passed through Wuzhong Rock's eyes. Wuzhong Rock studied Lim Tai Moon carefully. The true nature of the so-called godly sword clan remained unclear, but Lim Tai Moon himself was no amateur. His build was solid, and the aura he exuded was decent. But that was all. It still fell short of Wuzhong Rock's standards. Our godly sword clan is known for its mystery, so it's only natural that Lord Wu hasn't heard of us. So, you've intentionally hidden your presence. Lord Wu must know that many sects suffered severe losses during the war between demons and heaven. Our godly sword clan was among them. We fought on the front lines and paid a heavy price. Afterward, we withdrew from external affairs to focus on internal recovery and disciple training. Lim Taemoon shifted his gaze to Pyo and Soma seated behind Wuzhong Rock. "Who are those two?" "They're simply accompanying me." "Then could you introduce them?" Wuzhong Rock looked bewildered. Throughout his travels with Pyo, no one had ever shown interest in him. "Something's off." Lim Taemoon's eyes gleamed. He wasn't interested in Pyo himself. He simply wanted to provoke someone, and Wuzhong Rock's reaction intrigued him. "If Lord Wu feels uncomfortable, I'll greet him myself." Without waiting for permission, Lim Tai Moon strode toward Pyo. "I am Lim Tai Moon. Since we've met at a banquet, let's exchange names." Pyo slowly raised his head. Lim Tai Moon smiled confidently, meeting his gaze without flinching. When Pyo remained silent, a crease formed on Lim Tai Moon's brow. "Why won't you answer? Do you refuse even a greeting?" His tone sharpened. "Lord Lim." Wuzhong Rock hurriedly intervened. He knew Pyo's temperament. Pyo finally spoke. "Pyo, so you can speak. I thought your tongue had been cut out. Nice to meet you, Lord Pyo. Where are you from? His tone was casual, borderline disrespectful. The Lord is arriving. Mai Bogun's voice echoed through the hall. We greet you, my lord. All the warriors stood in unison. Please sit. Hua Yu Qian gestured casually. Lim Tae Moon swallowed his irritation and returned to his seat. Wu Zhongrok exhaled deeply. That unexpected troublemaker nearly shaved 10 years off my life. He glared at Lim Tae Moon's back. If this is what his sect produces, it's not worth knowing. The grand name alone had been suspicious. Now he was certain it lacked substance. Hua Yu Qian spoke. I thank you all for attending. Though the preparations are modest, please enjoy yourselves. Despite his relaxed demeanor, no one believed he was ordinary. He had built the heavenly silver marketplace into a major power within decades. Mat Gahi panted heavily. If Shinmugum had not been holding her hand, she would have already given up. Are you okay? He asked. I'm fine. Don't worry. I can still hold on. Let's rest for a bit. We don't have time. They've probably already noticed I'm gone and formed a tracking team. The longer we rest, the easier it'll be for them to follow our trail. We can't stop, even if I collapse. Shinmugum looked at her with sadness in his eyes. Since entering the heavenly silver marketplace, Mat Gahe had been constantly sighing, tormented by her circumstances. To save her fallen family, she had chosen to become Hua Yu Qian's concubine. She endured countless hardships to reach the heavenly silver marketplace, yet Hua Yu Qian never once came to see her. That was when she realized the truth. What Hua Yu Qian truly wanted was Gongbu, not her. She was nothing more than an added bonus. She had believed that sacrificing herself for her family would be enough, that if she endured it, everyone would be happy. But the moment she entered the heavenly silver marketplace, her resolve began to crumble. Mak Gahe persuaded Shinmugum, and eventually he agreed. He hadn't brought her here because he wanted to. He believed it was the path to her happiness. But after staying at the heavenly silver marketplace, he realized he was wrong. The only person who could make Mak Gahe happy was him, and he was the only one who truly loved her. Once they confirmed each other's feelings, there was no reason to stay. Still, the dangers were many. Hua Yu Qian would never let her go. Even aside from Gongbu, his pride would be shattered. A warrior's pride could be worth more than life itself, especially for the leader of a major force. And it wouldn't end there. The Bamboo Sea Clan would also pursue them. Mat Gahie was not foolish. Her intellect exceeded that of the average person. Now that she understood the truth, she could easily predict what would follow. If her escape became known, the Bamboo Sea Clan would dispatch trackers as well. Securing Gongbu would prevent interference from Ray Mountain Manor. By now, the Heavenly Silver Marketplace had likely formed a tracking team, and the Bamboo Sea Clan would soon do the same. She didn't know if the two of them could escape both forces, but she no longer hesitated. The escape of Mokgahea and Shin Mugum threw the Heavenly Silver Marketplace into chaos. Warriors were mobilized immediately, leaving no time to properly host the Snow Cloud Villa guests. Let's depart. Everyone, check your belongings and stay alert. Kul Ilpaye ordered. Pyoul and Soma followed quietly behind. I hope sister doesn't get caught, Soma murmured. Though they'd spent only a few days together, he'd grown fond of her, especially because she made his favorite snack, beef jerky. His simple wish was to eat it again someday. Pyoul said nothing. It had been Mokgahea's choice to come here, and her will to leave. He had no reason to interfere. Whatever made her change her mind, it must have been painful. He hoped she succeeded. Wu Zhongrok approached. We'll head toward Hainan by land. We'll cross the Yangtze by boat midway, but the rest will be on horseback. Understood. Wu Zhongrok proved to be an excellent guide, explaining terrain and current affairs. Suddenly, Koil Pei shouted, "Come look!" They rode over. Wu Zhangrak groaned. Dead bodies lay scattered. Their heavenly silver marketplace warriors. Many of the faces they had seen at the banquet were among the bodies scattered before them. It was clear that all of the dead were warriors from the heavenly silver marketplace. As if they had fought a fierce battle, their bodies were covered in wounds, both small and large. Shin Mugum. At the sound of his name, Shin Mugum slowly raised his head. At first, Shin Mugum had tried to protect Mokgahe on his own. He fought against both the Heavenly Silver Marketplace warriors and the Bamboo Sea Clan. The two of them had survived only because the two factions constantly clashed with each other. Had they joined forces, Shin Mugum would never have been able to protect Mokgahe. But even that fragile balance had its limits. In the end, Shin Mugum had no choice but to gamble. He sent Mokgahe away on her own while he stayed behind to block the pursuing warriors. Please save Gahie. Blood rose in his throat the moment he spoke. He could feel Pyoul's gaze on him. Pyoul looked at Shin Mugum with eyes so calm that his thoughts were impossible to read. Please protect Gahie. She's a pitiful person. She's been oppressed her entire life. Please, let her live her own life. Shin Mugum grew desperate. Please. If only he could hear Pyoul's answer, he felt he could close his eyes in peace. At last, Pyoul spoke. I'm an assassin. I don't know how to protect someone. Shin Mugum's eyes shook violently. He had never imagined Pyoul was an assassin. At that moment, a sudden idea struck him. Then, I'd like to make a request. A request. Isn't it common to commission an assassin? Pyeolwol looked momentarily dumbfounded. To think of commissioning an assassin while standing at death's door, it was completely unexpected. Yet that very absurdity piqued his interest. What's the request? Kill all enemies who threaten her. Hyewol's eyebrows twitched. Whether he protected Mokgahi or killed those who threatened her, the result was the same. It was merely a difference in wording. Still, Shinmugum's logic was sound-born from desperation. Pyeolwol asked one final question. What's the price? Can it be my life? You'll die even if I do nothing. What use is your life to me? I'll give you Gongbu. How about that? You're clever. That's not bad. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Pyeolwol's lips. He was genuinely impressed. Cornered people often revealed unexpected brilliance. The reason the Heavenly Silver Marketplace and the Bamboo Sea Clan were fighting in the Dead Forest was because of Gongbu, a sword with no practical use, only symbolic value. To most, it was priceless. To Pyeolwol, it was no different from a stone by the roadside. By giving it up, Shin Mogum would completely remove the cause of Mokgahe's misfortune. Paiwol almost wanted to applaud him for thinking of it in such a short moment. By all logic, it was a terrible deal, one that offered nothing in return. I accept the request, yet Pyeolwol agreed. Yohua Young frowned deeply. What's strange? Akchusan asked. The air has changed. You felt it too. Akchusan's expression grew serious. Something was clearly wrong in the dead forest. Though the dense trees obscured the ground below, he could sense the disturbance through the flow of qi. The qi is turbid, Akchusan said. It wasn't like this before. Someone has intervened. Yohua Young nodded. Though she couldn't read qi like Akchusan, the reports from her subordinates confirmed it. Mokgahi clenched her teeth. She held a sword tightly against her chest. Gongbu, the legendary blade that countless warriors had entered the dead forest seeking. Because of this sword, blood had soaked the earth. Brother Mugam, she forced herself to keep moving, recalling Shin Mugam's face. He had stayed behind so she could escape. She hadn't wanted to leave, but she had no choice. If she stayed, he would have been burdened by protecting her. So she ran, tears blurring her vision. Stay alive, I'll come back for you, no matter what. As she pushed through the bushes, a sharp sound tore through the air. Mokgahe instinctively dropped to the ground. Her reflex saved her life. A large sword embedded itself into a wooden pole just ahead. 7 warriors approached her. They were from the Bamboo Sea Clan, their sharp auras focused entirely on Gongbu. Hand over the sword and we'll spare your life. The leader extended his hand. Mokgahe did not believe him. He had just tried to kill her. She hid Gongbu behind her back and stepped away. This sword is my family's heirloom, Mokgahe said coldly. What right do you have to demand it? Lacking the strength to protect such a treasure is a sin. You're unworthy of it. They charged. Steel clashed violently. Mokgahe fought with everything she had, but she was outnumbered and outmatched. Within seconds, she collapsed, blood pouring from her wounds. The leader approached, blade raised. See? If you'd handed over Gongbu, it wouldn't have ended like this. Thick tears streamed down her face. Then, Sister, should I kill them? A playful, chilling voice whispered nearby. When Mokgahe first heard his voice, she thought she was hallucinating. There was no way Soma's voice could reach her here. Still, cautious, she opened her eyes. A boy crouched just a few steps ahead, his baggy clothes making him look like a black crow. The boy was Soma. How did you get here? She whispered. Who is this kid? Lim Taimun asked simultaneously. Mokgahe's surprise was immense. Sister, do you want me to kill them? He asked. Yes. Mokgahe answered as if possessed. Soma's face broke into a wide smile. Okay, I'll kill them. He stood, flapping his arms like a crow, and the 7 wheels hanging from his neck clinked together. A terrifying whistle sliced through the air. Lin Taimun jumped back just in time. A wheel had passed where his torso had been. Soma's attack had begun. I'll kill you all, he shouted, smiling, throwing wheel after wheel with frightening speed. 4 spun like deadly gears, targeting Lim Taimun relentlessly. Lim Taimun gritted his teeth and swung his sword. The wheels bounced off but circled back, returning to attack again and again. Dark red blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Each impact sent shockwaves through his body, leaving deep internal injuries. His complexion drained. He wanted to flee. No sword, even the legendary Gongbu, was worth more than his life. But Soma wouldn't allow escape. You're strong, brother. Holding off 4 wheels is impressive. Let's add another. Soma pulled out the 5th wheel. Let's go, sister. To older brother. Brother Mugam. Is he alive? Yes. He asked me to rescue you. Tears streaked Mokgahe's face, mingling with blood. Don't worry, I'll give the sword to him. He used it to make the request. Do whatever you want. I don't need it anymore. She was fed up. Gongbu had caused too much tragedy. Hua Yuqian blinked. For a moment, he questioned his own eyes. Mei Bolgun, the steward who had left in search of the outer disciples' captain, was pinned against a large tree, blood flowing from his eyes and mouth. A sword protruded from his chest, his own sword holding him suspended. Unbelievable. Mei Bolgun was the 2nd strongest martial artist in the Heavenly Silver Marketplace. Seeing him like this shattered Hua Yuqian's composure. It wasn't just Hua Yuqian. Every warrior nearby froze in terror. Mei Bolgun was more than a superior. He was a pillar, a wall that would not fall. As he reached out to touch Mei Bolgun's face, something pierced his foot. The object that pierced Hua Yuqian's foot was a pointed bamboo stalk. Cut diagonally at the tip, it was already a deadly weapon. Sect leader. Hua Yuqian's subordinates rushed toward him, panic on their faces. They, too, screamed as blood soaked their feet, rolling on the ground. The same bamboo traps were planted everywhere, not just near Mei Bolgun's corpse. What kind of madman? Hua Yuqian's eyes widened in shock. His face had long since twisted in anger. The trap was simple, so simple that even a 5-year-old could have set it, but its effectiveness was deadly. Suddenly, a warrior in the middle of the group was lifted into the air like a fish caught on a line. The scene froze everyone in shock. A man being hoisted into the sky was so unnatural, so terrifying, that no one spoke. Hua Yuqian broke the silence. "What are you doing? Hurry up and find him!" The warriors finally moved, but their steps were slow, hesitant. The Heavenly Silver Marketplace was known for its discipline under Hua Yuqian. But now, confusion reigned. They had yet to catch even a glimpse of Mak Gahie, yet chaos had erupted around them. Ordinary warriors could not handle so many unexpected events. Their faces were pale, eyes darting nervously, hands trembling. "What are you waiting for? Find him now!" Hua Yuqian shouted again. They hurried, but slowly. Hua Yuqian's anger mixed with confusion. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. The unknown enemy had struck fear deep into his men. Who is he? Why is he after us? Could he be hired by the Bamboo Sea Clan? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Hua Yuqian's mind. The enemy was cunning. By hiding his presence, he amplified fear, breaking the unity of the Heavenly Silver Marketplace like a sandcastle swept away by the tide. And the most terrifying part, none of them had even seen the enemy's face. Then, a black shadow appeared behind him, emerging from the tree where Mei Bolgun's body hung. Even with the figure right behind him, Hua Yuqian had not noticed. It was Pyowo. After Hua Yuqian's shout, everyone had looked away, deliberately avoiding his gaze to escape his wrath. Pyowo extended a hand. A single strand of soul-reaping thread slithered like a snake, digging into Hua Yuqian's Dazwei acupoint. "Please save me!" He wanted to scream, but the sound stayed trapped in his throat. Tears welled in his eyes. With a swift twist, Hua Yuqian's neck was forced unnaturally to the side. Pyowo vanished, leaving Hua Yuqian's body behind. The clashing swords, the shouts, they were gone. Even her reports from within the forest stopped. She had no way of knowing what had happened. She glanced at Akchusan, instinctively seeking guidance. "A great force intervened," he said. "Greater than you. We will know once I face them." Yo Hua Young could see only the forest's surface, but Akchusan sensed the flow of ki inside. The dead forest was a maze of entangled ki, even confusing a master like him. Yet now, ki was fleeing the forest like a herd of deer pursued by a tiger. Something had terrified the Heavenly Silver Marketplace warriors. "Do you have any guesses who it could be?" she asked. "None at all," Akchuzan said, tension tightening every muscle. "Take your subordinates out of the forest," he ordered. "All of them." "What about Gongbu?" "The sword is not important. Survival of your sect comes first." Although Akchusan had only recently allied with the Bamboo Sea Clan, his reputation was well known. He never acted without reason. His tense reaction was proof that a force greater than expected had appeared. She led the survivors out. Akchusan watched silently. As they disappeared, he muttered, "It's been a long time since something made my blood boil." His nickname, the Lion Sword, was not undeserved. Brave, aggressive, relentless, he embodied a lion's spirit. Even facing a formidable foe, he would not retreat. He raised his chi and focused, surveying the battlefield. The dead forest had grown eerily quiet, except for one place. Crazy bastard. Hua Okage panted heavily, staring at Soma, who crouched atop a tall tree. From the very beginning, he had felt it. Soma resembled a crow. Perched on the branch, he exuded the aura of an ominous black bird, unlucky and foreboding. Soma was not unharmed. Even the strongest child has limits. Soma's childlike appearance had lulled his enemies into underestimating him, but his weaknesses were starting to show. His greatest flaw was physical endurance. No matter how refined his martial arts, his stamina was limited to that of a child. He could not sustain prolonged battles the way an adult could. Hua Okage had realized this only after the Bamboo Sea Clan warriors had been sacrificed. Soma crouched on a branch, panting, sweat soaking his hair. Swoosh. A sudden gust swept through the forest. Mokagahe's eyes widened. A figure emerged, moving at terrifying speed. Trees fell and grass scattered as the man barreled forward. Hua Okage and Soma finally noticed him only as he closed the distance. An explosion of red ki erupted around the old man. It slammed into Hua Okage and Soma, causing severe internal injuries and drawing blood. Hua Okage recognized him immediately. The old man was the Lion Sword, Akchusan. The ki circulating around him now was a hallmark of Lion King's swordsmanship at its peak, a defensive and offensive shield combined. Against masters weaker than him, it was devastating. Hua Okegi knew he stood no chance. He had once abandoned his subordinate Huangbo Chishung to escape Akchusan's wrath. Facing him now, his fear surged anew. Shit. He dared not attack. The gap in their skill was insurmountable. Survival, not pride, was his priority. But Soma was different. Who are you, Grandpa? Why are you interfering? He gripped his weapon, eyes cold and fearless. Akchusan laughed. Ha ha ha. You're better than that guy. Don't laugh. Don't laugh like that. Your eyes are hideous. Akchusan froze, stunned by the audacity of a 6 or 7-year-old boy. How can an old man like you just barge into someone else's fight? Do you know who I am? How dare you insult me? I know who you are. You're just a rude old man. Soma shot back, unflinching. The collision with Akchusan had left Soma's body numb and aching. Blood threatened to rise from his injuries. He knew he could not match Akchusan, yet he refused to yield, glaring with malice. You couldn't have done this alone. Call your accomplice. What? Call the person behind you. If you don't cooperate, I'll kill that woman first. He aimed the sword at Makgahi, only a dozen steps away, a trivial distance for a master. Soma's eyes twitched, but he answered casually, so what? Why would I care if that sister dies? You bluff well. Akachu-san smiled wryly. Damn it. Soma bit his lip as Akchu-san's sword flashed like lightning. A chi throwing knife aimed at Makgahi's neck. Makgahi realized danger only as the weapon neared. A small figure pushed her aside, taking the blow. Soma tumbled across the ground, a deep scar marking his back. Makgahe clutched him, her tears mixing with his blood. Why did you do that? I received a request. That's why I have to protect you. What a fool. Eichu-san approached, lion sword raised, wind and debris swirling like a storm around him. If I kill you, he will come out. He swung down. A figure hurtled toward them. Akchu-san redirected his sword mid-strike, hitting the flying figure. Bang! The figure exploded, flesh and blood scattering. Even the strongest master could not survive such a blow. Akchu-san smiled, expecting Soma's hidden ally, but his smile vanished. The corpse's face was familiar. Someone had thrown him at them. Goosebumps ran down Akchu-san's spine. Danger pressed in from behind. He spun like a top, lion sword raised. A black shadow crept toward him. The black shadow stepped back as if he had anticipated Akchu-san's attack. Because of that, Akchu-san's strike missed. The moment Akchu-san faced the black shadow, he felt as if ice water were rushing through his veins. He couldn't see the newcomer's face. He raised his chi and demanded, Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of the Bamboo Sea Clan? Pyoel. Akchu-san frowned. It was a name he had never heard before. He was well acquainted with famous warriors of Jianghu, yet this name was unfamiliar. That meant only one thing. This man was not an old monster, but a rising warrior, so he asked, Are you new to Jianghu? Is that important? Pyoel replied. You're asking useless questions. Then what is important? Your life. You speak of my life as if it belongs to you. Akchu-san's jaw muscles twitched. Pyoel's words struck directly at his pride. Pyoel simply stared at him in silence. Pyoel turned to Makgahe. Take Soma with you. But my party is waiting outside the dead forest. Take him to them. All right, Makgahe nodded. The moment she lifted Soma into her arms and took a step forward, Akchu-san moved as well, straight toward her. His intent was clear. He would not let them escape so easily. But in the next instant, Akchu-san doubted his own eyes. Pyoel was already standing between him and Makgahe. He had moved without Akchu-san even realizing it. Makgahe opened her eyes fully and bowed slightly toward Pyoel. There was no fear left on her face. Because she trusted him, she could turn her back without hesitation. The gongbu remained in her hands, yet Akchu-san no longer dared approach. It had become impossible to reach her without first passing through Pyoel. Impossible. Akchu-san's eyes trembled. He had never experienced such a situation in his life. For him, this was an unbearable humiliation. On the way here, Akchu-san had witnessed a horrifying sight, several corpses hanging from trees. No ordinary warrior would mutilate and disgrace the dead like that. It was an act of outrageous cruelty, but the effect was undeniable. The sight shattered the nerves of the warriors who entered the dead forest. From the start, Pyoel had shaken the hearts of both factions by displaying unimaginable brutality. But you made one grave mistake, Akchu-san said. Do you know what it is? Pyoel remained silent. You revealed yourself. If you had stayed hidden, I might never have found you. But now that you've overestimated yourself, you'll pay the price. You talk too much. Akchu-san's face twisted in fury. When someone starts talking too much, Pyoel said calmly, it means they're afraid. Akchu-san's restraint finally snapped. He unleashed the Lion King technique with all his might. Massive chi waves surged toward Pyoel. Using snake steps, Pyoel evaded them effortlessly. The passing waves cleaved a massive tree in half. One wave after another followed. Pyoel advanced, weaving between them like a serpent. Akchu-san charged forward, abandoning ranged attacks. Snakes die when their necks are cut. He intended to close the distance and end it in one strike. Yet something felt wrong. like a splinter lodged beneath his skin. He ignored it. The Lion King's sword roared. Chi filled the surroundings, uprooting grass and scattering leaves. A massive crater formed where the sword struck, and yet Pyoel remained untouched. He hadn't even counterattacked. Are you mocking me? Akchusan attacked more ferociously. At last, Pyoel activated Black Lightning. His nerves ignited, his thoughts accelerated, breathing, muscles, grip, foot placement, everything was laid bare. Akchusan's attacks missed him by mere inches, again and again. It was a mirage, a hell. Akchusan was already trapped. When his stamina finally faltered, Pyoel struck. Akchusan was sent flying. Before he could recover, phantom daggers flashed. Blood sprayed. Desperation set in. Then, something thin wrapped around his neck. Before he could react, it cut in. His body soon collapsed onto the ground. Pyoel stared silently at Akchusan's corpse. Although he could have ambushed him from the shadows, Pyoel had deliberately faced Akchusan head-on to test his own martial arts. He wanted to confirm how much he had grown and how he would fare against a true master. Leaving Achusan's body behind, Pyoel walked out of the dead forest. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Some had died fighting each other, while others had been killed by Pyoel. With a flick of his hand, the bodies hanging from the trees fell to the ground. He had used them out of necessity. There was no reason for them to be humiliated forever. The dead forest had truly become a forest of the dead. Are you really giving this to me? Yes? Wow, I'll use it well. Soma grinned broadly. Gongbu was the first gift he had ever received. Clutching the sword nearly as big as himself, Soma ran around like a squirrel. Watching him, Makagahe smiled softly. She finally felt at ease. Then, rustling sounds came from the bushes. The Bamboo Sea Clan had lost their way in the dead forest and had only just emerged. Some of her subordinates recognized Wu Zhongrock's group and whispered their identities to her. Yulhua Young's gaze sharpened. Her eyes landed on Makagahe. She knew at once without a word spoken that Makagahe was the owner of Gongbu. A hint of guilt stirred within her. Though circumstances had forced her hand, she had indeed driven Makagahe into a corner. Her gaze shifted and stopped on Pyoel. Though it was the first time she had seen his face, his decadent aura and cold eyes were unforgettable. She noticed Soma running around with Gongbu. At that moment, she understood everything. He's the culprit. There was only one possible variable, Pyoel. Unconsciously, Yulhua Young stepped closer. Pyoel did not move. How is Akchusan? She asked. Is he dead? Pyoel nodded silently. A complex expression crossed Yulhua Young's face. She couldn't feel happy, despite being correct. Akchusan's death was a heavy blow. He was someone she had personally recruited. I'll retrieve Lord Ak's body. Do as you wish. And we'd like to make amends to Lady Mok and her guard. Don't you want Gongbu? Not at all. We're satisfied knowing it didn't fall into Rain Mountain Manor's hands. She shook her head firmly. Lord Zhangpyeong-sun has an obsession with swords. Once he desires one, he never gives up. Be careful. I will. We'll be leaving now. Pyoel watched her back in silence. A tectonic shift had occurred. In a single day, half of the Heavenly Silver Marketplace's power vanished. Losing leaders, not territory, was the true disaster. With both the sect leader and heir dead, chaos erupted. Survivors fought over assets, and the sect collapsed from within. Meanwhile, the Bamboo Sea Clan surged back. They reclaimed lost interests and expanded rapidly. Zhanghu was shaken. Enshi, once insignificant, became a focal point. And among those watching, the Hao clan, their eyes turned toward Enshi. A carrier pigeon flew into their headquarters. Zhang Qian-san sat in the pavilion of the back garden and gazed at the rock garden. The rock garden, filled with all kinds of plants collected from various places, displayed a unique beauty with every change of season. Whenever he sat and admired the panoramic view of the rock garden, all his worries seemed to melt away. Just then, a pair of mandarin ducks flew down and played in the pond. It was as if the heavens themselves were aiding him. The scenery could not have been more perfect. Zhang Pyeon-san immediately picked up the brush and began to paint. With every movement of the brush, a vivid image came to life on the paper. At that moment, someone quietly approached from behind. A flicker of annoyance crossed Zhang Pyeong-san's face. He hated interruptions more than anything, especially when he was immersed in painting. Even his subordinates dare not approach him during such moments. Zhang Pyeong-san flung the brush aside and turned around, only to see a beautiful middle-aged woman approaching the pavilion. She appeared to be in her early 40s, yet possessed the beauty of someone in her mid to late 20s. Tears streaked down her beautiful face. The moment he saw her expression, Zhang Pyeong-san knew something was wrong. What happened? Did something occur at the Heavenly Silver Marketplace? The Heavenly Silver Marketplace has suffered a catastrophe. Everyone is dead. My brother, Hua Okegi, how am I supposed to live now? Zhang Pyeong-san frowned as he looked down at her. She was in no state to explain what had happened. Crying as though the sky had fallen, she soon lost consciousness. Zhang-hak. Yes, Lord Zhang. A middle-aged man hurried in. It was Yang Zhang-hak, the steward responsible for managing the Rain Mountain Manor's affairs. Explain. What happened? I received an urgent report from Enshi. Urgent news. The Heavenly Silver Marketplace has been devastated. Tell me everything. Zhang Pyongzhan's voice grew low. I don't know the details, but it seems both the sect leader and the young leader were killed. Was it the Bamboo Sea clan? They may have benefited, but they lack the strength to kill two such figures. Then a third party. That seems the most reasonable assumption. What are our countermeasures? I have already contacted the Hao clan. Identifying the culprit is our top priority. What about the sword, Gongbu? Zhang Pyongsan was more interested in the sword's whereabouts than in the fate of the Heavenly Silver Marketplace. It appears the other party took it. The fall of the Heavenly Silver Marketplace did not affect him emotionally, except for Hua Juum-san's suffering. To him, her grief was irrelevant. What truly mattered to Zhang Pyongsan was the famous sword. Though he had collected countless legendary swords, his thirst remained unquenched. Send the second one. Retrieve Gongbu. You mean Lord Li? Yes. We have sufficient justification. It's revenge for my wife's family. Assign the White Tiger Sword Unit. They won't be pushed back. The White Tiger Sword Unit was Rain Mountain Manor's elite force. Yang Zhenghaek bowed. I will relay the order, and have someone take her to her bedroom. Watch her carefully. I'll see to it. After Yang Zhenghaek left, Zhang Pyong-san picked up the discarded brush and stared at the painting. Then, splash. Ink shot from the brush and struck the mandarin ducks in the pond. They died without a sound. What kind of person dares disturb John Hu? He threw the brush away. You're going to explore the city, right? I want to come too. Paiwol nodded. So be it. As they walked, a group approached from the opposite direction. They were chatting loudly, unaware of Pyeolwol's group. Wudong sect, Pyeolwol thought. Wu Pyong's chi stirred Soma's demonic art of Guanyin, causing an instinctive response. Wu Pyong noticed immediately. Who are you? That energy? It's dark. I'm Soma. What cultivation method did you learn? I don't know. That energy consumes both others and oneself. It's just martial arts. You're too young to understand. Come with me to Wudang Mountain. A powerful pressure radiated from Wu Pyong. Still, Soma stood firm. Why would I follow you? Wu Pyong dismissed him and turned to Pyeolwol. What will you do? Why not come with us to Wudang Mountain? Wu Pyong looked at Pyeolwol with a determined expression. He usually wore a gentle smile, so when he became serious like this, it unconsciously pressured others. He wanted Pyeolwol to follow his words obediently, which was why he emphasized fairness. I promise on my name that no one will intervene. I will conduct a thorough and transparent investigation. Take him. At that moment, Pyeolwol finally spoke. Wu Pyong was momentarily stunned by the unexpected answer. He hadn't expected Pyeolwol to allow him to take Soma. Really? But you'll have to pay for taking this child. Are you threatening me now? At Pyeolwol's calm reply, Wu Pyong's anger exploded. He clenched his fists, ready to fight at any moment. The chi of the Wudong sect was strong yet gentle, like a mountain. It was so powerful that not only Soma, but even Tai Kwang, his own disciple, turned pale. Pyeolwol's unwavering demeanor caused Wu Pyong to push his ki even further. It grew like a rolling snowball. Suddenly, Wu Pyong's complexion changed. He stopped breathing after feeling pain as if a needle had pierced his lungs. With his breathing disrupted, the ki he had gathered dissipated like morning mist. This was no natural occurrence. Only then did Wu Pyong realize that Pyeolwol's martial arts were beyond his imagination. It was hard to believe someone so young had reached such heights. Wu Pyong lowered his ki, realizing the pain had been a warning. Pyeolwol's presence was too unusual to ignore. At this point, Wu Pyong felt it was best to step back. He spoke politely. I failed to recognize a master standing before me. I am Wu Pyong of the Wudong sect. May I know your name? You lack insight. Why would I give my name when it would put me at a disadvantage? Wu Pyong's face flushed red. I apologize. I spoke rashly. Finally, Tai Kwang stepped forward. This is why my master has problems. He charged forward arrogantly and ended up humiliated. Who says I was humiliated? Then what is this situation? I apologize on my master's behalf. He lives in the mountains and doesn't understand the world well. Are you any different? I'm better. I wandered Zhonghu before joining Wudong. Survival requires sharp senses. Tai Kwang grinned. I am Tai Kwang of the Wudong sect. May I know your name, sir? It's Pyeolwol. Lord Pyeolwol. Tai Kwang searched his memory but found nothing. A newcomer. His gaze shifted to Soma. I'm sorry, Soma. My master isn't a bad person. I'm not angry. That's a relief. At last, Wu Pyong stepped forward. I apologize for accusing Soma of learning demonic arts. His energy is unusual, but his eyes are clear. He stepped back. I'd like to treat you to a meal as an apology. Since we're indoors, why not remove the scarf? Curiosity filled his eyes. Pyeolwol pulled it down. Wu Pyong and Tai Kwang were speechless. Unfair. The world is unfair. Wu Pyong sighed. Please put it back on. If I keep looking, I won't be able to eat. What's it like living with that face? Do women just flock to you? A Taoist is still a person, right? Pyeolwol silently watched their antics with interest. They were unlike anyone he had ever met. The good-natured expression of the Taoist, who had been laughing heartily until now, disappeared. The light in his eyes faded, replaced by cold, emotionless eyes. When he first heard the news, he couldn't believe it. That was why he initially dismissed the rumors circulating within the Wudong sect as baseless gossip. One assassin taking down both the Ime sect and the Qingcheng sect. It was so unbelievable that he found it absurd. However, the Wudong sect's reaction was different. My senior brother said we needed to investigate further, so I requested information from the Hao clan. But strangely enough, they were reluctant to sell it to us. Can you believe it? Those gold-hungry people hesitating to sell information. That's when we realized the situation was serious. We searched everywhere to uncover the assassin's identity, but no one in Chengdu was willing to speak about him. Can you imagine that? There were countless people in Sichuan, yet they all refused to talk out of fear. After much difficulty, I also learned the assassin's name. They say his name is Pyowol. Isn't that strange? It's the same as yours. When I first heard the name, I never imagined you were the Reaper of Sichuan. But after seeing your face, I was convinced. There is no other face like yours in the world, and it's unlikely there would be another person with the same name. Don't you agree? Then why ask when you already know the answer? I wanted confirmation. Being vaguely certain isn't enough. The moment Pyowol responded, Wu Pyong let out a deep sigh. Complex emotions surfaced on his face. So, the rumors were true. No one knew how shocked he had been when he first heard the news. The Ime sect and the Qingcheng sect were once powerful enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Wudong sect. As a fellow member of an ancient sect, Wu Pyong couldn't help but feel a deep connection to them. Neither sect had been weak. From time to time, figures beyond common understanding emerged in Zhonghu, overturning the natural order everyone had taken for granted. Each time such a person appeared, Zhonghu trembled and entered a new era. Those who aligned themselves with the new current flourished, while those who didn't were swept away. It was unclear whether Pyowol would truly become a dominant figure in Zhonghu, but it was certain that he represented a new type of martial artist, one that had never existed before, an assassin. Wu Pyong asked cautiously, "Why did you come to Baokong? Do you have business with the Wudong sect?" "I'm just passing through. Really, I have no reason to lie." "That's fortunate for us." Wu Pyong sighed in relief. It wasn't that he feared Pyowol, but he had no desire to clash with him unnecessarily. "Then where are you headed?" "Tianzhongshan. That's where the Jin family resides." Wu Pyong asked carefully, "Is Jin Jimwu's death the reason you're going to Tianzhongshan? Were you too close enough for you to leave Sichuan and travel that far?" "We weren't that close." "Then why?" "I just have unresolved feelings, regret." "Well, everyone has their own circumstances." Wu Pyong didn't press further. He wondered what kind of connection existed between the infamous assassin and the celebrated warrior, but Zhonghu was vast, and relationships were unpredictable. When Pyowol unexpectedly heard Jin Jianwu's name, his eyes trembled for a moment. He never thought he would hear that name here. He was a good man lacking nothing as both a person and a warrior. "I still can't believe he's dead." "Do you know how he died?" "No." The Jin family kept everything quiet. The funeral was held privately, and no one close to him was invited. "You don't know why?" Little is known about the Jin family's internal affairs. Only information about Jin Jianwu's grandfather, Lord Jin Womyong, is publicly known. Learning the truth won't be easy. They'll never reveal their shame to outsiders. Are you saying Jin Jianwu is considered a disgrace? They view his death as shameful because a member of the Jin family died outside their territory. What kind of nonsense is that? Soma shouted. Even Soma, who often lacked common sense, knew how absurd that sounded. Zhonghu is full of things that make no sense. Now tell me, what is your relationship with Soma, and why did you fight the Ma sect and the Qingcheng sect? Soma was kidnapped by the Shaolin Temple. He was taken by them and raised as a weapon. That's probably why you sense demonic energy from him. Could the destruction of the Shaolin Temple be connected to this man? The Shaolin Temple was the ruler of Shizong in both name and reality. If Soma was kidnapped by the Shaolin Temple, how was he freed? Did they release him? No. Then, they never relinquish what they own. As long as they breathe, they give nothing away. Then how did Soma gain his freedom? The dead cannot claim their possessions. A chill ran through Wu Pyong's entire body. The meaning of Pyowol's words was unmistakable. He was the one who destroyed the Shaolin Temple. My God, is that even possible? Was it because of Soma that you exterminated the Shaolin Temple? Soma was one of the reasons. Is there another? Ask Wan Ga Yang when you meet her. Wan Ga Yang, the fairy phantom swordsman. That's impossible. Why? She's dead. Wan Ga Yang, Nyung Son, everyone who shared Jin Jianwu's goal has died. What about the killer? We don't know. Wu Pyong shook his head. Pyowol gazed out the window. People passed by in great numbers, talking, arguing, laughing. Some lived for ambition, others for family, but Pyowol had none of that. He lived simply because he was born, and because he did not wish to die. He had no one to share his life with, no one to open up to. A massive barrier surrounded his heart. No one was allowed inside. He had lived this way for 15 years, and he would continue to do so. Jin Jianwu was the only one who managed to slip through that barrier even slightly, and now he was gone. Perhaps no one would ever try again. Pyeolwol felt deeply lonely. He rarely felt anything at all, but today the loneliness was especially heavy. Perhaps it would never disappear. Eternal solitude. Endless loneliness. Anyone else would have collapsed under such weight, but Pyeolwol did not despair. Instead, he focused on what needed to be done. It felt as though a demon had manifested before him. A beautiful, terrifying demon. Long eyebrows, deep black eyes, and a crimson glint that flickered within them. Woo Pyong unconsciously gripped his sword. I have to cut him down now. A sense of danger he had never experienced surged within him. If he didn't act now, he might never be able to. But he couldn't draw his sword. A small hand covered his own. Tai Kwang, he was shaking his head. Don't. Only then did Wu Pyong come to his senses. He realized he had been overwhelmed by Pyeolwol's presence. The fact that he, someone who had mastered Wudong martial arts, had nearly lost control terrified him. Pyeolwol was far more dangerous than he had imagined. He kept sending letters. I never read them, I just stored them away. Even so, he kept writing, knowing he'd never receive a reply. For the first time in my life, someone wanted to rely on me, and I turned away. Pyeolwol couldn't imagine how lonely Jin Jian-woo must have felt at the end. Perhaps he died regretting that silence. It may be too late, but I'm going to answer him now. I'll tell him that his efforts weren't in vain, that his life wasn't wrong. Wu Zhongrok looked out the window. In his room was a chest containing Buddhist scriptures. Since it was such a precious item, he did not entrust it to his subordinates, keeping it safely in his own room. Even when Pyeolwol and the mercenaries went out drinking, he never left the room. Once I deliver this to the Shaolin Temple, my mission will be over. When that's done, I'll tell my lord that I won't take on any outside missions for a while. If his task had been simply to deliver Buddhist scriptures to the Shaolin Temple, it wouldn't have been so exhausting. What drained him even more was the presence of Pyeolwol, who accompanied him. Now that he knew Pyeolwol's next move, he was constantly on edge. If he hadn't known how strong Pyeolwol was, perhaps it wouldn't have been so difficult. But knowing exactly how terrifying Pyeolwol could be, he couldn't help but watch his every gesture closely. Something outside the window caught Wu Zhangrak's attention. A group of monks in gray robes passed by, the seal on their foreheads clearly visible. Wu Zhangrak hurriedly called his subordinates to guard the Buddhist scriptures in his stead, then ran down to the first floor. Outside, he could see the backs of the monks walking away. Wu Zhongrok ran after them. The old monk bowed. Namu Amida Butsu Buddha, you're the one who called us, right? By any chance, are you from the Shaolin Temple? I am called Un-il, and this child is Bo Kyung, a second-generation disciple. The rest are third-generation disciples. The old monk was an elder of the Shaolin Temple. It is an honor to meet an elder of the Shaolin Temple. I am on my way to the Shaolin Temple under my lord's orders. To the main temple. Our lord discovered the original Buddhist scriptures in the West with great effort. He plans to donate some to the Shaolin Temple. That's wonderful, we cannot thank you enough. I was bringing some of them to Shaolin Temple myself. Since it's come to this, how about we escort them to the Shaolin Temple? If it's the original scriptures from the West, they're invaluable. Losing them en route would be disastrous. Anil nodded, realizing Bo Kyung's point made sense. Lord Wu, I'm not sure if you know this, but after learning of these scriptures, we cannot remain idle. So, uncomfortable as it may be, we ask that you accompany us to Shaolin Temple. Escorted by the high priests of Shaolin Temple. That's reassuring. But there is one problem. We're here to represent Shaolin Temple in congratulating Wudong sect leader Chongjin for his birthday. You'll have to wait a few days until the celebration concludes. Wu Zhongrok murmured. A few more days were no issue, but he would have to reconcile with Pyeolwol first. I need your understanding, Lord Pyo. For what? Due to certain circumstances, we may have to stay here a few more days. I met people from Mount Shaolin. They want us to go to the Shaolin Temple with them. Will they also attend the Wudong sect leader's birthday party? It's the first event in decades at Wudong sect. Many will attend, and your view of Zhonghu will broaden. Considering your future, it's worth experiencing such a major event. He persuaded Pyeolwol earnestly. The young monk, Bo Kyung's gaze was fixed on the man standing in front of Wu Zhongrok. For some reason, Wu Zhongrok was reluctant to talk about him. He had roughly evaded questions about Pyeolwol's identity, saying only that Pyeolwol had a close relationship with Snow Cloud Villa's leader, Yuji Chan, and that Wu Zhongrok needed use permission to speak freely. However, Bo Kyung did not fully believe him. He noticed the fear in Wu Zhongrok's eyes whenever Pyeolwol's name came up. Help me. A third-generation disciple died last night at the main sect. The cause of death is unknown. No one in the sect has been able to determine how he died. A sorrowful light crossed Wu Pyon's face. The disciple had been assigned to deliver food to Wu Sung, the scripture pavilion's custodian. When he didn't return after a long time, others went to check and found him dead. The incident shook the Wudong sect. It was highly unusual for someone so new to the scripture pavilion to die so suddenly. The likelihood of a healthy martial arts disciple dying naturally in an instant was lower than the probability of the Wudong sect being struck by lightning dozens of times consecutively. Moreover, The incident occurred just before the birthday of Chongjin, the Wudang sect leader, sending the entire sect into a frenzy. I beg you, if you can discover the cause of this child's death, I will repay you in any way. Where did the child die? In the scripture pavilion. It houses the sect's most precious books. From miscellaneous texts to records of Zhonghu's history, some books are extremely rare, and martial arts texts. They were originally stored there, but before the birthday party, they were moved for safety. Hundreds of guests and their entourages would be in the sect. To prevent theft, the martial arts texts were relocated 3 days ago. Okay, let's go. Really, in return, allow me to inspect the scripture pavilion as I wish. Agreed. Wu Pyong happily accepted and immediately informed Tai Kwang. Chongjin looked at the elders with a grave expression. So you still haven't discovered the cause of So Yul's death. We apologize, Gongjin responded with a remorseful look. Gongjin was the Wudong sect's second in command, ranking just below Chongjin. Why don't we postpone my birthday celebration? Is it really necessary to hold it now? I'm sorry, senior brother, but invitations have already been sent. Many guests are already nearby. Canceling now would be difficult. That's right, sect leader Chongjin. This celebration is not only for your birthday, it also demonstrates the strength of our sect. Canceling it over one death would make us lose face. And if we cancel it now, we'll have to hold an even bigger event later to restore our prestige. The elders unanimously opposed Chongjin's suggestion. As a result, Chongjin's distress deepened. At that moment, this is Wu Pyong, your disciple. May I come in? Enter. With Chongjin's permission, Wu Pyong carefully stepped inside. Feeling the elders' gazes upon him, he straightened his robes. While descending the mountain, I happened to meet someone. I thought it might be beneficial to have him examine So Yul's body. Who could that be? If even Songjin couldn't determine the cause, how could this person? Chongjin glanced toward Songjin. Songjin's pride had been deeply wounded by his failure. He asked coldly, "Who is this person?" "His name is Pyowol." Wu Pyong hesitated only briefly before answering. "He is the Reaper of Sichuan." The hall erupted into murmurs. "Is he the one responsible for the bloodshed in Chengdu?" Songjin reacted sharply. "You brought the man who destroyed the Ime and Qingcheng sects here." "Yes, junior uncle. Why would you bring such a dangerous man into our sect?" Songjin slammed the armrest, reducing it to dust. Wu Pyong quickly explained. "He's more reasonable than we expected. A man who devastated two great sects, how can you guarantee he won't harm us? Our investigation confirmed that the Ime sect made a grave mistake first. That doesn't matter. Two prestigious sects were nearly annihilated, and you bring the man responsible into sacred Wudong. Are you out of your mind?" "That's enough, Songjin." After a tense pause, Chongjin turned to Wu Pyong. "Explain your reasoning. An assassin's eyes see things we cannot. If anyone can uncover the truth behind So Yul's death, it's him." After much deliberation, Chongjin spoke firmly. "I've decided. We will entrust this task to him." The elders gasped. What matters more, our reputation or uncovering the truth behind a disciple's death? If we cannot do it ourselves, then we must borrow his strength. Whether black or white, as long as the cat catches the rat, it serves its purpose. After finishing his meal, Pyowol asked, "What about the corpse?" "It's stored in Xianbingdong." Xianbingdong was a naturally formed cave behind the Wudong sect. It was deep, and cold air constantly flowed from underground. "Move the body back to the scripture pavilion. I need to see how it looked when it was first discovered." As soon as the meal ended, Wu Pyong summoned Tai Kwang and ordered him to carry out Pyowol's request. After Tai Kwang agreed, he hurried to Qianbingdong. Before long, Tai Kwang appeared at the scripture pavilion with the disciples guarding Qianbingdong, carrying Li So Yul's coffin. "What's going on? Are you trying to desecrate So Yul's corpse?" The Taoists guarding the pavilion murmured angrily. They already blamed themselves for Li So Yul's death. "I'm sorry, but I have no choice. This is necessary to resolve the matter." "You think bringing the dead child's body back will solve anything? How?" "Just wait and see. How can you trust him? This has already been approved by the sect leader and elders. Please trust me and wait a little longer." Following Wu Pyong's orders, the disciples carefully placed Li So Yul's body exactly as they remembered. Once only Pyowol and Li So Yul remained, he finally focused on the body. Li So Yul had been found sprawled on the floor. Pyowol crouched down and examined the body closely. As Wu Pyong had said, there were no external wounds. There were no signs of poisoning either. The unnatural condition of the body meant artificial forces were involved. Li So Yul had clearly been murdered. The method simply hadn't been found yet. Pyowol examined the ears, one of the closest paths to the brain. There were assassination methods involving molten metal or needles, but the ears were clean. Next were the eyes and nostrils, also spotless. Finally, the mouth. It too appeared clean. He focused his chi and carefully extracted a microscopic object from the tongue. A silver needle, thinner than a hair, emerged. Such a needle could not be crafted by ordinary means. It required a master craftsman on par with Tong Sochu. Using such a needle to kill was extremely difficult. Even for Pyowol, it would not be easy, but it was possible. Acupoints change constantly, influenced by constitution, environment, and even the seasons. A light touch could be fatal under the right conditions. Pyoul thought that only he knew about acupoints. However, when he thought about it again, Jonhu's history was long. It was arrogant of him to think that he was the only one who knew about them. Assassins had existed since the beginning of Jonhu. There was only one group in Jonhu with such a long tradition of assassination techniques: the Hundred Wraith Union. Aside from himself, there was only one place that possessed such a high level of assassination skill. However, based on a single silver needle, he could not conclude that the killer was from the Hundred Wraith Union. The evidence was simply too weak. In any case, uncovering Lee So-yeol's cause of death already achieved his primary objective. But Pyoul was not satisfied with just that. There was another reason he had requested Lee So-yeol's body be moved to the scripture pavilion. Pyoul approached the bookshelf inside the pavilion. He skimmed through the book titles. Many of the books stored here were unavailable on the open market. Pyoul picked up a book related to Jonghu's history and began reading at high speed. Books were taken from the shelves and returned one after another. Pyoul read nearly a dozen books in one sitting. He wanted to read more, but it was impossible to remain in the scripture pavilion any longer. There had been a disturbance outside for some time. From the growing noise, it was clear that the patience of the Wudong sect's masters had reached its limit. Wind surged from the bottom of the stairs. More accurately, someone was walking upward, pushing the wind before them. The Taoists, including Wu Sung, failed to notice. Their rage toward Pyoul had dulled their senses. Only Wu Pyong, still clear-headed, felt something amiss and turned around. The wind intensified. Only when the gusts grew strong enough to flutter their robes did Wu Sung and the others realize something was wrong. They turned sharply. "Why is Uncle Sangjin here?" The old Taoist was Sangjin, the Wudong sect's #1 sword. "You're the demon," Sangjin spoke immediately. Hatred permeated his voice. He despised the idea of allowing an assassin into the Wudong sect so much that he would rather die than permit it. "You're lucky, demon. If you hadn't uncovered the cause of So-yeol's death, I would have torn you apart 10,000 times already. If you don't wish to die miserably, pray that your conclusion is correct. Senior brother, Lord Pyo is here to help us." "Shut up, Wu Pyong. How dare you bring a demon onto Wudong land? I will punish you severely after the sect leader's birthday celebration." At Sangjin's fury, Wu Pyong shut his eyes. Sangjin was famous for his rigid integrity. Everything he did revolved around protecting the Wudong sect. "Are you ignoring me? Why aren't you responding?" "I'm calculating," Pyoul replied calmly. "Calculating what?" "How to kill you easily and how to escape Wudong afterward." "Will you dare?" Sangjin's anger peaked. "You mock the Wudong sect with such words." "I'm not mocking Wudong, I'm mocking you." Sangjin's heart trembled, and he unknowingly stepped back. "No matter how you feel about me, I am a guest invited by the Wudong sect. If my presence was unacceptable, I should never have been allowed inside. If I leave injured after being invited, who will trust Wudong?" Sangjin's aura exploded outward. Roof tiles trembled, and robes whipped violently. Yet Pyoul continued unfazed. "If you want to attack, go ahead. It will only stain Wudong's reputation." Sangjin's jaw tightened. Attack or retreat? Before he could decide, Wu Pyong stepped forward. "Senior brother, please, let him finish the investigation. If it fails, punish me instead." He knelt. After a long pause, Sangjin spoke. "Fine, I'll step back for now. Thank you, senior brother. You demon, I'm watching you. One wrong move and my sword will take your head." Sangjin turned and ascended the stairs. Only then did Wu Pyong exhale. "I'm sorry," he said to Pyoul. "The Wudong sect shelters both the wise and the foolish." Wu Pyong flushed. His sigh scattered into the wind. "I found out the cause of his death. Really, but I do not know who killed him. So he was really murdered." "That's right." "Oh my." Wu Pyong's eyes widened. "Do you have any proof?" Pyoul held out a silver needle wrapped in a handkerchief to Wu Pyong. "It's a silver needle." It was stuck in the disciple's tongue. Wu Pyong carefully unfolded the handkerchief. Inside was a silver needle so thin that it was almost impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. "You mean you can kill a person with this?" "It's possible." "It's possible for me, so maybe someone else could do it too." "All right, you worked hard." Wu Pyong carefully wrapped the silver needle back in the handkerchief. Since Pyoul had found evidence of assassination, he needed to inform the sect leader and the elders as soon as possible. A large number of people flocked to the front of the Wudong sect's gates. The rumor that a grand birthday feast would be held for the sect leader of the Wudong sect had already spread throughout Hubei province. All the warriors who learned of this began heading toward the Wudong sect. It was not common for the Wudong sect to open its gates, and there was no telling when they would open them again. "Everyone, line up. All those who have received invitations, go to the left. Those without invitations, go to the right. Thank you very much for coming to celebrate the long-awaited birthday of our sect leader. However, please understand that our sect is too small to accommodate everyone. We will first admit those who have received invitations." Pride was evident on the faces of those who passed through the gates with invitations. They felt that their identities and presence had been acknowledged by the Wudong sect. Many of the invited guests were also impressive figures. "It's the Gunma clan and the Great Dragon Room," people exclaimed when they saw the handsome young warrior. People wondered who else might receive the honor of entering the Wudong sect. At that moment, nearly 30 warriors approached the gates. Tension appeared on the faces of the Wudong sect Taoists. Many warriors had entered that day, but never before had such a large group arrived at once. Wu Il asked politely, "May I ask where you are from?" From among the warriors, a particularly young man stepped forward. The eyes of the warrior, who appeared to be in his early 20s, were cold as ice. He greeted Wu Il with a fist and palm salute. "I am Zhang Muyon of Rain Mountain Manor. I was passing nearby on business when I heard that the Wudong sect's leader was holding a birthday celebration. I've always respected Taoist Chongjin, so I came to visit even without an invitation." Rain Mountain Manor was located in Changshan, Anhui Province, over 1,000 li from Mount Wudong. Due to the distance, there had been little interaction between the two sects, which was why no invitation had been sent. However, now that they had come, it would be improper to treat them like ordinary guests. As one of the three manors, Rain Mountain Manor possessed power and influence comparable to the Wudong sect. Artists filled the grand banquet hall with performances. Melodies, songs, and art echoed throughout the hall. Though most attendees were martial artists, they were captivated by the performer's skill. A zither played somewhere. A woman's voice, paired with a melancholy melody, resonated through the hall. "Wind of the Yangtze, do not shake Mount Tai. My heart is a great mountain, unmoved by any wind. Clouds over Mount Tai do not block the Yangtze. My heart is the river, flowing through any trial." The song was unfamiliar yet stirred courage within the warriors. Many stopped to listen. At first glance, the woman appeared ordinary, yet her charm drew attention, and her beautiful voice tugged at the heart. Many warriors fell under her spell. "How can a human voice be so beautiful? What is her name? I want to sponsor her." It was common for powerful families and sects to employ entertainers to show refinement beyond brute strength. Chongjin's love for the zither was well known. He was even called the Heavenly Music Master. Because of his respect for the arts, performers from all over Hubei came to honor him. Among the listeners were Pyowol and Soma. Soma murmured in awe, "Wow, that older sister sings really well. She's as good as the band teacher at the Celestial Music Hall, right?" Finally, her song ended. Cheers and applause erupted. Hong Yisale smiled softly. Many gazes fixed on her, as if enchanted. Her appearance was plain, but her charm was overwhelming. She enjoyed the attention, until her gaze stopped on one man. He looked at her without emotion. In an instant, her blood ran cold. Pyowol was not enchanted by her appearance. He immediately saw through her true nature. There was contempt and superiority in her eyes as she looked at people. There were very few people who would dare to show such emotions toward warriors. "She knows martial arts." The reason Pyowol believed Hong Yesol's martial arts were exceptional was because none of the other warriors noticed she had learned martial arts at all. She concealed herself so thoroughly that Pyowol would not have noticed either if she were not of the same kind as him. Hong Yesol's gaze lingered on Pyowol, but he no longer looked at her. He knew she was hiding something, but he had no reason to interfere. It was better to pretend not to know. He said to Soma, "Let's go." "Yes, brother." Soma suddenly spotted a familiar face in the crowd. "Oh, it's the old man." "Ah, Master Pyo." Wujong Rock noticed Pyowol and Soma and approached them. "Did you hear? Zhang Muyun of Rain Mountain Manor is currently in the Wudong sect. Hua Yu Qian of the Heavenly Silver Marketplace was his maternal uncle. You should be careful. We'll stay inside our rooms tomorrow and won't wander around." Concern was evident in Wujong Rock's eyes. Rain Mountain Manor was one of the most powerful forces in Zhonghu. Although Zhang Muyan was only a young master, his position could not be underestimated. There was no direct evidence that Pyowol killed Hua Yu Qian. Even Wujong Rock, who had been present, did not witness it. However, he was certain that Pyowol was responsible. Just then, a middle-aged Taoist appeared in the crowd. It was Wu Pyong. Wu Pyong quickly approached Pyowol. Wujong Rock hurriedly greeted him. "Taoist Wu Pyong." "Oh, Master Wu is here as well. I'll need to borrow Master Pyo for a moment." Wu Pyong turned respectfully to Pyowol. "Could you come with me to Shangqing Temple? The sect leader wishes to speak with you. Would you spare some time?" Meeting Chongjin alone was a rare honor, especially for someone like Pyowol. Pyowol glanced at Soma. "Stay with Wujong Rock." "Okay." Soma obediently moved to Wujong Rock's side. Pyowol followed Wu Pyong toward Shangqing Temple. Soon, a massive palace came into view. Inside, an elderly Taoist was plucking the strings of a zither. He was tuning the instrument. The Taoist was Chongjin, the sect leader of the Wudong sect. He loved the zither and played it whenever he had time. Chongjin was so absorbed that he didn't notice their arrival. Chongjin finally set the zither aside and looked up. "I keep making mistakes at the same part, and I don't know why." Chongjin sighed and placed the zither aside. Then Pyowol spoke. "It's because your fingers are spread too far apart. When that happens, strength isn't applied properly, making the sound unstable. You're knowledgeable about the zither." Instead of answering, Pyowol pulled the zither toward himself. Wu Pyong nearly panicked. That zither was Chongjin's most treasured possession. But Chongjin only watched with curiosity. Pyeolwol's hand technique was precise and refined. Chongjin immediately recognized his expertise. Chongjin's gaze changed. He had thought Pyeolwol was nothing more than a ruthless killer, but the music told a different story. The notes were heavy like mountains, yet light as wind. The music revealed blade-like spirit, but not cruelty. Chongjin realized the rumors were incomplete. When Pyeolwol reached the problematic section, he adjusted the fingering and applied force. The sound resonated powerfully. Chongjin gasped. That's it! Watching closely, Chongjin immediately understood his mistake. This is excellent. A truly good piece. He listened with a satisfied smile. For the first time in years, Chongjin looked genuinely happy. When the performance ended, Chongjin applauded. Excellent, truly excellent. Who taught you the zither? Chongjin excitedly asked question after question. Wu Pyong watched in disbelief. Chongjin was treating Pyeolwol as a musician, not a warrior. Thank you. Now tell me, did you find what you were looking for in the scripture pavilion? I've been thinking about it. Why did you bother moving So-Yeol's body back to the scripture pavilion? There's only one reason, to enter and read the documents and books inside. After you left, I found traces that you had read books related to the history of Jonghu. Pyeolwol neither affirmed nor denied his words. Among them, Wu Pyong was the most nervous. It was because he was the one who had brought Pyeolwol to Wudong Mountain. If something unpleasant happened to either side, the responsibility would fall on him. I never imagined there would be a silver needle lodged at the tip of So-Yeol's tongue. However, there is something I'm curious about. Say it. Can a person really be killed with such a fine silver needle? Asking that is the same as asking me to reveal my secrets. So it's an assassination method. Chongjin furrowed his brows. He was a tolerant man. Even if he couldn't fully accept another person's way of thinking, he tried to understand it and seek compromise. Then let's do this. Tell me what you're looking for, and the Wudong sect will do its best to help you find it. And in exchange, you want me to explain how a third-generation disciple was killed with a silver needle. Exactly. I think it's a fair deal. What do you think? Chongjin's proposal was reasonable. Pyeolwol felt that the old Taoist before him was a formidable opponent. After finishing his calculations, Pyeolwol spoke. There is something called acupoints. Acupoints, this is the first time I've heard of them. The name doesn't matter. I named them myself. What matters is that there exists a blood system known as acupoints. Depending on time, physical condition, and surroundings, lethal blood flow moves through the body like sticky oil. If this blood settles deep beneath the skin, it is barely affected by external force. But if it gathers in a delicate organ like the tongue, it becomes fatal. That's hard to believe that such blood flow exists. I don't care whether you believe it or not. I've told you the truth. Even if they know of acupoints, it's nearly impossible to determine their exact locations. He must have paralyzed So-Yeol first, then located the acupoint by injecting internal energy. Chongjin closed his eyes. His heart ached at the mention of Lee So-Yeol. Although So-Yeol was only a third-generation disciple and not yet officially registered, Chongjin already considered him part of the Wudong sect. His affection for his disciples was the reason the elders respected him so deeply. The assassin is likely in his 20s. He's bold. Older assassins avoid entanglements with major sects. The risk outweighs the reward. He even left the needle behind, likely seeking recognition. He wants fame while hiding. That coexistence indicates youth. Mastery of acupoints at that age suggests a long-established assassin organization. There's only one, the 100 Wraith Union, likely among their top 10. Chongjin murmured, for what reason did the 100 Wraith Union infiltrate our sect? Now it's your turn. Tell me what you're looking for. I'll do my best to help. You sound as if you're helping me, but in truth, you're trying to uncover my objective. Ha ha ha. As you grow older, wisdom naturally follows. When I was young, I charged head-on into danger. But now, I prefer to avoid unnecessary pain. You'll understand when you reach my age. Chongjin's complexion did not change. Not appearing hostile was a skill. Pyeolwol felt as though he were dealing with a 1,000-year-old raccoon. He shook his head slightly and said, You know Jin Jianwu, right? How could I not? He was a truly brilliant talent. I'm looking for the people who killed Jin Jianwu. That's why I'm searching for clues related to his death. This is so cool. Soma was stunned as he looked at the panoramic view in front of him. From where he stood, he could see the vast scenery of Wudong Mountain at a glance. With his arms spread wide, Soma was struck by a powerful gust of wind. Beside him, Wujongrok watched with a smile. Most of his men still feared Soma. During their journey, they had learned of Soma's true nature, which was enough to terrify anyone. Wujongrok was no exception at first. However, as he spent more time with him, he realized Soma was not as frightening as he appeared. Though Soma may have been damaged by his harsh childhood, Wujongrok felt that his nature was not evil. That was why, while Pyeolwol was alone with Chongjin, Wujongrok took good care of Soma. The two returned to the Wudong sect in good spirits. At that moment, someone approached them. He was a tall young warrior with a chiseled face. The young warrior greeted Wujongrok with a fist and palm salute. Master Wu, how are you? Oh, hello. Have we met before? I can't seem to remember. Perhaps I'm just getting old. Don't worry, this is our first meeting. I know of you because I've taken an interest in Master Wu. I see. And may I know your name, young master? Zhang Muyun, the soul spirit killing swordsman, a young master of the Rain Mountain Manor, stood before him. Wu Zhangrak had heard of his arrival at Wudong, but he had never expected to encounter him so suddenly. Maintaining a calm expression, Wu Zhangrak said, "So you are young Master Zhang of the Rain Mountain Manor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Did you come to attend the Wudong sect leader's birthday as well? I came for two reasons: to celebrate the birthday of Chongjin, whom I've long admired, and to deal with an enemy of Jizon." Zhang Muyan spoke calmly, as if the matter were trivial. His gaze shifted to Soma, more precisely, to the sword in Soma's arms. "Anyway, I'm glad we've made each other's acquaintance. I hope our relationship continues. Enjoy the rest of the celebration. This may be a banquet that never comes again." With that, Zhang Muyan turned and left. Wu Zhongrok stared at his retreating figure, his expression stiff. Zhang Muyan's gaze toward Soma had been that of a predator before a hunt. Wu Zhongrok was experienced enough to recognize it. He knows everything. Nothing in Zhonghu happened by coincidence. If I make a mistake, things could spiral out of control. Fortunately, this was the Wudang sect. Even if the Rain Mountain Manor was one of the three great manors, it could not compare to Wudang. No matter how bold Zhang Muyon was, he would not dare act recklessly here. "I found Gongbu. A kid has it. He claimed it was a gift. He's not strong enough to kill my uncle. Someone else gave it to the child. We must find that person. When they leave Mount Wudong, we act. Prepare thoroughly. I'll alert the men below the mountain." Zhang Muyan nodded. This will show the world what happens when someone dares touch Rain Mountain Manor. Paiwol exited the Shangqing Temple. Before he realized it, night had fallen. Yet the surroundings were as bright as day, illuminated by countless torches and lanterns lit by the Wudong Taoists. "Excuse me," a woman called out near Qingliu Palace. It was Hong Ye Seol, dressed in dark red silk like the sunset over Wudong. "My name is Hong Ye Seol," she said with a smile. "May we speak for a moment?" She might look ordinary at first glance, but she had the power to draw people's attention. Furthermore, she had a voice so heavenly that it captivated people. No man could help but be fascinated by Hong Ye Seol's appearance. And she herself knew what attracted men to her. Hong Ye Seol spoke with a slightly shy expression. "May I know your name?" Pyowol. "Ah," she suddenly exclaimed. "Why? Is there a problem?" "No, it's just that your name and face suit each other well." A slight blush appeared on Hong Ye Seol's face. She looked like a shy woman. People nearby sent jealous glances at Hong Ye Seol and Pyowol as they talked. Among them was Song Hong Yok. Song Hong Yok, the leader of the Gunma clan, had come in place of his father to celebrate the birthday of the Wudong sect leader. He had fallen in love with Hong Ye Seol the moment he heard her sing. Her voice was like a heavenly jade sound. The desire to hear it again bloomed from the depths of his heart. Sang Hong Yok lingered around Hong Ye's soul, searching for an opportunity to speak to her. Since too many men were competing for her attention, he had no choice but to be cautious. "How long will Master Pyo stay in the Wudong sect?" "I won't stay long." "Then you're only staying for the birthday celebration. Why do you ask?" "I'm just curious." When she smiled, her usually mature face looked youthful. She appeared even more alluring. For an ordinary person, her face would have been captivating enough to cause obsession. "I don't believe there are coincidences in this world. I think the reason we met like this is because it was meant to be." "Did you learn singing formally?" "There was a master. He taught me harshly. Thanks to him, I can sing at least this well. If I ever have the chance, I'd like to be taught by your master as well. It's truly impressive." "Then how about learning from me? I'm not as good as my master, but I'm confident I can teach you well." "No thanks." "Why?" "I don't want to die yet." Pyowol shrugged and glanced around. Many men nearby stared at him as if they wanted to devour him. Hong Ye Seol smiled faintly. "Stop, let go of her." A cold voice interrupted them. It was Song Hong Yok, the leader of the Gunma clan. He turned to Hong Ye Seol. "Are you all right, Lady Hong?" "I am Song Hong Yok, leader of the Gunma clan. Don't worry, I will protect you from this scoundrel." His eyes were filled with jealousy as he glared at Pyowol. It had been Hong Ye Seol who grabbed Pyowol's hand first, but that didn't matter to him. What mattered was her embarrassed expression. That alone justified his intervention. "Aren't you ashamed, holding a woman's hand like that?" "What do you mean? You grabbed her without permission." "Whatever you're afraid of, as long as I'm here, you don't need to worry." He released an explosive aura and glared at Pyowol, ready to strike. What is this commotion in the sacred Wudong sect? If the owner of that stern voice hadn't arrived, Song Hong Yok would have attacked. It was Wu Pyong. At his appearance, Song Hong Yok stiffened. Wu Pyong was a first-generation disciple of Wudong. No matter his status, Song Hong Yok could not afford to offend him. "I thought Lady Hong was in danger." "Who said she was? Did Master Pyo bully her? It didn't look like that to me." "That is, I heard the leader of the Gunma clan was wise, but perhaps the rumors were exaggerated." Wu Pyong openly showed his disappointment. Only then did Song Hong Yok realize the severity of the situation. He looked around, but no one supported him. Bang Jusan openly ridiculed him. How foolish. Acting without calculation inside Wudong. Wu Pyong issued a final warning. The sect leader's birthday is tomorrow. Cause any more trouble, and I will personally escort you out. Do you understand? Yes, Song Hung. Yok lowered his head and retreated. As he disappeared, Hung Ye-seol bowed slightly. I'm sorry. This happened because of me. I'll take my leave. After she left, Wu Pyong approached Pyo-wol. Are you alright? You interfered unnecessarily. I don't want blood spilled in Wudong. Sang Han Yok would never know. Wu Pyong had saved his life. His actions had been like placing his head inside a tiger's jaws. I didn't expect such trouble over a mere singer. Because she's not ordinary. What do you mean? Watch her carefully, unless you want trouble soon. Pyo-wol looked at his hand. A faint scent lingered, the scent of wild chrysanthemum. Subtle, easily overlooked, a fragrance suited for someone who hides things. Hong Yi-sol returned to her residence. It was a wooden building reserved for performers invited to the celebration, far from Qingliu Temple. Her room was the most secluded. Thanks to this, she could act freely. So that's Pyo-wol. If he truly was Pyo-wol, then it's better to proceed, she smiled. She knew how to use her charm. Shall I use him? Chongjin's birthday had finally arrived. The Wudong sect had prepared everything needed for the celebration early in the morning. The podium built yesterday was adorned with various decorations and luxurious chairs. Musicians began performing at dawn. The playing of musical instruments stirred excitement among the people, while the singing captured everyone's attention. Early in the morning, as Pyo-wol prepared to leave the Qingliu temple, Soma asked, Brother, where are you going? The scripture pavilion. Why there? I have some reading to do. Is that so? Soma looked disappointed. He regretted that Pyo-wol would be busy, but quickly said nonchalantly, Okay, have a safe trip. Pyo-wol read calmly. Unlike before, he wasn't sneaking around. He could focus entirely. What he needed most was information on the current Jianghu. Having spent most of his time in Sichuan, his knowledge of Jianghu was lacking. The Wudong sect's scripture pavilion was a treasure trove. Books that the Taoists casually read gave Pyo-wol important information. The value of information depended on the reader. Wudang Taoists, pursuing Taoism, often ignored these books. Pyo-wol, however, never missed a detail. Piece by piece, he reconstructed a comprehensive picture from fragments. Flipping through books without pause, he only looked up when it grew dark. After a full day, the sun had set unnoticed. The Wudang sect was quiet in the evening, as if it hadn't been so noisy just moments ago. Many of those who had attended Chongjin's birthday party had already left. Only a few remained. The massive crowd that had filled the banquet hall was gone. Only the Wudang sect masters remained, busy cleaning up the venue. A desperate scream shattered the silence. He walked toward the source of the scream. By the time he arrived, a crowd had already gathered. It's murder. Someone's dead. Pyo-wol pushed through the crowd. When he reached the center, his expression hardened. In the middle of a circle stood a little boy, blood on his face. A man lay face down in front of him. Pyo-wol looked at the boy. Soma. Hearing his voice, the boy turned to him. Brother. The boy with the puzzled expression was Soma. Pyo-wol approached him. What happened? We might have fought, but I didn't kill him, I swear. After Pyo-wol nodded, a cold voice rang out. How dare you commit murder in the Wudong sect? For a little kid to have such strength. The crowd parted, and 6 men emerged. Zhang Muyen and warriors of the White Tiger Sword Corps. How could you commit murder in the sacred Wudong sect? I didn't kill him. Then what is the meaning of this? Hakram Moyan pointed at Hong Mugwang's body. Soma was speechless. Hong Mugwang had approached him while he rested on a tree, provoking him for no reason. Soma had reacted, and they had exchanged blows several times. That was all. This explained Soma's shock when Hong Mugwang suddenly collapsed, bleeding. He had died shortly after. To make matters worse, the Wudong sect Taoists stormed in. They alternately glared at Soma and Hong Mugwang's corpse, growing furious. This young demon killed that poor man. They drew swords, aiming at him. But I didn't kill him, Soma protested, to no avail. How do you explain that body then? What's that blood on your sword? Accusations poured in from every direction. Soma stiffened. Being attacked from all sides made it hard to breathe. It felt as though the entire world had turned against him. When his eyes turned white, Pyo-wol stood in front of him. In an instant, the suffocating pressure lifted. Soma could breathe again. Soma exhaled heavily, staring at Pyo-wol's back. Hearing the news, the Wudong sect leaders arrived at Qingliu Temple, including Gongjin. Gongjin calmly observed Pyo-wol and Soma alternately. How could murder happen in the Wudong sect? As an elder, his voice carried authority. The disciples and warriors flinched. Though often overshadowed by Chongjin, the sect leader, or Sungjin, the #1 sword, everyone knew Gongjin's influence. Are you going to interfere? Even if recognized by sect leader Chongjin, meddle in sect affairs and we won't forgive you. Soma's matters are mine. I have every right to intervene. Even with eyes, you cannot see the truth. Or perhaps you only see what you wish. Worse still, for a fool who cannot distinguish truth to sit as an elder of a prestigious sect. Gongjin, unable to restrain himself, roared. Roof tiles vibrated, and warriors looked distressed, yet Pyo-wol remained unmoved. Gongjin, usually the Wudong sect's think tank, was blank. He had never faced someone who challenged his authority directly. Normally, if words failed, he would rely on martial arts, but Pyeolwol didn't seem ordinary. Hesitating, he held back his techniques. Their eyes met, only inches apart. Up close, Pyeolwol's eyes were far more terrifying than expected. Look at the dried blood in his eyes, nose, and ears. The sword struck his torso. Why did blood exit through his orifices? Have you considered that? You assume Soma was the culprit. If you open his corpse, you'll see his intestines burst. I'll do it right now. Pyeolwol drew his phantom dagger. There's no need to cut open his body. Let me examine him. A middle-aged man stepped out of the crowd. Isn't that Shim? If it's Physician Shim, then we can trust him. The man's name was Shim Hak, a renowned doctor rumored to possess divine medical skills. Shim Hak approached Hong Mugwang's body without hesitation and examined it closely. Gongjin and the warriors watched him tensely. Looking at the crowd around him, he said, I can guarantee that the sword wound on this young warrior's body was not the cause of his death. The sword wound is deep, but it is not fatal enough to take a life. As the young man said, all of the corpse's internal organs are damaged. Among them, the liver is severely affected. The liver is highly sensitive to toxins. It's obvious why it's damaged this way. It's because of poison. A poison that causes a person's potential to explode at once usually produces this kind of reaction. Above all, look at the blood from his orifices. Blood from other wounds is still wet, but the blood from his nose, eyes, and mouth has dried. This occurs when the blood in the intestines is poisoned. Though Soma was cleared, the truth was still unresolved. Whoever gave him that poison, once we find them, we will not let them go. Gongjin's white beard trembled. Then Pyeolwol spoke coldly. Before that, shouldn't you apologize to Soma first? Gongjin's face twisted miserably. For the first time, a proud elder of the Wudong sect found himself in such a predicament. All eyes of the gathered warriors and Taoists were on him. I'm sorry, I was hasty in accusing you. Please forgive my mistake. Gongjin bowed to Soma. The humility and sincerity impressed the warriors. Soma said to Gongjin, I told you I didn't kill him. Don't worry, I forgive you. But just this once. If you threaten me again without proof, I will fight back. Soma's words made Gongjin avert his gaze, embarrassed to meet his eyes. From the corner of his eye, he saw Pyeolwol walking toward Jang Muyon and the White Tiger Sword Corps. Jang Muyon's expression stiffened. He had been triumphant moments ago, but no longer. He was the one who had instigated Hong Mugwang, persuading him to act with the promise of protection from Rain Mountain Manor. He had given Hong Mugwang the black blood pill, disguised as a vitality-enhancing drug. In truth, it was a poison that caused a person's potential to explode, resulting in death. The pill also paralyzed cognition, amplifying anger. Why are you doing this? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Then Pyeolwol smelled it, a faint fragrance, unmistakable and deliberate, the scent of wild chrysanthemum. It was a scent only a few women used. Only one person on Wudong Mountain smelled like this, Hong Yaseo. Pyeolwol's voice cut through the tension. Had you slept with her? What are you talking about? Caught off guard, Jang Muyon stammered. Where is she? How would I know? Jang Muyon's answer only confirmed Pyeolwol's suspicions. Make a sound in the east, then strike in the west. Pyeolwol approached Wu Sung. You better go to the library right now. Suddenly, Wu Sung realized something and turned pale. With the sect's disciples flocking to Qingliu Temple, other areas were left empty. Pyeolwol turned to Soma. Are you okay? I can manage. Soma puffed his chest and shouted. His eyes, red moments ago, had returned to normal. Let's go. Where? You have to return the suffering they caused you. Soma's eyes gleamed. If not for Pyeolwol, he would have been falsely accused and considered an enemy by everyone. If not for Pyeolwol proving his innocence, he might already be imprisoned or dead at the hands of the Taoists. Taihuo Temple was at the center of the Wudong sect. Dozens of Taoists were always on guard, stationed throughout various buildings. The warehouse's basement location made it nearly impossible for outsiders to infiltrate. But it had still happened. What is this? Wu Sung stared in shock at the wide-open door of the outer warehouse. The Wudong sect warriors guarding the gate were all dead, their bodies covered in thread-like wounds on their necks. Inform the sect leader immediately. After giving orders, Wu Sung hurried into the outer warehouse. It contained hundreds of secret books. He hurriedly checked the shelves for missing volumes. Among the secret texts, every book was a significant martial arts manual. If even one was stolen, it could throw the martial world into chaos. After searching, Wu Sung discovered the missing book, Strength Grinding Demonic Martial Arts. It was a secret book obtained by the Wudong sect during the War of the Blood Heavens. Upon hearing the story, Changjin and the elders' faces hardened. So, while most of the sect's attention was focused on the disturbance at Qingliu Temple, an assassin took the opportunity to break into the warehouse. Changjin turned to Wu Pyong. Before this incident, Pyeolwol warned you about a female singer, correct? That's why I investigated all the musicians and artists entering the sect. He also warned me to beware of the 100 Wraith Union. Changjin's eyes sharpened. Putting Pyeolwol's words together, the female singer invited to his birthday, Hong Ye-sol, must have been an assassin from the 100 Wraith Union. Songjin, take the Wudong sect's 7 swords and track down Hong Yeseol. Gongjin, you said the first person to threaten Soma was young Master Zhang of Rain Mountain Manor, correct? Young Master Zhang and his party have already left the sect and descended the mountain. Should I send someone after them? Leave them. There's no need for the Wudong sect to confront Rain Mountain Manor. Even if we don't act, someone else will handle young Master Zhang. Someone like him never forgets grudges. The Wudong sect doesn't need blood on its hands. Shit, Zhang Wuyan gritted his teeth. The woman was the problem. She had sneaked into his room like a stray cat in the night. How could an ordinary face be so alluring? He had been captivated by her whispers as if intoxicated. It would have been less unfair if they had slept together, but they hadn't. Thinking back, it was strange for an experienced man like him to act so impulsively over mere whispers. Hong Yisel claimed she sought revenge for humiliation by Pyoewol, and Zhang Muyan was willing to act. She wanted vengeance. He wanted the sword, Gongbu, now in Soma's hands. Their goals aligned, and Zhang Muyan boldly used Hong Muguang. Looking back, he knew almost nothing about Hong Yeseol. Her name might not even be real. Zhang Muyan decided to think about Hong Yeseol later. The priority was escaping the Wudong sect's territory. By now, the Wudong sect likely knew of their involvement. Even if Wudong did not act directly, Rain Mountain Manor's activities in Hubei province would be restricted. This wouldn't matter if Gongbu was secured, but he had not obtained the sword yet. Failing to bring back Gongbu would greatly disappoint his father, and he would lose succession rights. Zhang Muyun ordered Zhu Qianhak, captain of the White Tiger Sword Corps, summon all members immediately. Zhu Qianhak nodded as he watched the corps assemble. Being with them gave him a sense of security. Although they were technically still in Wudong sect territory, they had no reason to fear. Zhang Muyun gave orders to the corps. The target is a little boy named Soma. We will guard the road leading down from Wudong sect. Once he appears, take him down and seize the sword. If we kill someone within Wudong territory, it could become a major problem. Is that acceptable? One of the White Tiger Sword Corps warriors asked. Then why proceed? Don't worry, I'll handle everything at Rain Mountain Manor. Once we leave Hubei province without being caught, even the Wudong sect won't be able to pursue it. His maternal uncle, Hua Yuqian, and his son had been killed by Pyoewol. Revenge was his natural right as their maternal nephew. Using this as an excuse, even Wudong sect members would be unable to escalate the issue. In Zhonghu, there was no cause stronger than revenge. There was no direct evidence that Pyoewol killed Hua Yuqian, but that didn't matter. Claiming Pyoewol as the culprit would prevent Wudong sect from probing further. Justification was everything in Zhonghu. Zhang Muyon planned to use it to its fullest. Zhu Qianhak addressed the corps. Divide into 3 groups and take turns monitoring the road. Keep your eyes on it at all times. Understood, the corps responded vigorously. They immediately split into 3 groups. One group hid to watch the road, while the other 2 rested nearby in the grass. The leader of the first group, Cho Young-shin, concealed himself behind a tree with his subordinates. It was so dark that they could barely see an inch ahead. They could not light a torch. It would reveal their position. Instead, they channeled qi into their eyes to improve their vision. Time passed unnoticed. Suddenly, Cho Young-shin's eyes lit up. What is that? There are 30 wildcats hiding in the dark forest. The chief wildcat is hideous. The one under him looks grim. The first was killed by his neck, the second crushed, the third. Hearing the boy's song gave Cho Young-shin goosebumps. He realized the boy was their target. The young swordsman's gaze swept the forest, landing exactly where Cho Young-shin and his subordinates hid. The boy stopped singing. Hello, Wildcat brothers, I'm Soma. You've been waiting for me, right? Soma smiled broadly. Cho Young-shin shouted, that's our target. Kill him and steal his sword. Zhu Qianhak raised his head. A faint rustling reached him. A seasoned martial artist, he immediately understood the metallic sound. The first group has engaged. Everyone, rise. He ordered the resting White Tiger Sword Corps warriors to assemble. Zhang Muyan approached Zhu Qianhak. Do you think they're here? I believe so. I didn't expect them to actually come down the mountain. Did they follow us immediately? That's possible. They're reckless. As they moved toward the site of the first group's clash, someone gasped. Zhu Qianhak frowned. What is it? I don't see Qiuljin. The warrior's face betrayed panic. Zhu Qianhei quickly assessed the corps. 19 members remained. 1 was missing. A chill ran down Zhu Qianhei's spine. He had trained the corps meticulously in teamwork and discipline. No one had ever left without permission. The sudden absence suggested external interference. Everyone, be alert, he shouted. The corps drew their swords in unison, wary but composed. Zhang Muyon's eyes glinted sharply. It's him. He had investigated the Heavenly Silver Marketplace and his uncle's death. He knew how Pyoewol instilled fear by striking individuals to destabilize groups. At the peak of tension, a black figure suddenly fell among them. It's him. Without hesitation, the corps attacked the figure. Flesh split, bones shattered, and blood sprayed in all directions. Bright crimson blood stained the dark forest. We got him. The warriors rejoiced, relieved. It was easier than expected to capture the assassin. Then, it's not him, Ju Qianhake's voice rang out, almost a scream. Being closest, he recognized the figure. The one they had slaughtered was Jium Xiaojun, the missing member. His eyes and mouth were wide open, yet he could not make a sound. He wriggled once in agony and then died. The White Tiger Sword Corps stood horrified. They had killed their comrade. Then, a warrior on the edge of the formation was yanked into the air by an unseen force. Hurry, save him. Nearby warriors rushed to help, but Zhang Muyan and Ju Qianhake shouted, "No, don't move." It was too late. Their formation had already collapsed. His first target was a warrior who had climbed a tree to save his comrades. Among the White Tiger Sword Corps, this warrior served as a vanguard renowned for his agility and sharp senses. But even he could not sense Pyoul's presence. "You bastard. I will never forgive you." Suddenly, a white face appeared before him. The warrior couldn't finish his sentence. Seo Danmok discarded his sword and clutched Pyoul, trying to restrain him at the cost of his own life. As the White Tiger Sword Corps attacked him, he didn't flinch. He held Pyoul tighter. "Let's die together." He cried out, letting the swords pierce his body, hoping to take Pyoul with him. Pain surged through him, but he laughed. He was willing to die if it meant defeating Pyoul. But then, Pyoul's body slithered like a snake and slipped free, as Seo Danmok tried to grasp him with his last strength, but Pyoul vanished into the darkness. Seo Danmok died, pierced by his comrade's swords without harming Pyoul. The White Tiger Sword Corps, who killed their own comrade without effect, was thrown into confusion and fear. Zhang Muyan's eyes burned red as he stared at the headless corpse. All the White Tiger Sword Corps members he had brought were dead. Some were still engaged with Soma, but he did not expect them to survive either. These warriors were not his. They were his father Zhang Pyeongsan's subordinates. Losing them meant losing his father's trust. Returning empty-handed would cost him everything. Pyoul appeared. With all the White Tiger Sword Corps dealt with, Zhang Muyon's anger flared. Even after annihilating the Corps, Pyoul was unscathed. His white skin gleamed in the darkness, without a drop of blood. He looked neither tired nor disheveled. It was clear he had executed the killings efficiently. Zhang Muyan raised his sword. He believed Pyoul had only won by ambushing them. Now, with a direct confrontation, he thought he could gain the upper hand. Zhang Muyan swung his sword. In an instant, his sword split into 7, each blade aimed at Pyoul. The 7 illusionary killing swords. The 7 illusionary killing swords shattered a tree into 7 pieces, but Pyoul's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had used snake steps to evade the trajectory. "How long do you plan on cowardly running away?" Zhang Muyan roared and pursued Pyoul. He unleashed the Golden Dragon Emperor's sword repeatedly. Each strike felled massive trees and punched holes in rocks the size of houses. Zhang Muyan fought with everything he had. He understood that Pyoul was not a foe he could defeat while conserving his strength. Rather than prolong the fight, he chose to exert all his power to win in the shortest possible time. Zhang Muyan focused all his energy into his sword. A faint golden dragon appeared along the blade, another technique of the Golden Dragon Emperor's sword. Though he had not mastered it fully, its power exceeded other sword techniques. The dragon-shaped sword energy flew toward Pyoul. The skill of shaping chi into a dragon and propelling it through the air was remarkable. Any warrior in Zhonghu witnessing this would be awed. It was rare to see such swordsmanship. But to Pyoul, it was a mere waste of energy. Zhang Muyon's swordsmanship was impressive, yet he lacked efficiency. The Golden Dragon Demon Killing Illusion was his final attack. Zhang Muyan hoped to end Pyoul's life with it. He had nothing left. Yet, to his shock, the dragon-shaped strike did not even graze Pyoul. Using Black Lightning, Pyoul moved at impossible speed and reappeared directly in front of Zhang Muyan. A gasp escaped Zhang Muyan. His once confident face now betrayed fear. Pyoul could smell it just as he had from the others. Zhang Muyan shouted frantically, "If you kill me, the Rain Mountain Manor won't stand still. It's not too late. Hand over the sword, Gongbu, to me." He could not finish. The phantom dagger pierced his chin and penetrated his brain. His body convulsed violently before collapsing. Pyoul retrieved the dagger. Having already killed over 20 people, he remained utterly unharmed. As an assassin, Pyoul had reached the pinnacle physically and mentally. He could improve further, but he had already entered Zhonghu's top ranks. Pyoul's confidence was absolute. The battles against Zhang Muyan and the White Tiger Sword Corps were mere confirmation of his abilities, not life-risking fights. Pyoul turned toward the fight where Soma battled the remaining White Tiger Sword Corps. The battle was nearing its end. Pyoul trusted Soma's abilities and felt no worry, though his expression grew more serious. Shou Yongshin's body was soaked in blood. His blood mixed with that of his fallen subordinates. Around him, warriors lay scattered. Their bodies bore gill-like wounds, mouths wide-open injuries inflicted by Soma's 7 wheels. He held the sword Gongbu, but he preferred the 7 wheels. Even against the White Tiger Sword Corps, he relied on them over the sword. Soma marveled at the sharpness of Gongbu. Its chi receptivity, hardness, and sharpness ranked it among Zhonghu's finest swords. He truly liked Gongbu. It seemed to resemble him. Suddenly, "That sword looks good. Can I see it for a second?" A gruff voice came from behind. Startled, Soma turned. An old man, wolf-like in appearance, stood before him. Gray hair and a long beard draped over his chest. His uniform was worn and gray. A strange sword rested on his back. He looked like a beggar, but his eyes were those of a wolf, fierce and calculating. Soma instinctively hid the sword behind his back. No. Why? Because it's mine. So, the sword was yours from the beginning. The original owner isn't you. You're not ready to wield it yet. Leave it to me. I'll return it when you've grown. The old man advanced. Soma, undefeated against Cho Young-shin and the White Tiger Sword Corps, felt pushed back by this single presence. Instinctively, he knew this was no ordinary person. A gut-wrenching, unpleasant feeling gnawed at him. Even after encountering monsters and evil monks at Shaolin Temple, none had provoked such unease. Who's this, Grandpa? I am King Gujin. Ever heard of me? No. Really? I thought I was famous in Zhonghu. I guess not. Disappointed, the old man's malevolent gaze remained fixed on Soma, particularly on the sword he held. The strange, unseen shape stirred his greed. Once greedy, he never let go, earning him the title Wolf King, one of the 8 constellations. He reached toward Soma. Although he only extended his hand, Soma felt immense pressure, as if a giant wolf were glaring at him with bared teeth. He closed his fingers in the same way he had stretched out his hand. A powerful suction force erupted, pulling Soma toward him. It was the art of telekinesis. Soma moaned as an invisible force crushed and dragged him forward. If he continued to be pulled, he would lose not only his sword but his life. Do you think I'll be beaten so easily? Soma swung his arms wildly, trying to shake off his fear. The 7 rings on his neck shot toward King Gujin. The wheels spun fiercely, aiming for him. Just before the wheels reached him, he raised his chi to shield his entire body. The wheels bounced off harmlessly. King Gujin demonstrated the limits of human training. Soma had killed many using his wheels, but this was the first time his attack had been completely neutralized. Why not use that sword? Why throw those iron wheels when you have such a fine sword? This proves you're unqualified to wield it. How can someone incapable of using a weapon claim to own it? A great sword shines in the hands of its rightful master. You don't deserve it. Soma could not argue. Though he had obtained Gongbu and trained with it, he was not yet familiar with its proper use. In crucial moments, he relied on the wheels instead. In his mercenary life, finding a suitable weapon was difficult. Most could not withstand his destructive martial arts. Swords would break under repeated blows. That was why he carried 6 spares on his back. He drew a specially ordered sword from his back. I'll show you how to truly wield a sword. King Gujin struck. Lightning seemed to strike from the sky. Soma was thrown backward, the pain coursing through his entire body. Gongbu bounced off and embedded into the ground, but did not break. A glimmer of joy appeared in King Gujin's eyes. This was heavenly flash of lightning, a sword technique with the power of a lightning strike from the sky. Until now, none had survived it. Its only drawback, weapons could not endure it. The sword in his hand shattered. King Gujin discarded the hiltless fragments without hesitation. I don't need this trash anymore. Finally, a worthy opponent. He picked up Gongbu from the ground and gripped the hilt. It felt natural, as if it had always been his. He laughed loudly and discarded the 5 backup swords on his back. A true sword had found its rightful master. That's my sword, Soma muttered, raising himself. King Gujin was surprised to see him alive after the heavenly flash of lightning. Despite Gongbu absorbing much of the energy, Soma's endurance proved his strength and will. Yes, a man should have that grit. I acknowledge you as a man, so I will do my best against you. King Gujin assumed a sword stance. His signature technique, forged over decades as a mercenary, he had never fully unleashed it, lacking proper weapons until now. He poured all his chi into Gongbu. The blade trembled with fearsome energy yet remained stable. Other swords would have cracked under the same load. He swung at Soma. A terrifying roar, unlike anything before, accompanied the swing. Chi struck Soma like thunder. Soma raised 2 wheels to block, his face reflecting despair. He realized he could not stop the overwhelming power. The ground was torn asunder, soil overturned, rocks scattered. It was inhumanly destructive. Even Soma could not survive such an attack head-on. King Gujin smiled in satisfaction. Gongbu remained unbroken. At last, he possessed a sword that allowed him to unleash his full techniques. Soma's life was inconsequential. Even survival would leave him crippled. As King Gujin laughed, a faint thread drifted silently on the wind. His gaze fell on the land he had devastated. It was the spot where Soma had stood moments ago, but there was no body or trace of flesh. No evidence of Soma's presence. Clearly, someone had extracted Soma just before his attack hit. Not only had the newcomer deceived his senses and taken Soma, but they had also dared aim for his life. The faceless assassin had remarkable courage. Or maybe you're just underestimating me. Either way, King Gujin could not forgive the assassin. He raised Gongbu, pointing it forward. For a moment, he wondered if his sword energy was weak. The thin black thread spread like a spider's web in the wind, a skill that spread sword energy throughout the area like a spider web, detecting any movement. No matter how stealthy the assassin, movement inevitably disturbs the air. The sword threads detected this, transmitting the information to King Gujin. Time passed. King Gujin felt the limits of his patience. He had enough energy to maintain the spiderweb sword strike, but it was painful to endure, like standing as a stone statue. King Gujin lowered his sword slightly. At that moment, pain seared his lower back. Looking back, a black shadow had driven a small dagger into his waist. King Gujin swung his sword like lightning, but the shadow had already vanished. It was Pyo-wol, responsible for the phantom dagger. King Gujin, confident he had finished Soma, had relaxed slightly. Pyo-wol seized the gap, used the soul-reaping thread to distract him, and executed the turtle-breathing technique. The first time Pyo-wol saw King Gujin, he felt a strong sense of danger, the first since meeting the Wind Saint. King Gujin was far too dangerous to confront while taking Soma. Soma could have died, but Pyo-wol trusted him. Soma was not a child who would die in vain. Pyo-wol believed he would survive on his own. "Are you an assassin from the 100 Wraith Union?" Pyo-wol did not reply, he did not hide. He stood at a distance, just out of King Gujin's reach. This enraged King Gujin further. "Oh well, once I catch you, I'll uncover your background." The sword in his hands burst with energy. Gongbu could now withstand his power. "I will deal with you with all my might." King Gujin kicked the ground, launching himself like a cannonball. Strong wind pressure hit Pyo-wol, who immediately vanished using black lightning. King Gujin did not panic. He did not track Pyo-wol logically. He predicted and responded using his senses, like a wolf. His attack exploded where he expected Pyo-wol to appear. Pyo-wol was almost struck, but managed to evade just in time. Chills ran down his spine. He had not felt such danger in a long time. He recalled the terror of being trapped in an underground cave for the first time. King Gujin's sword was vicious and relentless. He was different from warriors who were all style and no substance. The heavenly sword of the Bloody Wolf, forged through countless battles, represented the totality of his skill. Against King Gujin, Pyo-wol revealed his true nature as a hungry ghost. Pyo-wol's martial art was based on the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. The technique naturally enhanced his brain power. The key was to increase reaction speed by stimulating the nerves with lightning. Depending on the application, his reaction speed could be multiplied several times. Such was the state of Pyo-wol at this moment. His movements resembled a snake. His speed was so fast that it would be difficult for anyone to follow. Ordinary people might not even catch a glimpse of his movements, but King Gujin did not miss a single one. He kept up with Pyo-wol every step of the way. Just as Pyo-wol was inspired by the snake, King Gujin was profoundly influenced by the wolf. Whether in intuition, speed, or tenacity, King Gujin possessed all the attributes of a wolf. The heavenly sword of the Bloody Wolf, created by him, was not a martial art concerned with strict form. It relied heavily on improvisation guided by instinct and intuition. Pyo-wol held phantom daggers in both hands. The phantom dagger shot forward at frightening speed. "You're greatly mistaken if you think you can defeat me with that," King Gujin snorted. He despised warriors who relied on hidden weapons, considering it unmanly. A true warrior fought with his body. Above all, a short dagger could not inflict serious damage. This was why King Gujin was unafraid of Pyo-wol's phantom daggers. Pyo-wol's daggers were blocked by King Gujin's sword and ricocheted away. After deflecting them, King Gujin rushed straight at Pyo-wol. But a chilling sensation ran down his back. The phantom dagger he thought had bounced away twisted in midair, aiming at the back of his head. Only then did King Gujin realize that the dagger was connected by an invisible thread. Chi thread. The chi thread distracted him. 4 phantom daggers danced according to Pyo-wol's will. King Gujin inadvertently expressed admiration. All 4 phantom daggers pursued King Gujin along different trajectories. He swung his sword to deflect them all, but no matter how many times he blocked, the daggers returned to strike again. Chills ran down his spine. It had been a long time since he had felt such a sense of crisis. The precarious feeling like standing naked on the edge of a 100-foot cliff was overwhelming. Every nerve in his body sharpened. With this level of martial arts, King Gujin could not dismiss Pyo-wol as a mere assassin. King Gujin raised his chi even higher. Gongbu unleashed an immense surge of sword energy, more powerful than before. The sword flew toward Pyo-wol. He tried to stop it with a soul-reaping thread, but sword energy concentrated with ki could not be blocked by a mere thread. King Gujin swung his sword at the defenseless Pyo-wol. At that moment, a thread of energy appeared in Pyo-wol's hands again. King Gujin assumed it was a soul-reaping thread. "It's useless." The soul-reaping thread could not match sword energy, a fact already proven. He poured more chi into his sword, intending to kill Pyo-wol in a single strike. Yet his sword energy was blocked by the thread Pyo-wol had formed. King Gujin could not believe a thread so thin could block his sword energy. He realized that this thread was different from before. It shone brightly. Could it be sword ki? He had never imagined sword energy could take the form of a thread. Its shape slithered like a snake. Sword energy collided with the snake chi thread, sending shockwaves through the area. The snake chi thread slithered through every gap like a living snake. King Gujin blocked it with the heavenly sword of the Bloody Wolf. Each collision sent bursts of ki flying. Unbelievable. King Gujin's eyes widened. The thin energy thread overpowered his sword energy. King Gujin was constantly on the defensive, unable to advance. Using snake steps, he approached the staggering King Gujin. A phantom dagger was in his hand. It pierced King Gujin's side. King Gujin flexed his side muscles. His steel-like muscles prevented the dagger from digging in. It was a reaction and physical ability beyond ordinary humans. Pyeolwol anticipated this. He concentrated chi into the dagger handle. The chi was transmitted through the dagger into King Gujin's body. King Gujin screamed and vomited blood, soaking Pyeolwol's face and chest. His face twisted in pain. Pyeolwol's attack had shaken his insides. Had it not been for his steel-tempered body, his intestines would have burst. Yet his fighting spirit remained unbroken. He fought on, determined to attack until victory. As King Gujin approached with a mad laugh, both sensed an unusual wave of ki from the side of Wudong Mountain. King Gujin's expression instantly changed. Damn it, here comes that old man. What's your name? Pyeolwol. I am King Gujin, the Wolf King. Remember my name. The next time we meet, I will repay this debt. Are you going to run? I would deal with you if I could, but there's a troublesome old man here. King Gujin removed the phantom daggers from his waist and side and threw them away, then suddenly leapt backward. Pyeolwol tried to pursue him. He had seen Soma lying in the bushes. Soma was in critical condition, barely breathing. Though he had survived King Gujin's last attack, he remained seriously injured. Pyeolwol abandoned the chase and approached Soma. Then, a figure appeared as if riding the wind. It was an old man in a shabby uniform. The old master wrinkled his nose and murmured, "I'm sure I smell a wolf from here." The moment he saw the old man, Pyeolwol felt a chill as if he had fallen into an ice pit. He had encountered numerous warriors with formidable martial arts before. There was Mu Jung-jin of the Qingcheng sect, a swordsman capable of dominating a region, and Hyobul of the Shaolin Temple. Pyeolwol had to risk his life when confronting each of them. Even against opponents he could theoretically defeat, he still gave his all, analyzing countless possibilities and choosing the most efficient path to victory. Through such diligence, Pyeolwol had survived every battle. He had always exploited his enemy's weaknesses. But the man before him had none. As naturally as water flows from a high place, the old man appeared as if he had been there from the beginning. "Is it you, the one who chased the wolf away? You're quite skilled. King Gujin is one of the few warriors in the world known for his savagery, yet you managed to drive him off." Pyeolwol asked, almost without realizing it. "Who are you?" "I'm called Ilgum. I live on Wudong Mountain, and you?" The old man's gaze then shifted to Soma. "That boy will die soon." Indeed, Soma was severely paralyzed. Because Pyeolwol had left him unattended while fighting King Gujin, his condition had worsened. Ilgum addressed Pyeolwol, "Carry him on your back and follow me." Pyeolwol quickly hoisted Soma onto his back. When he looked up again, the old man was gone. A voice suddenly rang in his ears. "What are you staring at? Look up!" Pyeolwol chased after him with Soma on his back. He ran down the mountain at terrifying speed, yet it was difficult to keep up. Even a slight slowdown widened the distance, threatening to lose sight of the old man. Pyeolwol already knew that a legendary warrior had retired from the Wudong sect a generation ago. Before Sungjin, another warrior had been called the #1 sword of Wudong. Pyeolwol had learned the name Ilgum while staying at the sect. He had assumed the difference between Ilgum and Sungjin would not be substantial. Even if Ilgum had been the #1 sword, age should have diminished his senses and strength. The power of a prestigious sect like Wudong was truly formidable. He could not fathom how many more masters like Ilgum remained in the sect. Following Ilgum, Pyeolwol reached an unknown mountain peak, one of the many rocky peaks of Wudong Mountain. This was Ilgum's dwelling. After retiring from the sect, he lived alone in a secluded rock peak. A shabby house sat on one side of the peak. Pyeolwol looked around while carrying Soma and felt a dizziness unlike anything in the Wudong sect. It seemed this isolation had been Ilgum's reason for choosing this place. "Put him on the bed." Pyeolwol laid Soma down on a wooden bed inside the house, barely holding its shape. Ilgum muttered as he examined Soma. "The wolf's hands are still cruel as ever. I should have finished him then. Anyway, what is this?" Ilgum rolled up his sleeves and murmured while turning Soma to lie face down. Pyeolwol watched silently, noting the red stain on Ilgum's fingers from when he had poked Soma. Soma shuddered with each poke. "This boy is strange, really strange. He seems to have learned Shaolin techniques, but why is he so twisted? The older brother is strange, and the younger brother is also strange." Ilgum shook his head, yet continued his work. He was performing a qi circulation technique called the Qi Yang finger. Originally meant to purge evil energy, Ilgum now used it to expel King Gujin's energy from Soma's body. Soma vomited blood. Only then did Ilgum stop, satisfied. Now that he's treated, as long as he takes care of himself, he'll be fine. Pyeolwol bowed deeply. "Thank you for your help." "I didn't do this for thanks. Don't be too polite." I felt a shiver all over my body. "More importantly, where did you come from? How did such a freak like you appear here? Did you come for Chongjin's birthday party too?" "Yes. Anyway, these Taoists aren't training properly. How can they throw such a loud party?" Ilgum criticized not only Chongjin but all the elders. "I was resting and quietly trying to ascend, but those kids are so noisy that I couldn't." Is there really a heaven? How would I know? I'm not dead yet. I haven't done nearly as many bad things as others. If heaven exists, wouldn't I go anyway? Now tell me, how do you have the eyes of an old man at such a young age? Allgum spoke bluntly, yet Pyo felt no offense. His warm eyes, full of compassion, penetrated the barriers around his heart. Still, Pyo did not respond, so Ilgum leapt up. Are you really not going to say anything? Don't you need to express yourself once in a while? He grabbed a jar from the corner of the house. What is that? Alcohol. Don't you need to be drunk to open your mouth? This is sake I brewed 30 years ago. Drink it so you can finally talk. I don't drink. Damn it, drink when I give it to you, you rotten bastard. Ilgum broke the seal. A strong pine scent wafted out, refreshing Pyowol without him realizing it. He poured the sake into a cup, almost the size of a bowl, and handed it to Pyowol. Drink. Can Taoists even drink? What would an old man waiting for death do if not drink? Drink to your heart's content. You won't taste this again, so leave not a drop. Pyowol hesitated briefly, then drank. The sake burned from mouth to stomach, filling his entire body with heat, but he did not hate the sensation. Look at you. Drink more. Ilgum laughed and refilled the cup. Pyowol drank without refusal. Now tell me. Pyowol began recounting his life. Right, I see. And then? Ilgum listened, sympathizing and occasionally expressing regret. Whenever Pyowol's cup emptied, Ilgum refilled it. The storytelling lasted late into the night. Neither noticed the passage of time. It ended only when the jar ran dry. Allgum shook his head. He observed Pyowol, whose mind was already dulled by alcohol, masking his expression. A master of Pyowol's level could not be rendered unconscious by ordinary alcohol. The body's internal energy neutralizes toxins once a threshold is exceeded, hence Pyowol's reaction. What he did not expect was that this sake was unique, the culmination of decades of Ilgum's brewing. Many, including Chongjin, had never tasted it. Its rarity was unmatched. Ilgum stepped outside, looking at the night sky. Countless stars formed a sea in the clear heavens. Is this fate too? I can't believe I met this child at this moment. When Pyowol opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the ceiling of a shabby house. Sunlight seeped in through a crack in the roof. He raised himself up and frowned. His clothes were dirty. A yellowish liquid had dried on them. What happened? He had no memory of the previous night. He only remembered talking to Ilgum, but after that, nothing. I let my guard down. Pyowol scolded himself for his carelessness. If his attacker had been an enemy who intended to kill him, he would already be dead. Since coming to Zhonghu, he had never once been careless. Yet, surprisingly, he didn't feel as bad as he thought he would. He realized why when he noticed his physical condition. His body felt strangely light. He was lighter than usual and brimming with energy. Pyowol sat down and meditated. Immediately, he felt a rapid flow of energy. His circulation was incomparably faster than before, and nothing obstructed it. He had practiced the thunder-splitting cultivation technique thousands of times, yet he had never experienced anything like this. A sense of exhilaration surged through him, as if he could accomplish anything he set his mind to. In an instant, Pyowol finished meditating faster than ever before. The one who had given him the drink was Ilgum. There was clearly a secret hidden in the alcohol. He didn't know why Ilgum had done him this favor, but he now felt indebted. A meal was set on a shabby flat table in front of the house. The only side dishes were vegetables made by Ilgum himself. There was only one bowl of rice. Taoist, aren't you eating? It's been a while since I ate. I just need this. Thank you for the meal. Don't leave a single grain behind. Scrape it clean. If you leave food, heaven will punish you. Really? The farmer sweated and worked all year to produce just one grain. You can kill a person in a moment, but it takes so much effort to nurture one. Always remember that. Ilgum smiled kindly, and something surged from the depths of Pyowol's heart. He lowered his head to hide his emotion and concentrated on the meal. The vegetables were bland, barely seasoned, yet to Pyowol, they tasted better than any delicacy he had ever eaten. He finished every grain of rice and all the side dishes as Ilgum had instructed. Ilgum pointed to the back of the house. You can wash the dishes there. Pyowol took the dishes to a small, clear stream behind the house. He drank some water and washed the dishes. Ever since meeting Ilgum, he had been subtly influenced by him. Since becoming an assassin with the Blood Shadow group, it was the first time Pyowol had been constantly swayed by another person, and he didn't mind. He saw Ilgum's back, stooped yet commanding, looking down the mountain. Pyowol approached and followed his gaze. A vast sea of clouds stretched around the towering peaks of Wudong Mountain, seemingly endless. The clouds swayed like waves in the wind, scattering and gathering as if resisting the peaks yet returning to calm. Their thousand transformations without changing their essence stirred something within Pyowol. Ripples of thought affected his body. It felt as if lightning raced through his veins. His whole body tingled. It was real. The core of the thunder-splitting cultivation method. The basis of Aguido was lightning. By using lightning to dramatically increase neural responses, he could perform feats unimaginable to others. The lightning continued to surge, and the sake's energy strengthened his nerves. A war was raging within his body, invisible to the outside world. Ilgum, standing beside him, turned and smiled. Some spend their lives trying to understand this but fail. Others open the door by just seeing it once. This is why the world is unfair. Algum sat on the bench patting Pyawol's back. Pyawol stood like a stone statue, staring at the sea of clouds. He didn't know exactly what had happened to him. But one thing was certain, the realization and change he had gained would take him to the next level. It took some time before he emerged from his own world. He exhaled and blinked. After a while, he addressed Ilgum. Thank you for your grace. How can I ever repay? If you're back to your senses, go down. This old man needs rest too. Leave that little devil alone. What? Pyawol's eyes widened. He learned the demonic art of Guanyin from the Shaolin temple. It's amazing he's still alive. But eventually, he'll go mad and destroy himself. He needs to learn self-control. If I leave him, will he become a Taoist? Do you think anyone can become a Taoist? They have to be pure. For now, he will study self-control. Whether he becomes a Taoist is up to him later. Why do you care so much about us? I don't do it for you. When you reach my age, you'll understand. Even if you don't want to see it, you notice things others can't and worry. That's why I interfere. All right, you've thought it through. Can we see each other one last time before going down? Why the lingering feelings? You'll meet again when the time comes. Go down now. All right. Pyawol trusted Ilgum's words. Ilgum turned away. His stooped figure looked larger than Wudang Mountain to Pyawol. Pyawol descended the rock peak, bidding farewell. Even after he left, Ilgum didn't move. He only stirred when someone emerged from the bushes. Is he gone? I'm alone, so yes. How do you get slyer with age? Learn from you, senior brother. That sake, why did you give him all of it when I begged for a sip? You wouldn't feel the effect. I gave it to him because he deserved it. A treasure has its owner. You weren't it, he was, that's all. Is he really that special? He's greater than I imagined. He can create something from nothing. Why didn't we recruit him earlier? Zhonghu is like this. Even if he came to Wudong, he wouldn't have reached this level without hardships. Wudong has grown soft, and you're not any different. Ilgum's sarcasm didn't faze Chongjin. Will this child become my disciple? Chongjin looked at Soma. Ilgum snorted. Don't make a fuss over unusual recruitment. You're just teaching him a few tricks. Don't be greedy. In a sect like Wudong, traditions are deeply rooted, making unconventional decisions difficult. Ilgum continued. That child is a rare monster. He shouldn't even exist. He's beyond a monster. Pyawol went to a horse market on the outskirts of Gyunhyun. Gyunhyun's horse market was larger than any he had ever seen. There were also an enormous number of horses being traded. Countless horses were held in cramped spaces, and many people were haggling with horse sellers. The horse market was a fierce battlefield. Sellers tried to squeeze out even a single extra coin, while buyers used every bit of knowledge they had to lower the price, even slightly. When Pyawol, who looked like a novice, entered the market, many merchants approached him. If you pay 10 gold coins, I'll give you the best horse in my shop. Come here. If you see a horse you like, I'll sell it cheaply. About a dozen merchants surrounded Pyawol with flattery and intimidation, creating complete chaos. This was their method of distracting first-time buyers to sell horses at inflated prices. In reality, none of what they said was true. Pyawol's response was simple. Where is Sang Hong Yoke? The blood drained from the faces of the merchants surrounding him. Sang Hong Yoke was the owner of the Gunma clan, which wielded enormous influence over the horse market. The consequences of cheating a customer under the Gunma clan's watch were severe. Who dares pretend to be my acquaintance? A sharp voice rang out. A young man approached with more than a dozen subordinates. It was Sang Hong Yoke. His words stopped abruptly. He had recognized Pyawol. Sang Hong Yoke froze like a statue, his complexion turning pale. The previous night, he had received shocking information. An intelligence report stated that Zhang Muyon and the White Tiger Sword Corps had been annihilated by a single individual. Rain Mountain Manor was a force comparable to the Wudong sect. Zhang Muyon's martial arts were exceptional, and the White Tiger Sword Corps possessed strength equal to the elite members of major sects. Yet all of them had been wiped out by one person. What brings you to the Gunma clan? I need a horse. The other merchants tried to rip me off. Anger flared in Sang Hong Yoke's eyes. The merchants turned pale. I'm dead. I'm finished. Those who had tried to cheat Pyawol squeezed their eyes shut. Pyawol spoke calmly without even glancing at them. I'll pay. Just give me a good one. Sang Hong Yoke sighed in relief, realizing Pyawol had no intention of harming him. Soon, they returned with a horse whose fur gleamed brightly. It was large, with soft reddish fur and well-developed muscles. Pyawol shook his head. I don't need such a fine horse. Please accept it. Consider it my sincerity. I'll take the lowest price. I'm sorry about what happened at Wudong. Forget that day and just pay 10 gold coins. Few people knew Pyawol's name yet, but Sang Hong Yoke believed it would soon resound throughout Zhonghu. Even a small favor was worth investing in the future of the Gunma clan. Pyawol mounted the horse. He was already accustomed to riding, having traveled extensively with Wuzhong Rock. Without saying goodbye, he rode away. Watching his retreating figure, Sang Hong Yoke murmured, Rain Mountain Manor won't stay quiet. I wonder if he'll be all right. A woman in a red silk dress muttered as she wiped sweat from her brow. Her body was soaked in blood and perspiration. Her name was Hong Yeseol. She was one of the singers invited to the Wudong sect. Those damn Taoists. How could they scar a woman's body like this? She cursed the Wudong Taoists. Songjin had pursued her alongside the seven swords of Wudong. Facing them head-on would have been suicide, especially Songjin, known as Wudong's #1 sword. So she fled with everything she had. Fortunately, escape was her specialty. After repeatedly skirting death, she managed to shake them off, suffering only minor injuries in return. This wasn't a request she had taken personally. It had been passed down to her. It wasn't a formal mission from the 100 Wraith Union, just a hobby job. From experience, such jobs often cause trouble. Nanyang was larger and more splendid than any city Pyeolwol had ever visited. The width of the streets and the scale of the buildings lining both sides were on an entirely different level. The sight of well-polished pavilions and massive buildings was enough to overwhelm anyone seeing it for the first time. Leaving the horse behind, Pyeolwol entered the inn. Although it was still early, the restaurant on the first floor was already bustling with customers. As Pyeolwol finished sitting down, his eyes widened at the sight of the newcomers. "There's no empty seat, you old Taoist. Hey, we were late because of you. Why are you blaming me? I don't care. It's all your fault." "Anyway, I'm just saying." A man and a woman entered while bickering. They were an old Taoist and a beautiful young woman. Their unusual pairing attracted attention, but Pyeolwol focused on them for a different reason. They were familiar. The Taoist and the young woman froze when they spotted him. Pyeolwol was sitting exactly where their gazes landed. The Taoist looked displeased, while the woman smiled, though her eyes were wary. They cautiously approached Pyeolwol. The woman spoke first. "Can we join you? Don't tell me you're going to turn us away so coldly after everything we've been through together." The smiling woman was Heo Ranju of the Black Cloud Corps. The Taoist beside her was Dao Shigo. Nearly a third of their members were wiped out overnight, and Dao Shigo himself was left on the brink of death. That day became a living nightmare for both Dao Shigo and the Black Cloud Corps. Although Dao Shigo eventually recovered physically after meeting a skilled physician, the fear etched into his heart never fully disappeared. He thought he had overcome it, but now, seeing Pyeolwol again, his heart raced uncontrollably. Still, he forced himself to appear calm. The same was true for Heo Ranju. She had watched the Black Cloud Corps her family collapse before her eyes. Her resentment toward Pyeolwol ran deep. "Long time no see," Dao Shigo added. They sat across from him. Heo Ranju studied his face. "But why are you here? I thought you wouldn't leave Sichuan. It just happened. Are you traveling? You could say that. You're full of secrets." "And what about you two?" "We're traveling as well." Pyeolwol lightly shook his head. Neither believed the other. They knew each other too well. "Where are the others?" "You know I can't tell you that." Her casual tone only confirmed his suspicions. "The Black Cloud Corps was on a mission. They're gathering here." Heo Ranju fell silent. "You really are boring." "Fine. We were supposed to meet Hyeolsung here." Dao Shigo sighed. "Are you meeting your captain too?" "No. If he were here, there'd be bloodshed." "True." The waiter brought food and drinks. Heo Ranju and Dao Shigo drank. Pyeolwol ate. The conversation ended. Though uncomfortable, they couldn't move. Every table was full. Pyeolwol stood first. "I'll go ahead." He paid and headed upstairs. Only then did the two release their breaths. "Damn it. Why did we have to meet that demon here?" Dao Shigo glared at the stairs. "Where do you think he's going?" "Probably not where we are, but still." His missing shoulder throbbed painfully. He drank heavily. "We'll get revenge someday. But first, we must succeed this mission. If we fail, the Black Cloud Corps will have no place left in Zhenghu." "We can't fail." Dao Shigo clenched his fists. A major commission had come in, one they couldn't afford to miss. "I hope we don't cross paths with him again." Tianzhongshan had long been famous for its spirituality. Its energy was so mysterious that it was known as the center of the sky. Since ancient times, countless people had coveted Tianzhongshan. As a result, disputes had continued endlessly. The largest residence belonged to Jin Womyong. Inside, two people sat facing each other. One was a young man in his early 20s. The other was a cold-looking man in his mid-40s. The young man stared seriously at the document the older man had presented. His name was Jin Siwoo. As the second grandson of Jin Wo-myung, he was also a key figure in leading the current Jin family. "So this is the IOU my grandfather signed with Golden Mountain Manor. As you can see, Master Jin's signature is clearly written here." The cold-looking man replied calmly. Jin Siwoo frowned. The man before him was named Cha. He was in charge of Yomwangdai of Golden Mountain Manor. Yomwangdai was an organization dedicated to collecting debts owed to Golden Mountain Manor. The signature at the bottom was undeniably his grandfather's. Yet Jin Womyung had never mentioned borrowing money. Their finances were neither desperate nor strained. So when someone arrived bearing this IOU, Jin Siwoo had no choice but to be shaken. "When did my grandfather borrow this money?" "At the end of last year. Our patriarch lent him 10,000 gold coins." 10,000? That's hard to believe. Believe it or not, the IOU is genuine. You may invite any expert to verify it. Jin Siwoo glared at Cha In-jeol, who remained unflustered. Though slightly inferior to his older brother Jin Jimwoo, Jin Siwoo was still a respected warrior in Jinghu. Jin Siwoo clenched his fists. By the end of next month, as stated here, you must repay the 10,000 gold coins, along with 7,000 in interest. There will be no extensions. And if we can't pay, I've never failed to collect what we're owed. Are you threatening the Jin family? How could I dare? Cha In-jeol smirked. Though his words claimed otherwise, his contempt was obvious. Rising from his seat, he added, "Do not underestimate this paper. Perhaps it means little to you, but if it were delivered to Snowsword Manor, I'm sure the outcome would be interesting." The former rulers of Tianzhongshan, driven out by the Jin family, they had vanished from memory. But only a few years ago, they began resurfacing, seeking to reclaim their former power. If the IOU reached them, conflict was inevitable. Remember, the end of next month. If the 17,000 gold coins aren't paid, this document will go to Snowsword Manor. With that, Cha In-jeol left. Left alone, Jin Siwoo's shoulders trembled. They wouldn't have dared act like this when our family was strong. He exited the room and entered the rear annex. As the door opened, a heavy medicinal scent poured out. Inside, an old man lay thin as a twig, silver acupuncture needles covering his body. It was Jin Woo-myung, the sunset sword god, and the pillar of the Jin family. Pyo-wol wrinkled his nose. The air he inhaled carried heavy moisture. It's going to rain. Though the clouds weren't visible yet, it was only a matter of time before they gathered. As he finished preparing camp, the sun sank below the horizon and darkness descended. Pyo-wol rested, enjoying the warmth of the flames. But his peace did not last long. "Young man, we owe you our lives." Without waiting for permission, he hurried under the rock. The rest of the group followed immediately. "I told you to hurry. Look at us now, we're soaked because you were too slow." A woman brushed rainwater from her clothes as she scolded him sharply. She appeared to be in her mid-30s and quite beautiful, though her eyes were sharp and fierce. She sat down near the bonfire without asking permission. "Young man, finding a place like this, where not a single drop gets in, saved us. Thank you." Only then did the woman look at Pyo-wol. "You saved my life. Thanks." Her tone was curt. "What's your name? Why do you ask?" "Well, since fate brought us together, shouldn't we introduce ourselves?" "Then shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" "Haha, fair enough." The Yang Cheo-hwan laughed, his eyes remained sharp. "My name is Yang Cheo-hwan. You haven't heard of me, the Iron-Blooded Bear. There's not a person in Henan who doesn't know my name. Maybe he hasn't heard rumors because his ears are blocked. Still, he gave us shelter. Don't be rude." The woman was Han Buyong, known as the Poisonous Butterfly. Rumors claim she inherited techniques from the Tong family. Whether true or not, her mastery of poison and hidden weapons was unquestionable. "Now that we've shared our names, what's yours?" "Pyo-wol." The name stirred no recognition. "Where are you headed? Why do you ask? You're heading to Runan, aren't you?" Tension filled the air. "If it involves the Jin family, I advise you to stop." "Why?" "Because nothing is more foolish than involving yourself with a declining sect. The Jin family is declining. They're barely holding on. The Snowsword Manor has returned to reclaim Tianzhongshan. That land belonged to them originally. The Jin family's time is almost over." Yang Cheo-wan spoke as if granting Pyo-wol a favor. But Pyo-wol was deep in thought. Did something happen to the Jin family? He had heard nothing at Wudong. Whatever the case, the Snowsword Manor clearly held the upper hand, and warriors only sided with certain winners. Pyo-wol needed more information. How big is Runan? Big enough to be overflowing with brothels. Laughter echoed beneath the rock as rain continued to fall. As time passed, the rain fell harder and harder. It was already pitch black. Coupled with the heavy rain, the atmosphere became even more gloomy. Pyo-wol leaned his back against the wall and closed his eyes. Then, a foul smell penetrated his nostrils. Ogukyun's voice came. "What do you think? Humph, don't you trust my skills?" "That's not it. This is the Dream Soul incense. Even a large cow can't withstand this. What more of that guy?" Oh, this son of a bitch, he had completely fallen asleep. "You did well, fearless bastard, to camp in a place like this." A deep smile appeared on Yang Cheo-hwan's face. He and his brothers were all on their way after being invited by the Snowsword Manor. The Snowsword Manor, which returned to Runan again, was reborn as a sect with great wealth. He doesn't exactly know how they earned so much money, but they were throwing a huge amount of money by inviting famous masters in Henan. She stretched out her hand and caressed Pyo-wol's face, muttering, "Look at this skin. How is it so smooth?" She put her face on Pyo-wol's cheek with an expression that looked like she was about to cry. "Are you not going to kill him?" "I'm going to kill him. A handsome man like this must die at the hands of a beautiful woman like me." "Hi, my love," she whispered in Pyo-wol's ear and thrust the dagger into it. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not push the dagger forward. Startled, Han Byung's eyes widened. What greeted her was Pyo-wol looking at her. Didn't you fall asleep?" She was surprised that her Dream Soul incense didn't work. When Yang Cheo-hwan was about to say something to Pyo-wol, Pyo-wol took Han Buyong's dagger and used it to stab her in the throat. The poison in the dagger had spread to her body. Han Buyong died instantly. She died from her own dagger and poison. "How dare you kill Han? Do you think you're going to get out of this alive? Young Cheohan's body swelled up, his muscles became similar to steel, and every tendon in his whole body bulged out. It was a phenomenon that only occurred whenever he performed the Golden Bell Qigong. He raised his huge log-like hand high and tried to hit Pyowool, but his arms didn't move as if they were caught in a cobweb. Only then did Yang Qiuhuan tilt his head, feeling something strange. At that moment, both of his arms were cut off from his forearms. Pyowool had pulled out the soul-reaping thread and wrapped it around Yang Qiuhuan's arms without his knowledge. Yang Qiuhuan screamed loudly at the unbelievable sight and excruciating pain. At that moment, a phantom dagger pierced his chin and became stuck in his head. Yang Qiuhuan's huge body fell backwards like a withered tree. No matter how great the Golden Bell Qigong was, it could not handle the phantom dagger Pyowool had injected with his qi. The rain was still pouring heavily. The rainwater now overflowed to the place where Pyowool decided to set camp. The rainwater that flowed in swallowed the bodies of Yang Qiuhuan and the others. Runan is a huge city nestled under Tianzhongshan. It was a large city comparable to Zhengzhou, the capital of Henan province, and nearby cities such as Kaifeng and Luoyang. Runan is a key point of transportation given that it's a city that runs through the north and south of Henan province. As a result, hundreds of people stopped by Runan every day to relieve their fatigue. Pyowool found the largest and most splendid inn at the crossroads. Pyowool usually disliked the hustle and bustle of a big city, but he wanted to stay and rest in a well-equipped place today. I didn't expect to see you here again. Can I sit here? Do as you please. The woman sat across from Pyowool. She looked at Pyowool with both hands on top of her chin. Thanks to you, I suffered quite a bit. I didn't expect the Wudong sect disciples to come after me. Still, you managed to escape without being caught. Those Taoist martial arts are strong, but their tracking skills weren't a big deal. I didn't expect to see you again here, which is far away from Wudong Mountain. Isn't this fate at this point? Don't you mean bad luck? Is it necessary to take sides so drastically? You know that there are no permanent enemies or allies in Zhonghu. I think we could actually be good friends. Why do you think so? Because I looked into you. The Reaper, that's how they call you in Chengdu, right? Pyowool's pupils flickered for the first time. You should have been distracted and focused on running away. How come you still have the time to look into me? I have an assistant. Are you talking about the 100th Union? This time, it was Hong Ye-sol whose eyes widened. There is no other organization who has that kind of skill in assassination, stealth, and intelligence, other than the 100th Union. Ho ho ho, just as I've heard, you're really smart. I didn't completely believe the report, but some of the information is indeed correct. Han Yi's soul broke into laughter. By the way, are you by any chance thinking of entering the 100th Union? Thanks to you, there is a seat available. Baikrok died because of his lack of ability. You're different, so you get special treatment. That's enough. Think about it one more time. This is a really good opportunity. Hong Yi-seol loosened the clasps on her chin and said, My proposal is valid for the time being, so think carefully. Did you come all the way here to Runan to make that offer to me? No way. It's just a coincidence that I met you here. Hong Ye-sol winked and then stood up. Aren't you going to stay here? I was supposed to, but you're here. You know how weird it is for people of the same industry to stay in the same guest house. Oh, before we go, I'll give you a present. I don't need it anymore. She took out a yellow booklet from her bosom and threw it in front of Pyowool. Strength grinding demonic martial arts. Did you steal this from the Wudong sect? Why are you giving this to me? I retrieved this for my client, but he died. I have no use for it anymore. Why didn't you learn it? What's the use of learning martial arts that don't match with my nature? I looked through it once, but if I make one mistake, I could easily end up losing my mind. Why give this to me then? Are you saying it's okay for me to go crazy? If you're uncomfortable with it, then return it to the Wudang sect. It's a gift anyway. You can think of it as a bribe. Bribe for what? Hong Ye-sol left with an ambiguous smile. The title of the booklet, Strength Grinding Demonic Martial Arts, sounded ominous. Pyowool turned over the pages one by one. If learned incorrectly, then a heart demon would eat away his mind, causing him to go on a rampage. It was an unnecessary item for those who needed a cool-headed reason, like an assassin. Pyowool closed the booklet and wrinkled the tip of his nose. A faint scent wafted from the booklet. A foreign scent, not the usual smell of an old booklet. It was an artificial scent that only people with sensitive senses could smell. A cold smile crept across Pyowool's lips. What flowed out of the booklet was a special scent called the 1,000 Miles Chasing Incense. The 1,000 Miles Chasing Incense had a unique characteristic smell that could not easily be erased. Only a few warriors could smell the 1,000 Miles Chasing Incense. Hong Ye-seol cutely pretended to be kind when she gave him the booklet. However, it was a trick so she would be able to find Pyowool at any time. If Pyowool moves with the booklet carrying the scent of the 1,000 Miles Chasing Incense, then Hong Ye-seol could easily grasp all of his movements. As expected, assassins are not trustworthy people. They would always try to get what they want by deceiving their opponent like this. If she came to Runan, then her objective must be related to the Jin family and Snowsword Manor. It was obvious that she had received a request from someone. The question is, who commissioned her? It was clear that his relationship with her would be re-established depending on whether she is affiliated with the Jin family or the Snowsword Manor. Pyeolwol got on the horse and said, "Let's go." The horse quickly left Runan and headed for Tianzhongshan. The view of Tianzhongshan was clearly visible from a distance. At first glance, the mountain seemed to be close, but it only appeared that way since it was so big and tall. After riding his horse for more than half a day, Pyeolwol was able to reach the entrance of Tianzhongshan. He had heard that it was a sacred mountain because of the unusual energy coming from the mountain. The mysterious energy was so strong that it was comparable to Wudong Mountain. Pyeolwol was not in a hurry. As he slowly drove his horse, he took in all the surrounding scenery and landmarks. It was when he climbed for such a long time that he felt a person secretly look upon him. Someone is hiding and watching Pyeolwol. Still, Pyeolwol pretended not to know and calmly drove his horse. As time passed, the eyes following him increased. At first, it was only one person, but when he reached the Jin Manor, more than a dozen people followed and watched him. While they themselves thought they hid themselves perfectly while watching Pyeolwol, it wasn't enough to fool Pyeolwol's senses. As soon as Pyeolwol turned a corner, a small village appeared. When Pyeolwol was about to enter the Jin Manor, a group of people suddenly jumped out from the bushes and blocked his way. They were the group of people who secretly followed Pyeolwol from the entrance of Tianzhongshan. Stop! The head of the group was a young girl, a pretty face wearing a modest outfit. What was impressive about her was her stubbornly pursed lips. Pyeolwol knew someone with a mouth similar to hers. A resemblance to Jingu Wu was found in every corner of the girl's face. Pyeolwol got off his horse. Then the girl walked forward while leading the group. "Who are you? This is the home of the Jin family. No one can enter without permission. My name is Pyeolwol. I'm Jin Jim-woo's friend. You're friends with that idiot. Then you've come to the wrong place. That idiot is already dead. He's no longer in this world. Why are you calling him an idiot? 'Cause he's a fool." The girl's eyes were full of resentment toward Jin Jim-woo. Yet at the same time, it was also full of moisture, as if she would cry at any moment. Then came a voice of a young man. "Step back, Seola." The owner of the voice was a person in his early to mid-20s who looked exactly like Jin Jim-woo. The girl flinched at his appearance. "I heard that he's a guest of Brother Jim-woo. Be polite." "What courtesy, and how can we be sure that he's really friends with that idiot? Since when did the main family treat guests badly?" "I am Jin Siwoo, Jim-woo's younger brother. Are you his friend?" "I'm Pyeolwol. I've heard of you." He said he befriended an interesting person in Sichuan. "We've only been together for a month." A month might not be enough for some to build significant memories, but there are those who find it more than enough time to build memories that will last a lifetime. I think Brother Jianwoo fits the latter case. Pyeolwol's gaze turned to the girl. "Who is that child?" "Her name is Seol Ah. She's the youngest of us 3 siblings. She loved Jianwoo more than anyone else, so she was shocked by his death. I hope you understand if she comes off as rude at times. Who likes who? I've never liked that idiot. Who likes a man who makes promises he can't keep? I'll resent him for the rest of my life." Tears welled up in her eyes and ran down her cheeks. Seeing that, Jin Siwoo sighed. Love and hate are originally like the front and back sides of a piece of paper. They are always stuck together. Jin Siwoo brought Pyeolwol inside the Jin Manor. When the villagers saw a stranger enter, they focused their attention on him. Both curiosity and vigilance could be found in their eyes. "Oh, by the way, is it all right if I call you brother? After all, you're my brother's friend." "Do as you please." "Thank you, brother." Sangjin bowed his head weakly as he apologized to Chongjin. He took the Wudong sect's 7 swords with him, but in the end, not one of them managed to catch the assassin. They all returned empty-handed. "I'm sorry. Please punish me for not completing my mission, junior brother. I cannot forgive myself at this rate." Sangjin was stubborn. It was clear that he would not move from his seat until Chongjin punished him. It was regrettable that Sung Jin failed to retrieve the demonic arts booklet, the strength-grinding demonic martial arts, but Sung Jin had to develop further for the future of the Wudong sect. Intoxicated with his reputation as the Wudong sect's #1 sword, Sung Jin has not improved in recent years. In order to really take responsibility for the Wudong sect's future, he needs to become much stronger than he is right now. Since you're asking for your punishment, then I order you to practice wall-gazing 1 for a year. Take the Wudong sect's 7 swords that failed the mission and go to the wall-gazing hall right away. I accept the sect leader's command. Songjin got up and bowed. Chongjin patted him on the shoulder and said, "I wish you great enlightenment. I will definitely live up to senior brother's expectations. That's more than enough. Let's go." A faint smile hung around the corners of Chongjin's lips as he looked at their backs. The Wudong sect will become even stronger after they finish their training. Sect leader, someone came from Rain Mountain Manor. Zhang Muyon and the White Tiger Sword Corps were killed under Wudong Mountain. It was, of course, the duty of the Wudong sect to collect their bodies. After collecting their bodies, the Wudang sect notified the Rain Mountain Manor. A gentle-looking and beautiful man greeted Chongjin on behalf of everyone. He was Zhang Huiyun, the successor and young leader of the Rain Mountain Manor. He was also the half-brother of Zhang Muyon, who recently died. "The young leader of the Rain Mountain Manor has come in person. I apologize for the trouble caused in the Wudong sect because of my brother." and I would also like to express my gratitude for recovering the bodies of my ugly brother and other disciples. And I have one more favor to ask of you. What is it? I want to get information about the person who made Muyon like that. Zhang Hoyon's tone was very soft. No hatred or anger could be seen in his face, which made it even more creepy. They said that the young leader of Rain Mountain Manor has a soft appearance that doesn't go well with his tenacity, so it's true. People's evaluation of Zhang Hoyan ran from pole to pole. Some said he was a really nice guy, while others said he was a terrible guy that should never have existed. Cheng Jin thought that both rumors were true. Zhang Hoyan is a good person, yet a scary person. A person who is infinitely generous to those who are on his side, but infinitely terrifying to his enemies. It's certain that his destination is Henan. I don't know more than that. Cheng Jin answered in a roundabout manner. He said that on purpose to protect Pyowool. In any case, the Wudong sect was helped by Pyowool, and Soma, who was traveling with him, was picked up by Ilgum. Zhang Hoyan nodded. That's enough, thank you. I'll make sure to remember this favor later. Why don't you stay here for a day? I appreciate your kindness, but we can't allow ourselves to cause more trouble than this. Seeing him turn around without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Jin's face stiffened. He possesses great talent. How can he keep his composure like that? Even if he is said to be the successor of the Rain Mountain Manor, it was not easy to maintain a calm and unwavering appearance in another prestigious sect such as the Wudong sect. Zhang Hoyan, who returned to his subordinates, spoke in a low voice so that Cheng Jin could not hear. Put a request in the Hao clan. His destination is Hainan. Jin Siwo gave Pyowal the brightest room in the Jin manor. As he sat on a chair in front of the door, he could clearly see the Jin family village. Suddenly, Pyowal's eyes flashed with displeasure. It was because he felt someone approaching behind his back, hiding their presence like a cat. The person was moving as carefully as possible to hide their presence, but with Pyowal's senses, he clearly caught all of the person's movements. Without turning his head, Pyowal opened his mouth. Unless you intend to kill me, you better not approach me that way. It might cause a misunderstanding. At that moment, with the sound of tongue clicking, the person approaching Pyowal like a stray cat openly appeared. Jin Seol-ah glared at Pyowal with her arms resting tightly on her waist. She resembled a cat with its hairs standing up, but no matter how she pretended to be ferocious, it's not enough to catch Pyowal's attention. Are you really that idiot's friend? I've never heard of that idiot having a friend like you. Neither did I hear that he had a younger sister as stupid as you. If you have nothing else to say, then get out of the way. You're blocking the sunlight. I think I know why your second-born brother is having such a hard time. Anyone with a younger sister as stupid as you has no choice but to have a hard time. You're speaking as if you know everything. Jin Sol-ah glared at Pyowal. Something stirred up inside of her. She wanted to say something to the jerk in front of her, but she didn't think that she could hurt Pyowal's heart. Rather, as the conversation continued, she had a feeling that she would only hurt herself. In the end, Jin Seol-ah burst into tears. Once tears flowed, an uncontrollable crying broke out. After wiping the tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, Jin Seol-ah looked at Pyowal and pursed her lips. Jin Seol-ah brought a chair from nearby and sat down next to Pyowal. Tell me, anything about that idiot? Pyowal rummaged through his memory for a while. So the first time I met him, Jin Seol-ah sat down on a chair and listened to Pyowal. The hot sun was shining down on the two of them. Welcome. Thank you for coming all the way here. I heard that the Jin family is in trouble, so how can I just watch? Even though I moved away a long time ago. In the end, I'm also a Jin. Don't worry, we're here. How dare the Snow Sword Manor aim for our Jin family? When the branch side arrived, the atmosphere of the Jin main family, which had been stagnant, revived a little. The number of warriors belonging to the Jin family branch was about 300, far more than the Jin main family residing in Tianzhongshan. In an instant, more than 500 people crowded into the Jin manor. What should we do now? Just give me orders, young leader. Jin Siwu was well aware of his position. Now that Jin Jimwu is dead, he became the young leader or successor of the Jin family. Then a girl's laughter reached his ears. He turned around casually and then saw a girl sitting next to a guy, smiling. The girl was Jin Seol-ah, his younger sister. Jin Seol-ah had stopped smiling ever since Jin Jiamwu died. It had been a long time since he had seen her smile. Jin Siwu shifted his gaze to the person making his younger sister laugh. The moment his eyes confirmed the identity of the other person, he became surprised. Jin Siwu unknowingly headed to where the two were. Jin Seol-ah became delighted when she saw Jin Siwu. What are you talking about for you to laugh so much? Stories about that idiot. Brother Jiam-woo. Jin Seol-ah nodded. Only then did Jin Siwu remember that he hadn't heard anything about Jin Jiam-woo from Pyowal. Can I hear your story too? He cautiously asked Pyowal to tell him his story together with Jin Jiam-woo once more. Pyowal nodded his head without a hint of disapproval. Pyowal repeated his story last night, with both siblings listening to him. After their conversation last night, Jin Siwu became more friendly towards Pyowal. Pyowal also treated Jin Siwu without hesitation. They became close enough to talk comfortably even without Jin Jimwu as their medium. Perhaps that's also the reason why Jin Siwu's expression looked a little brighter. Jin Siwoo also talked a lot last night. Thanks to this, Pyeolwol also learned more about the Jin family's circumstances. Not long after Jin Jianwoo lost his life, Jin Woo-myung suddenly collapsed. They haven't found the reason why, nor any cure for his state. His condition deteriorated day by day, and up to now, he remained in vegetative state. There was a large river flowing through Runan. Small rivers originating from Tianzhongshan and nearby gathered to form a large reservoir. There was a huge manor on one side of the river with a clear view of Runan and Tianzhongshan. The construction of the manor first started 3 years ago. Back then, people thought that the manor was intended for some rich family so they have a place to stay when they retire. After 2 years of construction, the manor was completed, and the moment the signboard went up, all the sects in the vicinity were shocked. This is because the 3 words, Snow Sword Manor, were clearly written on the signboard. A large and elderly man was sitting on the dragon's throne. He seemed to be in his early 50s. His bulging stomach looked like he had difficulty breathing. He was so fat to the point that his features were buried under his flesh and were barely visible. He was Seol Kang-yeon, the sect leader of the Snow Sword Manor. Seol Kang-yeon opened his mouth while looking at the people gathered in the grand hall. So, people are gathering in the Jin family. As far as we know, quite a few people have entered the Jin Manor. They're making a last-ditch effort. Seol Kang-yeon laughed while breathing heavily. He had gained so much weight that he was out of breath every time he spoke, but the fact that he was the absolute ruler of the Snow Sword Manor did not change. Seol Kang-yeon slammed the armrest of his chair and shouted loudly, "It won't be long before we return to our original home. We will drive out that wicked Jin family and replant the flag of our family on Tianzhongshan. It will surely be so. We will only follow your orders, Lord." The elders of the Snow Sword Manor shouted in sympathy with Seol Kang-yeon's declaration. Confidence flashed across their faces. Attendant Lee, how's the recruiting process going? It's going smoothly. If Attendant Lee says so, then it must be so. There won't be any problems, right? A small smile appeared on Seol Kang-yeon's chubby face. It was a smile that he rarely shows to anyone. Those who attended the meeting had envious looks on their faces. They were envious of the person receiving Seol Kang-yeon's favor and trust. The man's name is Lee Yul. He was the attendant in charge of both the large and small affairs of the Snow Sword Manor. After the meeting, Lee Yul came out of the grand hall. His residence is the second largest pavilion in the inner courtyard. The use of a larger pavilion than Seol Kang-yeon's relatives meant that he accounted for a large portion in the Snow Sword Manor. Seol Kang-yeon trusted and relied on Lee Yul more than his relatives. For that reason, Seol Kang-yeon's children felt jealous of Lee Yul. At that time, a giant man approached Lee Yul. He had a large body and face which resembled the sect leader of the Snow Sword Manor, Seol Kang-yeon. He is Seol Kwang-ho, the eldest son of Seol Kang-yeon. Can you spare me a minute? When Seol Kwang-ho, who had a huge figure, stood in front of Lee Yul, his body looked a lot smaller. Lee Yul looked at Seol Kwang-ho with his characteristic, unchanging expression. What can I do for you? Among the people who entered our sect, there is a lady named Koo So-hyun. I've heard of her. She is someone who learned martial arts at the Golden Bird House 1 in Shenyang. I want that woman to be assigned to the Secret Shadow Group 2, which is under my command. In an instant, Lee Yul's eyes narrowed. He finally realized why Seol Kwang-ho came to him. There were quite a few cases where work was ruined due to his personality. Because of that, Seol Kang-yeon did not have much confidence in his eldest son. That is why he is not invited to the meeting where all the main factors of Snow Sword Manor are gathered. He heard that Koo So-hyun, who recently entered the Snow Sword Manor, is quite beautiful, which attracted a lot of people's attention. I see, I'll do what I can, really. It's not that difficult. I'll notify her to stay in the Secret Shadow Group from tomorrow. Thank you, as expected, you're the best. Seol Kwang-ho burst into a hearty laugh and tapped Lee Yul on the shoulder with his big hand. Every time his hand struck, Lee Yul's body shook like a reed. Still, there was no change in his expression. This unlucky bastard. Seol Kwang-ho forcibly endured the twisting of his mouth and turned around. Are you back? As soon as Lee Yul entered, a man with an ordinary impression greeted him. He had plain features that can be seen anywhere on the street and had a normal physique. Talk. As Lee Yul sat down on the chair, he took out a yellow booklet from his arms and said, "This is a summary of the people who entered the Snow Sword Manor this time. How many people came in? There are 372 people all in all but 5 came in. Yang Cheo-hwan and his brothers have yet to arrive. Shouldn't they have arrived by now?" That's right. What is the probability that he left for something else? Considering Yang Cheo-hwan's personality, it's very unlikely. It means there's a problem. Yul tapped the table with his fingers. Yang Cheo-hwan and his colleagues were not very important. He might have made a name for himself in Henan, but even then he is just a frog in the well. Investigate their activities thoroughly and find out what happened. Alright, how about the Jin family? There are quite a few people joining them. About 300 people have joined them so far, and more will come as time goes on. As expected, they won't collapse easily. A soft smile appeared on Lee's lips. For now, let's proceed with the work based on the capabilities of the Snow Sword Manor. When Lee Yul waved his hand, Baek Do-kyung bowed his head and went outside. Li Yule, who was left alone, got up from his seat and approached the window. Pyeolwol stood at the top of Tianzhongshan and looked down at the world, an endless expanse of plains, dizzyingly intersecting rivers, numerous residences and mansions, and people. Pyeolwol contemplated on the word under the heaven. Pyeolwol looked down at the world for a long time. A strong wind blew, shuffling his clothes and hair, but he remained motionless. The only reason why Pyeolwol took his eyes off of the view was because of the strange presence he felt behind his back. When Pyeolwol turned around, he saw a familiar man. Oh, Jugeng was one of those who entered the Jin family with Namgung-wol and others. He was the one who felt sorry for Jin Jianwu's death more than anyone else and expressed his desperate longing. Did Brother Pyo also come up here to avoid the people? That's right, I knew it. Ojigong held out a bottle of alcohol to Pyeolwol and said, "Would you like a drink too? I don't drink at all. I can't believe you don't drink such good stuff. Did you come up here while drinking?" Ojigong nodded his head with a calm expression. Ojigong staggered and approached Pyeolwol. "Could you excuse me for a minute?" Pyeolwol moved out of his place without saying a word. Ojigong stood where Pyeolwol had been before and took out a new bottle of wine. He called Jin Jianwu's name. Before he knew it, his eyes were red. "What made you go away in such a hurry? Dude, you promised that we'd work together for 3 days and nights when we met again. How did you go first by yourself? You heartless person. Why did you leave so quickly, leaving me alone in this world?" Thick tears were flowing from his eyes. Ojigong didn't even wipe away his tears and held the bottle upside down. The alcohol in the bottle was blown away by the wind and spread all over Tianzhongshan. "Drink as much as you like. This is the bamboo leaf tea of the Crimson Guest House that you said you liked. This is the only thing I can give you." Pyeolwol descended from Tianzhongshan. On his back was an unconscious man. It was Ojigong. Ojigong drank his 2 remaining bottles of alcohol and became dead drunk. Unable to come down the mountain due to his intoxication, Pyeolwol carried him down Tianzhongshan on his back. When Pyeolwol returned to the manor with Ojigong on his back, Namgung-wol greeted him. "Oh, you found him. Where?" "Tianzhongshan summit. Did he go up there drunk? He's out of his mind." Namgung-wol sighed and said to Pyeolwol, "Hand him over to me." Pyeolwol obediently handed Ojigong over to Namgung-wol. "Wake up. Just how much did you drink?" But even when Ojigong was in Namgung-wol's arms, he couldn't come to his senses. In the end, Namgung-wol had to call someone to take Ojigong back to his own residence. When it was the only 2 of them who were left, Namgung-wol apologized to Pyeolwol. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience. You must have had a hard time." "It's nothing you should apologize for. That person really liked Junwoo. He even said that he would risk his life for him, so when he learned of Junwoo's death, he suffered more than anyone else." Pyeolwol asked Namgung-wol, "Did you say you came here as an individual regardless of the Heavenly Guardian Association?" "If you put forward the name of the Heavenly Guardian Association, it would have put an end to the conflict here much more efficiently. Because one wrong move then, it could be the beginning of another world war. The War of the Blood. Heaven left a big scar on the world. Even the Heavenly Guardian Association could have disappeared into history with just one wrong move. In fact, even the person responsible for causing the War of the Blood, Heaven disappeared without leaving a stone behind. With such painful memories, the Heavenly Guardian Association refrained from intervening in quite a few things. It wasn't just the Heavenly Guardian Association. The reason why traditional sects such as the Shaolin Temple, Wudong Sect, and Mount Hua did not get involved in secular affairs was because they could not predict what kind of effect they would cause with their movements. People often say the Zhanghu warriors seek freedom, but they are actually far more calculating and selfish than ordinary people. The terrible memories during the War of Blood Heaven made them that way. Now I want to hear Master Pyo's story. Pyeolwol asked, "Do you know about me? I've heard stories about you to some extent. Not just me, but some other people would also have some information about Master Pyo. What are you curious about? Your purpose for coming here?" Namgung-wol answered immediately. "I'm here because of my connection with Jung-woo." "Is it really because of him?" "That's one reason why I came to the Jin Manor." "Then that means that you have other matters left to do." "What is it?" "Why should I say that? Wouldn't saying it be better so we don't have any misunderstandings?" "You're an assassin, aren't you?" Namgung-wol's eyes shone sharply. The presence of an assassin would indicate that someone would suffer an unfortunate death, and if a big shot like Pyeolwol moves, then the target would surely not be an ordinary person. If the target is one of the big names that moves Jianghu, then the aftermath will not be limited to one area. "I haven't received any other requests yet. Really, there's no reason for me to lie to you." "What is your other business then? Don't cross the line anymore." "I answered because of your relationship with Jianwoo, but there is no reason for me to tell you everything." "Okay, I guess I was a bit sensitive. I'm sorry." Namgung-wol apologized without hesitation. He still had his doubts, but as Pyeolwol said, the lines had to be kept. Suddenly, the entrance to the Jin Manor became noisy. For some reason, people began crowding at the entrance. Pyeolwol and Namgung-wol also moved towards that direction. There was a man covered in blood. The man said, "Snow Sword, those bastards." Lim Seojin learned martial arts at a small sect in Jingyang, about 100 li south of Runan. The sect in Jingyang had nothing to do with the Jin family or Snow Sword Manor. Nevertheless, Lim Seojin was willing to stand on the Jin Manor's side. They first settled down at an inn and drank all night. They drank all night and spoke up. This fight will be won by the Jin family. What's the big deal about the Snow Sword Manor when it's already a forgotten sect? Let's destroy the Snow Sword Manor at once. It was a common conversation among men. As many of them gathered together, they lost their fear and their voices naturally became louder. The problem is that there were people who stood on the side of the Snow Sword Manor in the inn where they were staying. What did you say just now? Snow Sword Manor isn't a big deal. Isn't it the Jin family who is on the verge of being ruined? Warriors standing on the side of Snow Sword Manor stood up. No matter how upset they are, they usually don't brandish their swords. But since they're intoxicated and drunk, then it becomes a different story. The owner of the guest house intervened in the middle of the confusion, but the atmosphere in the inn was already starting to go out of control. If you've pulled out a sword, you should use it. You wouldn't stop now, would you? The two opposing sides were encouraged by the warriors who neither belonged to the Jin family nor the Snow Sword Manor. Kill them. Regardless of who said it first, the warriors on both sides rushed at each other. The news of their clash spread throughout Runan, and warriors from all over came running to help them. Kill them all! Countless warriors got entangled in the fight, and their fight completely destroyed the inns and streets. The precariously maintained peace disappeared, and the road to hell unfolded. People knew it instinctively, that they can never go back to those peaceful days. With so many people injured, the Jin family quickly descends into mayhem. I'm sure it's the Snow Sword Manor who started it first. If we leave them like this, then the warriors' morale will go down. There are more than 70 people in all. 12 of them are seriously injured that they are in critical condition. Send a messenger to the Snow Sword Manor and have him ask for an apology. But they will never apologize. It doesn't matter, it's to build a cause. Regardless of the Jin family's situation, it's essential for our side to show our willingness to solve the problem. That alone will make Zhonghu warriors cheer and support our Jin family. Left alone, Jin Siwu sighed. If only my brother was here. Jin Siwu thought that if only his brother Jin Jianwu was still alive and well, then their clan would not have been shaken so much. He couldn't get rid of the feeling that he was not enough to fill the void that his brother left. Suddenly, two men came into his line of sight. Pyowool and Namgungwool. The two of them had a close relationship with his older brother Jin Zhongwu. Namgungwool was watching the wounded being brought in with a worried expression, while Pyowool had an indifferent look on his face. It was difficult to guess what he was thinking about. Seeing them relieved his frustration a little. Pyowool turned his head and looked at him, probably feeling Jin Siwoo's gaze. Their eyes met midair. Pyowool did not say anything to Jin Siwoo, he just looked at him silently. But even that alone was enough for Jin Siwoo to feel his heart grow stronger. Pyowool looked at the warrior who groaned at his serious injuries. A doctor came running to take care of him. Because of his critical condition, the warrior had lost too much blood. The doctor applied medicine to stop the bleeding and then tied a white cloth on the warrior's wound, but it was not enough. Blood still continued to flow out, staining the white cloth red. Eventually, the warrior who had lost too much blood died. Those wicked Snow Sword Manor bastards. I will never forgive them. A friend of a dead warrior screamed, the veins on his neck sticking out and throbbing. Blood for blood, a life for a life, blood for blood, a life for a life. The nearby warriors responded to his call. Their cries spread all over the Jin Manor. Pyowool silently watched as the madness spread. Madness makes a person lose their own sanity. The madness emitted by the group even erases their fear, making them reckless. That's how things are right now. The people who gathered to help the Jin family were dominated by madness. They were all shouting that they should rush in and fight the Snow Sword Manor right away. Not only Runan, but the entire Hinnam might be swallowed up with this madness at this rate. Raised as an assassin, Pyowool was used to reading the flow. The current atmosphere was not good. These warriors were in too much of a hurry. The elder has returned. Hurry and escort him to our lord. An urgent voice came from the outside. Pyowool felt that something had happened again. When he opened the door and went out, he saw an elderly man being carried on a stretcher. It was Jin Siwoo's uncle who had been sent as a messenger to the Snow Sword Manor. He was bleeding and breathing heavily. How did this happen? I got attacked by them. They dare attack a messenger. I don't know how, but the Snow Sword Manor had the IOU. The return date of the borrowed money is the last day of next month, but they have already handed it over to the Snow Sword Manor. When I asked for an apology, they showed me the IOU and forced me to pay it back. Then a conflict occurred. The IOU agreement with the Golden Mountain Manor was the Jin family's weakness. He wasn't sure why his grandfather, Jin Wolmyung, borrowed 10,000 gold coins from the Golden Mountain Manor, but by borrowing from them, they were at their mercy. Of course, there was no guarantee that the IOU was genuine. It could have been forged, but the authenticity of the IOU was of little importance. As long as Snow Sword Manor had the IOU from the Golden Mountain Manor, then they have an excuse to pressure the Jin family. Those who came to the Jin family to gain fame began to gossip. They naturally thought that the Jin family would win, so they volunteered to help them. But this doesn't mean that they feel a sense of duty or loyalty to them. It was not strange that their hearts were shaken when they heard that the Jin Manor was having a difficult time. It was then. A voice filled with internal energy rang out from the entrance. Warriors with weak internal energy felt as if their eardrums were being ripped apart after hearing the voice filled with powerful internal energy. A man and a woman were standing at the entrance of the Jin family. One was an old man carrying a large spear on his shoulder, and the other was a slender woman. Although numerous people surrounded them, the man and woman did not feel intimidated. On the contrary, they even looked around with a smile on their lips. I'm Zhangguang-san, the Dragon Slayer. The middle-aged man looked around with a mad expression on his face. Then you must be the manifestation witch. That's right, I'm Seo Keiyan. She was known to be ruthless to the extent that the word witch was her nickname. More than anything, what made her famous is that she and Zhangguang-san are husband and wife. I'm here to collect money. Zhangguang-san took out a piece of paper from his bosom and shouted, "This is proof that the Jin family only borrows money and doesn't pay back." What he took out was an IOU that was clearly signed by Jin Wool-myung. It's written here that you will have to repay 10,000 gold coins plus 7,000 gold of interest by the end of next month. Zhang Guangsan deliberately shouted loudly for everyone to hear. There was not a single person who did not hear his voice because he spoke with his internal energy. The people who heard Zhang Guangsan's words murmured amongst themselves, "Is that true? They borrowed money from the Golden Mountain Manor." People's murmurs reached Jin Siwoo's ears. Jin Siwoo couldn't find it in himself to answer at that moment. His face turned red, feeling ashamed. Kyowo muttered as he watched the scene, "They got us." "What do you mean, they got us?" Ojugang looked at Pyowool. His face was looking for an explanation from Pyowool. With just a few words and a piece of paper, they had undermined the Jin family's authority. It doesn't matter if the IOU is real or fake. From the moment he showed everyone that IOU, the Jin family became a ruined family. Once people have that perception embedded in their heads, they will have doubts. Can I rely on the Jin family? Did I ally myself with a group whose finances are so poor that they couldn't pay back some borrowed money? Those doubts won't be erased. I don't know who it is, but there's someone in the Snowsword Manor who knows how to use his head properly. It's all calculated. They chose to reveal this fact now in hopes of dealing the biggest blow to the Jin family. Namgung Wol sighed and stepped forward. He realized what he had to do at this moment. He went straight to Zhang Guangsan. Namgung Wol took out 2 pieces of paper from his bosom and threw them at Zhang Guangsan. The paper flew like a butterfly in the wind and landed in Zhang Guangsan's hand. Zhang Guangsan looked at the paper with a puzzled expression, but it didn't take long for his expression to be contorted. The paper in his hand was 2 10,000 gold slips. This is a slip issued by your favorite, the Golden Mountain Manor. If you take it with you, they will probably exchange it for gold. If the principal is 10,000 gold and the interest is 7,000 gold, then there will be 3,000 gold left. It seems that the Snowsword Manor is having a difficult time for them to send a forced IOU, so give the remaining 3,000 yang to them. At that moment, an exclamation erupted from all around. Namgung Wol's reply made people forget the situation from a moment ago and laugh. Zhang Guangsan became angry as he was suddenly put as a liar. "Are you saying this IOU is fake? You should know better. The slip I sent you is real, so you can go back in peace." Everyone was in awe at Namgung Wol's actions, who casually gave away his 20,000 gold. Jin Siwoo also looked at Namgung Wol with a thrilled expression. Zhang Guangsan and Sao Keiyan's faces became distorted. They, too, felt the atmosphere turn against them. They tried to shake the Jin family with a single IOU, but Namgung Wol's intervention reversed the entire situation. When the two disappeared, Namgung Wol sighed. Even for him, spending 20,000 gold was a tremendous blow. Moreover, the money he spent wasn't from his personal funds. It was actually the Heavenly Guardian Association money, so he had to figure out a way of repaying it back somehow once he goes back to their sect. In an instant, he became broke, but Namgung Wol did not have the slightest regret for his actions. Zhang Guangsan quickly changed his haircut. He came to the Jin Manor in high spirits, but now that he had to go back to the Snowsword Manor with his tail tucked in between his legs, his eyes went dark. Sao Keiyan also looked back with her eyes full of resentment. They had already moved a long way, so they could no longer see the Jin Manor when they looked back. Nevertheless, Sao Keiyan showed her anger as if the Jin family was right in front of her. "Anyway, I don't have the face to see Attendant Lee." The two of them helplessly walked towards the Snowsword Manor. Their backs, as they walked with drooping shoulders, looked pitiful, so they failed to realize the fact that there is a man quietly following behind them. It was Pyowool who was following them. He adjusted his breathing, stride length, and heartbeat to match with theirs. Pyowool followed them and observed their every move, and he came to one conclusion: they don't have the brains to do something like this. Zhang Guangsan and Sao Keiyan passed through the front gate of the Snowsword Manor without any special procedures. Pyowool, who followed them, lowered his head for a moment. His facial muscles moved with the sound of bones cracking. When he looked up again, his face had changed to a completely different person. Pyowool also channeled his internal energy into the black dragon robe. Then, the color of his robe changed, from black to bright red. That alone made Pyowool a completely different person. He calmly walked towards the front door. "Stop. Where are you from? Reveal your identity." Pyeolwol answered calmly without changing his expression. My name is Yu Gyeong-pyo from the Golden Mountain Manor. The sect leader said he forgot a slip, so he told me to bring it. It was a lie that he came up with on the spot after seeing the IOU that Jongwang-san had kept. He thought that since Golden Mountain Manor handed over the IOU to the Snow Sword Manor, then the two must have a close relationship. If so, if he posed as a person from the Golden Mountain Manor, then no one would doubt his identity. The Snow Sword Manor warrior carefully inspected Pyeolwol's body. Intentionally expressing a look of displeasure, Pyeolwol raised his voice. Aren't you going to let me in? Should I just go back and tell our lord that I couldn't complete my mission because of a warrior from the Snow Sword Manor? Pyeolwol, who entered the Snow Sword Manor, quickly looked around. In an instant, he saw the backs of Jongwang-san and Seo-Kyeon who were walking from far away. Pyeolwol naturally headed in the direction they were walking. No one thought of Pyeolwol's presence as strange. Just like the Jin family, the Snow Sword Manor had a lot of people who were injured because of the fight in Runan. Since so many people come in to treat and take care of these wounded warriors, the new faces coming in couldn't be fully confirmed. Thanks to this, Pyeolwol was able to freely move around inside the Snow Sword Manor without being suspected by anyone. The inner courtyard was the place where the true members of the Snow Sword Manor was located. Most of the personnel recruited from outside could not dream of passing through the main gate of the inner courtyard. Pyeolwol looked at the inner courtyard from a distance. Jongwang-san and Seo-Kyeon's figures disappeared into the inner courtyard and were no longer visible. He couldn't blindly pursue them like what he did at the front gate of the Snow Sword Manor. It was not difficult for Pyeolwol to find a blind spot where their eyes could not reach. Pyeolwol, who confirmed that no one was watching him, flew lightly. The first thing Pyeolwol did after infiltrating the inner courtyard was to pursue the whereabouts of Jongwang-san and Seo-Kyeon. But by then, the figures of the two had already disappeared. Pyeolwol raised his head and sniffed the air. Among the numerous scents, Pyeolwol focused on the strong smell of powder. Seo-Kyeon took a lot of powder and applied it uncharacteristically. Pyeolwol's eyes turned to the small gate on the eastern side of the inner courtyard, because the smell of powder was coming from there. Pyeolwol's face suddenly stiffened slightly. It was because he felt the subtle breathing of a person in the gust of wind. Someone was hiding here. Even for Pyeolwol, who had great senses, he only detected the other person when the wind blew. The hem of his clothes fluttered wildly in the wind, momentarily blocking his vision. At that moment, the assassin who was hiding moved. Hidden weapons went over Pyeolwol with a sharp sound. Pyeolwol executed snake steps and stepped back. However, the hidden weapons even aimed for the new area he moved into. The opponent had already calculated the direction where Pyeolwol would have moved once he avoided the weapons. In an instant, the assassin's hand aimed for Pyeolwol's chest. Pyeolwol used his phantom dagger to attack the assassin's hand. The sharp dagger and hand collided, and a metal sound burst out. Surprisingly, the assassin's hand was intact without the slightest scratch. Pyeolwol had a hunch that the assassin had learned a special technique. Pyeolwol retrieved his phantom dagger and dealt with the assassin's attacks with his bare hands. Neither of them made a sound as they clashed so violently. It was a characteristic of highly trained assassins. The assassin, who had rolled on the floor, immediately got up. The assassin had a confused expression on their face. As the assassin clutched their swollen wrist, they muttered, "How can it be?" For the extreme yin hand two to lose, a look of disbelief flashed across their face. They found it hard to believe that their extreme yin hand has been rendered useless. "Who are you?" The assassin raised their head and glared at Pyeolwol. Then, a beautiful face hidden by their black hair was revealed. Pyeolwol recognized the assassin's identity at once. Hong Ye-sol. The woman glaring at Pyeolwol with a frustrated expression was undoubtedly Hong Ye-sol, whom he had met not long ago. Did she receive a request from the Snow Sword Manor? He had been suspicious of her from the moment they met in Runan, but he hadn't expected her to already be here. Hiring someone like her would require an unimaginable sum. The one who had requested her presence must be at the end of this alley. It was also certain that this person was the same one who had sent Jongwang-san and Seo-Kyeon to pressure the Jin family. This piqued Pyeolwol's curiosity. Who could it be to act with such meticulous planning? Hong Ye-sol spoke again. "You're not going to reveal your identity, are you?" She bit her red lips softly, clearly embarrassed that she had been injured by Pyeolwol. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly, 4 black shadows emerged from the walls. They carried the unmistakable aura of assassins. Hong Ye-sol shouted, "Wait, this is my job." "Stay out of it." Ignoring her, the shadows rushed toward Pyeolwol. They were assassins like her. Without a word, they attacked in perfect coordination. They moved like interlocking gears, striking in seamless harmony. Individually, they were inferior to Hong Ye-sol. However, their coordination made them far more dangerous. If Pyeolwol fought seriously, they wouldn't stand a chance. But this was enemy territory. There was no reason to take unnecessary risks. He handled them with restraint, waiting for an opportunity to retreat. Then, the door at the end of the alley opened, and someone stepped out. Accompanied by Jongwang-san and Seo-Kyeon was Li Yul, an attendant of the Snow Sword Manor. Sensing the disturbance, he had come outside. The moment Pyeolwol saw his face, he knew this man was at the center of everything. An expressionless face, like a mask, deep, penetrating eyes, a refined and composed presence. He was clearly no ordinary person. Li Yul showed no surprise at the sight of Pyeolwol fighting the assassins. He simply observed quietly. Instead, it was Zhang Guangsan and Sao Ke-yeon who reacted. It's an intruder. At their shouts, nearby warriors rushed in. After holding out a bit longer, Pyeolwol suddenly withdrew and fled. The assassins pursued him, followed by the Snowsword Manor warriors. An assassin has infiltrated. Surround him. Don't let him escape. Li Yul simply shook his head at the chaos. The room at the end of the alley led to the attendant's office. There was no way someone who had infiltrated this far would be caught so easily. At that moment, Hong Yi-seol approached him. So, you hired other assassins besides me. That's a breach of contract. I simply wanted to be certain. Hong Ye-seol frowned. The assassins who attacked Pyeolwol were among the lowest ranks of the 100 Wraith Union, the 4 Red Lotus Ghosts. Though individually weaker than her, their combined strength rivaled hers. She hadn't been informed of their deployment, meaning Li Yul had made a separate commission. Find out who he is, Li Yul ordered. You don't think the 4 Red Lotus Ghosts can catch him? If he were that easy to catch, he wouldn't have made it this far. Do you have any guesses? I'll find out. Fully prepared, Hong Ye-seol left the Snowsword Manor. She took out a small vial from her belt. As she opened it, a strong scent spread. She inhaled. Instantly, her senses sharpened. Her sense of smell magnified dozens of times. Thunder blood dog incense. With her technique, her sense of smell now rivaled that of a hunting dog. The drawback was severe. Afterward, her sense of smell would be paralyzed for days. Overwhelmed by the flood of scents, she nearly gagged but forced herself to focus. Gradually, she isolated a specific scent. 1,000 miles chasing incense. Her eyes gleamed. Only the 100 Wraith Union could produce it, and she knew it better than anyone. She had used it only once recently. At Runan, she had hidden it within the martial arts manual she gave him. Though his appearance had changed, scent did not lie. Without hesitation, she moved. The farther she traveled, the stronger the scent became. Eventually, she stopped. Before her stood a ruined house, its walls and roof partially collapsed. Firelight flickered from within. Cautiously, she approached. Inside, someone sat before a bonfire. His face glowed in the firelight, almost unreal. Hong Ye-seol let out a quiet breath. He really is handsome. Even after suppressing her emotions through years of training, she was still human. As she approached, her gaze fell on the fire. A familiar object burned within it. The martial arts manual. Her eyes trembled. You knew, she asked. I must have looked like a fool, like a monkey in Buddha's palm. I didn't chase you. You led me here. Fine. Why did you call me? I have something to ask. Do you think I'll answer? That depends. What is it? That man's identity. And you think I'll tell you? You don't have a choice. Hong Ye-seol suddenly threw an unknown object into the bonfire. With a sharp explosion, thick smoke erupted like a volcano, rapidly spreading and obscuring the surroundings. In that instant, Hong Ye-seol vanished. The technique itself was simple, but her level of execution was on an entirely different level. Not only did her figure disappear, but even the sound of her breathing and heartbeat vanished. As one of the 10 strongest members of the 100 Wraith Union, her stealth was absolute. It was as if her very existence had been erased. In an instant, Pyeolwol disappeared. Facing an assassin head-on was foolish. Because he was an assassin himself, he knew exactly how to unsettle one. Just like Hong Ye-seol, he erased his presence completely. This time, it was Hong Ye-seol who was shaken. She had been staring directly at him. She hadn't blinked. She hadn't looked away. Yet she hadn't seen the moment he vanished. It meant that Pyeolwol had moved beyond the limits of her perception. Hong Ye-seol bit her lip. So you're hiding from me? Then this will be a battle between assassins. Invisible threads extended from her body. They spread out like a spider's web, filling the entire space. Hong Ye-seol held the ends lightly, focusing her senses. Even the slightest disturbance would travel through the threads to her. A perfect detection network, heavenly silver net. With this technique, no one could approach her undetected. Hong Ye-seol closed her eyes. The threads trembled faintly. Wind. It wasn't movement from a person, just air currents. Even with her eyes closed, she could distinguish the cause precisely. Such sensitivity was her greatest weapon. Time passed. She remained completely still, like a statue. Patience was a fundamental trait of high-level assassins. They could wait days, sometimes weeks, without moving, without even drinking water, just to seize a single opportunity. Hong Ye-seol was no exception. She had absolute confidence in her patience. She believed she would outlast Pyeolwol. But no matter how long she waited, she detected nothing. Did he leave? She immediately dismissed the thought. Pyeolwol was not the type to abandon his objective. More time passed. Her body stiffened, muscles aching, but she endured. Then, a faint vibration ran through the threads. He's moving. Her focus sharpened instantly. The movement was so subtle that she would have missed it without complete concentration. Even a stray cat would have made more noise. She gathered chi into her hands, ready to unleash the extreme yin hand at any moment. The vibrations grew stronger. Her tension peaked. The moment a single thread snapped, Hong Ye-seol opened her eyes and struck. Her extreme yin hand exploded forward with far greater power than before, but the instant she attacked, her eyes widened. There was nothing there. She had struck empty space. A burning pain erupted from her left shoulder. A dagger had embedded itself deep, leaving only the hilt visible. She bit her lip, suppressing a scream, and turned. Reacting instantly, she swung her sleeve. Fine sand scattered into the air. It spread like mist, enveloping Pyowool, a deadly toxin capable of melting internal organs with a single breath. Difficult to create, she only used it in emergencies. She saw Pyowool inhale it. It's over. Despite the dagger in her shoulder, she remained calm. Soon, his organs would begin to fail. Something suddenly tightened around her ankle. Before she could react, she was violently pulled forward. What? She cried out involuntarily. Her body was dragged toward Pyowool at terrifying speed. She struggled but couldn't resist. Her mind spun. He had clearly inhaled the poison, so why was he unaffected? More shocking was the thread wrapped around her ankle. She had heard of sword ki, but never of a thread made from ki, and certainly not one this powerful. As she hesitated, she was dragged closer. Only then did she understand. He used his chi thread to disturb the net. That's why I couldn't detect him. For the first time, fear flickered in her eyes. The intelligence she had received about Pyowool had been incomplete. He wasn't just skilled, he was terrifyingly creative in how he used his abilities. Wait, she shouted. Her voice carried urgency, but it didn't stop him. Pyowool drew his phantom dagger. As she was pulled closer, she struggled desperately. Only now did she realize. Pyowool had chosen this location first. He already knew the terrain perfectly. There had only been one viable hiding spot. From the beginning, he had known exactly where she was. Wait, let's talk. Her words came unexpectedly. Pyowool paused, frowning. This was not the reaction he anticipated. Assassins usually chose death over revealing their client's secrets. But Hong Ye's soul was different. It hurts. Can you pull the dagger out first? I'll tell you everything, so stop looking so scary. What are you planning? My ulterior motive, she said with a faint smile. It's not much of a secret. Why didn't you say that earlier? I have my pride, she replied lightly. A woman who gives up too easily isn't attractive, you know. Hong Ye's soul let out a bashful laugh. Hong Ye's soul let out a sharp cry as she pulled out the phantom dagger. Her trembling figure, like a sparrow caught in the rain, could easily stir sympathy in anyone who saw her. But Pyowool knew it was nothing more than an act. She hadn't made a single sound when she was stabbed twice. There was no way someone like her would suddenly collapse in pain after pulling the dagger out. Putting 2 holes in a woman's body? How are you going to take responsibility for this? If you think it's unfair, I can kill you right now. Such harsh words from such a handsome face, she replied with a faint smile. Don't you know how to joke? I'm not foolish enough to joke with an assassin. Now talk. Who is he? Li Yul, an attendant of the Snow Sword Manor. Thanks to his influence, the manor has expanded rapidly and returned to Runan. Is he connected to the Jin family situation? Yes. I don't know his true identity, but he's extremely calculating. He frequently hires assassins from the 100 Wraith Union. The assassins of the 100 Wraith Union work independently. Only the captain knows the details of each mission. Is this your first time working for him? He usually hires low-ranking assassins. This is the first time he's hired me. That alone shows how important this matter is to him. He brought in the most reliable ones. You talk too much to be considered reliable. He broke the contract first, she replied coldly. There's an unwritten rule: clients must not hire multiple assassins without notice. He knew that. Yet he secretly hired others anyway. That's an insult. She looked at Pyowool. I've told you everything I know. There's not much substance. That's all there is. Are you going back to the Snow Sword Manor? I'm thinking of breaking the contract. Since he violated it first, he has no grounds to object. But don't relax, he'll definitely hire someone else. Many in Zhonghu despised assassins, but some viewed them as useful tools. Li Yul was clearly one of those people. He wouldn't stop at just one. What about the leader of the 100 Wraith Union? Pyowool asked. That's outside the contract. I won't tell you. She winked. If you don't have more questions, I'll be going. As you can see, I need treatment. She waved lightly, then vanished into the night. Pyowool stared silently at where she had disappeared. The organization exists out of necessity, but its members act independently. That's the 100 Wraith Union. Though she spoke casually, he had learned a great deal. If I capture another one, I'll know for sure. He hadn't learned everything about Li Yul, but it was enough for now. Li Yul stared at the men before him with a blank expression. What do you mean? Hong Yesul has withdrawn from your request. The ones answering were the 4 red lotus ghosts. Li Yul's eyes turned cold. She said you violated the contract first. How skilled is he? We don't know exactly. But his stealth, infiltration, and assassination skills surpass ours. We tried to track him, but lost him. Are there many like that outside the Union? None. They answered firmly. So an assassin of that level, who isn't part of the 100 Wraith Union. Li Yul frowned. They had already identified everyone who entered the Jin Manor. There was no record of such a person. He's not ordinary. He understood my intentions. How did the Jin family recruit someone like that? Li Yul found it troubling. The Jin family he knew preferred straightforward confrontation. If they now had someone capable of strategy, things would become far more complicated. Could it be him? Without hesitation, Li Yule took out paper and began writing. A request to the captain of the 100th Union. When he finished, he opened the window and let out a long whistle. A black falcon descended from the night sky and landed at the window. A spirit beast used by the 100th Union, reserved only for select clients like him. He tied the letter to its leg. With a powerful flap of its wings, the falcon vanished into the darkness. Li Yule murmured, "The best way to hunt an assassin is with another assassin." The Hao clan's Hainan headquarters was located in Zhengzhou. This main headquarters oversaw all branches spread throughout Hainan province. Information from across the region was gathered by each branch and sent back to Zhengzhou, where it was analyzed to understand the overall situation. It said that more than 100 people joined the Jin family yesterday. Large groups of unidentified warriors have appeared in Xinyan. Their destination seems to be Runan. Many warriors were also spotted in Yongchang. According to reports from courtesans, they are also heading to Runan. Messenger pigeons from various branches carried in urgent reports one after another. Many of the Hao clan's analysts had been gathered in Zhengzhou, allowing them to closely monitor the situation. Li Guiyang, the head of the Henan headquarters, looked at the young man sitting before him with visible tension. The young man was Hong Yuxin, the chief inspector of the Hao clan. Although Li Guiyang held authority over Henan, he could not ignore Hong Yuxin. After all, Hong Yuxin was responsible for auditing and overseeing all branches. Naturally, he was someone every branch head found difficult to deal with. His presence in Zhengzhou proved that the central authority was taking this conflict very seriously. Numerous clients were requesting information about Pyowol. It meant that his name had resurfaced in the world. He knew Pyowol better than most. And that knowledge was precisely why he was uneasy. It hasn't been long since he stirred chaos at Wudang Mountain, and now both the Snow Sword Manor and Rain Mountain Manor are searching for him. Wherever Pyowol appeared, death followed. His reputation as the Reaper was no exaggeration. We believe he's staying at the Jin family manor, though we don't know why. Why would he support the Jin family? From a practical standpoint, the Snow Sword Manor would offer greater benefits. Perhaps he has a personal connection. There was a time when Jin Jimwoo stayed in Sichuan. It's possible they met then. But Jin Jimwoo is already dead, yes. But the circumstances of his death remain unclear. The Hao clan had investigated it multiple times, but had found nothing conclusive. "I'll go to Runan myself," Hong Yuxin said. "You intend to go personally. It'll be easier for me to approach him." Li Guiyang hesitated. Hong Yuxin was too important to risk lightly. If we send others, they won't get close to him. I have a better chance. But be careful. I didn't become chief inspector by chance. I trust you. At that moment, "Sir." A panicked voice echoed through the room. One of the information officers rushed in, pale-faced. "What is it?" "The Shaolin Temple has made a move. They've dispatched monks down the mountain." "Where are they headed?" "Their destination isn't confirmed. But given the situation," Runan, Han Yushin said, "it seems Shaolin intends to intervene. If it's Shaolin, their intervention could stabilize things." The Shaolin Temple was the de facto leader of Hainan's martial world. Though they had remained quiet in recent years, their influence still spans centuries. The conflict in Runan was drawing warriors like a whirlpool. "I'll go to Runan. I need to see it myself." "Very well, I'll inform the local branch." Pyowol woke early the next morning. He was a light sleeper to begin with, and the noise outside hadn't helped. He hadn't rested well. Quietly, he stepped outside. At that moment, he ran into Zhugang. "Did you sleep well?" "No, same here. Too noisy." They walked side by side toward the dining area. With so many new arrivals, the Jin family had built a temporary dining hall. It was little more than a wooden shelter, barely shielding against wind and rain. Inside, dozens of tables were arranged. "You're drinking this early?" "I can't eat without it." "You'll die young." "I don't mind." He laughed, though there was something hollow in it. Sensing there was more to it, Pyowol didn't press further. He disliked interference himself, so he avoided interfering with others. A loud cheer erupted from the entrance. "Oh," Zhugang frowned. "Sounds like a big shot has arrived." Big shot. These days, people shout like that whenever someone famous shows up. He stood up. "Let's go take a look." Pyowol nodded. He valued first-hand observation, especially when it came to people. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance, forming a wall of bodies. They pushed through. As Pyowol moved forward, his expression subtly stiffened. He felt it, a presence sharp like a blade, calm yet overwhelmingly heavy. It pressed down on the surroundings. It was strange. People were shouting excitedly, yet the air itself felt still, like oil and water, two incompatible states coexisting. Most didn't notice. He appeared ordinary, but the aura surrounding him was anything but. Only those who had reached great heights could sense it. The Sword Saint. Lord Han has come to support the Jin family. Only then did Pyowol understand the man's identity, the Sword Saint, Han Yuqian. Many had come to support the Jin family, but this was the first time someone of Han Yuqian's caliber had appeared. Han Yuqian calmly observed the crowd. Most wore similar expressions, a mixture of awe and fear. He was long accustomed to such looks. Han Yuqian's gaze locked onto someone. A man with a face more beautiful than most women's. Only that man looked at him without awe, without fear, without any emotion at all. The moment their eyes met, Han Yuqian felt a strange chill. It was as if an invisible blade had pierced his heart. It had been a long time since he had felt such a thing. Was there someone like this in the Jin family? The irritation he had felt earlier faded, replaced by curiosity. Was this man worthy of facing him? Han Yuqian focused his chi into his eyes, his gaze sharpened, like a drawn blade. For an ordinary warrior, meeting such a gaze would feel like their eyes were being pierced. But Pyeolwol remained unmoved. His expression didn't change. Han Yuqian was releasing killing intent. What's going on? The crowd panicked and retreated. Han Yuqian frowned at the commotion. In that brief chaos, the man he had been watching had disappeared. He expanded his senses, but there was no trace. The man had vanished completely. For a moment, a chill ran down his spine. If someone capable of erasing their presence so completely chose to strike, even he could be in danger. Just then, Jin Siwoo hurried over. The moment Han Yuqian saw him, his expression turned cold again. The mysterious man was forgotten. Jin Siwoo bowed respectfully. Welcome, Master Han. If we had known you were coming, we would have prepared. Why would I inform the Jin family? Don't misunderstand, I didn't come here to help you. The lively atmosphere instantly froze. Pyeolwol had already left the Jin manor. Han Yuqian's declaration didn't affect him much. He had never expected help from him in the first place. The only thing he noted was this: Han Yuqian would be a difficult opponent. A gambling den. In a city like Runan, such places always existed, and they were usually hidden in alleys like this. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary house. But the constant flow of people and the guards at the entrance gave it away. Two large men stood watch. As Pyeolwol approached, they blocked him. What's this? We don't take women. Without a word, Pyeolwol opened his pouch. Gold coins gleamed inside. The guards' expressions changed instantly. A VIP. Go ahead. They stepped aside. Here, status meant nothing. Only money mattered. As he entered, one of them muttered, 1 hour. Half an hour, the other replied. He looks like someone who's never gambled. They chuckled. To lose everything, even his clothes. To think someone like him might end up selling himself. Their crude laughter echoed. Though they thought they were quiet, Pyeolwol heard every word clearly, but he remained unaffected. Inside, the gambling den was loud and chaotic. Sixes, I won. Cheers erupted. At one table, a man celebrated wildly as 2 dice showed 6 the highest roll. He hugged his winnings. Others looked devastated. Joy and despair mixed freely. At each table, 5 or 6 men played different games, dice, cricket fights, even bare-knuckle betting. Everyone was consumed by greed. No one paid attention to Pyeolwol. Even his striking appearance couldn't compete with the allure of money. He calmly took a seat at an empty spot. The man beside him frowned. Got money, kid. Stakes here are high. If you're short, leave now. Without speaking, Pyeolwol overturned his pouch. 20 gold coins spilled out, a heavy sum. Greed flashed in the man's eyes. Well, well, the god of wealth has arrived. The others grinned. Let's start. Time to teach the kid how the world works. To them, Pyeolwol was prey, easy to strip clean. They exchanged subtle glances. Though usually rivals, gamblers often worked together. When an easy target appeared, long time no see. What brings you here? Don't tell me you came because of me. Yes, I decided to take on the mission you abandoned. Hong Ye-seol's eyes sharpened. Hyuko ranked among the top 5 of the 10 assassins of the 100th Union, far above her. Though she herself was among the top 10, those ranked higher were far more ruthless and secretive. I can't believe Hyuko is here. She had expected someone else to take her place. But not him. It was rare for Hyuko to move. Unlike most assassins, he wasn't driven by money. He only acted when something piqued his interest. Did you know the 4 Red Lotus ghosts are here? He asked. I know. That's why I withdrew from the mission. And yet you still came. Who says I came alone? What do you mean? A few others have arrived in Runan as well. Ice Slayer and Dark Ghost. Neither of them ranked in the top 10, but they were not far behind Hyuko. Goosebumps rose on her skin. If such assassins joined forces, there would be no target they couldn't eliminate. Each had a different style, but all were masters of killing. Now tell me, Hyuko said. That assassin, the one you and the 4 Red Lotus ghosts were chasing. Hyuko smiled, baring his teeth. Only then did Hong Ye-seol understand. He wasn't interested in the mission itself. He was interested in Pyeolwol. Hong Ye-seol glared at him. He's no easy target. I'm not like you. I don't back down once I take a job. I heard you cross paths with him and lost. If not, why abandon the mission halfway? Tell me about him. You'll regret it. I've assassinated 172 people I don't regret killing. Forget it. If you're not in the mood, no point asking. It'll only hurt your pride. With that, he vanished. Hong Ye-seol's expression hardened. His attitude was blatantly dismissive. How dare he? She clenched her teeth. A higher rank didn't necessarily mean greater strength. The difference between them was minimal. Victory could depend on condition alone, yet he treated her like she was beneath him. You shouldn't have done that. A faint smile curved her lips. An idea had formed. The gambling hall was silent. It was an unnatural silence, especially for a place usually filled with noise and excitement. Though many people were present, no one spoke. All eyes were fixed on one man. He sat upright like a statue. Before him lay a mountain of gold coins, as if all the wealth in the gambling den had been gathered at his feet. In fact, it had. He had been there for half a day. What's going on here? A rough voice broke the silence. Zhang Noya, the owner of the gambling den, had arrived. Zhang Noya stared at Pyowo. Who are you? And why are you ruining my business? What are you waiting for? Break his limbs. Strip him. Take his money. Leave the nails, though. They might sell for a good price. Phantom daggers shot forward. In an instant, they pierced through Zhang Noya's men, shoulders, stomachs, limbs. One by one, they collapsed. Zhang Noya trembled. The daggers hovered in the air before him. Sword chi, cold sweat poured down his face. Master, I've committed a grave sin. He dropped to his knees. Powerful warriors had flooded Runan. People like Zhang Noya had been especially cautious. Yet this man, he wasn't in any of their records, which meant he was even more dangerous. Pyowo spoke. Tell me about the Snow Sword Manor. Zhang Noya sifted through his memories before beginning. He remembered clearly what the manor had been like before the Jin family arrived. Once he began speaking, long-forgotten details resurfaced. He told Pyowo everything he knew. He had no choice. His life depended on it. The only time he hesitated was when Pyowo asked follow-up questions. Now tell me about the Jin family. Start from when they settled in Tianzhongshan. Unfortunately, it didn't end there. Pyowo also questioned him about the warriors who had entered Runan. Zhang Noya even summoned his subordinates to provide additional information. Identify and report all notable individuals who have entered Runan, Pyowo said. Having survived in the underworld for years, Zhang Noya quickly grasped his intent. To survive, he had no choice but to obey. Pyowo nodded. Zhang Noya bowed deeply. We'll send men out to gather information. Where should we deliver our reports? I'll be staying with the Jin family for a while. The Jin family understood. By the way, what about the money? The gold coins you won yesterday. The piles of gold still sat on the table. Use it to gather information. Keep the rest. Thank you very much, he bowed repeatedly. Without another word, Pyowo walked out. Once he was gone, Zhang Noya's expression hardened as he glared at his subordinates. Not a word about today. Make sure the guests keep their mouths shut as well. If this gets out, none of us will live to see next year. We finally arrived. A middle-aged monk wiped the sweat from his brow. Beside him stood a younger monk in his early 20s. Still, we arrived sooner than expected, the young monk said. That's thanks to you, Bo-kyung. Your guidance made the journey easy. You flatter me, senior brother. Bo-kyung smiled awkwardly. He was a second-generation disciple of the Shaolin Temple, while the middle-aged monk, Shong-un, was a first-generation disciple. Among his peers, Shong-un ranked third after Shong-mu and Shong-wan. It was widely believed he would soon become an elder. Gentle and reasonable, he was respected by both juniors and elders alike. However, as he gazed upon Runan, his expression darkened. A heavy tension hung over the city. With the Snow Sword Manor and the Jin family recruiting warriors daily, conflict seemed inevitable. Skirmishes had already begun. If left unchecked, the entire Henan province could be drawn into war. To prevent that, the Shaolin Temple had sent Shong-un as a mediator. The very fact that he had been dispatched showed how seriously they viewed the situation. His burden was heavy. When they reached the Snow Sword Manor, Xiong-un's expression grew even heavier. A massive crowd had gathered at the entrance. Those who couldn't enter had set up tents outside, turning the area into a bustling camp. The two monks made their way through the crowd. Warriors waiting in line, tense from staying up all night, instinctively made way upon seeing them. Their foreheads, Shaolin monks. Soon, a man rushed forward. I am Gong Yom Yui, head of the outer division of the Snow Sword Manor. We welcome you. Amitabha. I am Song-un, a first-generation disciple of Shaolin. This is Bo-kyung, a second-generation disciple. I wish to meet your master, the Manor Lord. Please inform him. Oh, of course. Please wait a moment. He quickly sent word inside. Please come in. Li Yule heard the news that Song-un and Bo-kyung had entered the Snow Sword Manor while he was in his room. He wasn't surprised that the Shaolin Temple had sent people. He had already expected their involvement from the moment the conflict with the Jin family began in earnest. After all, the clash between the two factions was unfolding practically in the Shaolin Temple's backyard. Are the monks from the Shaolin Temple still with the sect leader? Yes, they're staying in a meeting. When they're done, treat them with utmost care, enough to make them feel burdened by it. Understood. Baek De-kyung bowed his head. Oh, there's something else. A guest has arrived. The person you requested earlier has come. As Baek Do-kyung stepped outside, Li Yule muttered to himself. Now the outline is finally taking shape. Baek Do-kyung returned with the guest. The door opened, and a man entered behind him. The man bowed first. Zhang Moryang, leader of the Black Cloud Corps, greets you. Pyowo scanned the room before taking a seat by the window. It took quite some time before a waiter finally approached him. Bring me stir-fried pork and a bowl of noodles, right away. The waiter bowed and hurried off. Pyowo turned his gaze back to the window. As he quietly observed the scenery outside, everyone must be tired from the journey. Rest well until the captain returns. Don't drink too much. Good work, everyone. Pyowo frowned slightly. Among the voices, he heard one he recognized. He turned his head. Hyo Ranju and Dao Shigo. The newcomers were members of the Black Cloud Corps. Dust clung to their clothes, showing they had traveled far. Hyo Ranju froze in surprise as she noticed him. She glanced at Dao Shigo, clearly flustered. She hadn't expected to encounter Pyeolwol here. That bastard. It's him. The other members quickly recognized him as well, their hostility rising instantly. Hold your positions. Hyo Ranju and Dao Shigo stepped forward, stopping the others. They were just as shaken, but they knew better than to fight him here. Only a small portion of their forces had entered the inn. If they were to confront Pyeolwol, they would need the entire corps. I didn't expect to see you again. Hello, handsome. Hyo Ranju forced a casual tone as she sat across from him. Dao Shigo joined her, smiling despite his missing arm. Few people could smile so calmly at someone they deeply resented. Pyeolwol spoke first. You're here on a job, aren't you? A job, we're just passing through. What about you? The same. Is that so? What a coincidence. Dao Shigo chuckled. At this rate, it almost feels like fate. But why show your face? Didn't you used to cover it? Trying to charm women now? Even if I were, it's none of your concern. She clenched her teeth. Meeting Pyeolwol here unsettled her. The Black Cloud Corps had been hired by the Snowsword Manor. Zhang Muryang had gone ahead to meet their client, while the rest waited outside Runan. Only a few had entered the city to avoid attention. Listen, handsome. Leave this place, then we'll have no problems. Whatever you came here for, give it up. So you are here on business. And you're not. An assassin like you doesn't linger without reason. Who hired you, the Snowsword Manor, or the Jin family? I told you, I'm just passing through. Do you really expect me to believe that? Kerchief flared. The Black Cloud Corps members drew their weapons. Dao Shigo sighed. Among them all, he had the most reason to hate Pyeolwol. He had lost an arm and nearly his life to him. Yet he held back for the sake of Zhang Muryang's greater plan. You really need to calm down, he said lightly. You look like a jealous wife catching her husband cheating. What did you say? Her outrage broke the tension slightly. But then, a soft voice interrupted. You kept me waiting so long. What are you doing here alone? All eyes turned. A woman in red silk stepped gracefully into the inn. It was Hong Yi-seol. She wasn't strikingly beautiful, yet she possessed a captivating charm that drew every gaze. She moved like a butterfly, approaching Pyeolwol before sitting beside him with a shy smile. Did you forget? We were supposed to dine together, and yet here you are, eating alone in such a place. She clung lightly to his arm. You should stay with the right people if you want to rise. Her eyes flicked toward Hyo Ranju, filled with subtle disdain. The men didn't notice, but Hyo Ranju did. Who are you? Hong Ye-seol smiled sweetly, tightening her hold on Pyeolwol. I'm his lover. Hyo Ranju's eyebrows shot up in shock. Is she the reason you're staying in Runan? You actually let yourself get seduced by this vixen. Hyo Ranju alternated her gaze between Pyeolwol and Hong Ye-seol. In response, Hong Ye-seol deliberately put on a seductive expression. Her charm blossomed instantly, captivating everyone in the inn. Even the warriors of the Black Cloud Corps couldn't take their eyes off her. Clinging tighter to Pyeolwol's arm, she said, It's only natural for a man to be drawn to a beautiful woman. Don't spout nonsense. Well, I suppose someone like you wouldn't understand. Hong Ye-seol smiled faintly as she looked Hyo Ranju up and down. The meaning behind her gaze was impossible to miss. How dare a whore insult me? You look crude, with no trace of femininity. No wonder men aren't interested in you. What are you saying? Don't you know how popular I am? With that figure, if I were a man, I'd run away. She was completely outmatched in a war of words. Dao Shigo panicked as he sensed her ki rising and quickly tried to restrain her. Let go of me. I'll kill that bitch. Oh my, how uncivilized. Hong Ye-seol continued mocking her without mercy. What are you doing? Hurry and hold her back. Unable to restrain her alone, Dao Shigo called for help. The nearby Black Cloud Corps warriors rushed over and pinned Hyo Ranju down. Only after 4 men restrained her did she finally begin to calm down. You bitch. The moment I get my hands on you, I'll kill you. If I stay here any longer, my ears might bleed. Let's go somewhere quieter. Pyeolwol nodded silently and followed her. Pyeolwol glanced at her. What are you thinking? Why did you come here? I just thought it would be fun. You have terrible taste. I hear that often. She tightened her hold on his arm. The one who replaced me is already in Runan. Be careful. That's all I can tell you. Just stay alert. His target is you, not the Jin family. I'd be quite sad if you died to him. Suddenly, she kissed him on the cheek. Pyeolwol frowned. Hong Ye-seol released his arm and stepped back. I've given you my warning. With those final words, she vanished without a trace. Pyeolwol stared in the direction she disappeared. He must be one of the top 10 assassins of the 100 Wraith Union. Someone of Hong Ye-seol's caliber would only feel threatened by others at her level, which meant her replacement was likely even stronger. And there won't be just one. He must have also hired the Black Cloud Corps. Having already faced them once, Pyeolwol knew their capabilities. Previously, they had been outmatched due to lack of information, but next time would be different. They would be prepared. The Black Cloud Corps was not just a band of mercenaries. They were as disciplined as an army, skilled in tactics and coordination. If a large-scale battle broke out, their true strength would be revealed. The fact that Li Yul had mobilized them meant he was planning something far greater. He wasn't merely trying to reclaim dominance over Tianzhongshan and Runan. He was aiming for something bigger. The atmosphere within the Jin family had completely changed, all because of one man, Han Yuqian, the Sword Saint. His declaration that he had come to witness the Jin family's downfall had chilled the previously rising morale. Ordinarily, someone who made such a statement would stay elsewhere. But Han Yuqian insisted on residing within the Jin estate. A middle-aged man approached, a sword resting against his chest. He walked straight toward Pyoul. This was no coincidence. His gaze was locked onto him. Pyoul stood his ground, unmoving. Han Yuqian stopped in front of him. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Han Yuqian broke the silence. You were the one watching me yesterday. His voice was as cold as a winter storm. A swordsman of his level could wound others with nothing more than a gaze. Most people couldn't even meet his eyes. But Pyoul didn't flinch. That alone piqued Han Yuqian's interest. As Ga Young said, "You're a madman." Ga Young, one Ga Young, yes. I am her master, Han Yuqian, the Sword Saint. Only then did he reveal his identity. Yet Pyoul's expression remained unchanged. Han Yuqian's brow twitched. As she said, "Your will is strong, to stand like this before me. You think too highly of yourself. Not everyone will kneel before you." Others have said the same. Do you know what happened to them? I cut out their tongues. Pyoul and Han Yuqian stared at each other. It looked as if they might strike at any moment. A battle didn't require movement or the swing of a sword. Han Yuqian was a warrior who had reached the very peak of swordsmanship. He didn't need to hold a blade to harm his opponent. Han Yuqian's gaze shifted to Pyoul's mouth. At that same instant, Pyoul's eyes flicked to Han Yuqian's wrist. Han Yuqian seemed to flinch slightly. Before his gaze moved to Pyoul's chest, Pyoul's eyes dropped to Han Yuqian's feet. Han Yuqian's expression turned cold. This was no mere staring contest. Their eyes probed, measured, and provoked. Where their gazes fell, that was where their swords would strike. Ordinary warriors would never understand such a concept, but those who had reached the level of Han Yuqian and Pyoul could read the opponent's intent through their eyes alone. Though they stood motionless, they had already entered a world of their own. Within that imagined realm, they exchanged countless attacks. Han Yuqian was genuinely surprised that Pyoul not only understood his intent, but also responded in kind. This kind of mental duel was impossible unless the opponent stood at a comparable level. There was no need to test him further. He had no choice but to acknowledge him. Han Yuqian was cold and ruthless toward those he did not recognize, but to those he acknowledged, he could be surprisingly generous. He opened his mouth. I apologize, you are indeed worthy of speaking before me. Ga Young's judgment was not wrong. You came because of those children's deaths, didn't you? That's right. I always told Ga Young, if she stayed close to a child like Jiam Wu, her life would be short. She needed to be careful, but she never listened. His voice grew heavy, and now she has returned as a cold corpse. What was the cause of her death? A sword wound. A sword wound, a tiny one, on her forehead no larger than a child's fingernail. To an untrained eye, it would seem like nothing more than a scratch from a branch. His fists clenched. But through that wound, a massive surge of energy entered her body and completely destroyed her brain. It was like an internal strike. My precious disciple died in such a miserable way. I can't forgive Jin Jun Wu for dragging her into the Jianghu. If not for him, she wouldn't have died. That's just sophistry. Han Yuqian's eyes sharpened. Sophistry. It was her choice, not his coercion. You simply needed someone to blame, so you placed it all on the Jin family. Han Yuqian was silent for a moment. Perhaps, he admitted, but it doesn't matter. I'm not a generous man. What if the real culprit is revealed? Then I will exterminate everything connected to them. Why bring up the real culprit? Have you found something? I'm searching. I don't have proof yet, but I have a lead. It will become clear soon. Han Yuqian frowned. He found it hard to believe. After his disciple's death, he had searched tirelessly, but uncovered nothing. Han Yuqian stared at him for a long moment before speaking. If you find the one who killed her and allow me my revenge, then I will stand by your side. His voice was resolute. Even if the entire Jianghu condemns you, I will fight alongside you. I swear it in the name of the Sword Saint. In Runan, alongside the Jin family and the Snowsword Manor, there existed another powerful force, Golden Mountain Manor. No one truly knew the extent of its wealth, but many believed that if Golden Mountain Manor chose to spend its fortune, it could relieve poverty across the entire world. In the grandest hall stood a golden table. 2 people sat there, dining. The man wiped his mouth with his sleeve, smearing sauce across the gold fabric without concern. Excellent meal. The food was especially good today. He's the best chef in Henan. You know how much I paid to hire him, father? Of course I know. That's why I scolded you for wasting money. Are you ready to apologize now? He chuckled. Still too expensive. You could have at least negotiated installments. Father, quality requires proper investment. Zhongshin Chung clicked his tongue. What an unpleasant day. My only nephew returns beaten, and the valuable leverage I held has turned to dust. You mean the IOU you lent to the Snowsword Manor? But you received the principal and interest, didn't you? GM Suryan looked puzzled. Do you think I lent that IOU just for interest? His true goal had been to gain leverage over the Jin family. By holding their debt, he could pressure them and elevate the standing of Golden Mountain Manor. but repayment had never been his intention. Why hand something so valuable to them, especially to a mere attendant, not even their lord? Sir Yan, I'm glad you're my daughter. She blinked, surprised. You're intelligent, perceptive, and capable, he continued. But what you see is not the whole picture. There are things I haven't told you. Drum Shuryan felt unease creep in. This was unlike her father. Remember this, Zhuang Xinsheng said quietly. In the Zhenghu, those who remain hidden are far more dangerous than those in the open. His voice grew heavier. One day, when you stand where I do, you'll understand. In the end, he gave her no answer. The energy of Tianzhongshan is even richer than I expected. No wonder the Snow Sword Manor is so eager to reclaim it. The two monks stood overlooking Tianzhongshan as they spoke. They were Seong-un and Bo-kyung, currently on their way to the Jin Manor after visiting the Snow Sword Manor. They had left the Snow Sword Manor early that morning. During their stay, they had done everything they could to persuade Seol Kang-yeon. They argued that continued conflict with the Jin family would only bring suffering and needless death. But Seol Kang-yeon's response never changed. Everything depends on the Jin family. If they return what rightfully belongs to us, nothing will happen. But if they refuse, we will take it back by force. We have just cause. No matter how powerful the Shaolin Temple is, you cannot interfere without justification. As soon as Jin Siwu heard that monks from Shaolin had arrived, he rushed out to greet them. I, Jin Siwu of the Jin family, pay my respects to the honored monks. There is no need for such formality, Song-un replied, raising a hand. It is we who are honored to meet you. Bo-kyung, I will speak with young Master Jin. You may look around in the meantime. Understood. Song-un entered with Jin Siwu while Bo-kyung wandered alone through the estate. I heard Shaolin sent someone, so it was you. And you, Brother Namgung, you came because of your ties with young Master Jin. That's right, as expected. Namgung Wol clapped his hands lightly. Come, let's talk over tea instead of standing here. He seemed genuinely happy to see Bo-kyung again. Bo-kyung felt the same. The tension he had carried from the Snow Sword Manor eased slightly in the presence of a friend. The discussion between Jin Siwu and Seon-un stretched late into the night, yet it went nowhere. If the Jin family could concede even a little, how much more must we concede? If this continues, not only Henan but the entire Jianghu could be engulfed. And if we yield, what will Shaolin offer us in return? It's easy to ask for sacrifice when it's not your own. Zhongun fell silent. Let us end here for today. Jin Siwu exhaled softly. My apologies, master. I've been on edge lately. Amitabha, it is only natural. Thank you for understanding. Fatigue was evident on Jin Siwu's face. Seong-un couldn't help but feel pity. He wanted to help, but he couldn't. Shaolin had to remain neutral. Jin Siwu personally prepared the best guest quarters for him. There is no need for such luxury, Shangren said. This is the least I can do. Then I will accept your kindness. Under a large tree, Bo-kyung and Namgung Wol sat side by side. A bottle of alcohol rested between them. Though drinking was forbidden for monks, Bo-kyung made an exception for an old friend. Their conversation drifted from personal matters to Jianghu affairs, and finally to the conflict between the Jin family and the Snow Sword Manor. So the Snow Sword Manor refuses to back down. That's right, my senior brother and I did everything we could, but he wouldn't listen. Even invoking Shaolin's authority, it meant nothing to him, and whenever he was cornered, he deferred to an attendant, someone highly capable. The others seemed to hold him in great regard. Namgung Wol frowned. His intelligence network had no information about such a person. Strange, if someone that capable existed, they should have appeared in the Heavenly Guardian Association's records. If we can't persuade one side, perhaps we can persuade the other. It won't be easy, Namgung Wol said quietly. The Jin family is already on the brink. Jin Wolmyong collapsed, and Jiam Wu is dead. If they yield now, they won't survive as a clan. Bo-kyung sighed. He already knew this, yet he still had to try. Jiam Wu was my friend. Aren't I your friend too? You are, but you're still alive. How heartless. It's late. Let's continue this tomorrow. All right, I'll walk you back. The two walked side by side to his quarters. At the door, Bo-kyung called out, Senior brother, it's me. May I come in? No response. Already asleep. That seems unlikely. Frowning, he pushed the door open. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes widened. Senior brother. His posture was calm, legs crossed, eyes half-lidded. At a glance, he looked like he had simply fallen asleep mid-recitation. But something was wrong. He was too still. Not even the faintest movement could be seen. If he were merely resting, he should have at least reacted to Bo-kyung's voice. Yet Song-un remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the open scriptures before him. A sense of unease crept over Bo-kyung. Senior brother, he called out louder. No response. Alarmed, Bo-kyung rushed forward. He grabbed Song-un's wrist to check his pulse, but felt nothing. Quickly, he moved his hand to Song-un's nose. No breath. Hearing the shout, Namgung Wol hurried into the room. The moment he saw Seong-un, his expression stiffened. It took only an instant to understand. Ahom Bo-kyung's voice trembled. Senior brother has passed into nirvana. Namgung Wol couldn't hide his shock. Seong-un was a first-generation disciple of the Shaolin Temple. Though ranked third among his peers, His martial arts were far from ordinary, yet he had died silently, without resistance, and not just anywhere, inside the Jin Manor. The implications were terrifying. Without hesitation, Namgung Wol stepped forward to examine the body. He needed to determine whether this was a natural death or murder. A faint mark caught his eye. On the back of Seong-un's neck was a thin line, like a paper cut, no blood, barely visible, but in that instant Namgung Wol knew that was the cause of death. He shut his eyes tightly. Damn it, the Jin family was thrown into chaos. A first-generation disciple of the Shaolin Temple had died within their estate. Worse, he had come as a mediator. This was no ordinary incident. It had the potential to shake the entire Zhonghu. Why must the Jin family endure such a trial? The elders gathered around him were equally speechless. No one had an answer. Bo Kyung finally spoke. I will take my senior brother's body back to Shaolin. We haven't identified the culprit yet, Jin Suwu began. I don't believe the Jin family is capable of finding them. His voice was cold. Even the most composed person could not remain rational under such circumstances. Bo Kyung's heart was filled with guilt. This is my fault. If I hadn't left his side, it's not your fault, Namgung Wol said quietly. Don't blame yourself. Bo Kyung didn't seem to hear him. His mind was fixed. He would return Shongwun's body to Shaolin no matter what. But Jin Siwu couldn't allow that, not yet. If the body were taken away without clarification, the Jin family would bear all suspicion. Call him. If it's him, he can determine the cause of death. Go Kyung froze. At the mention of that name, a chill ran down his spine. An assassin, one of the best. Yes, he might be able to uncover the truth. Doubt crept into Bo Kyung's heart. Unlike Seong-un, he was not entirely guided by calm reasoning. Though a monk, he leaned more toward the instincts of a warrior. An instinct now whispered suspicion. What if Pyeowol is the one who killed him? Before long, Pyeowol entered. The moment he stepped inside, he felt it. Bo Kyung's hostility. The unease of the Jin elders. They didn't like entrusting their fate to an assassin. Pyeowol ignored them. His gaze went straight to Songwon's body. He had already been informed. As he reached out to examine the wound, Bo Kyung spoke sharply. If you're not confident, leave. Pyeowol didn't respond. I consider you a suspect. His hostility was open. Pyeowol looked at him briefly, then said, Step back. You're going to doubt me no matter what I do. If I'm a suspect, I won't touch the body. Pyeowol's gaze sharpened slightly. For a moment, it seemed he might attack. But the instant their eyes met, he froze. Pyeowol's gaze was empty yet piercing. It felt as if it saw straight through him. Bo Kyung looked away, ashamed. He hated that he felt intimidated. After a moment, he spoke again. No, I won't entrust my senior brother to you. His voice steadied. I'll send a messenger to Shaolin. Senior brother Unha specializes in medicine. He will uncover the truth. Wait! This will only complicate things further. Shang-un's death now gave Shaolin a reason to intervene. They wouldn't send just one person. They would send their elite. The situation was spiraling. A voice shouted from outside. Everyone in the room tensed. Jin Siwoo turned sharply. What is it? We're in trouble. The patrol team monitoring the Snowsword Manor has been wiped out. Jin Siwoo rushed out. Is that true? They clashed with Snowsword Manor warriors. None survived. Jin Siwoo's face turned pale. The elders immediately reacted. We can't remain idle. If we don't respond, we'll lose face and support. We must retaliate. Momentum was everything. Hesitation now would mean defeat. So be it. Jin Siwoo made his decision. Summon the Iron Sword Corps. The Iron Sword Corps, their elite response force, was mobilized. This was only the beginning. The entire manor began to stir. Namgung Wol frowned. This can't be a coincidence. Pyeowol spoke quietly. You think it is. You're saying it's not. Nothing that happened today was by chance. Then, someone planned all of this. Pyeowol didn't answer. He simply looked at Shangwon's body. Even without examining it closely, he already knew. This was the work of an assassin, and among those currently in Runan, only a few possessed such skill. The 100 Wraith Union has begun to move. By killing Song-un, they had drawn even Shaolin into the conflict. Pyeowol's gaze darkened. This is far bigger than a struggle for Runan. The Iron Sword Corps, dispatched by the Jin family, vowed revenge for the fallen patrol unit. They made good on that promise. Tracking down the Snowsword Manor warriors responsible, they killed all 12 without mercy. The Snowsword Manor responded immediately. They declared that they would avenge their dead. Thus, the cycle of bloodshed began to turn in earnest. At this point, it no longer mattered who had struck first. This was a battle that had been inevitable from the start. Neither the Jin family nor the Snowsword Manor could afford to back down. And now, there was no longer anyone to mediate. As the conflict intensified day by day, countless lives were lost, and public sentiment grew increasingly hostile. Dozens of cities fell silent. Streets emptied. Fear spread like a shadow. The clash between the two factions quickly became the central topic across Zhonghu. Amid the ongoing battles, news arrived at the Jin Manor. Reinforcements had come. Their arrival greatly boosted morale. Bo Kyung still had not left the Jin Manor. Shong-un's body rested within an ice jade coffin. Carved from rare jade that emitted a constant chill, it preserved the body from decay. At Bo Kyung's insistence, the Jin family had provided it. He remained by the coffin at all times. He barely ate, barely slept. Days passed and his condition worsened. His gaunt appearance was enough to move anyone to pity, but no one dared approach him. A cold, suffocating aura radiated from his body, no less chilling than the coffin itself. Only Namgung Wol came to him occasionally, bringing food. At this rate, he'll collapse before anything else happens. Namgung Wol sighed. Bokyung was drowning in guilt. On the night of Songwon's death, he had been away spending time with Namgung Wol. That single fact tormented him endlessly. As time passed, his body grew thinner, and in his eyes, a murderous glint began to form. Namgung Wol felt a heavy weight in his chest. If Bokyung hadn't been with him that night, would things have been different? At times like this, he wished he had someone to talk to. One name came to mind, Pyowol. But Pyowol had disappeared several days ago. To most, he was simply a striking young man. But to those who knew his true identity, suspicion had begun to grow. Bokyung's reaction that day had planted the seed. Rumors spread. Some even whispered that Pyowol himself might be the assassin. Perhaps that was why he had chosen to vanish. Pyowol stood alone atop a tall tree. Beneath his feet was a thin branch no thicker than a finger. It swayed violently with each gust of wind, bending as if it might snap. A faint sound reached his ears, like claws scraping against bark. Something was climbing the tree. Pyowol frowned slightly. A rare reaction. Then he saw it. A doll, small like a child of 3 or 4, made of wood and cloth, crude, unnatural, and climbing. It moved with eerie precision, gripping the trunk as it ascended. Tilting its head, it stared at him. Then it spoke. As expected, you really are handsome. Its voice was unmistakably human. If anyone else had seen this, they might have fled or attacked in fear. But Pyowol remained calm. You're not surprised. It's you. The one who killed Seong-un. The doll clapped in delight. How did you figure that out? Pyowol didn't answer. Instead, his gaze shifted far beyond the doll, to somewhere in the distance. The doll followed his gaze, then laughed louder. This is wonderful. You really are something. Pyowol's gaze had pinpointed his true location, hundreds of miles away. How amusing, the doll said. What's your name? Pyowol asked. Huko. The answer came without hesitation, from the 100th Union. It leaned forward slightly. You seem to be in quite a predicament now. Why not join us? Honestly, I'd rather you didn't. It'd be a shame if I couldn't kill you. You're confident. I'm not like the others you faced. They all said that. But I'm different. We'll see. You won't be disappointed. Why kill Seong-un? Pyowol asked. Do I need a reason? I was paid. The consequences won't be simple. The client knew Shaolin would get involved, so why give the order? Aren't you concerned? Why should I be? If things go south, we disappear. You think you won't be caught. You don't understand the 100th Union. If we choose to hide, even Shaolin won't find us. To celebrate meeting you like this, I'll give you another gift. A chill ran through the air. Pyowol's expression hardened, his instincts screamed. Without hesitation, he pushed off the branch. Boom. The doll exploded. A burst of fine needles shot outward in all directions. Each one carried enough force to pierce flesh and bone. But none touched him. He had already moved beyond their reach. The explosion was small contained. No one below noticed. Only the tree bore the evidence. Tiny needles embedded in its bark. Pyowol landed silently, his expression turning cold. So, this is how it's going to be. What's the current situation of the war? It's still ongoing. What's the extent of our losses so far? 55 dead and 27 injured. The damage is greater than expected. The Jin family's resistance is stronger than we anticipated. Sol Kangyon's face twisted as he listened to the report from his attendant, Li Yul. Wasn't the Jin family supposed to be a tiger without teeth? Then how are they putting up such resistance? There's a saying, even if a rich man goes bankrupt, he can still eat for 3 years. Although the Jin family is in decline, they've built numerous connections. Many are still willing to lend them a hand. That's absurd. Just how popular are they? Seol Kangyon's shoulders trembled. No one knew how much he and the warriors of Snow Sword Manor had suffered after losing their home. They had only managed to return to their hometown after paying a tremendous price. And yet, the very Jin family responsible for their suffering seemed to enjoy widespread support. Li Yul replied calmly, They may be holding out for now, but it won't last long. Are you certain? All right, I trust you. By the way, I heard a Shaolin monk was assassinated at the Jin family. Yes, that's true. Was it your doing? No. There's no reason for me to involve the Shaolin temple. In case Shaolin suspects us, make sure countermeasures are in place. They already are. The Shaolin temple will not suspect us. As expected, I can rely on you. Sol Kangyan shook his head. It was thanks to Li Yul's exceptional abilities that Snow Sword Manor had grown this far and managed to return to Runan. Without him, it might have taken decades longer. You may leave now. Li Yul bowed and exited. The first person he encountered outside was Seol Kwang-ho, Seol Kangyan's eldest son. Did you just meet my father? What did he say? Did he mention me? Seol Kwang-ho approached with a smirk. His clothes were stained with blood, and the thick scent made it clear he had just returned from a fierce battle. Li Yul frowned. Did you lead the secret shadow group again? I was itching for a fight. If the sect leader finds out, he'll worry. He won't know as long as you keep quiet. Very well, but be careful. If you're injured, the sect leader will be deeply concerned. Don't worry, do you think I'd be defeated? I'm Sol Quan Ho, who could possibly beat me? He leaned in arrogantly. It was a bold claim, but not without merit. Despite his womanizing nature, Seo Kwang Ho was arguably the strongest warrior in Snow Sword Manor. Still, caution never hurts. I said don't worry, I'll go ahead. He slapped Li Yule on the shoulder several times before leaving. Though Seo Kwang Ho believed he had been gentle, the force made Li Yule feel as if his shoulder might tear apart. Even so, his expression did not change. When Li Yule returned to his quarters, he found a strange man sitting in his chair. The man was thin, dressed in a blood-stained black robe, his skeletal frame almost visible through his skin. Who told you to sit in my chair? Stand up. You're quite strict about that. The skinny man grumbled but obeyed. Li Yule sat down and asked, Where have you been? I went to offer my greetings. Greetings. Did you meet him? Not in person. I used my doll. The man grinned. He was Hook Ho, the one who had attempted to assassinate Pyowool using an explosive doll. Li Yule's eyes sharpened. I told you to lie low for a while. Oh, why so tense? Did the sect leader scold you? Hook Ho giggled. What about the others? They're all on standby, just as you ordered. But is this really necessary? What do you mean? Pyowool, wouldn't it be simpler to just kill him? Why complicate things? If you fabricate evidence too blatantly, people will doubt it. False accusations are common. Instead, you plant suspicion. People draw their own conclusions. Over time, that suspicion grows, and they isolate him themselves. The Jin family must be the ones to cast him out. Once isolated physically and emotionally, can he withstand the pressure? How will he feel when rejected by those he came to help? And what if another murder occurs within the Jin family, especially now? They'll naturally suspect him and hunt him down. Exactly. And what does a cornered assassin do? If it were me, I'd kill everyone who doubted me. Don't you think he'll do the same? I'll make sure of it. Then he'll become the enemy of all Jianghu. You're the real devil. Hook Ho was genuinely impressed. Even as an assassin, he had never imagined destroying someone so methodically. Wait patiently. Once the time comes, you can hunt to your heart's content. Amitabha, Seong-un is dead. Who would dare kill senior brother Seong-un? A group of monks entered Runan. At their arrival, the warriors held their breath. Their leader, carrying a staff, wearing gray robes and bearing the distinctive dots on his forehead, made it clear they were from the Shaolin Temple. Leading them was Elder Eunhae, followed by Seungam and numerous disciples. Eunhae's expression was filled with sorrow. I will personally punish the one who killed senior brother Seongoni, Seongam muttered, clenching his fists. With his massive build and fierce appearance, he hardly resembled a monk. Known as the Crazy Buddha, Seongam possessed immense strength and a volatile temper. Only Seong-un had ever accepted him as he was. Now, Seong-un was dead, and Seongam burned with fury. Eunhae watched him with concern. They soon arrived at the Jin family estate. All barriers were removed immediately. Jin Siwoo rushed forward. Welcome, Amitabha. Formalities can wait. Take us to Seong-un's body. Inside, Bo Kyung knelt beside the ice jade coffin. I failed to protect senior brother. Please punish me. Seonam grabbed him by the collar and lifted him. Who was it? Who killed brother Song-un? Bo Kyung looked at Songgam, who was still gripping his collar. Senior brother, tell me, who was it? You don't know, not even a clue. Songgam loomed over Bo Kyung like an enraged lion. Tears welled in Bo Kyung's eyes as he dangled from Songgam's massive arm, but his pitiful appearance only fueled Songgam's anger further. How dare you cry after failing so miserably? I'm sorry. Stop it, Songgam. The child is suffering enough already. Only when Eunhae intervened did Seongam release Bo Kyung. Bo Kyung collapsed onto the floor and burst into loud sobs. For the past few days, he had guarded Seonggam's corpse alone, tormented by the thought that if he hadn't left his side, Seonggam might still be alive. His inner demons gnawed at him day and night, and the anger in his heart only continued to grow. Eunhae opened the ice jade coffin. Inside lay Shang-un. Amitabha, tears filled Eunhae's eyes the moment he saw Shang-un's body. Fighting back emotion, he reached out and touched him gently. Why are you lying here, you fool? How dare you leave before me, you bastard? He scolded Seong-un as though he were still alive. For a long while, he said nothing more. Once he regained some composure, he carefully examined the wound at the back of Seong-un's neck. Then he withdrew a silver acupuncture needle from his robes and inserted it into several points across the corpse. Only the needles placed near the nose and neck turned black. The rest remained silver. Seongam stood silently beside him, watching the examination. How is it, senior brother? Unable to endure the suspense any longer, Seongam asked. Poison. It wasn't strong enough to kill him outright, only enough to disorient him momentarily. Then the assassin struck while senior brother was vulnerable. The wound appears shallow, but every artery was severed. It's a technique designed for maximum efficiency. Assassins often favor such methods. Seongam ground his teeth. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. His gaze turned toward Bo Kyung. I heard there is an assassin in the Jin family. Who is it? Seonggam clenched his jaw. Do not act rashly. We have no proof he killed Seongun. Eunhae tried to calm him, but his words failed to reach him. Pyeolwol carefully sharpened his phantom daggers on a whetstone. Though the blades were neither chipped nor broken, they had worn down from frequent use. If Tang Sochu had not crafted them with such special care, they would have been ruined long ago. It's serious, the Shaolin Temple has arrived. So, I think they suspect you. The atmosphere is grim, it would be best if you avoided them for now. They think I'm the killer. That's right. No matter what you say, they won't listen right now. Nothing good will come from clashing with Shaolin. Leave for now, we'll handle things here. Pyewol said quietly. I think it's already too late. At that moment, the door exploded inward. Someone had blown it apart with a single punch. Turning toward the shattered doorway, they saw a giant monk standing there, fists extended. Stop, Songgam, Eunhae shouted. I will accept punishment for disobeying once we return to Shaolin, Songgam growled, but do not ask me to remain patient when the assassin stands before me. Ignoring everyone else, Pyeolwol looked only at Seonggam. What is this about? You ask as if you don't know. I truly don't. Don't pretend innocence after killing senior brother Seong-un. Do you really believe that? Why would I kill him? What would I gain? How should I know your vile motives? But if you're innocent, kneel and surrender. Come with us to Shaolin and submit to judgment. Are all Shaolin monks like this? Looking at you, I can understand why Shaolin had to shut itself away for so long. I'll smash that mouth of yours. Seonggam lunged, the great Vajra palm, a technique even stronger than Shaolin's famed 100-step divine fist. Boom, a series of devastating strikes slammed into where Pyeolwol had stood. Azure stones shattered, debris exploded outward, but Pyeolwol was already gone. He had retreated in time. You think you can escape? Songgam roared and pursued. In his hand now was a steel rod, the demon-subduing rod. A faint white smile appeared on Pyeolwol's lips. You want me to become the enemy of all Jonghu? His smile deepened. Then I will gladly oblige. Songgam spun the massive rod as lightly as a windmill, but its aftermath was anything but light. Anything touched by the rod exploded on impact. Every time Seonggam swung the rod, it emitted energy comparable to sword ki. Wherever the rod's energy struck, explosions erupted. Yet no matter how many times Seonggam attacked, he could not land a hit on Pyeolwol. Pyeolwol moved like a snake. With the slightest shifts of his body, he evaded every strike. What a coward. All you do is dodge. As expected of someone who relies on dirty tricks. Songgam sneered. Assassins were among the most despised people in Jinghu. Warriors from prestigious sects like Shaolin hated them even more, and Songgam was no exception. Even while fighting Songgam, Pyeolwol observed the movements of the Shaolin disciples surrounding him. They had already formed a perfect encirclement. They were using one of Shaolin's representative formations, the 18 Arhats formation, a scaled-down version of the 118 Arhats. Pyeolwol's opponents were not just Songgam. The monks maintaining the formation, Eunhae, Bo Kyung, and even the nearby warriors had all become his enemies. Just as Li Yule intended, Pyeolwol had become the public enemy. And of all places, it happened within the Jin Manor, the very place he had come to help. Li Yule had subtly turned the Jin family and everyone around them against him, exploiting the instinctive distrust people felt toward assassins. It was a meticulous plan, but there was one thing Li Yule had underestimated: Pyeolwol's martial prowess. The phantom daggers attacked Songgam in relentless succession. Songgam tried to block them all with the demon-subduing rod, but the ceaseless barrage was beyond his expectations. Cracks began forming in the rod under the repeated impacts. No matter how many times he deflected them, the daggers returned again and again. 1 or 2 strikes were manageable, but 10 phantom daggers attacking in rapid succession, hundreds of times in mere seconds, was another matter entirely. Just as constant drops of water can eventually bore through stone, the rod could no longer endure the endless rain of daggers. It shattered. Then Pyeolwol struck. His palm pierced into Songgam's chest. Jade destruction. Songgam was blasted backward with a groan. The Shaolin monks rushed forward, but Pyeolwol was faster. The 10 phantom daggers spread outward like a storm. More than a dozen monks collapsed, bleeding. The formation collapsed instantly. Pyeolwol broke through the encirclement and escaped. Stop him. Everyone, attack. The surrounding warriors rushed to block him. But before they could even reach him, they too collapsed, struck down by the phantom daggers. In an instant, Pyeolwol had vanished into the distance, reduced to a tiny dot before disappearing from sight. The warriors stared blankly in the direction he had vanished. They had thought Pyeolwol was merely an ordinary assassin, but the martial arts he displayed were far beyond imagination. The courtyard had become a sea of blood. Dozens of warriors groaned on the ground, suffering grievous wounds. Among them was Seonggam. Though not fatally injured, he was still in great pain. Had he not tempered his body like steel, he might have died. Seonggam trembled with humiliation. His pride had been shattered by the very kind of person he despised most. He seethed with rage. Are you all right? Eunhae approached him. I'm fine, senior brother. His martial arts are extraordinary. I never imagined an assassin could possess such skill. Even Eunhae could hardly believe what he had witnessed. In only a few minutes, Pyeolwol had overwhelmed Songgam and the Shaolin elite, and then escaped at leisure. Fortunately, no one had died. Was that intentional? The thought struck him suddenly. If he truly killed Seon-un, why would he show mercy now? Eun-hye felt a headache forming. At that moment, Jin Siwoo approached. His expression was as cold as stone. "Monk, please leave the Jin manor. Take Monk Seon-un's body and leave." Regardless of their suspicions, the Shaolin monks had fought inside Jin Manor without permission. That was a blatant insult to the Jin family. Even Xiaowin had no right to act freely on another sect's territory. There was only one explanation. They were looking down on the Jin family. Only then did Eun-hye realize the gravity of the insult. Amitabha, there has been a misunderstanding. Even if Shaolin is one of Zhanghu's great sects, you cannot ignore the Jin family. Though we cannot afford conflict with Shaolin while fighting Snowsword Manor, that does not mean we must endure such disrespect. Leave. Young Master Jin, surely we can still resolve. But Seongam interrupted. Does the Jin family dare insult Shaolin? Even wounded, he radiated fierce momentum. That's enough. Nam Gung-wul stepped forward. A chilling aura radiated from his eyes. He had come to help the Jin family out of loyalty to Jin Jumwoo. Until now, he had restrained himself for Jin Siwoo's sake, but Seongam's repeated provocations had exhausted his patience. Seongam's eyes widened. Seongam looked ready to attack again, but Eun-hye stopped him. Enough, Seongam. But senior brother, will you defy me? No matter how strong he was, Seongam could not disobey Eun-hye. What a mess, Hong Yushin muttered as he looked over the streets of Runan. The moment he entered the city, the first thing he heard about was the incident at the Jin Manor the previous night. To think the Shaolin Temple's monks attacked the Reaper of Chengdu, they've lost their minds. He was not saying this because he underestimated Shaolin's strength. No matter how powerful Pyo-wol was, he could never destroy the Shaolin Temple alone. That was an unchangeable fact, but if Pyo-wol truly set his mind to it, he could still inflict devastating damage on them. Pyo-wol was the type to hunt his enemies to the very end. Once provoked, there would be no end to the consequences. If Shaolin had understood exactly who they were dealing with, they would never have acted so rashly. Their actions had been too impulsive. In a moment of anger, they had made a terrible enemy. Well, they made him their enemy. It's their problem now, not mine. I heard he assassinated Monk Song-un of Shaolin Temple. They say he's a vicious man. I heard he's responsible for the bloodshed in Sichuan. Who would think such a beautiful man could be an assassin? How frightening. What had happened in Jin Manor had already spread across all of Runan. Pyo-wol's appearance and identity as an assassin were now widely known. That was far from natural. Someone was clearly working behind the scenes. Someone is deliberately spreading rumors to isolate him. With his identity exposed, Pyo-wol's freedom of movement would naturally shrink. Whoever revealed him must have intended exactly that. But there was one thing they had overlooked. No one was better at hiding his identity than Pyo-wol himself. Though Hong Yushin had no direct proof, his understanding of Pyo-wol told him enough. In Chengdu alone, Pyo-wol had moved under multiple identities. The real question is, who revealed his identity? Was it Snowsword Manor? They were the faction that stood to benefit the most from isolating him. Sol Kang-yeon isn't clever enough to devise something like this. According to Hao clan intelligence, Sol Kang-yeon was a straightforward brute. The same was true of his son, Seol Kwang-ho, perhaps even more so. Then it must be Li Yule. Li Yule was a mystery. One day, he had simply appeared at Snowsword Manor as if falling from the sky. The problem was that almost nothing was known about him. The Hao clan had mobilized many agents to investigate him. They found nothing. For the Hao clan, whose information network spanned the world, to uncover nothing meant only one thing. Li Yule had gone to extraordinary lengths to erase his past. For someone like him to be satisfied as a mere attendant, impossible. He's after something bigger. Hong Yushin felt a growing sense of unease. Hong Yushin muttered something under his breath, unaware that Pyo-wol was watching him. 100 Wraith Union, Black Cloud Corps, Nam Gung-wul of the Heavenly Guardian Association, Sword Saint Han Yuqian, Shaolin Temple, and now the Hao clan, Snowsword Manor, and the Jin family might appear to be the main players, but only on the surface. In truth, countless sects and forces were entangled in the conflict. This was no longer a simple territorial struggle. "What are you thinking about so deeply that you didn't even notice I arrived?" A woman's voice sounded beside him. Pyo-wol turned calmly, unsurprised. A woman sat there, watching him. Her appearance was ordinary, just as unremarkable as his current disguise. But he knew better. She was far from ordinary. "Hong Ye-sol, as expected, you recognized me right away." She smiled brightly. "Doesn't that mean we're fated? I recognized you instantly, too." Pyo-wol frowned slightly. Then he lifted his wrist and smelled it. "You put 1,000 miles chasing incense on me, too. So, you only notice now." Hong Ye-seol laughed, delighted. She was pleased to have outwitted him. When Pyo-wol burned the strength-grinding demonic martial arts manual, she had secretly planted another type of 1,000 miles chasing incense on him. The scent on the booklet had been strongest. The scent hidden on Pyo-wol's body was the weakest. His nose had grown accustomed to the stronger scent, making the weaker one almost impossible to detect. "You're very confident," she said. "I can't believe you stayed in Runan after what happened at Jin Manor. There's no reason for me to leave." I thought so. You're not the type to quietly endure a beating. You speak as though you know me well. It's only natural for a woman to want to know everything about a man she's interested in. Do you hate having a pretty girl like me around? I don't consider that face pretty. Should I show you my real face then? Hong Ye-seol pushed her face closer to his. Pyeolwol was slightly surprised, but for a different reason. The face she had on Wudong Mountain wasn't real either. That meant she possessed a disguise technique so exquisite that even he had failed to detect it. Aren't you curious? Not at all. What a heartless man. Hong Ye-seol clicked her tongue and looked disappointed. You probably never failed to seduce a man or complete a mission, but because of me, you've tasted failure for the first time and now you're frustrated. So what? People like you never forgive setbacks. One way or another, you make sure to take revenge on those who caused them. I guess you're right, because I want to make you kneel at my feet. Hong Ye-seol shook her head. She rose from her seat. Be careful. I won't back down so easily next time. Hong Ye-seol smiled brightly at Pyeolwol and walked out of the inn. She quickly disappeared into the darkness of the street. When she was completely gone, Pyeolwol raised his energy and muttered, "Doing something useless again?" Hong Ye-seol had placed another incense marker on his body. Once Pyeolwol discovered the previous 1,000 miles chasing incense, she had replaced it with another scent, one so subtle that even his sharp sense of smell struggled to detect it. Pyeolwol used his internal energy to completely blow the incense off his body. He would not be able to avoid Hong Ye-seol's pursuit entirely, but at least he could reduce these annoying encounters for the time being. At some point, his colleagues had started calling him Dark Ghost, a ghost hiding in the dark. Assassins naturally preferred darkness, but he loved it unusually much. He often thought it would be nice if there were only night and no day. His five senses were exceptionally developed, especially in darkness. Among them, the skill he was most confident in was tracking. The mission Dark Ghost received from Hoiko was to track Hong Ye-seol. More precisely, he was to identify and report every person she came into contact with. Hong Ye-seol never noticed she was being followed. That was only natural. Though Dark Ghost was weaker than her in combat, his tracking skills far surpassed hers. His face was plain, and his clothes were ordinary. He looked like someone who could be found anywhere. But Dark Ghost knew better than to trust appearances. There was no way Hong Ye-seol, one of the top 10 assassins in the 100th Union, would approach an ordinary person. If he believed that man was normal, he might as well gouge out his own eyes. Dark Ghost decided he had to learn more about him. He needed to know what made that man special enough for Hong Ye-seol to act that way. So he kept watching. Shit. Dark Ghost reacted instantly. He fled from the ceiling at once. The moment he saw Pyeolwol's eyes, he understood. This was the assassin Hyuk-ho had warned him about. If Hyuk-ho's words were true, then Dark Ghost stood no chance against him in direct combat. So he ran. He moved like a shadow across rooftops, slipping into alleyways. Since tracking was his specialty, he also knew how to shake pursuers. Dark Ghost used every escape technique he knew. Eventually, he circled back into Runan. After confirming no one was nearby, Dark Ghost carefully carved a code into a wall. Not just any wall would do. The house had to meet specific conditions. It needed to be enormous, with towering walls. Red lanterns had to hang along its perimeter. Having completed his task, Dark Ghost hurried to leave, but he froze in his tracks. A black shadow stood in the alley ahead. It was the man he thought he had escaped. Only then did Dark Ghost realize he had been played. Pyeolwol had never lost him for even a moment. He had probably even watched him write the message. Still, Dark Ghost reassured himself that Pyeolwol could never decipher the code. That confidence shattered at Pyeolwol's next words: high walls, red lanterns, and a weathered black gate. Those must be the identifying conditions for houses where you lead your secret codes. In an instant, Dark Ghost trembled. His opponent had seen through the 100th Union's communication system with a single glance. If Pyeolwol was left alive, it would only be a matter of time before he deciphered the full message. Monster. Pyeolwol did not miss the fear flashing in Dark Ghost's eyes. Fishing naturally required bait, and in that regard, Hong Ye-seol had served as excellent bait. By keeping her alive, he had managed to catch a fish like this. Something flashed and shot out from Dark Ghost's body. The gleam streaked through the air like a meteor, flying straight toward Pyeolwol. Pyeolwol used snake steps to move sideways. At that moment, a long object struck the spot where Pyeolwol had been standing. It was a kusarigama, a chain sickle. Dark Ghost unleashed every chain sickle technique he had mastered. A terrifying killing intent burned in his eyes. Now that it has come to this, I have no choice but to kill him. Pyeolwol had figured out the conditions for decoding the secret language after seeing it only once. With his intelligence, deciphering the 100th Union's code system would not be difficult. The kusarigama Dark Ghost used bore similarities to Pyeolwol's own techniques. Pyeolwol attached phantom daggers to soul-reaping threads and manipulated them freely. Though the weapons and materials differed, the principles were alike. Pyeolwol was absorbing Dark Ghost's techniques into his own. Unaware of this, Dark Ghost continued fighting with everything he had. At some point, Pyeolwol's eyes changed. He had learned all he could from Dark Ghost's chain sickle techniques. The moment he decided there was nothing more to gain, he changed his movements. 2 phantom daggers pierced Dark Ghost's shoulders. His eyes widened in agony. Then 2 more daggers embedded themselves into his stomach and thigh. The chain sickle slipped helplessly from his hand and fell to the ground. Unable to endure the pain, Dark Ghost vomited blood and groaned. Bright red blood soaked his chin and chest. Pyo-wol retrieved his daggers and approached. Dark Ghost glared at him viciously. "I won't tell you anything." Dark Ghost was accustomed to torture and pain. No matter what Pyo-wol did, he had no intention of giving in. But Pyo-wol's answer was unexpected. "You don't need to. You've already told me enough. Through the code you wrote on the wall." Hongye, Soul came into contact with a dangerous person. Exercise caution. Dark Ghost's pupils trembled violently. He had thought it would take Pyo-wol at least a day to decipher the message. To think he had decoded it instantly. How did you figure it out? Most secret codes are similar. Once you understand the principles, interpretation is simple. It was unbelievable. If secret codes were that easy to decipher, assassins would not spend years learning them. Pyo-wol's existence itself was absurd. How could Li Yule hire us to deal with someone like this? Dark Ghost cursed Li Yule inwardly. I should have realized when Hong Yeseol said she was withdrawing from the mission. He regretted accepting the task, but it was too late now. Dark Ghost had to choose, die by Pyo-wol's hand, or by his own. He chose the latter. "You can't kill me. I decide my own death." A dagger sprang from his sleeve. Without hesitation, he plunged it into his stomach. Japanese assassins and samurai were known to choose death by their own hand. The blade sliced horizontally across his abdomen. His intestines spilled from the wound. Even in that grotesque state, Dark Ghost laughed. "Can you see? This is my pride. What an idiot." Dark Ghost may have believed his death was honorable. Pyo-wol did not. Life was worth more than pride. To take revenge, one had to live. He returned to the wall where Dark Ghost had written the coded message. Examining it carefully, Pyo-wol discovered other hidden codes left by different assassins. As expected, this was a communication point. In particular, assassins of the 100th Union exchanged information here. Huko, Ice Slayer, Dark Ghost, 4 Red Lotus Ghosts, Hong Yeseol is not here. As Hong Yeseol had said, she had indeed been excluded from this mission. That left 6 assassins in Rune and Huko, Ice Slayer, Dark Ghost, and the 4 Red Lotus Ghosts. Dark Ghost reported to Ice Slayer. Ice Slayer reported to Huko. That meant Huko was the true leader. The 4 Red Lotus Ghosts seemed to be operating independently. There were no messages from them here. That was all the information he could gather. Just as Pyo-wol was about to look away. "Who are you?" A sharp voice rang out behind him. Pyo-wol turned. There stood a woman adorned entirely in gold. She was beautiful, dressed in luxurious robes embroidered with gold thread and covered in golden jewelry. "How dare you commit murder near Golden Mountain Manor? Reveal your identity. Who are you?" "I am Jiam Suryan of Golden Mountain Manor," she declared it proudly. "If you refuse to identify yourself, I will subdue you and drag you back to our manor." "No, since we are headed to Snowsword Manor, we might as well take you there instead. Speak while I'm still asking nicely." Jiam Suryan snorted, as if you have a choice. "What are you waiting for? Seize him." The warriors of Golden Mountain Manor rushed toward Pyo-wol. At that moment, an idea suddenly came to him. Unfortunately for Jiam Suryan, it was not an idea that would end well for her. Yusamui and her subordinates immediately turned toward the sound. Before they realized it, their hands were already gripping the weapons at their waists. In the distance, a man was running toward them with someone on his back. Both the runner and the person he carried were drenched in blood. "Who are you?" "I am a warrior from the Golden Mountain Manor. The lady is in critical condition. Please, let us in quickly." Could it be Lady Jiam Suryan? She's the only daughter of the Golden Mountain Manor sect leader. Oh no. Yu Samoy's face turned pale. She knew that the Snowsword Manor had close ties with the Golden Mountain Manor. If anything happened to Jiam Suryan, the Golden Mountain Manor might withdraw its support. That absolutely could not happen. Did I hear incorrectly? Say that again. "Lady Jiam Suryan of the Golden Mountain Manor has entered our sect gravely injured." Li Yule looked at his confidant with furrowed brows. Bayek Dokyung lowered his head, having nothing more to add. "What happened?" "They said they were on their way here to collect the money. The Jin family's payment for the IOU, the 17,000 gold coins. So they were attacked while on their way to collect it." "That is correct." Li Yule frowned. Something outside his calculations had occurred. He hated unexpected variables more than anything. Such things had the power to unravel carefully laid plans in an instant. What about the attacker? According to the subordinate who brought her, he was an ordinary-looking man. There was already a corpse nearby, and Lady Jiam found him suspicious. But he turned out to be an unexpected master. All her escort warriors were struck down before they understood what happened. Lady Jiam was severely injured as well. Fortunately, the man who brought her knew Dr. Zhang was staying here. Thanks to that, her life was saved. Inform me the moment she regains consciousness. I wish to speak with her personally. At Lei Yule's gesture, Baek Do-kyung bowed and left. Once alone, Li Yule muttered. For this to happen while they were on their way to the Snowsword Manor, he felt deeply uneasy. Li Yule slammed the teacup down and looked into the air. "Huko!" A thin man appeared like a ghost. Where is he now? I already sent men to track him, but it is not easy. How can you lose him? Hu Cole looked mildly irritated by Li Yul's tone. You seem to forget he is one of us. If he wishes, he can vanish from this world without leaving a trace. The conflict between the Snow Sword Manor and the Jin family had grown beyond a simple regional power struggle. Many strategists and scholars began warning that the war between the two factions could escalate into a full-scale Jianghu conflict. However, human ambition is not easily restrained by warnings. Jianghu had been peaceful for decades. Most warriors who had witnessed the horrors of the Bloody War of Heaven had either retired or grown too old, and the memories of that era had faded from public consciousness. The older warriors who remembered the war warned against repeating history, but their words fell on deaf ears. Young warriors eagerly sought this opportunity to make names for themselves. The quickest way for a warrior to gain fame was to distinguish themselves in a major war. The Snow Sword Manor and the Jin family. To them, it did not matter who was right or wrong. What mattered was that the chaos had created an opportunity to build their reputations. Warriors from all over Jianghu began flocking to Runan. Runan was slowly becoming the eye of the storm. But the group most troubled by the current situation was neither the Jin family nor the Snow Sword Manor. It was the Shaolin Temple. I can hear your thoughts from all the way over here. A cold voice rang out. Unhei turned toward the source. In a small pavilion sat a middle-aged man drinking alone on the railing. The moment Unhei saw him, his heart sank. The man radiated a sharp aura that seemed to pierce straight into his chest. Unhei immediately recognized him. Why are you here drinking alone? You also seem to have a lot in mind. Isn't that all because of you guys? How dare you stir up trouble by meddling unnecessarily? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you going to deny it until the end? Why are you interested in that assassin? I wouldn't pay him any attention if he's just an ordinary assassin. But he's no ordinary assassin. You already know that, don't you? Are you confident that you'd be able to stop him if he attacks you secretly? The Shaolin Temple is not weak enough to be defeated by a mere assassin. That's bullshit. Even if you are the Sword Saint, please refrain from insulting the Shaolin. Did you attack him even knowing who he was? Yes, you attacked him even though you knew. Not only did you hastily accuse someone without proof, you even failed to suppress him properly. I don't know why Unji sent you and Songam. Isn't that simply the worst combination? If he had sent Wunsong instead, then the problem wouldn't have become this big. In the end, Unhei ended up stuttering, at a loss for words. Tell that monk, Songam, to stay out of my sight. The moment I catch sight of him, I'll show him what true hell is like. As Unhei was trying to calm down Han Yukian, hurry, move him this way. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the entrance of the Jin Manor. Han Yuqian and Unhei frowned at the same time. They both sensed an unusual atmosphere. They ran towards the entrance. Numerous dead and wounded were being brought in on carts at the entrance of the Jin family. More than 100 people were killed, and all of the wounded were in critical condition. The condition of the bodies brought in on the wagons was simply gruesome. We were ambushed. I've never seen them before. They were more like soldiers than warriors. They called themselves the Black Cloud Corps. It seems that the Snow Sword Manor has even hired a mercenary group. Are you confident that you can mediate the fight between the Snow Sword Manor and the Jin family? If you really want to stop their fight, you will have to mobilize the Shaolin Temple elites and suppress them by force. That's the only way for you to have any significant impact. It's your choice. Unhei could not give any answer to Han Yuqian's words. Upon hearing the news of GM Suryan's injury, GM Shin Sheng said they would also send their elite warriors over. Until they arrive, guarding GM Suryan's safety would be the responsibility of the Snow Sword Manor. At the time when the Snow Sword Manor warriors stood guard at Juum Suryan's room, someone opened the door and came out. Oh, it's you, Brother Lim. How are you feeling? The warriors who had a cautious look on their faces in the beginning soon relaxed their guard. The man who opened the door and came out was the one who had brought GM Suryan on his back. Even though he himself suffered serious injuries, he still managed to protect GM Suryan and came all the way here. As a fellow warrior, it was an act worthy of respect. Lim Quan Ok caressed his wounded shoulder and replied, It's gotten a lot better. How is the young miss? Don't worry, Dr. Zhang is taking care of her. Is that so? You've done a great job. Perhaps Lord GM will give you a big reward. I'm not interested in receiving any reward. By the way, since I've been in my room all day and my whole body is numb, is it all right for me to walk around for a while? Sure. On the way to the training hall, he ran into the Snow Sword Manor warriors several times, but no one suspected and questioned Lim Quan Ok's presence. Lim Quan Ok quietly blended among the people at the Snow Sword Manor. Sect leader. A guest has come to visit. He's asking to see you. Who is it? Zhang Hoyan of the Rain Sword Mountain Manor. Zhang Hoyan of the Rain Sword Mountain Manor greets Sale Kang Yan of the Snow Sword Manor. How is your father? He's doing well. I've seen your father from a distance before. He is a great warrior with the spirit of a hero. Thank you. My father also mentioned that Lord Seal is a great person. So, what brings you all the way here from the Rain Sword Mountain Manor? I don't think you came here just to see my face. I actually came here to ask you for a favor, is that so? If you help me, I will do my best to help the Snowsword Manor. I'm looking for the man who killed my brother and stole our family treasure. There is a sword that has been passed for generations in our family. It's called Gongbu. I think I've heard of it before. It's a great sword made a long time ago. That's right, he stole Gongbu, our family's heirloom, and ran away. In the process, he killed my younger brother who was pursuing him. I already confirmed that he has entered Runan. What's his name? Pyowool. You can go visit my attendant. He might know something about him. Thank you. Zhang Huoyan bowed his head as he said his thanks. Heiko touched the wall with his thin fingers. His fingers were so scrawny as if it's just made up of skin and bones. But what most people don't know is that these thin fingers, which look like they would break with the slightest force, are actually the hands of a demon. What Huko is currently looking for is the coded message left by Dark Ghost. Huko expected that Dark Ghost would return last night, but he didn't. Assassins like them usually act independently, but when carrying out a common mission like this, the subordinate absolutely had to obey the order of the superior. It was no different with Dark Ghost. Could it be Pyowool? If Dark Ghost was really attacked by Pyowool, then it's a big problem. After looking at the wall for a while, Yuko suddenly noticed that there was a spot that looked as if a piece of writing had been erased. The other places are fine. Only this particular area had traces of writing. Goosebumps suddenly crawled up Yuko's spine. He suddenly thought, what if Dark Ghost was really attacked by that guy here? Just imagining it was already terrifying. Huko hurriedly looked around. Then he saw bloodstains around the area. Although the blood had dried and become black, it couldn't have been older than a day or two. The Golden Mountain Manor is not that far from the man's mansion. It only took him a few minutes to arrive. Even with the numerous warriors standing guard all over the Golden Mountain Manor, no one managed to notice Huko's presence. After looking around the manor for a while, Huko soon found a warehouse. Two warriors actually stood guard in front of the warehouse, but Huko still managed to successfully sneak in without being detected. There were dozens of dead bodies piled up in the warehouse. He assumed that all of them were warriors responsible for escorting GM Suryan. Huko examined the faces of the corpses one by one. The Golden Mountain Manor's warriors didn't have the confidence to inspect the dead bodies of their colleagues, so they skipped it. But Huko was different. This kind of work isn't enough to faze him at all. He examined the features of the corpses closely. This was clearly the corpse of Dark Ghost. Dark Ghost, who had been missing for a while, was found among the corpses of the Golden Mountain Manor warriors. There was no reason for him to be with the men of the Golden Mountain Manor. Him being with the Golden Mountain Manor meant that he had a point of contact with them somewhere. Wait, if all the warriors who escorted GM Suryan are here, then who was the man who carried and brought her to the Snowsword Manor? Ice Slayer's residence is a small house far away from the attendant's office. Li Yule initially offered Ice Slayer a good residence to stay in, but the latter refused. His reason being that staying in a comfortable place would dull his nerves. Only when he stays in an uncomfortable place would he feel like his nerves become sharper and his senses become more awakened. In that respect, the small house where he is currently staying is perfect. Ice Slayer sat cross-legged while sharpening his weapon. His weapon is a long spear. Unlike most assassins who usually prefer short weapons such as daggers, he preferred a long weapon. His spear is made of ice crystals that can only be found in the depths of the North Sea. The spear could be said to be a work of art in itself. He signed a contract with Li Yule and entered the Snowsword Manor. He thought he would be put on a mission soon, but he was suddenly asked to be on standby. Something must have happened, but they didn't bother to tell him. But it didn't matter. He wasn't the kind of person in the first place who cared too much about such external factors. He suddenly let out a choking sound. Something was tightening around his neck. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, his body reacted automatically. Thread. Ice Slayer frowned. Using a thread like this is an assassin's method of ambush. Ice Slayer couldn't even scream. He couldn't believe that he had been ambushed by another assassin. He wasn't even given the chance to counterattack and wield his main weapon properly. His mind was slowly becoming hazy. Since his heart and brain had been pierced, his death was only a matter of time. But he still wanted to know who was responsible for killing him so easily before he died. At that moment, someone quietly descended from the ceiling. A black shadow landed on the floor without a sound. He was like a serpent descending a pillar. The unknown figure started to approach him. Ice Slayer gathered his last strength to keep his eyes open. He could see the face of the black shadow changing. The sound of bones and muscles cracking as it rearranged itself echoed in the room. Oh my god. The moment he saw the new appearance of the person, Ice Slayer's mouth gaped. The face the black shadow had changed into resembled his own face. The sight of his own face looking down at him was terrifying. The black shadow put Ice Slayer's body into the closet. After that, he sat quietly in the seat where Ice Slayer had been sitting. The appearance of him sitting cross-legged with a spear on his knee was the same as that of Ice Slayer when he was alive. Just like that, another Ice Slayer took his place. The daughter of the Golden Mountain Manor sect leader came here injured, right? So, where's the guy who brought her here? Why are you asking? I'll explain it along the way. Just bring me to him. Li Yule felt that something was wrong based on the unusual expression on Huko's face. Follow me. Li Yule proceeded to guide him. He could clearly see the anxious expression on Huko's face as he followed behind him. The fact that an assassin like him is showing his emotions right now is proof that something serious has happened. In front of the guest house, the Golden Mountain Manor warriors who came to protect GM Suryan stood guard. GM Wushin, who took the role of the leader among the warriors of Golden Mountain Manor, stepped forward. What's going on? Where is he? Who? When GM Wushin made a confused expression, Huko pulled him by the collar violently. The warrior who carried Lady GM Suryan on his back. At that moment, Huko reached out and grabbed GM Wushin by the neck. His skinny fingers that resembled bamboo strangled his neck with terrifying power. GM Wushin stretched out his hand and pointed to a room. Huko let go of GM Wushin and hurriedly ran to the room he pointed to. When he opened the door, all he saw was an empty room. The person he was looking for was nowhere to be seen. Li Yule came to him and said, "Isn't it about time you tell me what happened?" He entered the Snow Sword Manor disguised as Lady GM's escort. In an instant, Li's expression hardened. He's in the Snow Sword Manor. That's right, he was the one who seriously injured Lady GM, and by carrying her on his back he managed to enter the manor. Li Yule's expression hardened. He was used to manipulating people with his great intellect. Not a single person had managed to escape him, not until now. Pyeowol is an exception. He is the only one whose behavior he could not predict. He probably hasn't noticed that we know of this yet. Move undercover right now and catch him. If you don't think you can capture him alive, you can kill him. Is that why Hong Yeseol gave up on her mission? Because dealing with him was too much for her. Damn it, what's happening? Gum Wushin spat out. Li Yule's party suddenly stormed in and left without giving him a proper explanation. The atmosphere in the Snow Sword Manor seems to be unusual, so be vigilant. If something happens to Suryan, it's the end for all of us. Jumushin left the guard to his subordinates and entered Jum Suryan's room. Juma Suryan is still lying on the bed, unconscious. Dr. Zhang is sitting on a chair next to her bed, monitoring her condition closely. How is Suryan's condition? It's much better now. I think she'll open her eyes soon if she gets a little more rest. At that time, GM Suryan, who was lying motionless, groaned. She's starting to wake up. Really, she has a strong spirit. I thought it would take her a few more days to come to her senses, but she's already waking up. Are you okay, Suryan? Is that you, Brother Wushin? Yes, it's me. Don't you remember? You were taken to the Snow Sword Manor because you were injured. Only then did GM Suryan start to recall what had happened. Where is he, the one who put me in this position? Even though she had been wandering between death and near death until a little ago, her eyes already contained a ferocious light. Find him and drag him to me. Let's talk about that later. You almost died. I lived anyway. Suryan, I will die if I don't pay this humiliation back. Do you want to see me die? I'll cut his friends into small pieces and throw them as animal food, while I'll sell his woman to a brothel. I'll make sure they live the most miserable life. Please calm down now. I'm scared that your wound will get worse. Is my wound important? Don't worry about me and get him. Jum Suryan screamed in hysteria. The sight of her screaming regardless of her wounds made even Jum Wushin afraid. I'm going to kill him in the worst way in the world. I'm going to put salt in his wounds. I'm going to peel him so he can't live or die. GM Wushin prayed that this hellish time would end, and that time came sooner than expected. Jum Suryan, who had been spitting out curses without stopping, suddenly widened her eyes as she looked into the air. Something was crouching on top of the huge beam across the ceiling of GM Suryan's room. It was obviously a person. His eyes were shining brightly, even in the darkness. GM Wushin felt a burning pain in his right shoulder. He opened mouth, but no sound came out. He's in too much pain to even let out a scream. He couldn't even move. GM Suryan looked at the man with fear-stricken eyes. Who are you? The person in front of her is definitely a master given how he overpowered GM Wushin in an instant. Do you know who I am? I'm Juyeon, the only young lady of the Golden Mountain Manor. Do you need money? I'll give you as much as you want. Just spare my life. GM Suryan knelt down and begged. If you also want my body, I'll give it to you. Please just spare my life. The man looked at GM Suryan indifferently. In an instant, GM Suryan's eyes shook. She seemed to have seen that man's eyes from somewhere. GM Suryan's eyes widened. His eyes were exactly the same as that of the man who had brought her worst nightmares. He's the same man who killed all of her escorts and injured her. He is definitely the man who she had just cursed a while ago. At that moment, the man's facial muscles moved, transforming to another person's face. Please spare me. I'll even be your dog if you let me go. GM Suryan was not the type to forget grudges. She will surely repay the humiliation she suffered today 100, no, 1,000-fold. But for now, she had to be his dog and hide her true feelings thoroughly. She believed that only by doing that would she be able to save her life. But then, Pyeowol pierced her heart with the long spear. What I need is a sacrifice, not a dog. Sacrifice, an offering to stir up the anger of the Golden Mountain Manor. Jum Suryan did not believe her own death until the moment she died. Her body collapsed helplessly on the ground like a doll whose strings had snapped. Pyeowol looked at Jum Suryan in silence. The Golden Mountain Manor warriors had already noticed that something occurred inside the room, causing them to rush in. Pyeowol flew over the beam. By the time the warriors of the Golden Mountain Manor opened the door and entered, Pyowol had already disappeared. What happened? I was attacked by an assassin who uses a spear. A spear? The spear was transparent like a crystal. The moment he heard Jian Wuxian's answer, Li Yule almost bit his tongue. There was only one person he knew that uses a transparent spear. Ice Slayer. He was an assassin hired by Li Yule along with Huko. It's him. He killed Ice Slayer and used his weapon. As a result, it was Ice Slayer who had killed Jiam Suryeon. He suddenly understood Pyowol's intention. You devilish bastard. Before leaving, Jumwushin said, since this happened in the Snow Sword Manor, your sect must take responsibility for this. He said to his confidant Baek Dokyung, send the goods. Isn't it too soon? Baek Dokyung hurriedly lowered his head in response to Li Yule's anger. It didn't take long for Li Yule's worries to become a reality. Upon seeing the corpse of his only daughter, Juum Suryeon, Juum Shinchung went crazy and declared that he would hold the Snow Sword Manor accountable for failing to protect her. After changing into the kind of face that is common among the people on the street, Pyowol moved on. After staying in the Snow Sword Manor for several days, he had already thoroughly familiarized himself with its internal structure. He might even know its layout better than the manor's inhabitants. Many warriors and workers were busy moving around. It might have only been a day since GM Suryeon died at the Snow Sword Manor, but its effect was immediate. The Golden Mountain Manor announced that it would sever all of its ties with the Snow Sword Manor. The affluence that the Snow Sword Manor used to enjoy and take for granted was now gone. Warriors who originally belonged to the Snow Sword Manor were not that much affected by the sudden change, but the same couldn't be said to those warriors who were recruited. I only joined the Snow Sword Manor because I thought they had the upper hand, but that doesn't seem to be the case. By the way, what will the Golden Mountain Manor do now? Since Lady Jiam lost her life inside the Snow Sword Manor, do you think they'll just cut off their relationship with them? Pyowol listened to the chattering of those around him. He knows best that he could gain important information from these small talks. Pyowol was nearby, but no one suspected his presence. Pyowol naturally blended into his surrounding environment. It was then, hey you, and you, all of you come here. When Pyowol looked towards the direction where the voice was coming from, he saw a young warrior pointing and calling the workers. Pyowol was included among the workers Jigang Pyo pointed to and called out, everyone, follow me. Jigang Pyo took the workers to a village deep in the Snow Sword Manor. The place was so highly hidden and secluded that most warriors belonging to the Snow Sword Manor wouldn't even know that such a place existed. There was a small mansion in the village, with a strange stench coming out of it. The stench was enough to make a person's head hurt, besides stimulating their sense of smell. The workers had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. They did not know why Jigang Pyo brought them here. I've brought them. Good work. Baekdo Kyung looked at the workers with cold eyes. Your job is very simple. All you have to do is move the cargo in there. It was dark and smelly inside the mansion. The workers coughed as soon as they entered the mansion. Pyowol pretended to cough as well while simultaneously checking the inside of the mansion. All the windows in the mansion were nailed with wooden planks. That caused very little sunlight to seep in from the outside. Move those boxes outside. The workers answered in unison and then hurriedly ran towards the wooden boxes. Because of the terrible smell, they wanted to finish the job as soon as they could so they could go ahead and get out of here. They don't know what it's inside the box, but it was very heavy. The place where Jigang Pyo took the workers was at a river far away from Runan. A small ship was waiting for them by the river. A group of warriors boarded the ship. They were all wearing black uniforms. Their appearance alone was suspicious, even at first glance. Load all the cargo from the cart onto the ship. The workers answered and transferred all of the wooden boxes from the cart to the ship. Balancing while carrying a box was not easy to do since the riverside was all muddy. The workers were barely able to keep their balance as they walked. As Pyowol approached the ship, he heard the voices of the men talking. He's amazing too. I can't believe he's making a demon transformation pill 1 in the Snow Sword Manor. Isn't he the kind of person who uses whatever means available? Finally, the last box was loaded onto the ship. The workers wiped the sweat off their foreheads and then held their backs with their hands. Loading and carrying those boxes onto the ship was several times harder than carrying it around on a flat surface, so they failed to see Jigang Pyo and the captain exchanging glances. Everyone has worked hard. Jigang Pyo smiled as he approached the workers. Since everyone worked hard, I should give you all a reward. Jigang Pyo suddenly swung his sword and cut the old worker at once. The worker, who suddenly had his head decapitated, looked at Jigang Pyo with an expression of disbelief. Jigang Pyo laughed with his sword slung over his shoulder. Are you asking why I have to do this? It's because I don't want to leave any witnesses. At the sight of the old man being killed, the workers fled in all directions. Pyowol also ran away like the other workers. Jigang Pyo used Qinggang in pursuing the workers. While the workers' steps were slow because of the mud, Jigang Pyo moved like the wind with his Qinggang. He flashed in the east and west, slaughtering all the workers. Unlike the other workers, Pyowol was running towards the river. Foolish, do you think you can escape me if you go there? Jigang Pyo immediately followed Pyowol. Pyowol looked back once he felt a presence behind his back. Ji Gangpyo swung his sword toward Pyeolbol's chest. He could feel the sword cutting through Pyeolbol's chest. Pyeolbol fell into the river without even letting out a scream. Ji Gangpyo stood by the river and waited for Pyeolbol's body to float. However, no matter how long he waited, Pyeolbol's body did not appear. Ji Gangpyo looked at the sword in his hand. I guess it was a bit shallow. Oh well, it doesn't matter. The feeling he got after cutting Pyeolbol was different from usual. Usually, when he manages to land a deep cut on a person, there will be resistance. But he didn't feel any of that at all. However, Ji Gangpyo didn't think much of it. He couldn't imagine someone, especially a worker, surviving after being wounded by his own sword. It would be an insult to his swordsmanship. Pyeolbol poked his head out of the water without making a sound. His hands held the hull of the ship. The people on the ship did not notice Pyeolbol's presence at all. Pyeolbol touched his chest with one hand. His flesh was slightly torn, causing a bit of blood to flow out. Before getting hit by Ji Gangpyo's sword, he pulled his body back as much as possible to minimize the part that touched the sword. He could have completely avoided Ji Gangpyo's attack, but that would only arouse his suspicions, so Pyeolbol had no choice but to take a little bit of damage. Pyeolbol channeled and focused his internal energy on the wounded area. The blood flowing out slowly stopped as the wound closed. Without knowing that Pyeolbol was attached to the ship like a cicada, the ship continued to glide leisurely across the water. Pyeolbol relaxed his body as much as possible and surrendered himself to the flow of the current. Pyeolbol recalled the conversation the warriors had on the ship. The items loaded on the ship are called demon transformation pills. He had never heard of such a thing before, but its name alone was giving off sinister vibes. Objects tend to follow the name it's been given. The ship continued to drift on the water for the entire day after that. The place where they arrived was on an unknown island. The location of the island is so exquisite with how it's surrounded by canyons on all sides. It would have been impossible for a person to know of its existence not unless they have wandered inside the canyon. The island was so vast that it was unbelievable that it was on the middle of a canyon. The ship carrying the warriors anchored at a dock built on one side of the island. When the ship docked, a group of warriors staying on the island came out to welcome them. Then, the warriors who came to welcome them climbed on top of the ship and unloaded the boxes filled with demon transformation pills. Since all of the boxes have been unloaded from the ship, activate the Tenli Illusionary Array Formation 3 again. Yes. Immediately after answering, a thick mist began to form around the island. The thick mist swallowed the island in an instant, making it disappear from sight. Then, a Ghost Brigade warrior suddenly came out of the mist. He looked around the dock and muttered, "Everything's clear." Even after activating the Tenli Illusionary Formation, not all members of the Ghost Brigade went back to the island. One stayed and waited just to double-check if there were any pursuers. They exercised a great deal of caution. Pyeolbol walked towards the mist. He had never heard of an array formation called the Tenli Illusionary Array Formation. However, judging by its name, he guessed that it's a kind of array that subjects a person to illusions by messing with their senses. Pyeolbol closed his eyes and used his internal energy to block his hearing completely. An array formation usually works by deceiving the person's sense of sight and hearing. The eye delivers around 80% of the information humans need to perceive the world, and with illusions, it causes a person to perceive wrong information by distorting what they see. Hearing also plays a big role. Sound is a way of rousing a person's imagination. Pyeolbol walked without hesitation. Humid air clung to his body like a spider's web. The hot and sticky feeling would have already made an ordinary person feel sick, but Pyeolbol continued to walk without much difficulty. Mist doesn't just play a role in showing illusions, it also served as a curtain to hide hidden machinery and traps. If a person is not careful enough, they'll end up setting off the traps and machinery, and thus announcing their presence. Pyeolbol took utmost care not to touch any traps or machinery. After walking for a long time, the humid feeling on his skin faded away. Only then did Pyeolbol open his eyes carefully. What greeted him is a completely different scenery from before. He saw a flat plain that seemed to have been recently mowed. There are also a dozen or so shacks around him, which Pyeolbol guesses must be a temporary residence. The shacks were so roughly built that it looks like they can be abandoned at any time. It was clear that these shacks were not built by professional workers, but rather constructed by the people staying there. Outside the shacks, a group of warriors were sitting on the ground. The warriors appeared to be relaxed at first glance, but in reality, they were on guard and wary of their surroundings even while they were talking to each other. Even with the Tenli Illusion Array formation set in place, they did not fully rely on it. It was late in the evening when the warriors in front of the shacks moved. They took a last look around before going inside their residence. It was only then that Pyeolbol got up from his seat, releasing his turtle-breathing technique. Darkness fell on the island that is still covered in mist. This further created an optimal environment for Pyeolbol to work. Inside the shack, he saw 4 beds made of wood set side by side. If there are 4 beds in each house, then close to 40 people stayed on this island. The inside of the shack looked desolate. There were no other items or furniture besides the beds. Pyeolbol was now sure that this place was just a temporary residence for these warriors. The warriors inside the shack did not talk much. Some sat cross-legged while working on their internal energy, while others were passing the time by reading a martial arts manual. He didn't see any signs of impatience or boredom on their faces. They looked very used to this kind of lifestyle. Pyeolwol checked the other shacks as well. It wasn't that much different from the first one he saw. Suddenly, a flash of light went over Pyeolwol's head. The roof on which Pyeolwol had been standing broke off. Pyeolwol looked at the person who attacked him while floating in the air. An elderly man with a sword, Mok Han-song, the captain of the Ghost Brigade. What the hell? How did you get in here? Mok Han-song's eyes, which were looking at Pyeolwol, were calm. He wasn't stirred up, nor did he show signs of agitation. He only stared at Pyeolwol with cold, sunken eyes like a beast looking at its prey. At the sudden sound of an explosion, the warriors staying inside the shacks came running out. While the warriors were surprised to see someone standing on the roof of their residence, like Mok Han-seong, they too were not flustered. They were on an island surrounded by canyons on all sides. It was a natural fortress. They even have a 10-li illusionary array formation set in place. But an intruder still managed to sneak inside. Many couldn't help but be appalled or bewildered in such a case. But they were different. While it was unexpected for an outsider to infiltrate their camp, they still kept an eye on Pyeolwol without losing their composure at all. It was truly amazing to see that not just one or two people but the entire unit could keep their composure without being shaken up. Are they forces from beyond the Central Plains? Unlike Jinghu, which had been in a stable period for decades, regions outside of the Central Plains are still full of chaos. War breaks out frequently, and many people lose their lives. Such a place had enough circumstances for such a monstrous group to form. I asked you who you are. Who are you? You don't want to answer me. Bloodthirst flashed over Mok Han-song's eyes. While he is drawing Pyeolwol's attention, Jong Rigu, the vice captain, winked at the warriors. Then the warriors silently move. Did you come here from outside the Central Plains? You even guessed that. You're more dangerous than I thought. On what condition did Li Yule hire you guys? Are you going to give us more if I tell you? Our fee is quite high. Can you afford it? How much? I think your life will be enough. That's a little difficult. Then I'm afraid that's the end of our negotiations. Mok Han-seong smiled mischievously. In the meantime, the siege of Ghost Brigade was completed. A tiger did its best even when catching a rabbit. It was the same with the Ghost Brigade. They did their best no matter who their enemy was. That's how Mok Han-seong trained him. I think we've seen enough of each other now. Kill him, Mok Han-seong ordered. At that moment, an arrow went flying towards Pyeolwol. Pyeolwol flung himself backwards to avoid the arrow. As the archers shot their arrows, the swordsmen who were waiting charged Pyeolwol at great speed. Silvery sword lights shone in all directions. Pyeolwol avoided their attacks by a narrow margin. They attacked Pyeolwol again and again, completely blocking all of his attacks. Pyeolwol blocked their wave of attacks with 2 phantom daggers. Sparks flew in all directions, and the sound of metal clashing reverberated. Jong Rigu approached Mok Han-seong and asked, "Do you have any idea about his identity?" Seeing that he mentioned the monk too, I'm guessing he's a warrior on the side of the Jin family. Are you saying someone from the Jin family managed to put a tail on us? I think there's something wrong with the monk with how things turned out right now. The monk is not the kind of person who would make a mistake. This just shows how great the infiltrator is. Anyway, for the sake of secrecy, we must exterminate him today. He's already dead. However, contrary to Jong Rigu's expectations, the fight did not end easily. The Ghost Brigade pushed Pyeolwol back relentlessly. However, like a snake, Pyeolwol would always manage to deflect or dodge their attacks by a hair's breadth. Pyeolwol didn't get hurt as much as he thought. Seeing his appearance, Jong Rigu felt that something was wrong. What's up with that guy? I can't believe he managed to stand this long against the Ghost Brigade. At that moment, Pyeolwol's face became visible to the Ghost Brigade. If that man is really Pyeolwol, then this could be dangerous. At that moment, a small piercing sound rang out. Goosebumps crawled from both Mok Han-seong and Jong Rigu's neck. From their long experience on the battlefield, they felt a sense of crisis looming upon them. Everyone! Jong Rigu's cry did not continue until the end. This is because about a dozen warriors who attacked Pyeolwol collapsed with blood on their foreheads. Each of their foreheads had holes that were so tiny that it was hard to see with the naked eye. As lightning stimulated his nerves, the reaction speed of his body exceeded human limits. The Ghost Brigade couldn't even see and follow Pyeolwol. The moment they thought that something flashed in front of their eyes, one of their joints had already been smashed, and terrible pain would follow. Continuous cries and yells rang out. Pyeolwol's way of the hungry ghost wasn't anything complicated. It was as if each of the warriors here were like dots, and he just had to connect and go for each one of them at the shortest distance possible. With that simple technique, the Ghost Brigade warriors were devoured one by one. Mok Han-seong's eyes glowed with killing intent. He had no idea that his team would suffer so much damage in such a short time. It was his miscalculation. Pyeolwol was not just an assassin, he was a demon, possessing martial arts that far transcended that of an assassin. Pyeolwol's movements as he operated Black Lightning were beyond imagination. He was so fast that even Mok Han-seong's eyes couldn't keep up with him. Mok Han-seong's sword pursued Pyeolwol with a booming sound. However, his sword never once reached Pyeolwol's body. It was as if he could touch him if he just stretched out his hand a little further. However, no matter what he did, the gap between them did not narrow. Flying Dragon Flash Sword. The technique flew freely in the sky like a dragon, and was as fast as the speed of light. The flying dragon flash sword is a kind of a killing technique, a killing sword sharpened on the battlefield. All of the unnecessary fancy movements in the techniques were cut away and refined to an efficient killing sword. Once perfecting the flying dragon flash sword technique, Ma Kongzong has killed everyone he had set his mind to, and no warrior could last within 10 seconds. But for the first time today, even though he unleashed his flying dragon sword for over 10 seconds, he still couldn't land a hit on Pyeolwol's body. Pyeolwol was like the moon that could never be reached. Ma Kongzong gritted his teeth. He could now feel and gauge the strength and level of his opponent. Without hesitation, Ma Kongzong pulled out a small wooden box from his bosom. Inside the wooden box was a dull-colored pill. Ma Kongzong popped the demon transformation pill into his mouth. As the pill melted in his mouth, he felt a burning pain in his dantian. In fact, the demon transformation pill was burning the internal energy accumulated in his dantian. By igniting his internal energy, he could draw out several times more power than usual. Ma Kongzong unleashed the flying dragon flash sword. Because he no longer had regard for his life, his attacks were unrelenting. Pyeolwol unleashed a barrage of phantom daggers towards Ma Kongzong. However, all of the phantom daggers were struck by Ma Kongzong's sword. At that moment, Pyeolwol pulled out a strand of soul-reaping thread. The soul-reaping thread pierced right through Ma Kongzong. A line of light from Pyeolwol's finger pierced through the sword and continued to Ma Kongzong's forehead. This wasn't just an ordinary soul-reaping thread. It was the Snake Chi Thread 6, a thread composed of many soul-reaping threads. It took several times as much energy as a normal soul-reaping thread because it was made up of condensing chi. Ma Kongzong fell backwards. He had stopped breathing. Pyeolwol searched Ma Kongzong's arms, but he found nothing that could prove his identity or connect him to Kowloon. It was then, boom. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the shacks. The shacks were destroyed in an instant, and the remaining wreckage was engulfed in flames and smoke. Pyeolwol looked at the shacks with his brow furrowed. The fog that had descended on the entire island after the explosion and destruction of the shacks gradually cleared. The fog dissipated, revealing the island in its true form. There was no sign of the Ghost Brigade on the island. They had completely disappeared, leaving only Ma Kongzong's body behind. Pyeolwol searched the island, but there was no evidence of their stay in the island anywhere. No traces related to Kowloon could be found. Pyeolwol let out a faint sigh. Several days of hard work had been wasted. His contact with Kowloon has completely gone. Still, Pyeolwol was not disappointed. In any case, he had already confirmed the existence of Kowloon. Now that he knew it existed, he might be able to find it someday. Most importantly, he still had one remaining contact with Kowloon. Thank you for watching. Subscribe and enable notifications so you don't miss the next chapter.